Yeah, but they can be verified by any metrics that are out there right now to verify them with. Like the methodology
You
that
just gave the same answer as I gave before.
Yeah, I know, but check this out. The methodology that I'm asking for you to actually present is unknown. The methodology that I would tell you is known by everybody. There's scales that you could.
Britnack gave a perfect example of how we could do this. Us three, Britnack, yourself, and I, could put a barometer on a high altitude balloon and watch the pressure decrease as the balloon increased in altitude.
Yeah, but the problem is things fluctuate when you actually do that. So it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. I guess I could say it doesn't matter what area you do it geographically. It's going to be different values for like how far that balloon can actually travel upwards. Because you're only going to get not even probably past the troposphere. So that's the most important thing about sending balloons up. You can't really get any values beyond that. According to meteorologists that come in here and talk to us, like we've already talked to Brendan about it, and he's like, there is no way to measure the mesosphere directly. There's no way to do it. And indirectly, you can like do calculations, but there's no way to like directly measure it. So according to the other measurements that you presented, there's no way to do that. But within the troposphere, sending balloons up, that is kind of ideal. But the problem is, within every geographic location, because of the dynamic system, you're going to have different pressure readings at all. Like it's going to fluctuate. It's never going to stay static. And I think that's the issue. That's the reason why I'm showing when it concerns
it not being static isn't really an issue when we're just looking at particular details of it, right?
Like, yeah, but you're
not going to get the same exact pressure at the same altitude when you do it again. Doesn't mean that we still won't see a gradual decline in the pressure, which is the point.
Yeah, but can you see the difference between what you asked me and what you're presenting? The thing that you're asking or saying that is a foregone conclusion that can be done, it fluctuates. The thing that with measurement on the surface doesn't. Distance measurements from point A to point B do not fluctuate like the way your pressure readings would fluctuate, which is the difference. I need you to kind of understand the difference. Wait. Do you understand the difference? You got to realize the difference. Your example and the analogy that you try to use with you saying that, distance measurements to the black swan, you try to use that as an analogy to your pressure readings, and it's not the same. Yours fluctuate day to day from, let's say you send a balloon up in one geographic location. You do it again tomorrow, it's going to change. The pressure readings are never going to be the same. And so on and so forth because of the dynamic system that we live in. But in accordance to like measuring distances, those values are static. From here to there, they're always going to be this. Right, but it's not analogous according to the way you're presenting.
They're always going to be at the same distance, and as the balloon goes up, the temperature will always decrease.
But the problem is
the pressure.
The values, temperature. Yeah, the values that you're ascertaining from that are not going to be equal to what you've acquired the day prior and such. So you got to realize it's not analogous to a distance measurement.
That doesn't really matter. That's not. No, the whole point of that analogy was to point out that there are certain values that you have not verified or substantiated yourself.
Yeah, I know that. But
when your critique of my giving the amount of pressure as it increases was that I hadn't verified these numbers for myself. That's the analogous properties. Whether or not either of us have
measured them for yourself, but that's not.
And you haven't measured the platform habitat yourself.
Yeah, that's no problem though, because the issue is the methodology that would be formed out of the way we do things. It's either practical or it's not practical. So, is it practical to get pressure readings?
You don't even know how it was done.
Yeah, I
gave a way it can be done. Like this is
barometers. Yeah, but barometers. Sending a balloon up with a barometer is not exactly the way to detail how the methodology is. If it is, then can you tell us exactly how it was done with barometers? Because that's not what was presented by you. You said I didn't know. That was your answer.
Balloons reached the mesosphere.
No, they probably edge out around mid of the stratosphere.
Yeah, no, they don't go past the troposphere, man. Like honestly,
I didn't.
That's what.
They do. High altitude balloons can reach between 18 and 37 kilometers above sea level.
Dude, there is nowhere.
Stratosphere
I'm telling you this. Rich, I'm telling you this because meteorologists have already spoke on this. There's no way to get readings from beyond the troposphere. It's not directly measured, dude. That what you're saying, you're right now, you're just wrong. Nobody's getting readings from the mesosphere. That's right above the troposphere. I don't know why you keep saying
it's because troposphere, then stratosphere, then mesosphere.
Yeah, but so if you go any higher than the troposphere, which that's where all the weather happens, they don't have any readings for that.
No, above the troposphere is the stratosphere.
Okay.
Where we are able to get measurements.
Rich, if you say that's true, then I need a citation of it being true. Go ahead and present that.
For sure.
Because our meteorologist
on the wiki for high altitude balloons, so you can knock yourself out.
That's fine. Our meteorologist friend says that you can't go beyond the troposphere and get any direct pressure readings because, number one, they're only really concerned with the troposphere. And number two, it's not possible to ascertain that information because they get the way to read from there. You just can't. It's not directly measured. I'm telling you this.
A balloon named BS-1308 reached a record altitude of 53.7 kilometers, which is 176,000 feet, which would be in the mesosphere.
Yeah? And what was the pressure readings that they were getting from that?
I don't know that balloon was actually measuring pressure at that altitude. I'm just saying that your claim that they can't get that high or measure anything isn't the case.
The measurements are not being done is what I'm telling you. And you're making a claim that they are. That's what's at stake here. And you're just trying to prove yourself right by showing an example here with this one thing that isn't taking pressure readings. That's your problem, not mine.
I don't know. I'll look it up. BS-08.
Yeah, look it up.
Or 1308.
Look it up. But see, this is taken away from the discussion because now you're on the fly going to try to prove yourself right. On the fly.
Well, you should have done. If I found information that says that they can't measure anything within the mesosphere, I would concede it.
Well, go ahead and do the research, but you got to yield the floor to maybe somebody else that wants to come in here. Because you don't know about this, and I think you need to. Because you're going to start making arguments that can't be supported. Anyway. There's a lot of people that say that this is the case, but it's not. They're not taking pressure readings from, above the troposphere.
And would planes not be able to measure at that height within the stratosphere? That is.
No, it's not being done. It's not being done. If you're going to present some information, just do it because it's as far as a meteorologist friend here is saying that in his studies, that doesn't take place. There's no reason why people are concerned with that.
I just posted a link doing that very thing. You should retract that statement.
Doing which thing?
Measurements of the troposphere, the pressure in the troposphere.
Why did you just post a link instead of the actual measurement part? Can you guys ever give a complete citation?
I mean, the entire paper is the citation.
Okay, well, just quote the bits that you think are most relevant that cover
That
the
would be
measurement.
doing what you told me not to do. You just contradicted yourself. I cannot simultaneously give you the entire citation and take a quote mine out of it. Can't do that. Won't do that.
That's what the citation is. And contradict myself. I'm asking for the same thing twice in a row now. Guess you don't get it.
Weren't they asking for measurement past the troposphere? You're saying this is of the troposphere?
Yep.
Yeah, it was beyond the troposphere, not at the troposphere.
Thanks for nothing, Donald.
Planes fly within the stratosphere. Planes have the ability to measure pressure of the ambient air pressure.
They fly in the
Right.
troposphere. Troposphere ends at like 50,000 miles. Planes don't fly over that.
No, the troposphere does not end at 50,000 miles.
Which plane
Troposphere ends at
Rich?
10, just over 10 kilometers, bro.
Which plane, Rich?
Yeah, that's like 50,000 miles.
No.
Are you talking about
Yeah.
Sophia? That's a stratospheric observation platform, mate. Doesn't
No, I'm
fly
talking
there.
about Boeings.
Yeah, the Boeing.
Yeah, they don't fly that high.
carry Sophia, yeah.
Planes-
It doesn't fly in the stratosphere, mate.
They fly in the troposphere.
It needs air, Rich.
Like,
Plane.
yeah, the SR-71 flies in the stratosphere.
If the air's too thin, it falls out the sky, mate. Come on now.
The
SR-71, 71,000 feet. I think 71,000 feet.
You know, the troposphere height is claimed to vary, right? So
By
it'll depend
whom?
where you're flying.
Gases expand and contract.
Wow, thanks for that insightful news.
Apparently, you were surprised.
No, you're just not keeping up with anything, apparently.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, if you take the highest altitude flying plane, that's still like kind of right in that area where the troposphere and the mesosphere are like meeting. So I think you'd want to go higher than that.
It's funny because there's a diagram here that specifically puts weather balloons within the stratosphere. That's kind of funny.
I've got the same one on my screen.
Yeah, there was just a claim earlier that you can't get weather balloons past the troposphere.
I don't think the claim was that the balloons can't go that high. It's that once you go past like 80,000 feet or whatever, I think the measurements are harder to do directly or something like that.
But I wonder why they would send them up there to do harder measurements if they can't do them at all, right? Either the case that it's more difficult and we can still measure, right, the amount of pressure because it drops off.
Well, I don't know. They probably send them up for varying reasons. So you got to do some research. When a balloon goes that high, what exactly are they doing with it? What can they do with it?
Rich. Should go with LiDAR, man.
Oh, and
So I
like,
was asking if air pressure gradient outside is replicable in like a smaller system or something like that.
absolutely not.
Is that your question?
Yeah, exactly. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, okay, well, I would suppose that if you would copy all the variables exactly, then yeah, you would get the same thing as long as it scales like that.
You'd assume as much. That would be your hypothesis, but I'd like to see you test it.
Well, make sure that you're accounting for all the variables exactly as they are, and God knows
Well,
what those are.
AV's original point is actually null and void because the measurements that I was citing for the amount of atmospheric pressure was still within the troposphere.
Okay, can you copy all the variables? Can anybody copy all the variables in a scaled down version of the atmosphere? Replicate them to a T? I don't think so, because I don't think anybody knows what all those variables are.
Right. Plus, you can't have it in a container.
Why not?
Why not? Because when gas is in a container, it fills the volume of the container to an equilibrium pressure, right?
Yeah, if there's nothing acting on it, so it's a static system, but this one's dynamic, which is why I mentioned that you need to replicate the variables of it.
No, I don't need to do shit. It's not my claim, right?
But you would need to. Anybody would need to. You're making the wrong
Yeah, if
claim.
you're
by
saying that gas pressure at a smaller scale can be replicated to have as much of a gradient as we witness on Earth, then you would have to do that. I'm saying that that's not possible because when you have a contained gas, it's going to do that, right?
Yeah,
it's going to fill the full volume.
That's where it breaks down for you because that's a false analogy. Because, like I just said, you're describing a static system. That's not what we have outside. Second time now.
Who said it is a static system? It could be a clear container.
That's what you're suggesting.
No, energy could still go through.
Yeah, that's what you're suggesting when you tell me that it's going to disperse evenly and equalize like that. The reason it doesn't do that outside is because it's a dynamic system.
Do you have a way to demonstrate that?
There's forces affecting, yes. There's a thing called a sun. It unevenly heats and distributes energy over the surface of the Earth. All sorts of things.
I'm saying that due to these factors of a dynamic system, you can't have that.
No, the dynamic system would stop the gas from equalizing like you're describing in a static system. So it's a false analogy. Third time now.
Yep.
Why can't you make another dynamic system to show it?
No, that's not the point.
I don't know all the fucking variables of the place. Go ahead, AV.
Well, let me.
No, that's not the Rich. That wasn't the point. The point is, you pointed out that it was akin to a static system, and it's not. And we've said it and he said it 3 times over. It's the dynamic system, and you want to replicate all the moving parts in this entire world. You can't do that. It's not possible to have a model of something that's working over the entire world like that.
No, you don't need everything that's on the Earth to have it be a scaled representation of the atmosphere.
Well, it's important though, right? Because all these variables affect the weather. Everything affects it. So if you don't have everything in place and be able to replicate it that way, then you don't have a model to show. I mean, there's certain weather models, but they still have a degree of tolerance for like their variables, like how they produce any, like weather accuracy. For example,
is Earth in an open or closed system?
It's a closed system. Obviously.
Closed dynamic system.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see what would be the issue in just replicating a smaller scale.
It is. The Earth is too big.
Really the issue would be.
Yeah, the Earth is too big, and there's too many. No, it's too many moving parts. There's too many things involved. You can't replicate something like this massive and having so many dynamic moving parts, and then say that you're going to replicate.
It would just be difficult, right?
No, dude, I'm telling you, you can construct models of anything. Models can be done. Just about anything, but you can't replicate it in a way to where you're going to get the type of level of tolerance to like the degree that you want, because it's just there's too many things going on.
But
you can't account for
all
everything.
We're trying to accomplish here is having a container with the amount of a gradient that we witness on the.
We've already done that. We've done that because
I thought you couldn't do it.
No, gas pressure, the definition is force per unit area pressing on the walls of its container. So that's what we understand. That's what gas pressure is. It's demonstrated that way. It works, the equation works, I mean, as a convention. So we can understand very plainly that that's how the gas pressure in the system we are in works. We don't need to go farther and show you a dynamic gas pressure system because it's already showing what it is now.
No, but if you're saying that would be, if you're saying you're not showing a dynamic system, that would make it a static system, which means you're not actually showing or equating it to the atmosphere of Earth.
No, the problem is it doesn't need to be shown whether it's dynamic or static. It just needs to be shown that gas pressure is achieved in a very particular way.
But that's that way what Heretic just said.
What do you mean it's going against what he said?
That's because Heretic says that you have to account for all of the aspects of the dynamic system in order to get this observation of the gradient. So when you're talking about how we have gas pressure on Earth, you would also need to include the dynamic system and all of those variables.
No, you're putting upon somebody that's saying that we do have a dynamic system to produce a dynamic system. Like, as in an example, show me a way that you can show the dynamic system at work. But it's already doing that now. Like,
show me the dynamic system working. Yeah, the way that you claim it does.
Yeah, it does, because there's weather systems. The way the weather systems happen, they fluctuate, right? So the fluctuation of those weather patterns can only be, like I told you before, that's what Brendan does, meteorology. Like, that's what he studies, weather patterns, and how that works on the surface of the Earth. How they move about. So that's important for the people to understand, like, within a tolerance how that operates. But that's never going to be an exact science, so to speak. So you can't put that upon anybody to show how that, because you just can't get, like, if that was true, then everybody in the world would understand weather perfectly, and it's not. You can never know that. There's always a variable of tolerance that you can get close to. Of course, you could say, tomorrow it's going to rain, 30% chance or whatever. Because geographically, you'd have to be accounting for every single geographic point on the surface of Earth. You can't do that. How do I know 10 miles away from me it's going to be raining when the weatherman says in a specific general area it's going to be raining? See what I mean?
If I were asking for, like, weather effects within this container, I'd understand your point. But I'm not asking for weather effects necessarily. I'm asking for the amount of gradient that we observe in nature.
Yeah, I know, but
what possible within
even what I'm telling you, Rich, what I'm telling you as well, the amount of gradient, that's unknown. There's no way to we said this before, right? There's no way to directly measure anything above the troposphere to be like having an exact
higher
amount
than the troposphere.
Yeah, you do, because it's not the full amount. Listen, dude,
but you still have enough of a difference within the troposphere.
How are you not getting this? The calculations are being done, but they're not exact. You can only calculate from above the troposphere upward. You can't go it's just math.
No, but
there's no way to directly know that.
The troposphere contains 80% of the atmosphere, right? So
how do you know that?
Already have.
How do you know that?
Oh my God!
How do you know that? How do you know that, dude? This is the thing. Don't make a claim if you can't substantiate it. Yeah, your exasperation is because there's no way that you can substantiate 80%.
No, my exasperation is at the one-sided hyperskepticism.
No, it's not hyper. You just pulled a number out of your ass, and you want everybody to be like, 80%? That's awesome.
Yeah, I can find the citation if you really want, man, and if you want to be
that's great.
Nitty-gritty about it.
What do you think? We're just going to accept everything you say on faith? Like, how do we know anything, Rich? How do we get to the 80%? How do people know it's 80%? Like, what was the methodology? You have to have a foundation for all of this. And if it's just calculations, then that's your foundation. You have to realize that. It's nothing to do with measurements.
The troposphere,
you don't realize
the Concise Encyclopedia of Science and Technology, McGraw-Hill, 1984. The troposphere contains about 4/5 of the mass of the whole atmosphere. There's the citation.
Yeah, 4/5.
If you want to say that you don't believe it, that's fine.
No, it's not about believing. Listen, dude, we're not building faith-based information. What we're doing is extrapolating how people got into the place of just believing things without understanding how they know things. So, if they're talking about like that's the 4/5 of the 80%, as you put it, of the atmosphere, then how do they know that entirely? Because it's almost like a collective knowledge of like what the Earth is entirely. Like, and that's 80%. Really? How did you parse that out? In what scales are you measuring this with? How do you know those values are what? These are calculations, dude, based upon models. That's the foundation of all of this. This isn't something that's measured, dude, and you don't realize that it's not. The penny hasn't dropped for you, and you just keep going on about, well, dude, you're just hand waving my 80%. No, I'm not. I'm like, dude, they're just these calculations they're presenting they're model based. They're not like they're not going outside and taking this data from the field. How can they? How are
the atmosphere
Build the models
pressure?
with data from the field, man. The models are accurate, dude. You got to get over this models bullshit.
No. The models that you guys follow all have to deal with specific geometric consequences. They don't have to deal with like measuring the Earth to be this specific thing that you think it is.
Do you think geometry is a measurement device? Do you think it's a measuring tool?
Let me just tell you. This is the reason
geometry
why.
a measuring tool? Is geometry a measuring tool? Is geometry a measuring tool? Yes or no?
You're gonna get muted. You're gonna get muted. That's plain and simple.
Too late.
All right.
The amount of gradient that I'm identifying.
Rich, I was going to talk, but Donna was interrupting. Just hold on a second. So the reason why that you guys are coming here and want us to take these models on is because that's what you've built your entire reality upon. All these models that you have to present, they're not based in reality. There's nothing that's measured. Listen, these models have no adherence to measurement. None. There's zero measurements taking place, except for things that we can measure from the distance from the ground level to probably about the troposphere. I would say anything above that, there's no way to gauge whether or not you know the amount to put it in percentage, unless you have a model that you're working with, and then you can. Of course, calculations are what's going to be the thing that you're working with. It's not going to be like, okay, so we've checked entirely over all the surface of the Earth, and we know the exact amount of troposphere we're working with. No, that's not it. It's model-based.
Okay, so what I'm talking about is the amount of gradient that we observe and measure within the troposphere.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, and what was the measurement drawn, with the methodology for the measurement drawn from that? Or was it a calculation based on a model?
Utilizing a barometer and weather balloons.
Yeah, okay. Who's done exactly what you said?
What?
Who's done that?
Who's done it?
What did you just say?
I didn't catch their names.
Oh, so somebody's done it for the entire Earth. They took a balloon with a barometer and went everywhere on the Earth and said, hey, these are the readings thus.
Why does it matter who did it?
Dude, okay. It matters because we want to know if it's been done before. Has it been done? Or is it just something you say can be done? That's a very big difference. It's going to support your claim, is what it's going to do.
Do you need the time of day that they did it as well? And their phone number, or how much information?
You're being facetious. You're being facetious. You know what I mean?
Pretty ridiculous, honestly.
No, it's not. It's not, because when you make a claim and you say it's been done, do we have barometers? We send them up in balloons. Okay. Has that been done for the entire surface of the Earth to get values that you think you have based on?
It has to be done over the entire surface of the Earth now?
This is what you're claiming. You've given an 80%.
That this amount of pressure is going to be exactly the same pressure, man. The troposphere varies in size based on whether or not it's at the equator or at the tropics or the poles.
Bro, that's just another positive claim you made. How do you know that? You see, you dig yourself into this hole and you keep digging. How do you know that information?
I'm giving you the information we have, man. I'm sorry that shared knowledge isn't something that you're a fan of.
It's not knowledge, dude. It's not knowledge. These are just things that you've been taking on as a worldview, and you think they're a foregone conclusion, and you're wondering why we're not accepting them. You're like, dude, I mean, this is just like plain English. This is like black and white. No, it's not. It's all model based. It's all calculations. It's all theories. There's nothing that's presented to you that you could go and check to see if that's exactly what it's like. You can't do any of that.
We
There's
can
no
get a weather
scientific method
balloon,
here.
and we can put a barometer on it,
Oh,
and we can
Yeah,
validate
that's great. You keep saying that. Validate what, dude? What are you validating?
the amount of pressure in the troposphere based on altitude.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see the numbers. Let's see you do it. Let's see it reproduce.
All right.
I wanna see some-
Ligu Gigu
I wanna
and I
see some
have to
skin in
save
the
up
game.
a couple pounds, and then we'll do it.
That's not it. That's not it. It's your claim. You do it. You have to
So you
come with
want
the
me to
whole.
go do it right now.
No. If you're gonna do it, say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna come back with the values, and you'll have all you need. I'm gonna show you from ground level all the way up to whatever thousands of feet you go up, and you're gonna tell us all the measurement readings, how you've done it, and somebody else can take it on and say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna replicate what Rich did. This is gonna be a great test for me and you, right? But you got to be the one to pioneer this. It's your claim.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying that even if somebody does what you do, you know, to the level of you're going to do it, whatever, even in the same geographic location, they're not going to come up with the same values that you are.
Okay.
It's just what it's going to be.
While we're doing
It's
this,
just what
while we're doing that, right? You can go ahead and validate the distance of the horizon at the Black Swan.
It's not. Listen,
Sound
dude.
good?
The horizon distance is unknown. It's
Yeah, so go figure it out.
unknown.
It's
Go
behind
figure it out.
1.41 miles, which
Oh,
is
so
outside
it can't be unknown if
1.22
someone's
miles.
giving a value, Alpha. Maybe you
No,
should
no.
work
The
together.
value. Listen, you know what? Hold on, Rich. The value is the demarcation of the oil rigs. That's the value that we're giving. That the demarcation. Why do you guys? You've been in this argument for such a long time, and you don't realize that the horizon is an unknown distance value. What we're giving to you is the known values, the metrics we have to the distance to the oil rigs. Those oil rigs are known values. Now, if the horizon is far exceeding the known value, because it's still unknown, then it's exceeding 9.41 miles. And you get confused, right? You think that we're giving you the distance
Wait,
to the horizon.
how did you validate and substantiate that?
How did I validate? Well,
Mhm.
obviously the horizon is not where the oil rigs are, Rich. Is it? Do you see the the horizon where the oil rigs are, Rich?
No, but you were giving a
No.
claim distance.
No is the answer.
So,
Yeah, knows the answer. Thank you.
But you
Knows the
still have
answer.
to validate and substantiate the distances you.
It is validated. You've just done it right now. You said
No, I
no. It's not. You just told me that the horizon was not at the Black Swan distance, which is at the 9.41 distance. The demarcation that was put forward so you can understand distance. So you just said the horizon's not there, right? You agree with me? It's not there.
I'm saying I'm saying that
No, wait,
you
wait. No,
should
just agree.
where
Rich,
you
Just-
can't just say it where it's not, right? You got to say where it is.
well, it's not there. Is it there? Is it at 9.41 miles?
Again, you can't just say where it's not. You got to
It's
say
at
Not
nine-
where
answer
it
the
is.
question,
Dude,
Rich.
is it at 9.41 miles? Is it there?
The apparent horizon, no.
Okay, then. There you go. That's how we know that it's not there.
Oh, so
It's
your
very
claim
easy,
is
Rich.
your claim isn't
It's
that
very-
it's more
No,
than
you-
that,
listen.
right?
After, yes, it's unknown, but it's
how much
more than
more?
that.
Oh, it's unknown.
We don't
So
know.
it could be
Yeah, it's
infinite.
unknown.
That's a bit.
No, it's not infinite. It's not infinite. It's at a whatever optical distance, because what we see is to a certain distance away, and that distance is unknown. We don't know how far away because that distance could be, it could be 20 miles, it could be 15, it could be 17, it could be 19. There's
Sure,
no way
you
to
should go try and figure it
gauge
out.
that. That's not our claim. The point that we're making to you. You're confused, Rich. You think that we're making a claim to a distance to the horizon. That's incorrect.
I
We're
don't,
showing
'cause
you.
God forbid you
No,
all make a straightforward, honest
Listen,
claim.
Rich. For once in your life, just listen. For once. So what we're telling you is that the distance to the horizon does not comport with the specific predicted values of the Earth curvature that should be at 1.41 miles. At 1.21 miles. 1.21 miles away at a 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be there, not beyond the oil rig, which is an unknown value still, but it's beyond that because you just agreed with me that it's not at 9.41 miles. So
The apparent
you have
horizon.
trouble, Rich, and I get it, right? But where's the apparent horizon? So what else? What else is? What other horizon do you have? Is there another one in your pocket? Like, there's only the apparent horizon.
There's
no
horizon,
more than
there's
just
a horizon
one.
upon which radio waves can reach. Yeah.
No, dude. Like, we're not talking about that. You know that.
Well,
That's a
sorry, but
reasonable
I
statement.
haven't grabbed a tape measure and measured that out, so I shouldn't say that, right?
Yeah, we're not needing to do that because the horizon distance is unknown at all times. Now, if you say it's at a specific distance, then it needs to be there constantly. That's a static distance you're giving us because the horizon shouldn't move on a geometric shape. The geometric shape, like any geometric shape, would give you a distance from point A to point B where the leading edge of that sphere would be. That's a known distance. We do not have that on a ball that has an optical distance to the horizon that changes. So it's unknown.
You probably
There's
wouldn't
only one
accept the
apparent
source of National Weather Service, right?
Now, why? What are you going to be looking at now?
We're talking about the validation and substantiation of the claims of the measurement of the troposphere, right?
Oh, you're switching now. Okay, so we're going back to the
we're going back
troposphere.
to the original point here.
Yeah, because you just got slapped
so
on that
what?
one.
Yeah, so what? So what about the troposphere, dude? We've already talked about it. It's known.
Well, your whole thing was that we haven't verified that the pressure's actually that low in the troposphere.
Oh God, no! It wasn't the troposphere, dude. How many times, guys, have you heard me say that we cannot measure the troposphere?
That's
Like,
not
how
what
many
I
people
said.
in here heard me say that?
That's not what
That's
I said.
exactly
I
what
said that
you said.
you said that we haven't verified the measurements of the amount of pressure in the troposphere.
No, wrong again.
Okay, so
Wrong again.
we have validated these measurements for the amount of pressure.
What I'm
in the
telling you-
troposphere.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is that when
Okay,
you
great.
go far exceeding. Okay, so you're not gonna let me finish. You're just gonna think that you got some point that you went across it, dude.
Well,
I'm
you
telling
answered
you.
my question, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, from the troposphere above that, there's no way to directly measure anything.
Right. But there's still the measurement of the basically 1,000th of the amount of pressure that we have at sea level compared to the top of the troposphere.
Yeah, so if you're getting some values and whatnot, what are you gonna do with that? What is that gonna help you? Because
It's
what
all
you're trying
about
to-
talking about the gradient, man.
Yeah, so if you're gonna tell us that if you're gonna tell us that it go ahead and gradiates even further out that way, because it's not just the troposphere we're concerned with. There's the idea that the vacuum of space is what people are saying exists according to how it gradiates outward, right? And then it
But
gets
that
to these
would be a
pressure
red
values.
herring to what I'm discussing right now.
No. But this is the
Yeah,
important thing, right? Because what you're doing is greasing the skids for that argument. This is greasing the skids for that argument. What you're doing.
No, I'm merely talking about the amount
Yeah,
of measured gradation
No.
of pressure.
No, because this game that you guys play, it's you just wait to like grease some skids, right? So that the next argument, but okay, we're all settled on this point. All right, let's talk about the vacuum of space now. No, that doesn't happen here. We understand. I can see you from a mile away, dude. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to set up an argument so that you can have, okay, we're settled this point. Now we're moving off to understanding, like, now we know that the pressure gradient, it can just thin out into nothingness. You know, that's how the
Well, it's
vacuum.
more so that space exists because we're obviously not in a sealed container.
See, I knew it, and that's what it is. That's what you want to get to. So you're using
I
this.
I do try to get to the
You're
truth.
using this argument. Yeah, I know. You're using this as a catalyst for that other argument.
Yeah,
I know that
it's
'cause
called,
you've always
it's
tried-
called working your way there.
I know, but it's a tactic that you don't have to use because there's either known values of things that have been measured or not, and you can't get
and
to
we
the
have the known
unknown
measurements of the amount of pressure in the troposphere.
of the place where you can actually get to. With the place
Yes.
you can't get to and measure, the ones you can't measure are not being utilized, so you don't know that the pressure values are going to be what you think they are in those other regions.
Oh, you're
So
saying
you
they
can't
can
use
just
that
magically, you can just magically get more
No.
atmospheric pressure
Funnily
as you go
enough,
higher?
No,
I actually have a video.
No, I'm not saying that either. But what I'm saying is the thing that can be known is known. What cannot be known is not known. And you guys want to use the thing that's
What a
known
platitude.
to use it to use it for the thing that's unknown. That's what you're trying to do.
Funnily
No,
That's
enough,
exactly what you're trying to do.
Go ahead, Fig.
Funnily
Somebody
enough,
said
I actually have a video of Alpha saying that he doesn't have a problem with gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Gas pressure next to a vacuum? What do you mean?
How have you validated and substantiated that video?
I can send it to you if you like. I have a video of you saying that you're fine with that it's plausible.
Careful, Dropkicks. I haven't muted someone in a couple of days.
It's plausible. Like, what are you getting at, man? Like, what's this all about? What are you saying?
Do you agree with that, or do you just
In your own words. I mean, I'll get on my computer and send the video real quick. Give me like a minute and a half.
Sure.
Because is there a problem with having gas pressure next to a container?
Next to a container?
Oh, sorry, next to a vacuum.
Next to a vacuum? Gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have that. It needs to be, the gas pressure needs to be contained. If it gradiates outward, and some people call a lower pressure a vacuum, then you're going to say that the gas pressure is next to a vacuum, but it still needs to be contained within the system. Because if there's no containment, then you can't have the pressure in the first instance. So if you call lower pressure, it depends on the difference of pressure, right? If you're calling something that's a lower pressure a vacuum, then you're kind of using that as the way to say maybe that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. But I don't think I said that. And if you caught me on something like that, then I want to know the context. I might have been explaining something that's doesn't have context. So.
Actually, Alpha, a while ago when we were talking about the tokamak reactors, I think there was one of them, they've taken a cutout of that. Probably about...
It's not a cutout. It's 3 minutes, actually. I didn't cherry pick anything.
No, that'd be something out of the ordinary for you lot, wouldn't it?
Well, you're just mad.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah, at this point, you guys are just in here to be dishonest, Euclidean. That's all you guys have.
Dude, you literally said it in your own words. I'm finding the video for you now. You can ban me if it's not what you said, okay?
No, I don't care on what you're trying to prove
I
here.
know you don't care what you say. I get it.
It's still not going to help your case. It's not going to help your case. You guys are desperate for a win. You're going to do whatever it takes for that. It's fine with me. You guys can try and try. You're never going to get your point across because it's not reality.
It's like 3 minutes of you saying that it's fine.
All right, what was the context, Euclidean?
I'm sending the video to Ed, sending in the side chat.
Yeah, what was the context of that conversation?
I don't know. You can listen to it yourself. Listen to yourself talk about it.
Okay, so here's this, man. Be honest about what the conversation was, or you can just leave this chat for good. Every time I hear your voice, I'm just going to ban you. What was the conversation about, Euclidean?
Gas pressure next to a container. Now you can listen to yourself talk about it for 3 minutes.
No. What was it? What was it about? Tell us the context.
Pressure next to a container.
Because now, what were we talking about?
If you don't believe me, you can listen to the video yourself. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds.
You're just in here trying to be doing some weasel tactics. I gave you enough chance. Listen, dude, I'm a dog with a bone. Don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. You like being in here? That's fine. All I was asking for is context, and you're not doing that. So muting yourself isn't going to help you, bud.
And I quote, I can jive with that.
So we've gone from him talking about it for 3 minutes down to I can jive with that. You numpties. Get out.
Well, I just told you what was in the video.
Yeah, what was it?
Banned it for...
Yeah, what was the context? I was asking him what the context was. Now I'm going to ask you, what was the context in that conversation?
He was asking you about having vacuum next to a like next to high pressure plasma.
So
there you go.
What's the tokamak reactor discussion?
That was the conversation. See, all he had to do was be honest. He didn't want to do that. So there you go.
Wait, and you said that you didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, and
It's
you've
inside
taken
of
it out of context.
it's inside of a container.
Wait, how can he agree with the context that I gave and then you said
All right, he's not going to
How
answer
does
me.
the
Are you going
tokamak
to
reactor work?
Yeah.
irrelevant?
No, it's not.
No,
because
it's
that's
not-
what the
it's not
discussion is
irrelevant.
about.
Exactly. It's not irrelevant.
You're
No one talked about the way that reactor worked in that clip.
Yeah, because you took a 1 minute, 24-minute cut out of nearly an hour conversation.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
what's
you
the
did.
relevant aspect of how it works?
No, that's not it. You're not producing the information that he's requiring for you to say right now, which is what was the context of it. If you heard that 1 minute clip, you took it out of context.
If I
I could
heard
do that
that
to you.
clip,
I
I
could do that,
necessarily took it out of context.
Yes, because I can do that to you right now. I could clip you for 10 seconds and say, look, Rich admits that he thinks the earth is flat. And you're like, I've never said that. And I'll be like, yeah, it says it right here. You could have just said flat, the word flat, and I said, look, he said the word flat, so that he knows that the earth is flat. I could do that to you too.
Obviously, cutting one word out of someone's mouth is different than like a minute.
No, it's
talking,
not.
Right?
That's what you guys are doing. You're taking a minute out of like however long I was talking to the person about it. Because we were discussing
it was a direct question. Like the context of it was him asking you a question.
Yeah, about what content?
Yeah,
what was it about?
There being pressure next to a vacuum.
You see, you're doing it now. You want to put something in my mouth that I didn't say based on the conversation that you don't know what happened. The whole conversation that took place, you just want to put me in this light that where I'm saying words that I didn't say, according to you saying that I'm disagreeing with gas pressure next to a vacuum with the Earth system. You're trying to make it sound like I was talking about that very thing and saying that opposite of what I'm saying now. Isn't that pretty Weasley of you to do?
I'm going off the information I have, man. And in the video that I listened to, he asked you a direct question. If you want to say the grander scope of the context of the conversation was talking about how...
That's it. I've had enough. Go and play another sandbox. You guys have nothing but dishonest tactics.
They're weasels, aren't they?
Yeah. You can go join Euclidean wherever he is.
Nah, you probably don't want to do that. You probably best stay on mute, Rich. Just stay quiet.
Nah, he's banned for 2 days. He can think about it for 2 days.
Oh well. See ya.
Yeah, it's dishonest though, because we were talking about that other thing.
Yeah,
that was hold on, man. Like the conversation was that plasma was contained. It was inside of a container. So within that context, yeah, you can have that gas pressure next to the vacuum. Because it was already contained. It's idiotic. Like they're trying to make it sound like that's what the Earth is. No, it's not. Not the same.
So therefore it's contained. There's a container over it.
Well, yeah, that's what it was about. But obviously inside of it, the plasma, and of course it's so stupid. They're just desperate for a W. They just want to get it any way they can. So they do these weasel tactics.
Guys, Earth is a spinning space ball?
You sound like someone who would believe that.
We know that. I'm doing the NASA guy impression. Petite, Don Petite.
You doing the Don Pettit?
A proper cup of coffee.
Chugga chugga, baby.
I'd like to point out too that plasma is not considered to be a gas. It's distinct, separate state of matter.
Yeah, it's another phase of matter, so it's not even what we asked for. It's like showing liquid, next to a vacuum. Well, I mean, that wouldn't happen anyway, but yeah.
So Euclidean was clearly gaslighting, saying that alpha was stating something that
He's a weasel. They get confident impacts too, so I'm just gonna thin them out.
Did I cut out then? Did you hear me say that he was gaslighting? Euclidean was gaslighting alpha.
Yeah, because it's plasma. It's not even the state of matter that we're asking about. I sort of remember this. I thought it was plasma. I didn't totally remember it, but yeah, that's right, isn't it? Oh god, now this pussy is back crying in my messages again.
Oh, he's crying in your. He's in your DMs or what?
Bitch Evans, yeah. Like, go fucking mod your guest room or something. Like, what are you doing here? Such a.
Yeah, he was shown to be just he didn't have to join in on Euclidean's little game, but
yeah, they've got a rain.
For my clothes. Oh, I'm not mute. Oh.
They're like Jehovah's Witnesses who won't leave until you call the cops, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. And why are you obsessed with me, bruh? Nice safe space, he says. Yeah, like he's the only threat to it. He's the only opposition. Get rid of him and it's just going to be a pure echo chamber. Yeah.
We'll have some numpties coming here in a little bit.
Yeah, we got him nonstop. And he actually stops us from being able to talk to the new ones. Tying us up with that bullshit, so... That's what we're doing. Trying to open it up.
Well, we got Joe Dubs in here. And Hush. I know Hush is a baller.
What up?
What up, Joe Dubs? You think the Earth's a globe?
Yes, I'm a new convert to the globe because I discovered that the word globe, the etymology of it means container. So I'm a glober now. An OG glober.
Are you from Bev's channel? Bev, try thinking.
Nope.
Because isn't that what his argument was, guys? The Earth is really a globe.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
A container. I mean, it's an old French word. It comes from glebe, and it means contain or embrace.
Is this guy a concaver?
Yeah.
Could be.
You got it. It's the model that you guys are familiar with, but never look into for yourselves.
Right. So, what is the evidence that the Earth is curving? Concavers have a problem with this.
Good question.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked it.
So, I think we've gone over this with you. I'm not sure. Maybe it's somebody else. We have the Tamarack Mine plumb bob experiment, which is a good idea. And regardless of whether it happened, it's a good experiment to figure out what Earth is. You familiar with that? You drop 2 plumb bobs down mine shafts. Stop me if you're familiar.
I have vaguely heard of it, but
all right. So just imagine we have like 2 mine shafts, and the horizontal distance between the 2 mine shafts is about a mile. And then we drop string with the plumb bobs on it like a mile deep. And we measure the distance at the top, the horizontal distance between the 2 plumb bobs where they're dropped. And then we measure the horizontal distance at the bottom to see if the plumb bobs got closer together. If we were living on a ball, that's what would happen, right? Because it's defined by the center of gravity. So if we live on a spinning space ball, the center of gravity is about 4,000 miles beneath our feet. If the Earth is flat, the plumb bobs will be the same distance at the bottom versus the top, the horizontal distance. And if it's concave, they'll diverge. So,
okay.
Why can't they diverge on a flat surface?
Well,
or converge?
You say they're diverging because they showed that that's what the evidence was, that they're diverging, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, I mean, we don't have to talk about that. Like,
what do you mean we don't have to talk about it? Isn't that what you're?
Because every time I talk about
you
that,
brought this up, dude.
I said because every time we talk about it, it's just like, oh, there's not enough good evidence that it happened.
No, that's not.
That's a good experiment. Do you
Listen,
agree that that's a good experiment to do?
Do I agree?
You're affirming the consequent because you're not allowing for them to converge or diverge from a flat surface, which is entirely possible. So you lose.
Okay.
You're saying that it cannot happen on a flat surface. Is that what you're claiming, sir?
Well, I'm claiming like if it was
it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no, Joe.
They would be the same.
No.
Top, right?
No. You're making a straw man argument.
Ask me the question again. Go ahead.
It's a straw man argument. You're making it sound like it cannot happen if the Earth is a horizontal plane.
It shouldn't. Why would it?
No. Now, how do you know? How do you know?
Because we're talking about the center of gravity.
Center.
So would it happen on a ball? What would happen if we live on a spinning space ball?
We're not. We don't know. We don't know about what would happen if we went to Middle Earth, dude. How can we know if something like that is true?
Gravity.
This is important for you because you've been bamboozled by another story, and so Lord Stephen Christ or whatever his name is has warped your perception. Literally, I mean that's a pun intended, like because that's what happened. Your whole perception of Earth is completely inside out.
That's fine, man. If you can't just be honest with me and answer a simple question, then I don't even want to talk to you, dude.
Well, it's important to note that
we don't want to talk to you either.
It's important to note that being an ambassador for truth. Yeah, well, there you go.
Ambassador for truth.
That's the most enlightened ones. The most enlightened ones are the ones that say that. What he just said.
Opinion. Ambassador of opinions.
Concavers are a weird lot. When they're like little babies throwing tantrums when they can't get their way. You're not accepting my premise. Bam! Accept it. Cannot happen on a flat Earth. How do you know? It just can't, can it? Like, dude, you think that it's not possible, but you haven't shown the demonstration how you know the Earth is curving. You're just telling us that it's so because the plumb bobs diverge. Like, okay. And? Nice try. They went to another server. They're licking their wounds right now. That's what's happening. Crazy gaslighting, man. Like, just don't have anything left in the tank. What were you guys doing?
Creep Evans is just stalking my DMs and the YouTube right now. Still listening in. He thinks that he's a proficient black belt glober, and that's why he gets banned.
Yeah, but he always does face to foot style.
I know, he's a numpty white belt that you just get tired of dealing with over and over and over again. Same, like, shit, BS arguments. It's like, get out of here. It's like the town drunk getting thrown out of the pub every day, and he's like, it's because I'm a black belt.
I know how to fight. You guys just don't know how to fight. You're like, dude.
Dude,
get out of here, man.
Yeah, get out of here. Go home. Sober up, you bum.
I was going to say sober up, you. That's a good way to put it.
I'm a black belt. That's why they hate me. They're afraid.
The only good thing he can probably do is play his guitar, man. But that's it. That's his level of it. That's it.
Smarmy character like that. Doubt there's any good art coming out of him.
And perhaps maybe be a little witty, just a little. But that's it.
Well, he's like try hard witty. He's like failed comedian witty. You know, like he wants to do stand up, but he's just not natural at it.
And you can tell too when somebody's got it. You know.
Yeah,
when somebody's got it.
Sounds very forced to me.
That's right. He fits it.
Too upset. Too emotional.
Yeah, he is emotional. He gets emotional.
He's like those like late night talk show comedians, so-called guys, like a John Oliver type or something. He's supposed to be funny, but he's just like kind of feminine.
It's a good way to put it. He'll be back again, and he's got a couple of sock accounts. I've seen him in here with.
I know, he's obsessed.
Yeah, he's got a couple of sock accounts. And then people, because we don't usually be like, dude, you're Rich, because I know Rich's voice is very unique. And he comes in with a sock and it's like a different name. So it's like he tries to fly under the radar, but I still know it's him because the shitty way that he argues, it's always the same. Like it doesn't change. So I know it's him. It's like a really bad robber going in with the mustache. Nah, it's not me. See? They're like, dude, I know it's you, man. Like you have to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, same bottom of the barrel crap over and over again.
Yeah. When will they learn? Never.
The cope has gone too far.
Yeah, the rest of those guys is the reason why, like, it just it's the same old thing over and over again. And then when they can't get their way, they start gaslighting, and it's the same old stuff.
The obsession is weird, and I think for them it's different. Like for me, I'm interested in the actual topic, discussion, the arguments and stuff, the content. But with someone like him, it just seems like he focuses on us. It's about me and you.
Yeah, that's that's Scott Mackey's approach, or was his approach. He's like, dude, I just want to know, like, the real reason why you're a flat earther. I'm like, I don't know. I like at some point, because I irritated him because he was in here psychoanalyzing every single time he comes in here. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, because I guess in their minds, it's like a settled thing, a foregone conclusion. It's a globe. It's not even a debate or something to argue.
Yeah.
So they skip ahead to, well, why do these guys think this way? And then the whole thing for them just becomes about like psychoanalyzing us and obsessing over us.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Amish.
Fanboys. Yeah, they're fanboys. I don't follow them around the internet. I would just forget all about this guy if he ghosted for like 2 weeks. But I don't think he'll ever forget me.
Yeah.
They'll never us. They're making lists of us. And I say us only because I was actually included on said list.
What, you're on the list?
Whatever,
Killin?
yeah.
Bro, I made it. I got a D, because I got that D.
Yeah.
Oh, you're usually on in the mornings, huh? Because I've seen you on in the mornings.
Yeah, I'll come smash through with some crazy...
There was a guy who was in here earlier. I was talking to Gemsy. He sounded like he was from academia. Anyway, from what I was listening to. Having a conversation with him. And he was more like gas pressure without a container. And he was like, oh, I never heard of that argument. Like, so he was kind of thinking about it. He was like, yeah, let me think about that. But it was interesting that he said those words, because it's like, it's few and far between you hear people say that. It's always like a real staunch, like, no, you guys are wrong, kind of dug in, believing the earth is a globe and whatever.
The problem is they start with their conclusion. Space is true, the globe is true. So any way that they could try to justify or rationalize it, they'll use.
Yeah.
They're working backwards.
There hasn't been a lot of academics coming through here, except for the one guy earlier, but not like a lot. Or have I been out and you guys have had some come in?
I haven't really seen too many new people in the past few days. I'm waiting. I'm getting kind of sick of the same gaggle of fucking opium addicts.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why Amish was saying, like, dude, we gotta like leave these guys here, man.
Stalkers. It's just why they're always like.
Peter has gone. He's left the realm of like intellectual discussion and just entered this kind of weird arena of, I don't know what. It's very strange, dude.
Yeah. I spend all my free time focusing on these people on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we might as well just have a server where it's just us and them if it's going to be like the GF6 show every day.
Yeah.
No, they should be in the arena getting trounced.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, by the way, did you get anybody that would agree to the terms? AI? Is there anybody that wants to?
I think Peter was going to do it back in the day. Brenda's interested. Oh, by the way, I'd absolutely trounced Brenda the other night.
What was
it? Yeah, don't take that in the wrong way either.
Yeah, no. Well, it could come out that way. I mean,
Well,
these days.
If you know me, I usually try the triple entendres when I speak.
Yeah, we don't know what's really going on. We just have to be in a state of unknown when you speak. We're like, okay.
Dude, I got to clip that out though. That was pretty good. It was basically Brenda saying, "I don't know how I could possibly prove the thing I need to prove." I'm like, yeah. So dang. I guess you can't prove your claim then.
What?
You got Brenda to say that?
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Damn, bro.
I find that
pretty bad.
Like they'll make some kind of crazy outlandish claim, and you'll be like, "Okay, can you support that?" And they'll be like, "What?" They'll start like scoffing like back their claim.
Nobody asks them that, heretic. Nobody ever tells them, "Okay, is there any way you could substantiate that?" They're like, because you never get past that. Because usually when they're rambling, somebody takes their ramble and tries to ramble back at them. It's like, dude, you don't really have to do all. That's doing too much. Just ask them how they know what they know. Like, just do that. That's really that's the stopping point for them. Because then if they can't produce it, then they're, as Brits say, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, they go into saying stuff like, "Well, that's an unreasonable burden of proof," and all this. Like, well, I mean that's what you would have. That's the burden you would have to meet to prove it. Like, so maybe it's an unreasonable.
Right.
Keep them honest with their leaps of logic, leaps of faith. They're like, hold on, how did you build that foundation? We can't get there just yet because you haven't proved it. You got to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of their claims are claims from absence, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, they might say, "Oh, we have an explanation for this. If you can't give me a different explanation, then that means my explanation is true." Well, that doesn't follow logically. You have to prove your explanation is true, regardless of the alternatives.
Yeah. Rich was in here giving us some numeric values for the pressure readings at a high altitude, and I just asked him, "Okay, dude, how did you get those values? How do you know those values are what they are?" I was like, "No, we don't have to take those claims that you said. Like, no, none of us here have to take it on credit. Like, what you said is correct. We want to know how. How did you get that? And furthermore, you got it from a citation. That's great. But how was it validated? What was the methodology by which that was, taken from the field, like that information?" And he's just basically coming up tits every time, dude. It's like, we don't need to know that. It's like, dude, you do. You have to know how it was done if you're giving us values of, what those pressure readings were up there. Hey, what? Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good example. Like they'll give you something like that and be like, "Well, how did you actually establish that?" What? You want me to go and give you that?
What did he say? He got butthurt, dude. He's like, "Well, you just go ahead and hand wave dismiss it." I'm like, bro, I mean, we don't have to do that right now. I just want you to substantiate it. I mean, give us how the methodology was done. I mean, simple, right? Should be easy peasy. I mean, if you got the information, you have the metrics, should be able to just, bang that out really quick of the methodology. That wasn't done though. He was like, "Well, now since I can't give that to you, it's just going to be, you can just hand away. Now you're just going to, what do you say?" He was all upset. You could just believe that it wasn't done. I was like, dude, I'm just asking for all it was done.
How was it done? See, that's the question. Like, they can't do any of that. So remember all those guys that come and they say the bridge towers this, the bridge towers that? Be like, yeah, how'd they measure the bridge towers? We're off. I don't know. Then they give an article, right? Where the article is talking about the bridge towers being off. But then when it talks about the measurement methodology of the bridge towers being off, it's talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how much it would be off if my claim is true.
Yeah, the same thing with Mr. Sensible and Dogs Are Gods and their stupid toe tanks argument.
Oh, the toe tanks,
yeah. If the Earth was a globe, it would be off this much. Oh, is that a measurement? Oh, well, they said they had a string. Yeah, but how did they use the string to measure the curve? I don't know.
Well, then they make that the Earth curves at such and such a rate because we know it's a globe, therefore the water is curving like this. That's their measurement, confirming the
Right.
globe and completing the curvature.
All right, guys. Impromptu creative session. Bam, starts now. So part of the shows we're going to do in 2025, let's do what we're doing right now in a show format of recent convos. For example, the other night, Brenda got wrecked like a train going through a brick wall, right?
Or over
it
a
would be
ravine.
great. Yeah, it would be great to just clip that out and play it and do a little after action review and talk about the logic, talk about where it could have been better, stuff like that. And just do it, on the fly, but with a little kind of leading to it. And bam, there's the show right there.
Brother, that's a good idea. It's kind of like you're putting a little blood in the tank and letting everybody feast on it, if you will.
Well, if we're gonna say that Brenda has to do better, then I would say probably Brenda would have to redact maybe what is it? Maybe 9 years of arguments, or 10, depending on whenever Brenda started.
Bones still turn.
You'd have to redact most of the arguments if you want to start from scratch.
I mean, look, we could, if we want to, give a mulligan to the greater community and the people involved and be like, okay, that was the last 10 years was the warm up. Time to get serious now.
Yeah, that was just practice. All right. So let's really get into it.
It was, dude. So think about it. Some people have said, "Oh, this TFE event has made a reset back to 2015," and I was like, "No, it's not. It's not a reset. It's New Game Plus. We're going into the new game with all our rank and armor from the first game go around."
Oh yeah, I'm already starting at level 99, man. So I don't need to. I'm not starting back at level 1 with the crash mobs.
Yeah.
The content has been like now that you're here, it's the relevant content has been more shifted to it seems to me, right? I was talking about this. I don't know if you guys were all here, but it's like a witch hunt for Witsit. Witsit's witch hunt. I don't know, whatever. And they're really dogpiling on Eric Dubay and Russian vids and yeah, even Flatoid, man. Everybody's getting a piece of the game, trying to get a few punches in there on like how he was vaping. I don't know if you guys seen that video, but and then the snow footprints and just all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I think maybe you were here when I was talking about it. And it just seems to me like what's happening now is it's kind of like a misdirection. And most people are getting caught up in the whole like, yeah, well, we had supposed, truth tellers that went over there, and now they're what is this Vapegate thing that they're like, oh, come on, dude, like it's just we can get tangled up in it. Was his footprints on the snow? Why did he have to pick up snow like far away, not close? Like just stuff like that. Why is his breath like looking like vape smoke and on and on? I think it is just kind of whether or not it has its merits. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think it's a misdirection, dudes. Like we can get caught up in.
Well, yeah, the TFE was always supposed to be a social event. It tended to smear flat earthers against each other and against their perception in the world. That's what it was always about. Okay, so I mean, if people don't realize that and they let themselves get taken up into it without doing their due diligence and proper scrutiny before they put their foot in their mouth, I mean, that's on them. They've been playing this game for 10 years now. They should be smarter than that. So if you're out there putting your foot in your mouth, maybe put your foot in a foot bath with some Epsom salt and chill back with a martini and enjoy the fact that the sun being seen for 24 hours doesn't prove the shape of the earth, and just laugh at retards.
Exactly. Like that's the tip I'm on, man, because and hopefully it does get more media than it has been. I really want Duffy to put more dollars into the getting this kind of put out there, that he's done some great work. I'm hoping that he's doing more to do that.
Yeah, he is. He has already. Yeah. I mean, look, as much as this is going to suck, he has already been acting in the background and coordinating events and people interacting with each other. and in my view, intentionally to make flat earthers look bad. So, for example, there was a recent debate coordinated by Duffy. And the person who attended, he was doing good during the first half of the debate and then completely had a train wreck the second half. And the ethos of that debate is basically like horrible. That's my opinion on it. And a lot of people corroborated that opinion in the comment section. And come to find out, the moderator of the debate said Duffy organized that debate. And he restricted the ability for it to be held anywhere else except modern day debate. So it's like, okay, so basically Duffy was pulling the strings in the background to set up this event to make flat earthers look even worse. And it's going to happen in the future. But, interestingly enough, a lot of flat earthers are going to put themselves out there, say a lot of stupid things, get rebuked by other people in the community, and it may forge the iron even sharper. So there's plenty of flat earthers that are like, this is nothing but a good thing. It's gonna filter out the dross.
Yeah, I mean, those people who were believers, flat Earth believers, are gonna get left by the wayside. Because it seems like there's a lot of people that were bandwagon flat earthers. They're just in here because they follow a particular person, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's he's a troll now. He's a shill. He's a whatever." It seems like now the witch hunt is ensued. So I don't know. It's relevant, so that's why I'm talking about it. But
yeah, but it's also relevant because it's not simply the major figures, quote unquote, that are being witch hunted. People among our own ranks are being witch hunted. And let me tell you, friends, we've been here for a decade and we've seen how these witch hunts turn out in the past. Okay? When you go looking for witches, you always find one. Very interesting.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then eventually, innocent people get hurt. There's a lot of people in the community making a lot of claims with their mouths that their ass can't cash against each other and basically turning on each other exactly as Will Duffy said we would. Wow. It's almost like you guys weren't paying attention to what Will Duffy was putting down. The guys who are listening to me right now that got affected by that and are being played like a fiddle, guess what? You got played like a fiddle. That dude manipulated you, and you fell for it, because guess why? And this is going to be hard for a lot of people listening. Some of you flat earthers are just as stupid as you were when you were Globers. I know that hurts to hear, but a lot of you are. And you're demonstrating it right now. I'm sorry, but the truth hurts.
Legendary.
Yeah, it was.
That was awesome. Sorry, I just had to say.
Now, hold on. Let me retract that to a little bit of salt on the wound. Butter on the wound. Some people are stupid in some areas and smart in others, right? But then they have a zeal for their stupid parts, and they put it out there before they even have a thought about it or get some peer review about it. Like, hey guys, let's talk about this before we go public with this. Oh yeah, I was wrong here, I was wrong there. Okay, let's refine it. Now let's go public with it. There's all these little ways we can stop ourselves from making total asses of ourselves in the public eye, rather than just flipping off at the mouth, jumping off at the gun, and just going out there and basically doing exactly what Will Duffy wants us to do. I mean, whatever, dude. If I'm speaking to the choir, I'm speaking to the choir. But if you need to hear that maybe something you're doing right now is stone cold stupid and is basically the same stupidity the Globers do, then maybe you needed to hear it. Because guess what, friends? It's actually okay to wait. To wait until you know what you're talking about before you make claims that you don't know what you're talking about. It's perfectly fine. There's no rush. There's no rush, dudes. Literally no rush.
Is Crit here? Crit, are you here? Yeah, I was thinking about, I don't know, going on tonight, but I'm debating because I had some stuff I was going to do. So.
By the way, you might broadcast tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking about broadcasting today or tonight.
Dang.
Are you going to be available or?
Man, midnight? You're going to start at midnight?
Those are the bewitching hours, man. But right now,
they're actually not bad hours because sometimes it allows the guys on the other far away lands, which have a different daylight, which doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, by the way, you retarded Globers. But anyway, those guys are up at different hours, so they get to be available.
Maybe probably for a little bit because I've requested to change shifts, so I might be going back to day shifts, and for maybe like a month or so, I'm gonna probably go back to day shifts. So.
So I realized the other day when I was supposed to get in touch with Mark Sargent, it was New Year's, so that didn't materialize. He actually has a show coming up on tomorrow where he's going to have a guest from the FED panel on. But either sometime between now and then or during that event, I'll communicate with him to get him to come over to our TFP.
Yeah, man, that'd be great. It'd be awesome.
And I'd like to go down the list of pretty much everybody and at least touch base with them and see if they'll do any kind of cross interview or something. Because rest assured, they want to say what they want to say, and we want to say what we want to say to them, right? So there's at least a mutual interest there.
You got a good buddy Nathan Thompson out there.
Yeah,
he's out there somewhere.
Don't tell him. Don't remind him of our beefs in the past.
Yeah, let's just kind of sweep that under the rug, man. For now,
Yeah,
with water under the bridge. Bygones are bygones. Maybe. Just don't talk about eating a hamburger, dude, because he's gonna go ballistic. He'll get bent out of shape, man. If you tell him you ate a hamburger.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, no Wendy's, man. No Burger King.
I know, but the problem is in the worldview we both share. The boss of that worldview said I could eat meat if I want. So I think I was the boss.
But that's what he's saying that you can't do because the boss said no.
No. See, the problem is I already attended a debate and I wrecked Nathan Thompson in that debate. So I mean, I already won this argument. Yeah,
I haven't heard that.
You should. It's hilarious.
I know he gets salty, man. So
I'm kind of misconstruing it a little bit because the title of the debate was misconstrued. So according to the title of the proposition of the debate, I clearly won. But the title was misconstrued. Oh my goodness, I want to tell you. I might as well tell you. It's tongue in cheek. It's water under the bridge, and it's funny. Okay, so the debate was: does the Bible teach or say you have to be or should be vegan? Basically, was kind of like the title.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, the Bible literally instructs people to eat meat. Part of the Hebrew law is you're eating meat. You were told by God to eat the meat. Like, you will eat this meat.
Mm-hmm.
And then in other places, the character in the Bible called God said you can eat meat. So there's no argument you can make from the Bible that you have to be a vegan. It's not possible. So on that point, I clearly won. However, he then said, oh no, the actual debate was supposed to be it's more moral to be a vegan. To which I replied, oh, so you admit it's just about being a moralizer. And so I won no matter what. I won both ways from sideways.
How long did that debate last? Probably not even the time that it took you to explain it?
Well, see, Nathan Thompson wasn't aware he was facing me because he thought he was going to face the people who were actually at the debate. But he had to face me in the super chats. And that's where that is when he knew he fucked up.
You sound like that clip, and that's when he knew he fucked up.
Yeah, I won that debate with like $50 worth of super chats, and then my last super chat was, "Wow, that was the best $50 I ever spent." Now, why am I saying this outright? Am I gloating? No, what I'm saying is it's okay. You see, me and Nathan, we had that little bajanga bazinga, and then we lived to tell the tale, and we didn't try to kill each other afterwards. God forbid. It's okay to disagree without smearing people's identity, for goodness sakes. And if you're a flat earther and you're out there disagreeing with someone, and then you think the appropriate thing is to go on a smear campaign against their character and assassinate them and make all these accusations against them simply because you have a disagreement about a certain topic, then guess what, dude? You're I'm not even going to tell you what you are. You know what you are. I don't even need to finish that sentence.
Yep. You've insulted yourself more than I could ever do it.
What up, Crit? Dude, I was calling you earlier, but you weren't here.
Yeah, I was here. I just wasn't on mic. I just couldn't mic up. I was like, oh, I want to respond, but I can't.
Well, earlier when I was talking to that one guy, Rich.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So
yeah,
I told them. I was like, hey, okay. Even if somebody says something that is against what you know they stand for, people misspeak all the time. So it's bad faith just be like, oh, look at Crit said, animals are yummy or something like that. And you know I'm a vegan, or vegetarian. So like if you were to be like, next time I talk about it, and you just blare this thing that, oh, animals are yummy. Like, you know how bad faith that is? That's so dishonest and so, like, irreparable that why are you even allowed to speak if that's what you're offering? Is just blatant dishonesty.
Well, the thing that was being said was taken out of context. So he took what I was talking about when they were mentioning the plasma inside the, what was it called? Tesseract, I think? Or what did you... The machine that had the plasma contained within the vacuum.
It's called the Tacomac.
Yeah.
Tacomac. Sorry about that. Tesseract is something else that was on Star Trek. But the thing that was being presented was this, device that supposedly held within it like the plasma that was inside, and then the vacuum was around it. And so it was like, look, there's gas pressure next to vacuum. Oh, what do you say about that, Alpha? And they're making it sound like I said about the air, like they say, the atmosphere was what I was talking about. So you made it sound like within the discussion here, like I was agreeing to that. I'm saying like I'm double speaking. Like I'm saying it's okay to have a gas pressure next to a vacuum. And they were like, that's what you said. I got 3-minute clip on you. Like, dude, I kept saying, what was the context, bro? Just tell me. What's the context? Well, that you said that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. That's the context. I'm like, dude, you're a weasel. Just tell me how. Like, what was being... There was more than that. And because they were being weaselly, and we found out that he...
Yeah, exactly.
He did mention it, right? He did mention it. So I was like, that was the context then. It was not that I was saying that the atmosphere is gas pressure next to a vacuum, that's okay. So it was more of a gaslight, kind of...
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Completely horribly bad faith tactic, right?
For sure.
Completely despicable tactic. Not even giving the other human the dignity of correcting themselves or parsing out the context or the moment in which it was said, whether they made an error or not. It's like this is like beneath just basic human dignity to try to gaslight someone and steamroll them and tell them, no, this is the way you said it, and not even address the context or parse it out or allow them to correct or clarify. It's like, that is like dog shit tactics. And guess what? If you're in the flat earth community, hold on. If you're in the flat earth community and you're the one perpetrating that against the Globers or even against other flat earthers, then you're the piece of dog shit.
Yeah, because I think that if anybody's going to have the upper hand here, it's going to be because the truth of the situation. It's not going to be because you're trying to do a smear campaign against the person. I mean, it's obviously what they're trying to do. It's not effective because in context, I didn't say that. So,
you lot sound like a bunch of like wives who are complaining.
Yeah, in context, it would mean that you were saying that was the atmosphere of the Earth. And no, that's not what you said at all. Not even remotely close.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him. I was like, dude, you're taking this conversation I was having, and you got a 3-minute clip where you heard me say that gas pressure next to a container, and then you just making it out of context, saying that that's what I was describing, basically. No, you said it. No, you said it. We got the clip of you. I'm like, dudes. Like,
Yeah. I just agree with them, dude. If they show me the Tacomac, I just agree with them. Check it out. It's so simple. Hey, look at this. It's gas pressure being contained within an electric field holding a plasma inside a container that's a box connected to a machine created by an intelligent designer. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. The Earth is clearly in a machine created by an intelligent designer, and you're retarded. See how easy it is to defeat their stupidity? You just agree with them, and then they're stupid. If you try to disagree with them, then they can wiggle. But if you say, yeah, you're right, the Earth is clearly inside a giant metal cube with an electric field being maintained by the designer of the object that it was put in. Wow, thanks.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're only agreeing with the. Hold on, I got to clear this up, Alpha, before people call me a liar and say that, oh, you think that's the true model of the Earth because they're retarded. No, I'm just agreeing with them for argument's sake. It's called a rhetorical device and an argumentative tactic, for goodness sakes. Learn them.
we got some guy in here that was saying that we're complaining like old women. Who is that guy? Go ahead.
Higgs. Higgs needs to mic up. I think it's some. He's got some sort of photo that he wants explained to him.
All right, Higgs, what do you got, man?
He looped twice in text chat, so maybe we need some. He needs to mic up and give an explanation.
Can he hear us? Higgs, are you there?
Yeah, he says he can't VC.
Well, somebody VC just a while ago and said that we're complaining like old women. So I don't know who was that.
I think was that. I saw. Who was that dude who like freaks out all the time and tried to get a channel shut down?
Zero? I don't know.
Oh, no, Zero did a freak out, but I'm talking about the one who like started like posting TOS content in the channel.
You're basically naming like every every dug-in that came through this chat, dude.
Yeah. Like it was hilarious. It's like old boy reported himself. He went into Flat Earth channel, posted like some, I don't know, like softcore porn or something, then reported it for TOS violations. And they're like, dudes, that's you posting, you know? and then he's like, yeah, but the Flat Earthers didn't delete it. And you're like, were they AFK? What was going? I mean, like, I'm sure they got around to it when they got to it. You're like, so you violated server rules here. He's like, but it was Flat Earthers who they're to blame. And
he committed the crime because he said there was nobody to stop him. That we allowed the crime to occur. That's rich.
We weren't holding up to like some sort of. This is the mindset. It's so broken. The logic is so disjointed.
Yeah, I called the cops. I knew they weren't going to get here for 30 minutes. Therefore, all the crimes I commit within that 30 minutes is their fault for not being faster.
Jeez,
it's like this topic, you describe an objectively flat surface as flat, and they lose their ever fucking mind. Suddenly nothing makes sense. Like, I don't know, am I a brain in vat? Do cats bark and dogs meow? I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Like, if I post something, did I post that or did someone else post it? I just can't tell. All of reality is crumbling. The sky is falling.
You know what the worst one is when they start saying that they're an agnostic earther. They don't really know one way or the other. Like, that has been the hotness from maybe a year or so. They're coming in there and be like, dudes, like, I don't really know. Like, I can't tell you whether or not the earth is a globe or flat. Like, I'm like, bro. And then like 5 minutes later, they're arguing for globe. Like, we know what side you're on. Like, you don't have to make it sound like you don't It's just they don't want to be held accountable. It's all it is.
That's
Yo,
the
what's
thing
up,
with
guys?
The final experiment has done. It's got them to reject any claim that the Earth is a globe because it walked them into a contradiction. They see, okay, was the sun above your head? Yep. Did it move? Yep. And you got the Earth moving from. Okay, you said on the flat Earth the sun wouldn't set. Yep, not possible. And then you observe the sun not setting. Well, I'm not making a claim here. I'm just trying to look for a model. I'm looking for an explanation. I'm just really agnostic on the whole thing. I don't know, but it seems like you do because you're the flat earther. So talk about the sky for a while. How about talk about the ground? And let's get there. Let's parse out what flat and what earth means. And then if you're able to understand these two simple words, and you want to start taking Methfield Symposium about the sky, we can go there, but that's going to be your path that you walked, not mine.
What picture was Higgs showing? Because I saw the one with the three. I'm assuming it's three different suns with the sunspots. Like, who cares? Like, you could do the same thing from one location. Just if you track the sun throughout the day, those sunspots are going to rotate like that. Same thing with the, when the full moon rises, you see the man and the moon, and then when that moon sets, the man and the moon's upside down. Like,
what they're going to do here is now, so the sun isn't rotating, or the sun is rotating. Does it rotate end over end? Does it rotate left to right? So you're like, okay, does it rotate on an axis? Does it doesn't rotate on an axis? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just really don't know anything about the sun. So why are you asking about these real Pacific sunspots and you don't know anything about it? And this complete ignorant statement is somehow the end of flat Earth at exactly the same time. So you don't know what you're looking at. Is that even a sunspot? I don't know. It's some sort of dark thing on the lens. Something. It means something to somebody for some reason. Okay, great. Perfect, okay? So you don't know what you're looking at, right? Well, yeah, I do. What are you looking at? I don't know again. Once you ask me if I know something, I can't know anything. So what do you know? Oh, I know flat Earth is dead. How? How do you know that? Oh, because the sunspots. Oh, you said it. Okay, so the sun has spots. Yeah, it does. And does the sun rotate? It's like they paint themselves into a corner, then walk over the paint and be like, I wasn't in that corner. I can see your feet have paint on it, you fucking weasel. It's like, how many times are they going to roll out their final flat Earth killer? Like, oh, I've debunked flat Earth like every day this week, and I'm like, okay, so which one was it that debunked flat Earth? All of them.
Well, in their model, they do claim the sun rotates above its axis, but they claim that the equator moves faster than the poles.
Yeah, they don't even know. That's what I'm saying. They don't even know this shit. Like, I was just on another server this morning, and they're like, oh, what's dumb about flat earthers is they're trying to use a final experiment to invoke a firmament. And I'm like, hey, how about Copernicus? Or I go, I jumped the gun there. So I said, is a firmament really dumb? Like, anyone who invokes a firmament, they're just an abject retard, right? Oh yeah. Yeah. If you use the Bible for science, you're just a complete abject moron. How would anyone just reach into the Bible and pull out words from the Bible and throw that into science? And I'm like, okay, here's Copernicus's like 16 models all citing the firmament. Oh, that's misquoted. That's that's not what he said. I'm like, how about this book, like the explanation of the heavenly bodies? What does heavenly mean? So it's dumb if a flat earther says it, but if your priest use a no-no word, Uh-oh. Now what? Now what? How do you explain that? Oh, your priest said a no word.
Well, firmament's just another word for containment for the pressurized air. They still can't explain how you can have pressurized air without any type of containment, and gravity is not an option because gas molecules individually have zero directional bias in any vector.
Or they try to invoke, oh, that was 400 years ago, it doesn't count. Okay, sure. So who invented heliocentric? Copernicus. You just said it didn't count. You just threw him out because he used a biblical word. In heavenly. So
if you go if you go to the ISS, you can look back in time or into the future because every ball, depending on the size, is a different time machine to the next ball.
Oh yeah, who was the oh crap, who was the guy?
The twin paradox, where the one went up and he was older than the other brother.
Yeah, but there was a flat earther who talked about that. Is it?
Oh, I don't know. I've always talked about it. I wanted to have something evolve real fast away from a ball that I spin compared to on a spinning ball, or vice versa.
It was something like Waterworld, right? Something
probably.
It wasn't Dan the Waterman, but like another guy with Waterworld Jim or something like that, or
probably.
I can't think of his name.
That Jim sounds right.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Once you said Waterworld, though, my mind went to Dan the Waterman, but I think there was someone else.
No, there was the Waterworld. Yeah, Dan the Waterman.
You guys are talking about EXO.
No,
I'm
talking about a guy. He was really into QAnon. He came to Flat Earth to argue against us, and then changed his mind. And then he's like, this stuff makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's not Dan the Waterman. It's like he was part of the ether cosmology. He was he went from like he deprogrammed. He was like all in on heliocentric because God bless America, space race, and everything. Then he dropped down to geocentric ball, and eventually got to just flat Earth, but basically anti globe because of all like crazy shit like that. He's like, if one twin lives on the mountain and another twin lives on sea level, after the course of their whole lifetime, this one twin is like 17 minutes older than the other twin. And, like he would say these really ridiculous shit. Like basically, like
how on earth would you substantiate that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why the thing is so ridiculous that you can't really. It's completely vacuous.
Yeah, watch this, brothers. Watch this. Check this out. I'm 44 years old, but I'm actually 72 years old because I actually walked through a pocket of time that transported me through transdimensional space an extra 30 years, but then warped me back to here right now, which is why I actually possess all the time powers that I possess, right? And the proof of that is that I have an uncanny ability to see where things are going to end up. And I trick everybody into thinking I'm from the future. Therefore, I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, I found it. It was Jim. Jim Waterworld. The last time he posted something where he had like a globe in his house and he smashed it with a hammer, and then threw it in the garbage. That he like for Father's Day, like it was like Father's Day that he wanted to smash the globe for our Heavenly Father. And yeah, I don't think I heard from him after that. Like he blessed the hammer and wore protective gear, and it was a nice globe.
Oh, hey.
That he smashed.
Yeah, well, listen, guys. Whenever you're smashing something that may have shards of sharpness, make sure you wear neck protection too. like full face mask and protection, bro.
What fun is that, bro?
To pull on top or forget to wear a condom.
There's no fun in that.
Oh my goodness. It's a family show.
So is there really not like any globalists after final experiment or really to stand up and say, yes, it's a globe?
Right, Brenda tried.
I get your shtick is not flat. Okay. Now what? Nothing? Not flat. Okay, not flat. Therefore, what? Give up? You said Brenda came in today and tried?
No, the other day.
Oh, okay.
Well, Brenda came in because Brenda wanted, and it sucks that Alpha's not here now, but me and Alpha were the other day talking about some plans for 24/7 going forward.
Yeah.
And Brenda came in to because Brenda wanted to tell us that our plans sucked and we weren't gonna, it was gonna be bad for us this year. And we're like, oh yeah, why? And Brenda's like, oh, because the 24-hour sun, it's gonna, it's there. It's gonna get you guys. It's gonna find you wherever you go. It knows what you did last summer. And I'm like, what? And then the other people are like, dude, that's gonna make it even more popular. That's gonna make Flat Earth even more popular. And then I said, the venues that we're in already got increased views, increased attendance, new members. Nathan's viewership went up by almost a factor of 2, like doubled. We got thousands and thousands of views on our X Spaces with the TFP, where we're specifically asking them to come and prove the Earth is a globe from any TFE observation. So I'm like, I don't know. It seems like a net positive in a way.
Last time I talked to her, she was like, "You owe me an apology, Crit." I'm like, what did I do, Brenda? Let me know if I harmed you in some manner, shape, or form. Definitely I will apologize, even if I didn't mean to. Let me know what did I do, because let's clear it up, because I didn't mean to, and I'm sorry if whatever it was. And she says, you lied to me. I'm like, okay, about what? What did I lie about? She says, about the sun. I go, Brenda, I've never talked to you about the sun, ever. Not once. Yes, you did, Crit. No, I didn't. I've never. Well, okay, what did I say about the sun? You said there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. No, I said I don't give a fuck about any sort of 24-hour sun anywhere. I probably said, like, they're going to go all the way to Antarctica just to find out the sun's above their head. You can do that right here. I can look up right now. Yep, it's above my head. Okay, so what did I do? Oh, well, you lied to me, Crit. Okay, about what, Brenda? What did I lie about? The sun? No, I'd never talked to you about the sun. Today's the very first day we ever talked about the sun.
Oh, I'm sorry, Crit. You're not getting it. So I need to help you, okay? Since I speak retard. I translate for you, okay? Very simple.
Yeah.
So here's how it goes. Flat Earther A said this. Crit is a flat earther. Therefore, Crit said this. Get it now?
Yeah, that's really how it goes. Yeah. They're the ones who always say we. They're constantly saying we. I'm like, say I, motherfucker. Like, why do you identify as a we? Say I.
How many times did we tell them to? Like, no, none of us here believe in that stuff. The very next day. So you flat earthers. Like,
See, they're so dumb they don't even realize that globe believers have different views about the nature of the universe, the cosmos, the creation story, and all that as well. That's how dumb they are. They think that their position is a monolith of viewpoints, and it just simply isn't. I mean, you got electric universe. You got electric universe, right? You got geocentric, right? You got young Earth. You got old Earth. You got raisin bread expansion. You got Big Bang expansion. You got infinite looping where it goes out and in again. You got black holes don't exist. You got black holes do exist. You got dark matter is the thing, and then you got temporal space pockets is the thing. It's like their worldview is all over the place.
Yeah, except flat Earth.
That's wild.
Oh, I see you're a flat earther. Do you want to talk about the sun? No, let's talk about the Earth. Oh, okay, fuck this. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I'm like, okay, well, don't. No, you won't. Me? What? Huh? Say what? Let's talk about, okay, which word do you want to parse out, flat or earth? I want to talk about the sun. If you don't talk about the sun, then you're a gotta lie the flurf. I'm like, okay, so if I gotta lie the flurf, then why would you ask me anything at all? Because if you think I gotta lie the flurf, so your next question is, do I want to talk about the sun? And I said, no, I don't want to talk about the sun. That would be gotta lie the flurf, which would mean, yes, I actually do want to talk about the sun. But I don't, because yes means no and no means yes, like it's the opposite day.
Well, yeah, but that's part of the tactic. So once you accuse someone of being a liar by identity, you no longer have to take anything they say seriously. So now, when you engage with that person, you're engaging in it from a safe space, because no matter what they say, it can't possibly be true because they're a liar by identity. And it's a tactic that people do to defend themselves when their arguments suck ass. Oh, by the way, friends, Globers do it to us, but guess what? Flat Earthers do it to each other as well. Flat Earthers are not immune from moral vices of the human condition. Flat Earth is not the savior of the world, okay? Just so in case you guys didn't know that. If everybody was a Flat Earth tomorrow, it would not be kumbaya on Earth. It simply is not going to happen.
Oh,
so
yeah.
take that daydream out of your head. Okay, we can't even get along now. What do you think's going to happen when everybody realizes the Earth is flat? That all of a sudden that we're magically all going to get along? Are you crazy?
Yeah, it was quite the opposite. The globe was offered some sort of kumbaya moment, like Earth Day and the EPA, and let's all work together to like build a better world. You're all interconnected. You share this common ground, this common humanity. That's what the globe said, hey, like, this is it. This is a new renaissance, a space age. Like, all world governments will come together and push.
Buddy.
But instead, you saw them go, they're bigger flat earthers than we are. Like, wow, dude, your goal to prove your globetard is to out flat earth a flat earther as some sort of tribalistic asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, dude. That's so hilarious. Like, now that I'm a flat earther and I know the truth, I've got to get other flat earthers and kick their ass, and that way I'll be the king flat earther. Yeah.
I think we know a few of those people here.
Yeah, but all the while preaching that flat Earth will cure the world of crime, war, and people cheating on each other.
Yeah, like somehow just open the history book. What was the world like before anyone said heliocentric? That's what you're looking at. That is your flat Earth. It's a fallen world. We live in a fallen world, and Adam and Eve fucked it up, and this is where we're at. And ain't shit gonna change. It doesn't.
Hey, whoa, Crit. Let me use that term to make an elite segue. Fallen world. A world that is falling. A world that is falling away as it goes away from you around a curve. So they say. Speaking of that, Salt Lake Stacy, you're busted because you didn't watch my sweet video that I promoted yet, which I want to tell you about because I think you will love it, which is on Jay Tolan's channel. He has on there machine vision algorithm for estimating the curvature of the Earth video. And if you watch that video, you're going to love it. I promise. What it's about, I'll tell you, since the other people who don't know want to know. It is about parallaxial stereoscopy. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically the same thing that happens with your eyeballs. You have two eyes, so you can get a different angle to the things in the distance, and then your brain can interpret those angles as depth, right? So it's called depth. And you can actually measure that. And so the Globers claim that they have these measurements for the celestial bodies, and that's how they know how far away they are. So they believe that this stuff is legit. Now, lo and behold, Mr. Tolan applied this algorithm, which, by the way, has been around since the 1970s, to his high-altitude footage. If you know Tolan, he's famous for high altitude infrared footage, looking out over the Earth, and it looks flatter than flat can be, and you can see a long ways out to the horizon, and there's a lot of land in between you and the horizon. So what he said is, maybe this algorithm could actually tell me how much land I'm looking at. So he applied the algorithm to some of the images, and he got a very interesting result. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of miles confirmed by Parallax. So if that interests you, you should check his video out. However, he's going to one-up himself. You ready for this, friends? He's going to give you all a gift, supposedly. We'll see how it pans out. But I'm going to prop him up because he said he would. He said he's going to build the algorithm, which, by the way, he didn't create. He did not create it. It's been around since the 70s. And he is going to put it into the form of an app that can be downloaded on your phone and applied to images that you take with your phone. That is going to be awesome if it all pans out correctly. Okay? That means if you go up on a plane, you can whip your phone out and say, how much Earth can I see? And it's going to go dibbly 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 beep bop 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 boop, and it's going to give you the answer.
Consider Atmos air variables, like when it's a mistier day, you'll see less.
All I could do that I know is just use the parallax. But because he didn't fully talk about it, it's like a less than 10-minute video. The principle is sound, so if all things pan out and all things being equal, then yes, it could tell you what you're looking at. Now, of course, you are correct that people will claim the variabilities of the air, but keep in mind, he's going up to high altitude, mitigating these claims, and using infrared on top of that. Because keep in mind, the Globers always say there's too much refraction on the ground to do any tests, yada, yada, yada. They don't have any proof of that, by the way. So, for example, the Bedford Level experiment, quote unquote. Homeboy A did the Bedford Level, and he said the Earth's flat. Homeboy B came along and said, no, refraction, so I'm going to raise my sticks higher to get them out of the refraction, because that's, quote unquote, more accurate. And then he said, therefore, the Earth's a globe. So if it's true that the higher you go, the less refraction there is, and that's more accurate, then if you're up super, super, super high and you're looking out across the Earth that presents itself as being tens of thousands of miles or whatever, then the Globers shot themselves in the foot with their stupid claim that by getting to high altitude, you get rid of refraction. So the Globers lose, either way, as usual.
Right. How could they not either way? I want to know if the JW Tolan Media is the same as JW Astronomy. J Tolan.
Man, James Webb, no, dude.
Well, how come those are the only two they get? They're the only two that get those shots. Man. Well, go get the same shot as Jay Tolan.
You can.
How much does the equipment cost? All that stuff he does.
I don't know.
So why is he doing it?
Well, an infrared camera really isn't that expensive.
I'm going to go buy $100,000 million worth of equipment and just go stare at the fucking horizon. I don't think so. Something weird about it.
Doesn't he just? Jay Tolan just goes in airplanes and points his P900 or whatever with an infrared lens. I mean, you could do everything Jay Tolan does for one day for like, $2,000,
$500.
Buy the equipment and then get a $60.
No, dude, you can do it. Dude, you could do it. Look,
why is he the only one doing it?
You could take a $75 airplane flight and get a $400 camera and a $100 conversion kit. So you're looking at what's that, like less than $600?
Yeah. Well, I just know, even a used P900 is $1,000.
And to match all the distances and to come back and like edit it and put like this thing's here and this mountain's here and this is the name of this, that just all costs $100.
No, that would be free.
No, I mean
that's free.
Look, let's be fair to people. Yeah, but Denmark, let's be fair. There's plenty of people in this community that have decided they want to be interested in it and have put forth money, time, and effort, and it's not exactly something to accuse people over.
No, I'm saying, where did he come from? Like, what does he do?
Oh, you mean like? Oh, you know what, dude? From my memory, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and double check.
Well, I just thought he was like with the government or with like the weather or news station or something. And he just did this shit anyway. And he's like, okay, well, here's some tidbit information for the flat earthers. I mean, I don't know who he is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's a military
don't know.
contractor who works on ISR systems, he said.
Okay, so he does.
All right, hold on, dude. Okay, Pogues don't know what the heck you just said, so anachronize, please.
Okay, ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So these would be primarily in his field overhead assets. That means like airplanes and even satellites and rockets with sensor gear on them. And he helps design some of those systems, communications and optical, he said.
Right. So high altitude recon. Yeah, listen, friends. High altitude recon requires specially designed cameras. You can't, and pressure. Even the pressure within the lenses has to be corrected for a high altitude. Otherwise, you get refractive effects and stuff. So there's tons of, let's just, for lack of a better term, say there's tons of applied sciences involved.
There we go. Now you're on the same page as me.
So, for example, there's something called high altitude photogrammetry, right, where they pass over an area and they map it. And they have all these algorithms and things to apply to the lenses and the camera angles and the flight of the how fast the plane is going and all of this, so that they can say, okay, we saw these images and this is actually their three-dimensional relationships relative to each other based on all these factors. Now, advanced technology nowadays, we can use LiDAR and other types of techniques as well incorporated.
They use that technology and techniques in the field to map out terrorist training camps in Afghanistan.
And what does he do? Like, he's like someone that helps design like the equipment that's being used, or I mean, I just don't get on board with calling everybody fake and everybody's a liar. You know, like that's getting a little.
No,
we may have
I
misinterpreted.
couldn't call him fake in anything. I don't know what he does.
Yeah.
That's what I'm inquiring. I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know the guy. I don't. If I knew him, I could say, well, he's fake because I know he does this and he tells you guys this. If I don't know him, I can't call him fake. It's like I couldn't call Witsit fake. I didn't say anything. I've never said anybody's anything was fake. If they say they have it, I'd like them to present it and we can go over it. Yeah.
That's cool. So basically, his presence in the community for the content that he's produced has basically been largely high altitude footage, looking out over the Earth, and seeing things that are at extreme distances. That's basically his contribution.
Yeah, because for me to call somebody shit fake, I would have to be doing it myself and have something to compare to it to be like, okay, this is real, that's fake. Like, if I don't have that, then I couldn't say that. That's why I don't know why people call everything fake in the first place and just go fake, 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 fake. Well, no shit, stuff can be doctored. No shit, the moon landing's fake. But can the government go to some spot there? Who the fuck knows? Do they have some other tech? Who the fuck knows? What is the moon? Who the fuck knows? Did they go in 1965? 100% probably not at all. But still, there's still.
Oh, by the way, Democ, the same technique of the stereoscopy parallax was applied to images from the moon, which we have a nice article for, which you can find on 24/7 Maine, where the guy applied this technique to the moon, where they have things in the background. So like mountains, and so they're supposed to have landed at a specific spot that's supposed to be a specific distance to these background elements like the mountains and stuff. And so he applied this technique to it, and he found that they are much, much closer to the camera because of parallax than the alleged claim of the distance from where they landed to the mountains. Right? So same technique
like it's
applied to the moon mission. Or that is one interpretation, and he does talk about that, and he even does some math that seems to show that the background images have a curve to them, like it's a parabolic screen or something.
Kind of like a big ass studio or a hangar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other logical option, which could meet those conditions, is that the moon is like a quarter the size they told us it is. So either way, they're full of crap.
Right, right. Or they could have been on a fucking island.
Yeah, exactly.
The Moon Island, Mooney Island, Mars Island.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I you know what the moon is, how big it is, how far. Yeah, that's still all in contention. It certainly is.
So, Stacy, I would have posted you the links for all that, but I'm too jacked up on Red Bull to be able to use my fingers.
Oh man, guys, I spent quite a long time on YouTube researching this flat Earth theory.
Yeah, what'd you find out?
Well, all the evidence points to the Earth being a globe.
Okay, so then you weren't researching flat Earth after all. You were researching globe.
I saw your founder. The first guy it's this old guy from the 1800s. I forgot his name right now.
All right, dude. Holy, you're fat.
Is that Coach? Is that you, Coach?
No, it's Castle Kingside,
It sounds
which is
like
a test
Coach from
reference
X.
in theory.
Remember him, AI, on X? Sounds like Coach.
No,
Oh, man,
I don't remember. I don't really remember anybody from X except for that kid. I only remember that kid that wears the face mask and just like heckles the entire time.
Okay, yeah.
He's at every X. He's hilarious.
Yeah, me and him have had words before, and it was hilarious. So I remember him.
Come on, man.
Who's the supposed founder, and why is he relevant?
I forgot he's an old guy from the 1800s. He's the first guy to come up with this idea that the Earth was flat.
No, he isn't.
Where the fuck have you been? Yeah, it is. It's this guy from the 1800s.
Okay, cool story. So if that's true, then how did Talus of Miletus get castigated as a flat earther like 1,000 years before that, dude?
So in the 800s?
I don't know, man. Maybe you need to do some actual research, perhaps.
I'm saying 1,000 years before 1800 would be 800. The year 800.
Actually, I think it's thousands of years, dude.
Thousands?
Yeah, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, he was the first person to accurately predict an eclipse in that whole region, and he used flat Earth to do it.
Citation needed.
Man, you guys really believe this stuff? You know, then I was thinking to myself.
Okay, cool story. Citation needed. That's great. So now we're going to retroactively apply that standard. Castle King, you made a claim about Homeboy being the founder. Give us the citation that he founded Flat Earth. Let's go. And then after you do that, then and only then will I provide any citations.
All right, fine.
Because we're going to go in order of the claims. Yeah, so go get your citation and bring it back, sucker.
Oh, well, all right, fine. No, I'll look it up on my phone right now, man. Really, just relax.
Oh, hey, by the way, Castle King, what some Dumbo thought 800 years ago or 2,000 years ago doesn't change the shape of the Earth. What affects the shape of the Earth is the actual structure of the Earth. An opinion of some homeboy in the past is irrelevant.
What?
Because you don't go up to bums today on the corner and say, "What's the shape of the Earth, bum?" and you trump everybody. You sure the fuck don't just pick random people out and do that today. So why'd you trust some random retard back then? Tell me that, buddy.
Oh no, Samuel Shenton.
Okay,
born
I got a
1903.
Bummy Shenton on the side of the road.
That's the name of your founder.
Whatever you say, bro.
I'm saying that's the OG of your theory.
Founder of what? The founder of what, dude?
1803, but he's from the 1800s.
What's he the founder of?
Listen, I wasn't too far away, man. All right, it's just a few years off.
Here's the problem.
Like 200 years apart, dude.
He found.
Listen, I was close enough. Okay, can you just relax?
Irrelevant. Let's all relax. It's irrelevant. Let me tell you why. There were people that posited the idea the Earth is flat, and even entire cultures, thousands of years before this guy showed up, dude. So he's not the founder of anything. So what's your point?
I'm saying, in a modern day world, he's the one that comes up with this idea that the Earth is flat.
So let's say that's true. Let's just concede that that's true. So frickin' what? Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying obviously we've got enough instruments now.
And you didn't believe him. It's your fault.
We've got enough instruments now to measure whether or not this theory is true or not.
Perfect. I agree with you. We got lasers.
Man,
yeah, we got lasers. Hey, bro, you're right. We got lasers, and we take lasers to the water. We shoot them 25 miles, and we find out there's no curve there. Good point.
Where's the edge of the planet?
What?
Where's the edge of the planet?
The edge of the planet? Why don't you tell us? Because the globe supposedly is a planet that has an edge.
Ah, he doesn't know. Okay.
Okay, why should I know?
Here is surface. You're standing on the edge of your sphere planet. Good job.
There's no one in here claims an edge.
Nobody here can tell me the edge of the planet on the flat Earth.
Wouldn't that be the geometric horizon, buddy?
Stop calling it a planet. It's not a planet.
Yeah, perfect. All right, let's agree. Let's agree, according to what this guy seems to be insinuating, that if you can't demonstrate the edge of something you're claiming, that it can't exist. Okay, perfect. Now, where's the edge of your universe?
Theoretically.
Where's the edge of the universe?
There is none.
Earth is the edge.
Oh, so there's no edge of the universe, therefore there doesn't need to be an edge of the Earth. There you go, buddy.
Okay, so you think Earth is infinite?
Oh, you just told me there's no edges of the universe. So what? You think the universe is infinite? You see how dumb your argument is?
I do.
Your argument's stupid, dude.
I think the universe is infinite. Do you think that the Earth is infinite?
No.
Okay, so by your own standard, you do not need to know the nature. By your own standard, you don't need to know the answer,
All
dude.
you have to do is ask the edge of the universe, the planet, and completely demolish the theory. They have no fucking idea.
Okay, no, that's wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Let me explain why you're wrong. Hold on.
Space on the planet?
Hold on. I'll answer your question explicitly, and this is going to prove how wrong you are. So, for example, you can have an edge of something that's completely curved. It could end here and go very high up and curve, and then come back down and end in a curve. So there being an edge to something, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. Let me tell you why.
Earth. Every time you try to defend,
all right, I'm gonna mute you.
It was all forever.
Get muted, dude. There you go, bro. So I'm gonna finish my sentence and then I'll unmute you. Okay. What I was just proving to you there is that having an edge is not sufficient to prove that something is flat. So it's irrelevant. Now, you may not comprehend that, but everyone here who has any sense in their head understands that you can have an edge to something that's not flat. So it doesn't arbitrate the proposition. So I'm going to unmute you, and let's hear your sage wisdom about how I'm incorrect. Okay, hold on. Here you go. Your turn.
You still don't have an explanation or even an idea of how where potentially the edge could be.
He literally just rinse and repeat it.
Yeah, so you lost the ability to speak here because you're too dumb to participate. All right, Castle King, since you're intelligent enough to engage, we'll speak to you.
Yeah, well, I want to make a point. The idea of a never-ending, expanded, infinite universe violates second law of thermodynamics. Infinity doesn't really exist.
Facts, bro. They just make shit up. I hope we believe it. And most people do.
So you believe you can't actually get to the edge, any edge of this flat Earth?
Well, let me ask you this question, Castle King. According to this other homeboy, he posited that the idea that the universe is infinite. Now, practically, logically, supposedly, that's an impossibility. However, there is this idea that the universe is infinitely expanding, and it's infinitely expanding at faster than the speed of light, which means you can never reach the edge because you can't travel faster than the speed of light. So the edge is always going to be getting faster and further away. So no one under that worldview could ever achieve the edge. And so why do you need to know about the edge to know about what's going on within the environment within the edge? So the edge is a moot point. It's irrelevant.
Why should I concern myself with the edge of the universe when I can't even get to the edge of my own planet?
Exactly. Now you're starting to get it.
Huh? Excuse me? What I'm saying is, I believe we've gone around the whole...
You can't even find the edge.
He didn't get it, bro. He didn't get how bad he played himself.
No! Oh my God! You think this is a
got
win?
an edge.
Oh my God!
So, brother, Catholic,
you guys are the ones that proposed the edge, not me.
Earth, if you can't find the edge.
No, Castle. See, here's the problem. Flat Earthers don't propose an edge. Globals do. Let me explain. I know it's provocative, but let me explain. The Globers say, I can't see something because the edge of a ball is blocking it. You guys believe in an edge
that you can't find in the same sentence.
I mean, what's the edge of a sphere?
It's supposed to be that hump in the way of the fucking boat.
Right.
Exactly.
You're standing is the edge. The surface is the edge. The edge is the edge. The back and the front and the top and the bottom would be the exact edge. To be exact, that's where the ball stops.
You know, if you took a basketball and you put it right in front of your face,
it doesn't.
You're not going to see the back side of that ball until you turn the ball.
Great. No, the basketball doesn't fill the whole room and everything.
Great. So that would be your So that would be your physical edge.
What?
So you're the one that's claiming the edge. That's the point.
Well, I'm saying you guys believe that the place is flat.
No, but you claiming the edge, you guys are the one that's claiming a physical edge, blocking bolts.
Not only that, hold on, Joe, before anyone else goes, I want to back up our friend Joe here, and I want to double down on what Joe just said. It's not only that they claim, quote unquote, an edge, they claim an edge at a specific physical location that can be tested.
Yep.
Oh, and hold on, friends. It's at this moment they realized that they fucked up because you can actually test and see if that thing is actually there. And guess what? It ain't there.
What's not there, man?
Wow, dude. Your mama's socks. No, dude, what have we been talking about the past minute, dude? No, I'm just saying, what have we been talking about these past 2 minutes, dude?
I'm saying, man, be respectful here.
You can't find the edge.
You're speaking to a legend, man.
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell clearly.
Well, look, I know that this is hard to understand, but if you can just expand past your flat Earth, maybe you can see the whole picture.
Yeah, brother. You're such a legend, but you're not a legend at paying attention because we're clearly talking about the edge of a ball that you claim exists at a specific physical location that you can't prove.
Well, listen, it's a ball, man.
Okay,
I agree with you. Listen,
ain't no edge on a ball.
Everyone stop. It's the end. We're done here. He has cemented his belief that it's a ball, and I want to tell you guys in 2025, we're going to remake our Flat Earth persona where we're not going to beat people up for their beliefs. We're just going to encourage them to believe what they believe. So, Castle King, I believe you believe that, and I agree with you that you do, and by all means, you're entitled to your beliefs. I rest my case.
Let's see how long that lasts.
What's the edge of a ball? What is the edge of a ball?
Hold on, before we go on, we all know that we make New Year's resolutions and we keep them for about a week or two. So we'll try.
Fair enough. Well, the Glovers claim the edge of a ball is called the geometric horizon that cuts buildings and boats. and stop in half at a set distance. So that's your edge of the ball.
No, that's not what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Whichever radius value at a physical location. Which could be
brother. Yes, before we go on, I want to squash this before it gets retarded. Okay? Go look up the definition of edge, and it is the outermost extremity of an object furthest from the center. That defines every moment of the surface of a globe, if it's a globe. And the globers say that that moment is interrupting your field of view, blocking things in the distance at a specific location, which is a tangent line from an observer placed on a circle. For goodness sakes, the globers claim they have an edge. If you don't understand that, then that's your problem.
Who claim they have an edge?
Holy crap, dude. It's like we're dealing with people that drink way too much fluoride. It's like they distilled their water. It's like they distilled their water so that they can have pure fluoride to drink.
You too, Edge. That's the only Edge I want to talk about is with you too.
How many scientists do you think agree with your position?
Irrelevant.
Appeal to the man's logical fallacy.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because it is irrelevant. Scientists agreeing and disagreeing doesn't arbitrate propositions.
Is it?
Bro,
If you're gonna make a claim upending like basic knowledge of geology and you have no basis of
No, wrong. You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. This is how silly it is. What you meant to say was geometry. An object okay, hold on, Demark. An object shape is determined by geometry, not geology, for goodness sakes.
What an idiot.
And it's not even science, for goodness sakes. So you double down to a triplicate of wrongness. We'll call it the trifecta.
Try wrongness. That's good. All right.
So why don't you hold on, friend. Don't worry. A lot of people don't understand how to parse out these terms correctly, so it's no harm against you. But now that you know you're in the wrong category, let's apply the correct category, which is geometry.
How would you understand or define geology?
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful. Okay. Shapes of objects are determined by geometry, period. End of story. If you don't agree, there's no reason to talk to you any further.
You agree that geology is a word, right?
Study of rocks.
It means rocks. It doesn't mean form or shape.
Zebra.
Earth is a rock, so it applies.
Zebra. We're not going to play your games. You make your case. I made mine in the completely positive tense. You make yours. So if you want to claim that geology informs the shape of the Earth, and that is the arbitrator, you make your claims, and let's not waste all this time with all these questions, okay? Just say what you got to say, get it out. So I'm going to unmute you. Everyone else is going to be quiet, or I'm going to mute them and then play my sweet band meme. All right, go ahead, brother.
What is the game I'm playing?
Oh, God.
The game is, dude, just make your case. Go ahead.
I mean, it doesn't... Okay. You acknowledge that geology is a word, correct?
Yep, so you clearly didn't listen to the instructions.
What does the word mean?
You can go on mute like a retard. Okay, there you go. So I'm curating this convo. I have the logistical powers and the will to do so. You clearly can't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, so you've lost the ability to speak here. Okay, so Castle King, back to you. You're the champion.
Can you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
I'm just saying, who would I have to bring in here for you to even entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, so he...
What do you mean, who?
Yeah,
what do you mean, who? If I were able to bring in someone like Neil deGrasse or Michio Kaku or some other scientist who's highly renowned for their expertise in science, if I was able to bring in one of these people, would you then listen, or would you just say irrelevant?
What do you mean?
As if he got enough clout to bring in Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, bro, you don't know who I am. You don't know who you're talking to.
Hold on, Castle King. Let's set some facts straight. Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he would never entertain arguing with a flat earther because that was...
I heard that interview. I saw that.
Yes. Right, so you think you're going to get him to assuage that personal idea and then just come in because you're
hypothetically then. Let's just say hypothetically then.
Yeah, so
Who
hypothetically,
would I have to bring?
yeah, cool. Hey, check this out, friend. Hypothetically, the 24/7 crew have been wrecking astrophysicists for years. They come in with no proof that the Earth is actually a globe. That's the problem. I don't care who they are. The only thing that matters, Castle King, is their evidence, not who's flapping their gums.
Right. I reckon with rainbows every day, baby.
What do you do with rainbows every day?
Oh, yeah, hold on, friends. Hold on. We got a problem on the table. We accidentally thought Castle King was the smartest of the Globers, and he just said he could get Neil deGrasse Tyson, so he's clearly the dumbest. So now let's unmute the other guys because they deserve another chance. All right, let's hold on, bro. Rod, thank you for understanding that was an awesome joke. Thanks, bro. See, we're good. But now, hold on, though. I got to unmute this other guy. Give him a chance. Let's unmute Drucifer and see if he learned anything in the past 5 minutes.
So in the side chat, I posted a map. Is there land outside of that land that exists on Earth?
Hold on, let's look. Let me click it. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course there's more land than that. You screwed up. Let me tell you why. You presented us a map in which the land masses of the map itself are cropped out. So I could answer your question by saying, yes, the cropped out portions of those land masses exist beyond that map you just gave me. So if I bet you $10,000, I would have won.
Okay, so it's just a cropping. Outside of that, there's no additional land?
The correct answer from my position is undefined. There you go.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it means I don't know the answer, dude.
You mean undefined?
Okay, well, maybe that you don't know the answer because it's a significant problem for your theory that actually
It's not.
completely destroys your theory.
It don't.
Theory of what? What theory?
Flat Earth.
It's no
So the
theory.
Earth can't be flat because you're too dumb to know what land is there? That doesn't add up.
Right.
Well, it's you guys. I'm asking you guys.
You're too dumb to know what. Listen, dummy.
Why?
You're supposed to already have the answer.
Okay, even
All right, so do you think that
even if
people are
he don't
living outside of the seven continents?
hey, Drew. Even if he
Hold
don't,
on, do you think people
great,
are
hold
living
on,
outside of the
sir,
seven continents?
hold on. Even if he don't, what
I'm
he's
asking
saying.
a question.
Okay, great. That's
Do you
question.
think people are living outside
Great.
of the seven continents?
Great. That's question proof. That's question proof again, sir. Even if he don't know that answer, it doesn't prove whether or not the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat. That's what he's saying.
So do you think there are people that live outside of the seven continents?
Again, question proof. Even if I don't know that answer, doesn't prove whether or not the Earth is a sphere or whether or not the Earth is
We're
flat.
not talking about whether the Earth is a globe or not. We're talking about whether it's flat.
Exactly. So even with your curve question proof, if you don't have any, wait a minute,
and
again,
we don't know if there's more land than the land that people generally know about. And there people generally talk about 8 billion people on the Earth on the seven continents. Do you think there are more people?
Okay.
All right, dude, we heard your question. Hold on, bro. We heard your question multiple times. You're trying to talk through Joe while he's responding because you're trying to do the sea lining tactic of demanding the evidence before you've even allowed a sentence to be finished, dude. Okay? So, Drew, we want you to speak, but for the love of God, I don't want to hear both of you guys talking straight through each other for minutes on end. So, Drew, I'm going to mute you. You're going to compose yourself. You're going to state your question clearly. Joe's going to be quiet, and then you're going to be quiet, and then Joe's going to answer. Is that fair? Hopefully it is. So I'm going to mute you, Drew. State your question. Go ahead.
I'm not talking to Joe. In fact, I'm talking to everybody that isn't him because his answer is I don't answer questions. So to everybody else but Joe, generally there are like the seven continents that everybody accepts people live on. Do you think that people are living on land outside of that?
Yeah, it's called Hawaii, dude. Hawaii. What continent is Hawaii attached to?
I think it's considered a part of Oceania, but I'm not actually sure. So,
hey, you should have better planned it.
Well, no,
go ahead, brother.
Yeah, there's other islands besides Hawaii too. Like,
All right, let old dude finish a sentence. Thanks.
Oh, it's a part of North America.
Yeah, you're not old dude. Shut up. Let old dude finish his sentence. Thanks.
Lucifer, we're not allowed to know if there are other continents. There are merely reports that there are lands beyond the ice. Law and the requirements of travel stop us going to look, bro. If you look into the legality of it, that's why we can't confirm it. Flat Earth is actually measurably not a globe, i.e. it doesn't curve. That's why we say it's flat. What's beyond our reach is beyond our reach, my friend.
So how come Sarah Palin says that she can see Russia from her backyard?
She's pulling your leg and taking the piss, mate.
All right, did she show that?
You know,
Well, I mean, there's some days where she probably can look across the Bering Strait and see Russia. I mean, so
from
what?
Alaska?
Drew, did you hear what he said? He didn't say anything about Russia.
He said no.
Can you repeat what he said?
He said she's pulling your leg, mate.
No, can you repeat what old guy said? Can you repeat
That's
what he said?
That's what he said.
No, he didn't say that.
He said she's pulling your leg, mate.
No, he didn't say that, man.
Yes, he did.
No, he explained to you something about the surface of the earth, but you didn't listen.
He said that there's the ice. He's basically talking about the ice ring.
Greg, is you gonna make your point? Is you?
That's what I'm waiting for, Joe. A point to be made. Holy crap!
Well, so do you all buy this ice ring theory?
No, I don't buy none of that shit. Hey, listen.
Ice ring, bro.
Here's the thing that you want to ask yourself: why do all those continents fit on one circle?
Sorry, carry on, bro.
Why do all the continents fit on one circle that's only 3% of the Earth in your model, buddy? Glover.
And that was his point. I thought he was leading towards flat Earth needing the edge.
No, there's a latitude on Earth.
No, my point's not that it needs an edge. You guys can explain it however you want.
So why did you drill AI on flat Earth? Where's the edge?
Because
now
you guys can't even. Because no matter what you guys answer, it doesn't make sense.
No, you don't make no sense.
If you say it's infinite, it
hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe. Let me point out how you.
People living outside of the
brother. That's your fucking model.
And if you say it's limited to just what we see, it still doesn't make sense.
Brother, that's your model, and all the continents on it has one circle.
Where the walls are.
Where's the rest of your ball?
Drew, can you say what they are? Drew, can you say what they're saying?
I'm not here to defend the globe theory.
How you fitting all the globe on one fucking little section of 3% of a flat source, dude?
I'm not here to defend the globe theory. All you guys do is attack that. We're here to talk about your theory of flat Earth.
Okay, perfect. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you. All right, so I want to speak to what you just said. You said the Earth being infinite doesn't make sense because then people would be living beyond the Antarctic perimeter that we know of. Okay, guess what? That doesn't logically follow. Even in a logical category, the Earth could be infinite, and there only be people living in a small amount of the zone. It's not necessary that they have to be, should be, would be, could be living outside of that zone. So you can't even make a logically coherent statement. Not only that, but you said the idea of it being infinite is silly, but earlier you told me the universe is infinite. So which is it? Is the idea of something being infinite silly or not? So let's unmute you to watch you flail because you don't know how to do any logic.
Something can be infinite. That doesn't. I think it's silly to say the Earth is infinite, but something can be infinite. It's not silly just because something's.
No, it literally can. If I only
Second of all, excuse me. Second of all, so if we're gonna go, sorry, now I forgot what I was saying. What was your other point?
You said that something can be infinite. What can be infinite? Can you tell one example?
Some of them people won't necessarily. So what if there's all this land outside of the edge? Then, or if there's all this land outside of Australia, of our 7 continents, say, then why aren't people inhabiting it? Why'd they just stop right here?
But who is saying there is a land?
Well, you guys.
Man, you are totally wrong. That's why you are not listening. If you listen carefully, you will find out what is the position of these people. Now you are saying it's some kind of ice wall. It's not. If you're listening,
someone
you
did
will
say that.
No, man, it's not. I'm telling you now, and other people will show you that is not that. And old dude told you, but you didn't listen.
Yeah. Old man said there was an ice wall.
No, old dude told you about.
The only one that's invoking anything is you. You brought up the ice wall. That's why I asked you when I asked you what was your point. You brought up the ice wall, which basically contradict your first statement or the first question that you asked to AI. That's why I say question proof. Prove. You keep cutting me off. Question proof. Prove nothing.
Oh man, do you think there's an ice wall?
No, I said there may be land beyond the ice. Reports say that there could be. But we're not
beyond the ice. What does the ice mean?
To really explore all that, dude.
See, so that's
beyond what ice?
So you were saying that old man invoked the ice wall, brought the ice wall to this conversation. When actually reality, you brought the ice wall to this conversation, but you want to say you didn't.
Beyond what
when
ice?
You are.
What ice?
You brought it to the conversation, sir.
He said ice. Antarctica. Beyond what ice?
Antarctica.
No, we're talking about the entire edge. If there's a flat Earth, there's not just ice by Antarctica. There would be an edge all the way around the planet.
Great. So now we're talking about the edge again.
Yeah, we've been talking about the edge the entire time.
A theoretical place that you can't go to.
Either there's an edge or it's infinite. So which one is it? You guys can't decide.
Great.
Either one you pick doesn't make sense.
Great. If it's infinite, it will be no edge.
Obviously.
Great. So what are you talking about? You're the one that's making the claim.
So you think it's infinite?
I don't know. That's the fucking answer from the very beginning.
No answer.
Hold on. You do know that I don't know is an answer. It is a response. It's an answer.
It means that your theory is unfulfilled.
It means that you don't know. It's not a theory. It means that you don't know. It's something it's something in the natural world that you don't know about. Therefore, it's an answer.
It's not a good one, though.
What kind of theory? You keep saying that it's a theory, but what kind of theory? Like, what kind of theory is flat Earth to you?
No, we're not going on any further. We're going to settle this once and for all right here, right now. I already showed and demonstrated logically of a contingent necessity that objects can have edges that are not flat. So whether it has an edge or not is not relevant to whether it's flat or not, because you can have something with an edge that isn't flat. What's actually relevant is whether it's curved or not. That's the question. And this guy distracting about the edge is just that, distracting, because he's coping with the fact that the question relevant and question proper is whether it's curved. That's the question. So, Lucifer, I'm going to mute you if you want to, read and scream about things that aren't the actual argument. Sure, we'll entertain it. But if you ever want to get to the actual argument, by all means, let's go.
Did you hear now?
To defend the globe. In your flat Earth theory, if there's a flat Earth, how could there possibly, if it's not infinite, how could there possibly not be an edge on a flat Earth?
Man, did you hear what I told you now 10 seconds ago?
Wait a minute. I'm not answering. Well, here it is. Here it is again. I'm not. My answer is not.
So the guy I asked doesn't answer. Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm the guy. Oh, you talking to AI?
Asking,
AI?
What's his name?
Okay.
The other guy that just spoke. I forgot his name.
AI.
AI, yeah.
He just responded to you. You want him to repeat it?
No, I said, how is it possible that, because that's a follow-up question, how is it possible that you can have a limited amount of land on a flat Earth and not have an edge on that planet?
He didn't make that claim. You putting the words in his mouth.
So, therefore, you either have an edge on a limited-sized planet, or you have an infinite planet.
Okay, Drew. Yes, exactly. You said it yourself. Either it's infinite or it's a physical edge.
Right.
Nothing is exclusive because the globe also claims an edge.
Where's the edge?
Wait a minute. Are you listening?
Where's the edge?
Globe also claims the edge. So what are you talking about?
I don't care. I'm not defending that.
So what are you talking about?
Listen,
you
even
already
if the
acknowledged
globe is inaccurate, that doesn't prove a flat Earth is right.
Great. So you already acknowledged the fact. That even if it's a flat Earth, it would need the necessary requirement is for it to have an edge, the same as a globe, or it's infinite.
Right.
Those are the two necessary requirements.
Well, not the same as the globe. I don't care about the globe. Stop bringing the globe into it.
Here we go. Stop
bringing the globe into it.
Stop getting triggered, bro. Stop
bringing the globe into it.
Stop
I'm not
being
here
triggered.
talking about the globe. Nobody here is talking about the globe.
Stop being triggered.
So we're talking about flat Earth.
Stop being triggered,
and
bro.
just flat Earth. When scientists talk about like the expansion of the universe.
It's just a comparison, bro. It's just all it is. It's just a comparison, bro. Okay.
Okay. So if you're gonna propose a theory,
what is going on?
If you're gonna propose, why do you overtalk me the entire time? If you're gonna propose a theory, then you have to provide answers for that theory, not just say, but the
I don't. That's the point. I don't have to provide things that I cannot verify. Now, AI, if he wants to, he can, but I don't have those answers.
Well, the more of what's going on here is arguing contingents versus non-contingents. It's not the case that anybody needs to tell you exactly where a limit of something is. Okay? That's not the property that's in question here. We already told you multiple times that an object can be curved and have an edge. So it's not about the edge at all. It's about whether the surface is curved or not. Since you keep not wanting to talk about the actual point, you've lost your ability to speak here because you don't actually want to talk about flat Earth. You want to talk about things that aren't about being flat. So you could just stay on mute, and that's because we're sick and tired of hearing you go around in circles. Maybe you're hoping that if you go around in enough circles, you can take those circles, spin them on their axes, and create a globe that you can worship at night. But we're sick of it. So your ability to speak is done for the day because you're a waste of everybody's time, including your own.
Yeah, because he's running away from the argument at hand.
Well, he's also not a glober. He said he's not here to defend the globe. Therefore, so that means the globe's not his default position.
He's here to ask stupid questions that are non-contingent to the proposition that can't be answered by anybody accurately and think that he's won some kind of points and then go away, pat himself on the back. All of those flat earthers had no answers.
He was just straw manning. Kept saying the word infinite. No one in here claimed infinite anything, except for him. It's literally a textbook straw man. That's all he was doing.
It seems like a fair question, though.
Not only here, you cannot claim infinity in any case.
Yeah, hold on a second, friends. Brenda is correct. It's a fair question. Guess what? It was answered. And you know what that answer is? When he asked, the answer was, I don't know. That's the end of the discussion.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I was just got here.
Yeah, fair enough, Brenda. But we're just being a little dramatic for the audience's sake because this kid was like doing this rigmarole, not accepting I don't know as an answer.
Well, it's true though. I mean, if the Earth is flat, then it's either finite or infinite, right?
No. There is no such a thing like infinite, Brenda. You need to know that. Come on.
Brenda,
it has to be one or the other, right?
No, because
holy crap, Brenda, we're not doing this conversation again with just you and not the other kid. We already been doing it for like 30 minutes. So for the love of God, please talk about something else.
Oh, okay. Well, if you believe in the firmament, I am switching.
If you're curious, you're welcome to go find out.
Right, so there has to be a place where the firmament comes down to the ground, right?
No, not firmament.
Go find out if you go.
Surface, not firmament.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that guy. I'm just saying, if the firmament is a thing...
No, firmament. Surface, Brenda, surface.
Yep, AI wanted to switch the topic.
Yeah, surface, if you can.
No, I'm talking about the firmament.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
Look, you're right. You're right that the arbiter of the proposition is whether the surface is curved, not whether it's enclosed. at any particular permutation of container ad infinitum. However, Brenda, your point was, go ahead, say your point again, for goodness sakes.
Well, if there's a solid container over the Earth, then it must reach the ground, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Where is that? Can you show it to me?
Well, hold on a second. It's not necessary that it touches the ground.
Really?
Really?
What keeps it up there?
Magic. What else?
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's magic.
Gravity. Brenda, it's gravity.
Well, no, because
action at a distance.
In Brenda's little tiny mind, he's picturing something flat with an upside down bowl on top of it. And what would that bowl be preventing the air from going into? An area that nobody here is claiming, that only Brenda is claiming. No one's claiming a vacuum of space. Therefore, why would the container have to physically touch the bottom at some point?
So stupid.
To keep the water, which is on the other side, from coming into the Earth. Well, that's why.
Oh, you mean hold on, Brenda. Are you talking about the Hebrew cosmology? Waters above?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I am talking about
Perfect. So imagine, if you will, take that image that you're thinking of, which is the standard Hebrew cosmology drawing, which a lot of people know about, I'm sure you know about. Take that, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage. Now, use the same terms. It separates the waters above from the waters beneath. Now, the term above and beneath could be sufficiently satisfied by a horizontal line. Above a horizontal line, below a horizontal line. So it could be the case, like the other kid posited, if, and this is an if and a hypothetical, so I don't need anybody getting down my throat about thermodynamics or anything. If the Earth was infinite, horizontally, and there were waters above it, and you had a barrier which was also oriented horizontally, it would suffice the waters above and the waters below as a separation, would it not?
Yeah, but I don't think you claim an infinite. You're not infinite plane society, are you?
Yeah, we are not Hebrews also, Brenda.
I know, but what I said was that's a hypothetical. Now let's remove the infinite and let's make it finite. So let's just say that available free space is oriented horizontally, and then it has a very high vertical, which is covered in water and has a quote-unquote barrier that keeps the waters above from the waters beneath and separates and contains the gas pressure. Yet, when you go left or right, eventually you reach the end of free space. Now, keep in mind that Globers already believe that there's an end of available free space because free space itself is expanding. And so since it itself is expanding outwards from a central point, then there's a space beyond the space in which there's no available free space yet. So the idea that you can just go horizontally for a very long time and eventually reach the end of available free space. So in other words, there's nowhere for the gas to go left or right, but there is a place for the gas to go up and down. Now, that you may parse that out and say, oh, that's not true for this or that reason, but logically it's entirely tenable.
Well, when you talk about free space, you mean on Earth? Because we believe the Earth is a ball, right? So you can keep going in one direction as long as you like. You come back, right?
Right. To go in a direction and continue, you need more available free space to enter, correct?
Well, the surface of a ball, yeah, you can
just take the ball out of it and just imagine an area of space defined by a definitive volume. Okay, if that area of space is all the space that's available, you can't go outside of it because there's no space to go to. And by space, I mean true space, not space like the vacuum space, but actual three-dimensional Cartesian free space.
Yeah, but that could be on the surface of a hypersphere. You could come back to yourself again.
Yes.
And in fact, I think that's what most cosmologists say. If you could somehow do it, you could go in any direction.
I'm glad you said that. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, perfect, Brenda. Yeah, perfect. So if that's possible, then Arlen was right that the Earth is just a rectangular looping model that you imagine is a sphere because you're just transposing yourself dimensionally and coming back where you started. Wow, good point, Brenda.
Well, the difference is you aren't teleported. That's just what a sphere is. Is a plane that loops on
Okay,
itself.
perfect. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Brenda. So let's use affirming the consequent in famous Glover fashion, and let's prove my point. Here we go. If the Earth was a hypersphere, you would experience it as a sphere. You experience it as a sphere, therefore it's a hypersphere. Wow.
I didn't say that.
I did.
Yeah, but that's obviously a fallacy.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. We know.
Oh, did AI just get Brenda to construct a Pac-Man model?
Yes, I did.
The Pac-Man model works.
Hold on, Brenda. Before we go on, shout out to Arwen. We hope you're well. All right, go ahead.
He's never been well.
He's not.
No, I didn't say he has or has been. I said we hope he is. Good grief.
Oh, okay. Well, from what I hear, he's happy on Rumble, talking to the half a dozen people that he talks to there.
Are you okay?
Yeah, well, if he's happy, he's happy. Good for him.
You don't got to pop shots at him.
What?
You don't got to take shots at him. What was that for?
Are you okay, Brenda?
He's happy.
Are you okay, Brenda?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Did some mainstream media took in consideration all your presentations?
What?
I'm curious. How big is Brenda's daily audience?
Does anyone from the mainstream media take in consideration all your presentations?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, Brenda has no presentations.
I can repeat the question.
Yeah, I don't have videos.
Does anyone from mainstream media looking for you, ask for the advice for the why?
No, they don't.
Why?
Because I have a few videos on my Brenda Debates channel, but they have very few views.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not active.
Why people watching Neil deGrasse Tyson and not listening to you? I'm asking myself.
Is the Earth flat or
nobody?
Yeah,
nobody.
You need to go to. You need to go to.
Oh my goodness. Boring. Can we move on from talking about people and get to some topics, please? For goodness sakes.
Somebody's asking if the Earth's flat or round, guys.
About the surface AI.
Yeah, exactly.
But firmament, it's touching the surface.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Hey! Surface walks into the therapist. Therapist says, "Show me on the doll where the firmament touched you."
Yeah, but how can the firmament stay up above us?
But how?
Oh my goodness!
Like under the firmament, how would it look like? Surface
how can the firmament stay up there if there's nothing supporting it?
There is.
How the sea level looks on the flat Earth, Brenda?
I just asked a question.
I also asked a question. How sea level looks on the flat Earth? How that would look like?
I'd like somebody to answer my question.
I know.
Yeah, the answer is there is something supporting it. There you go. Problem solved.
What? Where is it? What is it?
Don't need to know. The answer is it is.
I think I do. I think I can answer.
You don't. Well, fair enough, but it's not necessary to know what's keeping it up if it just simply is up. There you go. Problem solved.
That doesn't solve the problem. That just hand waves it.
No, it solves the problem of you not knowing because you don't know. There you go.
My not knowing doesn't solve the problem of my not knowing.
Exactly. You not knowing doesn't mean anything.
It means I don't know. I'd like to know.
Okay, so you don't know and you'd like to know. The answer is unknown. So now you have to come to grips with it's unknown. There you go.
That doesn't mean it's unknowable. I think you could figure it out.
Correct. It doesn't necessarily mean it's unknowable. However, at present it's unknown. So I can't give you the answer. So the answer is unknown. There you go.
Brenda, what if I told you the answer was restricted?
What?
What if I told you the answer was restricted?
How can it be restricted?
Well, what if there's laws of travel prohibiting you and me going and looking?
But it's not.
But it is.
No, it's not.
Where do you think there's free and independent? Where do you think there's free and independent travel anywhere on Earth?
How did Jaron and Whitsitt and McToon and everybody get there then?
No, they took a tourism boat down there on a flight or something like that. Any commercial flight and boat you can get there with, Paul.
You don't even know how they got there?
Yeah, some flew and then they took a boat or they took a flight.
Nobody took a boat. Nobody took a boat.
Okay, they all went on planes then.
Yeah, so they got there.
It's a commercial tourism route.
So it's not restricted, is it?
They go beyond the ice, Brenda.
So it's not restricted then, is it, if they got there?
No, but further travel's restricted.
Because you can die.
Yes.
Right? Because there are crevasses. There are places where the ice.
Oh boy, let's get to some topics. I mean, we've been telling you guys that forever.
At a certain point, Brenda, it's dangerous. There's laws prohibiting you.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
So if we're restricted from knowing, holding up,
but you're not. Nobody's restricting you from knowing.
How can we know?
Brenda, can we go there without permission? Like, if I was just let's say I had a pilot license and I had a fully loaded, airplane, I had enough fuel. Could I hop in a plane and just fly there without knocking, land, and just hang out for free and go to the cafeteria? Yeah. I could? Are you sure?
You can't go to Canada like that. You can't hop on a plane and fly to Canada.
That's the point.
You can't.
That's the point. You can't go to any country like that.
It doesn't follow that Canada doesn't exist.
Hey, Brenda, has anyone ever circumnavigated north to south?
Brenda, I will give you a ship and you in UK and try to go to France. I will give you all money if you come back alive. Okay?
Oh, I'd come back alive. They'd send me back.
Yeah, shut your mouth. Shut it. Listen, people are asking questions, and rather than them being answered, somebody else is coming in and making totally different assertions. For goodness sakes, respect each other enough to let the question that's asked be answered instead of just trying to get in like some kind of hungry lapdog trying to get a snack. Good grief. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I like to think of myself as a delicious snack.
Oh God, let's get to the topic too.
Yeah. But Brenda, I had you for dinner last night.
Yeah.
Is that what you think? Okay.
Brenda, has anyone flown over the South Pole and then continued flying, flown over the North Pole and then landed their plane where they began?
Yes, there have been several.
Really?
Really.
Well, what year did that happen?
A couple of years ago, it was like one more flight or something like that, and there are others before it.
Well, tell me the details. This is news to me.
Yeah, why don't you look it up for yourself?
Oh, in other words, it didn't happen. Right?
So just Google, have there been any north circumpolar flights? That's what you would ask. Also, then you could ask, have people crossed Antarctica alone? And the answer to that is yes. People have done that too.
You literally just said it was too dangerous to do that. What are you talking about?
I didn't say it was too dangerous for them to do it. It's too dangerous from some idiots from South Carolina, well, wherever they're from, right, to just walk off on their own.
So
which Antarctica specialist goes across to Antarctica? I don't think any of them have ever been a fucking Antarctica specialist. None of them have ever been there, as far as I could tell. And then what about the big holes everywhere where they don't put their flags? Whatever will they do in the crevasses?
Well, they're smarter than you.
Oh, so if you're smart, you don't fall into crevasses?
Yeah, if you're smart. Yes.
How do you know where there's a crevasses if you can't tell?
That's where the smarts come in.
Oh, it's still dangerous. That doesn't make it not dangerous. Still dangerous.
Yeah,
Right.
it's fucking dangerous.
Anyone.
Yeah, people die.
Anyone.
People have died. People have died.
Right. So earlier you said there is no restriction, and I told you about, like, you agreed with him that there are restrictions due to dangers. Then immediately turned around and said, nobody's stopping you, there is no restrictions.
No, I didn't say that. I said there's restrictions for me to go to Canada. That doesn't mean that Canada doesn't exist.
Who would send you back if you went to Canada?
No, the contention wasn't whether it exists or not. This was about going to the end, finding the edge, remember?
Right. So if I want to cross Canada, all I do is get permission from the Canadian government, right, to enter their country and then travel.
Yeah, so is there a treaty that say that you can't go to the Canadian
Antarctic government?
Go to Canada?
Yeah, the government of the United States recognizes the country of Canada.
Yes, and
wait a second. No, you agreed that the restriction was the dangers.
Right.
Well, Canadians aren't much of a danger compared to Antarctica.
So whether there's restrictions imposed upon you by authorities, right? Think they know better than you, or whether there's topographical, geological restrictions, right? There's still restrictions, right?
Yeah, the United States does that. When you're talking about passports, they do that for tax reasons because the United States tax you outside of the country. We're not talking about a treaty saying that somewhere is dangerous. There's no treaty that the United States and Canada and the rest of the world have saying that Canadians are dangerous and therefore you need permission to go.
No, they recognize Canada as an independent country.
Exactly. And the government and the United States still tax you even if you go there. That's the only reason why you need permission. Yes, it is.
It's about international relations.
That's why you have a passport. Period. You need permission, period. Right. You need a permission, period. What are you talking about? If you go to any country, if you travel in any country, you need permission, period. But there's the point of the matter. Yes, great, Brenda. The point of the matter is that there's an international treaty about Antarctica. That's the point.
Yeah.
Great. So, and you already admitted that the reason why they have this treaty is because it's dangerous. So you using Canada? Wait a minute. So you use it. Wait a minute. You saying no?
Right. The reason for the treaty isn't because Antarctica is dangerous. The reason is to keep it pristine because it's a fragile environment.
Great. So it's a fragile environment, meaning what?
So there goes my environmental impact study because I won't be able to afford $500,000 to pay an expert to go down there and get one and then have him also pay for his environmental impact to do an environmental impact study.
Right.
And listen, that restrictions begin for someone like me. It is not viable. It is not feasible. I can't. My restrictions are time, finance, and resources. Right. That's when. I don't know about that. Yeah. Because I wasn't speaking. So that's when my restrictions start. That's where my restrictions start. And then if I overcome them, I have to face a whole bunch of new ones.
Yeah, I really don't understand on why you're trying to compare Canada with that. Even if you want to say that the treaty had nothing to do with danger, which you admitted earlier that it is dangerous to go there. Even if you want to say it's just due to environmental reasons, there's other places too. That you could basically have that same equivocation to, but using somewhere like Canada and other places like in the States somewhere, that's not a good comparison at all.
Well, Brenda made the comparison to Canada to my point, where I asked if I was to get an airplane and my restriction has nothing to do with travel or money to get there. If I just on my own decided to go to Antarctica and land where Whitson and Jaron landed and McToon and all these people, who would physically remove me?
Yeah, if you want to use it,
or are we allowed to do that?
You're allowed to do what?
Get an airplane and just fly in without knocking. Where Whitson and Jared went. If I was to just get an airplane,
I don't know. I don't know what would happen.
Well, of course you can't go there, but you want somebody else's property at that point.
Whose property?
No, it's not anybody else's property. It's internationally recognized as a place that, and then different countries have charge over different regions of Antarctica.
Well, the people that is working with the people that
feel like if I did that, if I was just hop in my airplane and fly there, I might get lucky, and maybe a Ukrainian unit and a Russian unit would go there to like kick me out, but then they would get distracted and just shoot each other.
Right.
And I could hang out longer.
The point that I'm making, Brenda, is that the people that is basically doing the tour there, they do have control over that property, or else they wouldn't be able to have the ability to give you permission to come there.
See, I don't know if anybody
would kick me out. I mean,
I have no idea if somebody would like intercept you if you tried to fly a plane across Antarctica. I really don't know. I really don't know.
If there's a treaty in place, that's going to intercept you. I mean, we could Google that. You want to Google that and see if can you just go to Antarctica without permission? Google that.
They would probably just
turn you away.
Wait until you died and then look for the body.
No, they won't. They'll turn you away. I mean, you can't go there anyway. Wait a minute. You cannot go there anyway if there's a tour and marathons and stuff being ran there, because there's people that's taking claim of the property. Like, what? This is basic real estate. What are you talking about?
If I had my own jet plane, I'm a billionaire. I have my own pilot, my own plane. I don't know. I could take off from Punta Arenas.
You cannot fly on someone in someone else's organization. No, you cannot. It don't matter how much money.
I could. I think I could do it.
No, you cannot.
Nobody's going to stop me.
The people that's in charge of the treaty, the countries that's in charge of that treaty would stop you. That's why it's a treaty.
With what would they stop me? I could just defy their orders.
I guess with guns, Nathan.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, where are the guns? That's Toon's question.
I guess.
Oh my goodness, dude! No, we're not even going to entertain this.
Notice how I segue that in there. I'm proud of it.
Don't care. I'm gonna end it.
I love that.
I'm gonna end it.
At this point now.
Hold on. Okay, there'd be no expectation of guns on a pre-approved corridor with a pre-approved organization doing pre-approved stuff. So the idea that Toon is saying there's no guns, it just shows how dumb Toon is. Has nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or not. All right.
Yeah, but nobody's going to meet me at the border with military presence to prevent me from going there.
Brenda, you're not going to take off from any airport.
They don't need it. Why would somebody need military presence?
People meet you with force if you try to go unimproved.
Right. Nobody don't need it. What
force? What force?
Try and fly in any airspace unapproved, Brenda. Just try it.
I'm a billionaire. I can do what the fuck I want.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I got my pilot. I got my Boeing 77. I got my Boeing jet. I got it all fueled up. I'm at the airport in Punta Arenas.
All right, believe what you want.
Well, hold on. Before we go on, wasn't there articles about multiple people being stopped by force trying to go to Antarctica? Didn't that happen, or am I mistaken?
I have no idea. I really do.
Oh, well, if you have no idea, then you have no... Hold on, friend. If you have no idea, then you have no authority to speak on this topic.
I could go there anyway, right? I can just ignore them. I could fly over them.
You're going to do it criminally. Okay, cool story. So now that we've all agreed that you'd be doing something illegitimate, for goodness sakes, what's your point?
What they would do is they would pick me up and arrest me at the airstrip where I land. Where, let's say I go from the tip of South. Let's say I go from the tip of South America. I cross Antarctica. I come out by Australia or Tasmania. Then they'll pick me up as when my plane lands.
So the guys who arrest you,
what would happen.
So the guys who arrest people, they have guns, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
All right, thanks.
Oh my goodness.
Brenda could believe whatever he wants to
Not
believe.
jolly old England.
But the point is,
No, let's stop it. Let's stop it and get to an actual point, Brenda. For goodness sake, make an actual point.
The point is, there's no military force at the borders of Antarctica that's physically preventing people from crossing it.
Great. Okay. You got a flat Earth?
Oh, crap.
That's bullshit, Brenda. The British have got a warship down there. Well, an armed vessel down there.
Brenda could believe whatever he want to believe. He could go there unannounced if he want to. Let's see what happens.
Even if you get take a flight or take any plane off a runway into an airspace without clearance is ridiculous. You don't remember the towers that fell down because planes hit them, Brenda. This isn't fucking La La Land, mate.
I know. I've actually got a plan, and my plan is what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a bunch of coats, and you know those little things that you take them up and they get warm, and you can put them in your gloves. I'm going to get like 1,000 of those. I'm going to wrap myself in coats and those, and then I'm going to duct tape it all, and then do Flex Seal so I'm waterproof. Then I'm going to get this hose that goes up to the top so I can breathe, and I'm just going to swim underwater all the way to Antarctica, and then I'm going to get there and nobody will know.
I'm gonna.
Let's see how that turn out.
Do you want to job in the SAS?
AI, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go watch Jaren's live stream. Catch y'all later.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. While you're going out, hold on, man. No. Oh, you little jerk! You left before I could zing you. I was gonna zing Brenda. What's Brenda? While you're at it, come back with the proof. And that plane that you flew to Antarctica was constantly rotating.
What's the point behind obsessively watching Jaren's live stream? I'm wondering.
Well, I mean, Jaren is kind of handsome in a cutish, geeky, pudgy way, right?
What?
Charles, do not think about that. No, Charles, do not think about that any further, or you will regret it. If you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't want to know.
Oh, you're making a joke along those lines. I was about to make a joke along those lines myself a second ago. No, I know what you mean.
I didn't even know Jaren was going live.
Yeah, is he a Glober now? Like, for real?
Who knows?
I don't know what Jaren want to do.
Last I heard, he said the only way he could explain what he saw in Antarctica was if Earth is a globe. Or something very close to that.
Play his live stream in here.
He's globe sexual.
That's it. He's homo for the globe. He loves it.
No, only Brenda is homo for the globe.
No, you guys are mistaken. It's not Homo, it's Home Depot. And for those who don't know, the Home Depot is on a big globe, yo. But you live inside the big Home Depot, which has a flat floor, yo, with the lights on the ceiling, yo, and therefore you're on a globe, yo, in a Home Depot, yo.
He's not Home Depot. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
That's deep, yo.
Oh, that was the zinger.
Oh.
Did you guys know?
Oh, man.
Science doesn't prove anything. You guys know that? I learned that from Jaren. Science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, science doesn't prove you can reject the null hypothesis, so well.
No, the latest quote is, there's no such thing as proof. You can prove it to yourself. Oh, man.
That's so warped. I'm loving 2025 so far. This is boding very well for my entertainment value. Thank you, Globies.
Stay away from spinning balls; they'll make you age. Especially if you stand real close.
I've kind of a funny idea, but what if somebody could create an angular resolution loss calculator, kind of like the Earth curvature calculator, same math. Just call it the angular resolution loss calculator, but use the globe calculator. And then get everybody calculating angular resolution loss with distance, not knowing that they're using globe Earth curvature math.
Right. Well, there's actually a really interesting thing with that Jay Tolan machine vision model, and then the similar model that the one that Indio presented with the angle packets, and then on top of that you have the parallaxial stereoscopy, which is the same as the machine vision. But all these things taken into account together, plus with certain geometric considerations, like it's going to be possible probably within the next year, maybe few, where there might actually be a possible vision model being crunched by AI with all these factors being taken into account. That you'll actually be able to map out the visual space. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be exactly like video games.
Yeah, you look with the video game robot thing, it goes 20 yards, and you go do, puts a little triangle on it, tracks it, and you're like do, and you hit every target.
Did you watch?
Damn time.
Exactly. Did you watch that video from Jay Tolan?
Yeah, impressive.
Did you watch?
Go ahead.
Did you watch the video on Quaternions on Indio's channel?
Yeah, I did. It was the second time I'd seen it too. You take two.
Right. So take those two. Yeah. Take those two videos and meld the concepts together. Then take the one about the angle packets and the that Indio made. Take that one and add it on top of that. Take those three concepts, then put it through AI and like a rendering engine, and if you do that together, you'd be able to have like a pretty accurate model of the way it works.
And here I was thinking of taking Jay Tolan's app or whatever comes from that, using the
oh man.
AI talking.
Apollo moon footage.
Whatever you say, brother, because nobody heard a word of it.
I couldn't hear shit.
Yeah.
Why do they call it machine vision if they're mocking humans? The dual vision of humans, the two-eyed source. Why the fuck do they call that machine vision? It should be called, we're gonna mock human vision.
No. It's a machine vision algorithm, not a machine vision algorithm.
Right.
Yeah.
They always ask what one eye was. I said, one eye is media. So it's got that one eye camera filming you.
Stuff like that.
Damn, Brenda's just in Jaren's comments poaching all the confused people that are on the fence.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what they do.
Might
That's
have
what
to
they
go
do
over
in our
there.
lobby back in our home server.
Yeah. Hop on his live stream.
Yeah. So Brenda's in there saying, hey, have you ever asked a flat earther about where the edge is and they can't tell you exactly where it is, therefore the earth can't be flat? And the other person's like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Yep. Ask them for a map.
Dude, my new go-to map is the London-ocentric air age map. That map is hot.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's right. You better go look at it and enjoy it and love it because it's the new map, and I said so.
Does that split Antarctica up into like 3 sections?
No, it doesn't. It's one.
Oh, okay.
But it makes New Zealand like as long as the continent.
Oh, I saw you post that. Yeah, that was funny. New Zealand was like from like the 1 o'clock position to the 3 o'clock position.
Well, so does flat Earth have an end or not?
Holy crap!
You'll find out when you die.
Why do I have to die before I can find that out?
Because you can't go there in this body. That's what I'm saying.
He doesn't know that, by the way. It's just
so
that
is it like heaven?
You might know that when you die. It's not that you will know that. You might know that when you die.
Are you guys? I'm trying to figure out. You guys believe in God, obviously, right?
Yeah, but what are the details? The details of God can be unsaid. You know, like what does his face look like? We don't know. What does he like or dislike? We don't know.
What do you mean? What does he
make the earth?
like or dislike? Wait, you guys read the Bible?
Yeah, but some of us take the Bible seriously and some of us don't.
Well, I mean, if you believe in God, then you take it seriously.
I believe in God, and I don't take it seriously.
What I'm saying is the idea that God is the creator.
Castle King, brother. You seem to not understand that the concept of God is not limited to the Bible alone.
Yeah, I get that. All right. What I'm trying to say is there's the idea of the Almighty Creator, the one who created all things, everything. You believe in that?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Saying what?
You believe that God created this earth to be how you say, where it's flat, but there's no edges?
Yeah, that's actually highly possible because if you think about God as a being that's non-dimensional, non-spatial, eternal, so non-temporal, and has all of these trans-dimensional qualities, which is essentially the sum total of all dimensions, then the idea of things that are greater than what we can comprehend with our limited three-dimensional minds, of course it'd be possible.
I'm just confused because if the Earth was flat, we would observe an edge, or we would observe something that.
What? Where? Where would you observe an edge if the Earth was flat?
Keep in mind, he's not claiming, guys. Remember, he's not claiming there's no end.
So, if the Earth is flat, then how does water stay on its surface?
How does water stay? How does water stay on any surface?
How does water stay on the table? You pour it in a cup. You pour it on the table. Doing good.
Bathtub Earth,
gas
my friend.
pressure, technically. And if you take away the gas pressure, what happens to the water?
Okay, so you're telling me that.
Poof.
I'm just pointing out that you believe, or you may believe, that the Earth is a water ball in a vacuum.
So how does the water sit upon your ball? The same way it sits on the table, the top surface part? pour the water, and it just stacks up right there on the surface?
I don't know. I'm not really getting any answers. I'm just getting
But you don't know how a globe works.
And kind
How
of
does the water sit on a globe?
How is
No,
it
no, 'cause
24 hours sun in Antarctica?
I asked the question. How is water going to sit on
I told you pour it on the flat table and it sits there. You're good to go. Now, how does the water sit on the globe?
I'm not talking about a table.
Back and forth. I don't like to hear this.
A table is
back and
flat,
forth
you
repeating
idiot.
stuff.
You asked
So
how
let's
something...
just. I already answered your question, buddy. You asked
Right.
how does water lay flat or whatever on a flat Earth, and I said with gas pressure, meaning that it wouldn't be water if it didn't have the air pressure above it or around it. Okay. So it just lays flat is what I'm saying. Just the oceans and the lakes of the world are level meaning no point any higher or lower than another, and water seeks its level consistently. Oh, we have rivers, all right? And so if I didn't answer your question, ask it in a different way and be more specific.
Yeah, but I'm not like really directly asking for like a metaphor or something that sounds kind of weird and hard to interpret.
Mud puddles don't have any problem holding water. What the fuck are you asking,
any metaphors.
Yeah, how is that a metaphor?
Like, well, we're not saying. No one said anything about any metaphor. You asked a question, I did my best to answer it, and I said, I hope I answer your question.
So you said gas pressure.
Oh my goodness, dude! We're not even going to play this stupid game, okay? The answer is so simple. It's so simple. Here's how simple it is. The water's contained. There you go. Problem solved.
Okay, so would we observe the water being contained?
Yeah, it's mud
Everywhere we go, when we go to the water, there's a shoreline and then there's water. Right?
Being higher. Yes. So
Okay, so we'd observe the water being
Dirt's the
contained.
cup. Dirt is like the cup, and then you fill it with water, and then it usually doesn't run over. If it runs over, it'll spill to the next portion, and there'll be another little portion of water somewhere, and another little shoreline or a lake or a pond or a river or an ocean. Yeah.
Okay, so DMOC is referring to flat Earth as like a bowl, right? Kind of like a bowl, except it's more like a plate.
No, I'm telling you, that's what you need to hold water. You need a dug-in
No,
thing
you're saying cup.
or a
I don't
flat
know what I'm
surface.
supposed to interpret then.
You need a flat surface or a surface that's dug in to hold water. And you can't stack it any higher than you can stack it without a hole. You can only stack water on itself. What your globe is supposed to be able to do is stack 8 miles of water on top of itself with gravity, a magic word. But on the Earth, in a flat Earth, what you do is dig 8 miles of dirt out of the way and then fill it up. See, that's no gravity needed and no spin, no crazy, goofy, illogical, stupid explanations that can't be demonstrated.
Why is no gravity needed?
Okay, so we're gonna assume
I just
that
told you, you idiot.
the way you're modeling this.
You didn't explain
A cup
anything.
doesn't need gravity.
It does need
Fucking
gravity.
cup does not need gravity to hold it.
It
to
does.
hold
Hold
water
on,
in there.
what needs gravity?
The
and what
cup
kind of
is
gravity?
holding the water. The cup is the container that's holding the water. Now, where is gravity? Where can we
Maybe
do
you
gravity
should-
be like a cup?
No one's demonstrated that you need
How
the
does the
gravity.
water? How does the water stay
How
level
does
on the cup?
water not be held by dirt?
What?
You need gravity to hold water, dipshit. Show us how that works.
You needed to hold it down. You needed
No. Stop talking. Demonstrate how fucking water holds gravity into a ball or some shit.
Why water need to be held down at rest?
Why not?
The only way the water requires gravity to be held down at rest is if you believe the Earth is a sphere. Why would it need to be held down at rest and it's contained?
It's just sitting there, sitting still. It's not spinning and flying off, dipshit.
He don't want water getting the good jobs or getting promoted. That's why he's got to hold it down.
If it's contained,
It's trying to be water racist.
I don't want to give a response.
it can
So
be
DMOC
contained
saying-
and not like go down. You understand
You're
that?
saying
how you stack
you
a
have to
pond.
dig a hole.
No,
We
the
have
water
to
is
dig a
Small pond.
The water
How
is
tall
just
is a pond in your backyard? How are you
All
stacking
right,
water with
that's
gravity?
it. I'm just muting everybody. Problem solved. Be so much easier. So you muted. Next person. Let me see. Who else do I want to mute? Yeah. So for the love of God, kitten with a bucket on its head, dude, sniffles or whatever.
Can we just let him ask a question and then one person give him an answer? And then after that person is finished, let Snipples reply, and then the next person can go. Is that fair? For goodness sakes.
Yes.
Let's try it. All right, go ahead, Snip, please.
How is water going to sit on a flat Earth?
Very carefully, the way it does.
You know what's on the surface?
I got another way to say it.
Meniscus. Why is there a meniscus on the surface of the water? Yeah, why do you think there's a meniscus on the surface of the water? That's where the water ends, right?
What does meniscus mean?
Surface layer.
Surface layer on the surface
of water. Yeah, if you've heard of surface tension, you know, you could put a droplet of water on a table and it forms a nice little bubble like a dome. It doesn't immediately run off anywhere unless you poke it.
Where does this meniscus coin exist?
It exists I'm glad you asked, at a contact layer between the water and another medium, the air you breathe. The air is containing the water. That's what Charles was trying to tell you before. The air is actually holding the water down.
But
if you want to entertain this, yeah, go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure what a flat Earth would look like with this kind of answer. Like, I'm asking, like, how would the water not just like maybe, I don't know, pour out the Earth if it was flat? Like, what is stopping it from doing that?
Yeah, there's a shoreline, like Denmark was telling you.
Yeah, what's stops the water pouring out of a lake?
Okay, so within this description or this explanation of the phenomena, that would explain why water doesn't just pour out the side of the Earth if it was flat. That means I would apply this kind of imagery to a larger scale of what, you know.
Well, first,
do
you understand? Great. But the first thing would be, do you understand what a shoreline actually is?
I think he understands that. I think I can think of a better question to ask. Like, you know what a shoreline is, right? You can answer yes to that, right?
Yeah, you go to a beach, there's a shoreline.
Right.
Yeah, it's where the water
out, the water's in a hole, dude.
A better question to ask him would be this: do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what
I'm not entirely sure because.
Wait, what?
Persistently,
all right. So I'll just answer it directly. The answer is no. None of us in here believe in the vacuum of space at all to begin with. So since we don't believe in the vacuum of space at all to begin with, it follows logically that we don't believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space.
Right.
Oh, I didn't invoke any idea of there being a vacuum. I'm just saying, like...
Well, you did invoke that the Earth has a flat surface and it requires that the water is going to fall off of it when we're telling you that it's a shoreline.
Oh, and then I did ask earlier, though, like, where we observe this shoreline? Like, do we have any idea where it is?
Lakes, oceans, actual shorelines.
But those exist within, like, you know, the Earth that we can see.
I think I can cut through this and answer his question. I think I know. You should understand something. Have you ever, or I should ask you this, have you ever heard of something called the Antarctic Treaty? Do you know what that is?
I don't know. I would say it's the fact that nations probably don't want to invade, like, the habitats of Antarctica to protect the life there and the icebergs and whatever.
Yeah, that's what it says in the brochure, but I'm just talking about the treaty itself. It was started in the 1950s. It started with 14 countries. Since then, it's gotten to be more than 40 countries, or maybe more than 50 countries. I'm not sure how many it is now. It's a lot of countries. And it's the longest unbroken international treaty in world history, as far as I know, which is kind of an amazing thing within itself. And some might say suspicious. And so what I'm saying is, what I'm informing you is you're not allowed to independently explore a lot of places you may have previously thought you're allowed to.
Wait, didn't flat earthers go to Antarctica recently and discover it had a 24-hour sun?
You guys are describing a shoreline, and I'm confused because I'm not entirely sure how water is going to be contained on an Earth that is flat. An Earth that is flat.
Shoreline.
That's why I'm asking him, what do he think we mean by the Earth being flat, because it seems like you're having a problem with the shoreline here. It seems like you don't have an understanding of what
where's that shoreline that separates the Earth that we exist on from the non-Earth?
Why would the shoreline be separated from the Earth that we live on?
No, the shoreline exists.
We should just tell the guy, listen, none of us are claiming to know the full extent of the realm that we're in, right? The Earth, and how far it stretches, where its boundaries are. We can say that the bodies of water must have a shoreline because we know that that's how bodies of water behave, right? They require a shoreline. They require an elevated surround of land to contain them. That's what we work with in reality. Look at any body of water, and that's the case. So it stands to reason that that's going to be the case here as well. That doesn't mean that we're going to tell you exactly where it is or that we've been there, because as you'll know, you cannot independently travel wherever you want in this world. You understand that?
I'm not entirely sure myself. I'm being told that, but
okay. Well, if you want, you can test it and find out. Try going to a different country without your passport. See how that goes.
Hey, I'm just doing a PSA. Jaron is doing.
Then there's a condition that you applied that I need a passport, so therefore I can travel where I want, given that I have a passport.
Yeah.
No.
We're trying to be a little more specific than that. We're talking about independent exploration of Antarctica, not going to just another country.
Wait, how do you explain
Dude, shut up. Okay, homeboy clearly said he wanted to do a PSA. He yielded to the other person. And then rather than you guys recognize he wanted to get in, you just all kept talking over each other. So the guy who wanted to do the PSA, go ahead. Anyone who interrupts you, I'm just kicking from the room for the next 2 days. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, my PSA is Jaron's doing a speaking corner tonight. If you can call in, you get 4 minutes uninterrupted in front of 1,000 people if anybody's interested.
Cool. All right, let's go back to the combo.
Yes, I'm going to go over there. See you guys.
Enjoy. So I don't understand why you're confused about water on a flat surface. That's all you've ever experienced water on, a flat surface.
Okay, so you're saying now that because the issue is being able to observe things, but we're restricted because of
we can observe bodies of water and how they behave. This is how we know that water is level and the bodies of water are contained.
Okay, so I'm still confused then. How like, what's separating, the shoreline of the Earth where we exist and live on?
Are you not confused with how a body of water could stick to the exterior of a spinning ball? That's more confusing, surely.
What do you mean by exterior? How would you model exterior?
What? On a ball, the globe that you believe in, no? That's got water on the outside of a spinning ball. Why is the water staying on the exterior of a spinning ball?
I haven't mentioned ball yet.
No, I know, but you're saying, I don't understand water on a flat surface, but presumably you believe the idea that water is staying where it is on a spinning ball without a container.
Well, presumably, but I haven't invoked that yet. I haven't invoked the contrast between a globe and its properties and conditions with a flat Earth. I'm just trying to understand how we're going to map out these properties within a flat Earth conditions.
Great, but it seems that you are confused that water being contained, which is the simple answer to this. You seem to be confused about that.
Well, there may be a simple answer, but I'm not entirely sure because there's nowhere.
I just told you the simple answer. Water actually being contained, something that you can physically observe in all in nature, all natural aspects at water at rest. When have you ever seen water at rest not be contained and be in that physical location? Because I think what you basically trying to say is the reason why you cannot imagine water being on a flat surface because you imagine that water would somehow escape from that flat surface because it's not contained. That would be the opposite of containment. But because we are giving you, yes, water can be contained, right, on the flat surface, because we have a thing that is called shorelines that is actually containing water when it's at rest.
Okay, so
can you imagine that?
We live on
a. Imagine that.
Yeah, because what there's going to be is.
You can imagine water be great. So you can imagine water being on a flat surface with shorelines containing it.
Yeah, because we're going to have land, and there's going to be land and ocean. The ocean is going to be the water that is contained inside the underland, I'd say.
Well, I need me and you to have an understanding to this point that water, right, on the flat earth with shorelines containing it, you can imagine that.
Yeah.
Well, just like imagine a giant lake with islands in the middle.
Yes, but I do need him to, because he keep on saying that he don't understand and he can't see it on the flat.
He's saying he understands it now, I think, don't you?
So a lake is going to have a shoreline, right?
Correct.
Great. So that's the answer to his question.
You're telling me to imagine flat Earth as a giant lake with a shoreline. It's going to have a shoreline going all around its perimeters. So
and
there's going to be
islands in the middle of that big lake too, the big ocean lake.
Yep. Okay, so that's what we're thinking here. Now,
well, I'm saying
that's what you can demonstrate.
That would be possible and understandable, correct? You'd understand that.
Yeah, I'd understand that, but I'm still having trouble because I can't grasp that kind of idea.
Why does the lake bother you so much?
If there's nowhere to actually point to this thing.
No, you need to find out where the water is.
You can point to it everywhere. Any example of a body of water?
No, because there's nowhere to point to the giant
He's
lake.
talking about in the bigger picture, guys. He means in the bigger picture. You mean point to it in the bigger sense, right?
Yeah, we've already told him that that's not something that we're claiming. We're not claiming to have a God's eye view.
We're not claiming.
But we also need to point out to him. We also need to point out to him. You're not allowed to know these things. That's what you need to understand. Also to help you understand this. You're not allowed to.
Well, regardless of whether I'm allowed to or not, that doesn't contend with the idea that I can or cannot.
Great. But based on what you can physically observe with the nature of water and every aspect of it, it has a container. And based on what you physically observe with the lakes and the oceans that we do know about traveling with ships and everything else, usually have a shoreline.
Yeah, okay. We tell people to think about it like, have you got a glass of water in front of you?
Which means that the water, by the necessary.
Hold on, bro.
Logically speaking, the water.
Ask him this question. Let me ask him the question about the cup of water. So you got a cup of water.
I have a tap and a sink in front of me. I do have like a container that has like.
All right. Okay. So you can imagine you fill that up with water and it takes the shape of its container, and it forms a level surface. Yeah.
Sure.
And then you scale that up to a bathtub. It does the same thing. Yeah.
I'd say so.
And then a swimming pool. It does the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a lake does the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why wouldn't an ocean do the same thing?
I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm just saying.
Exactly. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so I understand that, and I think I've recited this idea back so that you guys would understand that I understand this idea. That we live, apparently, allegedly, on a big lake with islands on it. And the big lake, the massive lake, the world lake, has a shoreline that apparently or allegedly we're not allowed to know about.
Well, no, we're not saying you're not allowed to know about it. You inherently know about it because you know how bodies of water behave. You know that a big body of water has a shoreline, unless you can show us a standing body of water that has no shoreline.
A standing body of water that has no shoreline. Well, I can't do that, but I don't think...
Well, there you go. So
I don't think I can then see that there even exists a shoreline.
Well, that would be your claim, but you just said you couldn't show us any demonstration of that. We could show you countless demonstrations of what we're saying. So who's got the evidence?
Can you demonstrate the shoreline, the world shoreline that like contains like all the islands and all the water?
No, because you can't travel wherever you want to go. You couldn't explore the furthest extents of the ocean.
Is that to say that I can't travel to the shoreline, like the world shoreline?
Well, you'd have to know where it is first.
Well, that would be directly one way out of where I stand, and I just go.
Right, and have you been there?
What do you mean by world shoreline? What's a world shoreline?
Because you guys
talk about the shoreline of the oceans.
Yeah.
I think. Do you mean the end of the Earth? Is that what you mean to say?
I say so. Yeah, we're not talking about the ends of the Earth. We're not claiming to have seen it. Because think about it. The Earth is your reality, right? That's all you know. That's all we experience. So you are asking us, where's the edge of reality? I haven't seen it.
No, we should be able to, and if it's flat, we should be able to go there.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I think to help them understand this,
go and find it.
Yeah, and wherever it is, just to help you understand this, it may be water and it may be not. So that's why I was asking you, like, what do you mean by world shoreline or whatever?
Yeah,
we have the known continents.
There's going to be an end.
Places we can travel.
If there's going to be an end,
wait.
the land, the platform.
Hold on.
People have traveled to Antarctica.
Don't jump in, dude. This guy's in the middle of saying something. Finish your point. Yeah, finish your point.
If there's going to be an end to where we can distinct between, the surface that we live on and a surface or, I don't know, a realm that we can't go ahead and live on, then we should probably be able to point to it and see that it exists rather than just
travel. If you can't freely travel, why do you think you would be able to point at places you haven't
can travel?
Wait, hold on. We need to ask him to clarify what he means by we. Like we as in humanity as a whole, or we as in the general public of the United States. Those are two different things.
Both.
Like, what do you mean by we?
Humanity
I think
as a whole.
Saying we is
case by case.
He's using the globe or we. We know what the globe or we is.
Yeah, so if he means by anyone, then the answer is maybe someone has gone there, maybe someone has discovered that, maybe no one has gone there, maybe no one has discovered that. We actually have no way of knowing ourselves, for sure. It's only legends and rumors at this point. But what's important to know, my most important message I can relate to you, is that you should make sure to be politically active and astute and, politically vigilant. Because I think that we should be more active with our congressmen, our local Congress representatives, as far as withdrawing or modifying America's involvement with the Antarctic Treaty. In other words, what I'm saying is I think we should be able to find these answers if it's possible to find these answers. That's what I'm saying. But at the moment, we're not allowed to know if it's even possible. So just keep that in mind.
You are.
Well, being allowed
you can live in denial all you want, man. You just put denial around your neck or whatever, and wear it like a necklace.
You realize a group of flat earthers recently went there, right?
Yeah, dude, we've
holy crap, dude,
a million times.
You're dumb as a brick, dude.
Yeah, so why are you saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna put an end to your stupid. But no, dude, shut your mouth. Thanks. Okay. They went to an area. It's not even deep within the Antarctic perimeter, dude. There's still hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of miles to go, dude. They're barely even getting into the interior, dude. So to just claim that, they went to the edge of something, therefore they went to all of it, it's stupid. So you lost your ability to speak because you're too dumb. So we're going to go back to you not interrupting us, and we're just going to leave you. There you go. All right, Snipples, it's your turn to ask a new question based on what you've heard so far. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that it has to do with whether we're allowed to or not. I think it has to do with whether we're able to or not. And given the technologies we have, given that we have arms and legs, we have boats, we have helicopters, airplanes, people are able to fly illegally to places that they're not supposed to, but that they're able to. They may get caught, they may not get caught, They may die doing so. They may not die doing so.
Well, this has actually happened to some degree. There's a Norwegian guy who tried to travel to Antarctica without getting permission, and he lost a bunch of his friends. A bunch of his friends died, and he got arrested, thrown in jail. So yeah, some people have tried, but it doesn't end up well for them. So, people here have lives, families, responsibilities. They're not just going to pack off and go on a suicide mission to the coldest, most inhospitable place on Earth at the risk of getting killed by just bad weather or something more nefarious. Like, you just have to be realistic, dude. I mean, you're saying, yeah, we've got planes, we've got helicopters. If you're a navy, maybe, if you're a military organization, but the public are not that. So we can't rely on the agencies who are telling us this story about it being a globe to go and debunk themselves.
Oh no, I haven't mentioned anything about anyone saying anything about globes, any properties that a globe would inherit. Just
my
the conditions being presented and things I know about the human cognitive state, the human knowledge state, and I'm just applying that. Also applying a bit of like common sense, like
but your idea of
shoreline.
Right, but you're talking about common sense and your subjective opinion on how people think and will behave. But I mean, we're talking about concrete facts here. There's an Antarctic Treaty, which is international law and prohibits free exploration beyond the 60th parallel south. Okay, so that's just objective reality. Doesn't matter how you feel about it or what you think people should, would, or could do. That is what the case is. So no, people are generally not just traveling willy-nilly to Antarctica and doing what they want. Anyone who's going there is going on an organized trip with guides, expeditions, and permissions under the treaty, for which, as a member of the public, you pay hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get.
Okay, but like, that's not to say that I'm saying that Antarctica is the only place we can go to observe this alleged shoreline, this world shoreline. Like, I'm pretty sure that we can go like multiple places.
Well, this is the point, though. You wouldn't know where to even. This is the thing, though. You wouldn't even know where to look at the moment. So for you to say, I don't think this is possible. Like you'd have no idea.
It makes common sense with like the understanding that I've gathered so far that if we're living on a flat surface, a flat plane, there's going to be a shoreline. You're saying we're imagining a massive lake. We could look north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, southeast, southwest, whatever, and we can just go straight that direction, and we would expect to end up at some sort of shoreline, right?
Well, in your imagination,
you mean to say end, by the way?
Who's doing that?
Well, I'm pretty sure if we had done that before, we'd see the shoreline. So we would have no issue, not just
unless of course the scenario where someone's done that at some point in time, but they just didn't tell the general public, and by not telling the general public, you and I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, well, so in this day and age,
it's starting to sound sort of like a conspiracy now. Like we're just assuming.
Well, I'm just speaking hypothetically. Right? I didn't say anything. I didn't make any claims.
Hold on.
Yeah, hypothetically, but like, I can still derive like a definitive
hold on
idea of what you're trying to say.
If you don't want to talk about speculation, let's talk about physical reality. Let's talk about the nature of the Earth that we live on and its surface.
That is the nature. We've been talking about that.
No. You're conjecturing upon the limit of the surface of the Earth.
Is that not the nature?
No. I'm talking about we can figure out that this place isn't what they've told us in terms of being a ball, and that it's actually a level topographical surface without having to speculate about its full size or its potential endpoints. right? We can do that just by examining the surface that we live on in our local areas. This is what our argument is based on, right? Our argument is not based on speculation about the limits of the system, the Earth that we're in. It's about the physical observations and measurements of the surface that we
That's
live
exactly what we've been talking about. We've been talking about what it's like. We've been
How about
talking
the
about.
lights in the sky? Talk
Well,
about
to a
that.
degree, we have because I spoke about the nature of water, right?
We've not just only been talking about the nature of water. We've been talking about the nature of the land.
As it pertains to the surface specifically, and what that tells us about where we live. That's the most on point thing we've discussed, right? Because speculating about an edge does not get you closer to figuring out whether or not you live on a ball.
Yeah, we literally only been talking about the nature of water and where's the shoreline on its edge. That's not.
I think speculating about an edge gets us closer to whether or not we do not live on a flat surface.
But it's
that's not a logical way to approach this topic, because
at all
what you're being taught and what you're being told is that you live on a big spinning ball. So you should be trying to figure out if that's true.
No, I'm not invoking that. We don't have to turn to that right now.
You're not invoking it. No, we do though. We do because your hang-ups.
Because I told you I came in not actually invoking any properties that would.
I know you're not invoking it. I know you're not invoking it, and I'm not saying that you need to debate in favor of it. But I am saying you need to understand that claim and understand whether or not it matches observable reality, to then start to have a sensible discussion about what the alternatives are and what the Earth is actually telling us.
Okay, so you're saying observable reality, but I simply put that we haven't even observed the edge, and that has been
without observing an edge. We observe a flat, motionless Earth already without observing an edge.
Okay.
Yeah, like you go to a beach.
You need it.
You observe a horizon, horizontal line, and a motionless surface.
I think we should also mention to him, this would be a good time to mention to him, the radius has been falsified via long-range observations over bodies of water. Do you know that yet, or not?
Long-range observations over bodies of water. Okay. I don't
long-range balls. He's not invoking the globe, he said, so...
There's no downward curvature.
He only want to scrutinize the flat Earth.
His balls have his
balls. If you want to scrutinize the flat Earth, then you have to contend with this point that we're making, which is that there is no surface curvature corresponding to 395.
No, I don't need to contend with that. I don't really need to. I just need to understand that there is sort of a principle, sort of an axiom that would ultimately, if debunked,
the axiom
would say that maybe the Earth is not flat. It wouldn't say maybe the Earth is round. It wouldn't say maybe the Earth is another shape. It would just say maybe the Earth isn't flat. And
there you go.
What I'm trying to get at is that
flat?
You just figured it out.
If we can't observe the shoreline, then we ultimately can't assume that the Earth is flat.
No, we can measure over long distances that the surface is flat.
They
don't matter about an edge.
They observe it over long distances.
Right, and you can look at
it doesn't matter what you speculate on an edge. The surface is still flat.
Okay.
And you can look at the nature of water and understand that in order for the water to be at rest, it would need necessary container. It need to be contained in some manner.
We've talked about that. We've talked about how we would need a container.
So if you understand that
a massive lake with a shoreline, right?
Every time maybe it's me. But what you will understand, right, if you follow that logical pattern, right, you will understand that therefore the Earth, right, must somehow be containing that water if you see a body of water at rest. Or else it's on you to demonstrate to us an alternative.
When it comes to my worldview and how I'm displaying it here, I'm only going to accept things that are consistent within observation. So
Right. So
if
what
we
do
cannot
logical
observe the
pattern mean?
shoreline of the massive lake,
Great. To that point, what do logical pattern mean? That means that it's staying consistent, right? So if we say that
we observation.
Great. So if we see that we observe water needing containment whenever it's at rest, to be a body of water always being contained from the cup to the bathtub to the lake, or to a pool, to the lake, to the rivers, right? Then we cannot somehow say when it comes down from the entire body of water covering this earth plane, now
so
somehow it's going to be inconsistent in change.
So like we can just say that, well, it would be consistent within like a logical analysis, some sort of synthetic analysis. It wouldn't actually be invoked. So of course I'm a skeptic, so I'm not going to appeal to an analytic kind of philosophy. I'm going to appeal to a synthetic analysis where we will have observations.
Then you will be going against. Then you will be going against. Then you will be going against the current observations that you took.
Hold on a second, because if you're saying you're going to go with where the observations go, then you shouldn't really be disagreeing with us, because the observation is that we're on a motionless topographical plane. There is no observed curvature. There is no observed motion of the Earth. So if we're starting from observation, that's a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay,
and then we have to prove something else somehow. How do we prove something else? And to then say, for the next step to be, okay, I observe flat and motionless, but if I can't observe an edge of the Earth, then it can't be flat and motionless like I observed. That's illogical. It's still flat and motionless until you can show otherwise.
Yeah, but within the analysis, like some sort of analytic deduction, we're going to ultimately appeal to reason. But again,
reason will
so there's going to be flaws within the reason.
Yeah, so reasonably, we're going to say we observe a flat, motionless Earth. We have no evidence for anything else. So reasonably, we can assume it's a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, reason is logic. Reason is a form of reasoning is logic. That's what it is.
Yeah, it may be logic, but it's going to have internal issues. That's why I'm saying I'm a skeptic. So I'm not going to actually like.
All right. So what's the issue?
And one of the ways that you said you was going to solve these internal issues was staying consistent within the logic that you observed.
No,
so you already solved that problem. So it's no inconsistencies that you pointed out yet. You only basically established and agreed with the consistencies that we pointed out to you.
No, I didn't say that because I said I was skeptic. I said I was going to appeal to the observations that we make that lay consistent through the real world that we can observe.
Those are consistencies of the real world, the natural.
The observations are flat.
But then there's the issue that we can't observe this world shoreline. Right.
No, that's not an issue. We don't need to.
It is an issue because I can't form
an end. We're not playing an end.
Skeptic.
How would that stop it from being the flat and motionless surface that we observe? How would that?
Because we can actually go ahead and discover more about the surface that we live on and assume more from it.
Great, and have you?
It may not necessarily be a flat Earth. It may be something else.
Okay, well, this is what you then have to start challenging. You have to start challenging flat and motionless. Not, I can't see an end. You need to start challenging. So which one is it? Are you challenging that it's flat, or are you challenging that it's in motion? Or are you challenging both of those?
I'm not challenging that it is flat or that it is in motion. I'm challenging the fact that we are being lenient with our observations. We're not being definite.
Okay, well, if you're not challenging that it's flat and motionless, what I meant to say, flat and motionless, then welcome to flat Earth.
Right. Remember the first thing, it was welcome to flat Earth from the very beginning, because remember the first thing that you said when you came in here. Okay, listen. Remember the first thing that you said when you came in here before I started talking to you. Why you trying to act like I didn't get you to this point? The first thing that you said when you first came in here was you were saying you cannot see water on the flat Earth. Then I'm the one that basically got you to admit that water at rest needs containment, and then we follow. Okay, come on now. and we follow the logical. Okay, come on now, dude, stop it.
Hold on. He was asking a question that was similar to what you're saying. He was asking us. He wasn't saying that. He was asking us a silly question, seemingly silly question, like how does water function on a flat Earth or something along those lines.
And under the statement where he repeatedly said, "I cannot see it on the flat Earth." That's why I asked him, "What do you mean by that?"
Water.
No, I was talking about how I can't understand what you were saying. What you guys were saying.
Anyway, respond. Listen, you have to respond to what I just said, because you're. It's not really. I'm telling you that it's flat and motionless, and you're saying you'll go with the observations, which is that. But then you're saying you don't agree that it's flat and motionless. I'm saying, which one are you challenging? You're saying you're not challenging either of them. So I'm saying, welcome to flat Earth. So which one is it? Are you challenging that it's flat and motionless, or are you not challenging that?
I told you, though, I'm not going to actually form a concrete worldview, which means that I'm going to hold agnostic to it, which means that I'm skeptic, as I told you. So that's what it entails.
Fine. But that's fine. But
we are skeptics.
In that case, I mean, all you really have to go on is the observable reality that we all experience, which is a flat and motionless Earth. So either way, that's what you've got.
Welcome to flat Earth. And also the logical consistencies that you agreed with, that you're now suddenly not going to agree with now?
No, it is logically consistent. It is a truth that the world is flat. That is true, but it's not sound within how I come to view the world.
And based on the terms of water.
No, based on that, we can't observe the shoreline, the world shoreline that I've been referring to, because there's apparently.
How does that change
limitations? Apparently, people aren't telling people about this shoreline.
A shoreline is where the water meets the land. Do you mean to say shoreline, or do you mean to say end in that sentence?
Right. That's what it seems like.
That's what we've reduced it to throughout the conversation, to what I was referring to.
So you actually said, that's what I thought I explained to you earlier. I don't know how I got to this, but I thought you just moved the goalpost to the world shoreline. But we do see a natural shoreline with lakes, rivers, and things of that nature.
No, the goalpost wasn't moved. We're just referring to different things. I came here with the clear intent to only discuss about that shoreline and how we can't actually observe it, or we haven't observed it.
And we followed the logical consistencies where we see a miniature shorelines, things on the shoreline where the water is being contained on a miniature scale. By observing that, if you're going to be logically consistent, you can basically make the assumption that, you can make the logical assumption or the educated assumption that you will also need a world shoreline as well, which will be a physical edge that's somehow contained in the water. Now, unless you could show an example, that show us otherwise, we are welcome to listen to it.
Well,
I already asked.
It is not that within my understanding I have to show you otherwise, because I am trying to understand or get to actually, observe this shoreline, this world shoreline that we're referring to. Because I'm of course, I told you I can't form like a concrete worldview if I don't actually have something observable to refer to.
Well, you're not going to be able to travel. You're never going to explore the full extent of the Earth. So you're in the same boat as everybody else. But you've already agreed that as far as observable reality goes, we're on a flat Earth. You can't argue anything to the contrary.
I didn't agree.
You're okay. So which do you observe? Curvature or motion? Or both?
I observe what is flat to my eyes.
Right, so you observe it flat and motionless.
Right.
Like I said.
But that's not to say that the Earth can be shaped differently, given the lack of observation.
Okay, well, you would need evidence for that, though. You would need evidence.
No, my evidence is basically the statement. That is the evidence. I'm telling you, I lack observation.
That's not evidence. That's imagine.
Trust me, bro.
I lack observation.
It could be anything else other than what we observe. Like, that's not an argument or evidence for anything other than what we observe.
What he's doing is adopting someone else's beliefs. Like, let's admit it what it is. Like, you're just simply adopting someone else's beliefs. You have no evidence for these beliefs, but you're just adopting someone else's beliefs. We all did it at one point in time. We were all raised to believe the Earth was a globe.
Okay,
Well, either
but
way.
that is not to say that I'm going to or not going to form a concrete worldview. I'm not going to form a concrete worldview if I'm going to.
Well, that's up
lack
to you,
this
bro.
observation.
No one is going to convince you to think or do
I've yet to
whatever.
say
Like,
even
that's
that
all
the
up to
Earth
you.
is flat or that the Earth is globe. I've just kind of engaged with
Yeah. That's fine.
these
That's fine.
ideas.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, listen, we've done the whole limits of the Earth. We're not claiming the limits. We're not claiming to know those things. So if that was the only thing you were interested in asking, then I think we'll draw a line under it there. If there's any other questions you want to ask or speak about, feel free.
Well,
anything else?
You did say that it would stay consistent, that there would be a shoreline, so you would claim a limit.
Yeah.
Within that.
So I'll tell you what. Let's do it this way. The necessary antecedent for a volume or a body of water, specifically, let's say a lake or an ocean, would be a shoreline. So what you would have to show us is a body of water without a shoreline. Otherwise, you're denying the necessary antecedent.
Yeah,
I already did that with him. He said he couldn't
I
demonstrate
already
that.
said that within this
He's been
logical
denying it
analysis,
all.
it would hold true. It would hold true. I'm just saying it lacks observational content. So therefore, as a skeptic, I'm not going to form a concrete worldview. You can't convince me.
No one's trying to. I guess, are you under the impression that we're trying to convince you of something here? You came here, didn't you?
Well, that also doesn't matter. I'm trying to be convinced.
Are we selling you a timeshare? Well, don't come here if you're trying to be convinced. No one can convince you of anything. We're not selling you a timeshare. We're not Mormons knocking on your door. You do whatever the hell you want to do. In the meantime,
Yeah, we
you're kind
want
of
to
going around in
brainwash
circles.
you to think for
You're
yourself.
being an annoying pain in the dick. Thank you very much, Orion, for talking over. You're being an annoying pain in the dick. And if you just want to make this a circular argument, go somewhere else.
No, I'm not trying to make this circular. I'm just saying with a lack of observation, it's not.
No,
So you don't.
Oh dear.
So you don't observe bodies of water inside shorelines. You don't observe that.
Of course, we do observe that.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
But do we observe a world shoreline?
Has anybody ever observed the entire world shoreline?
Exactly.
Right. So I guess the oceans don't need shorelines. The lakes don't need shorelines because nobody has seen the entirety. Is that your argument?
No, that's not my argument. I'm saying.
So what is your argument then?
If there's no world shoreline, then that if we can't actually observe a world shoreline, then we can actually assume anything, any theory of the Earth.
Yeah, well,
conditional.
You can go look for one yourself.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, at this
I don't know,
point,
I feel like
at this point, we've already explained to you this is speculation. If you want to pursue this, feel free, go exploring. Let us know how you get on. But we're sticking to reality here. And you're saying, oh, it could be anything else. Well, as long as it's flat and motionless, because you can't all of a sudden say, well, because I can't see a world shoreline, it could then be curved, because those two have nothing to do with each other. So if you're still saying on a flat, motionless Earth, it could be something else. Fine. Whatever you want to speculate on.
Yeah, but if you're saying you can't see the world shoreline, well, neither can we. But if you want to go look for one, you're welcome.
Right, so
It doesn't change our
how is it necessarily flat if we can't actually see the world shoreline?
Because it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat.
So the world shoreline is observed, measured, and
no, the surface of the Earth.
You responded to my.
No, the surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat. You know, the one you live on.
So the surface of the Earth would also.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Would also entail the world edge, right?
No, I'm not talking about an edge. You seem to have a quite strange obsession with talking about an edge. No, we're just talking about.
No, it's not an obsession. I'm just trying to actually get to understand.
It does sound like an obsession.
Apparently, no one else
you're dragging it back. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm trying to stick to the point, the main point. It's been about.
This is what we're telling you.
Yeah, it seemed like your main.
Practically used as flat. That's it.
Yeah, and it seemed like your main. And it seemed like your main point is that you're trying to say because you haven't observed the physical edge, therefore no flat Earth. That's not logical.
No. I'm saying
that's not an argument neither. And I wasn't
saying without observation of that world shoreline, it increases the possibility
really hard here.
of no flat Earth. That's what I'm saying. It increases the possibility that the Earth is actually not flat. Because I did say that it could also be a whole.
Let me ask you something. Where have you been? Have you traveled anywhere beside United States? Have you been to any?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if he's been out of his neighborhood. It doesn't make any difference. He's being illogical. That's the important part.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at. The whole point. You keep saying, "Oh, I can't observe the shoreline or whatever of Antarctica or the ocean." Well, have you been there? That's the question. So you can't even see 2 miles down the street. What made you think you could observe whatever thousands of
There's no
miles away?
illogicality. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. I'm agreeing that if the Earth was flat, we'd see a shoreline, right? A world shoreline. That's what we expect to see.
You're not saying that. You are not listening to us at all. You really need to just put yourself on mute and just listen for a while, buddy. Seriously, just listen for a while. That's my suggestion.
No. I'm trying to tell you, I'd agree.
Somebody literally, if AI and Brenda literally just came up with a model without an edge, which is infinite Earth, and that Earth is still being measured, practically used, practically navigated upon, still a flat surface. That is the main point. So even without your physical edge, the Earth can still be flat.
Yeah, but so if the Earth was infinite, then there would be no shoreline because that's what was invoked throughout the conversation.
So the point of the matter. Let me make this point. So the point that you're trying to make, saying that everything is going to be held upon this one point that's you speculating about. You're basically saying, if I do not observe for myself a physical Earth edge, therefore the Earth is not flat.
No, that's not what I said. And I told you. I'm saying with a lack of observation of there being a world shoreline, it increases the possibility of there being other kind of ideas of what the Earth's surface is like. It could be a cube.
Okay, and hopefully that guy's heard that this time, and it's a very irrelevant thing that nobody cares about because it makes no difference with anything.
Right, it doesn't make any. That's the point. It doesn't make any difference because long as that we have the measurement of the Earth being flat, and long as that we observe the Earth being flat, it doesn't change the fact that that's what we observing, and that's what the logical consistencies that we are basically seeing. And it doesn't matter whether or not it have a physical edge or not, because everything that we have measured till we get to that point is flat. As long as it stay within that consistency, that's what it is. So before we even get to that part, we have already measured the entire Earth being flat. Therefore, it's a flat Earth. That's the way the Earth is actually measured. That's the way we actually observe the Earth's surface. It's about the surface. It's about the Earth's surface. It's not about the physical edge. That's just something that you harping on. You harping a whole argument upon something that we're speculating about.
Yeah, but then again, okay, so it still holds true that with a lack of observation of the Earth's world shoreline, right? It would increase the possibility that
okay, you're repeating yourself again. We've heard you the first 2 times. We don't need to hear this again. I have a question for you if you're done already.
Yeah, he's not listening.
Circle over and over again. I've been sitting here about 45 minutes now.
This is done. We're going on to the next thing. Now I'm going to ask you at least 2 questions. First question, do you believe that the Earth is a sphere? Yes or no?
That doesn't matter.
Does it matter? What's the name of the server room that you're in? You better answer this damn question.
Flat Earth.
Yeah. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Is it flat or is it a sphere? I'm asking you, do you believe that the Earth is a sphere, is a planet? Yes or no? In the vacuum of space.
I'm not actually going to posit anything about the Earth being sphere or flat.
Well, you see, now I feel like you're not really participating in the conversation we're supposed to be having here now.
Yes, he's not holding a position.
The foundational views of skepticism that I hold to.
He's trying not to hold a. No, it's not that. You're trying not to hold a position because you don't want to be held to an argument.
No, that's not the
fine.
case.
Very dishonest.
Listen. We're gonna draw a line under it, because if you don't want to take part in that way, that's fine. You don't have to. We can move it on. So, have we got anyone else in the room who does hold a position on what the Earth is?
Look, if I dug just a couple feet under me and I observed rocks, dirt, and sediment, would I just like assume universally that anywhere I dig on the surface of the Earth, there's going to be rocks, sand, sediment, and dirt. Anywhere I dig underneath me. With that given knowledge that I've built through my observations of digging 3 feet under me, I've observed rock, sediment, dirt. If I dug anywhere else, even deeper maybe, would I always observe rock, sediment, and dirt? Would that hold
Is that
true?
a serious question? Is that the end of your question? Is that a question?
Yeah, given the hypothetical, like if I had no observations of what was underneath the ground, and everywhere I dug, just 3 feet under me, rock, sediment, dirt, sand, whatever, and there was nothing else other than those.
Wait, hold on. First of all, before we go into a million questions in a million directions, what's the purpose? Is there a purpose to this question?
Yeah, for you to understand how I'm skeptic.
Oh, okay. Well, here, I'll answer your question, but I certainly hope there's a purpose to this. All right, so the answer is sometimes you'll reach rock, sometimes you'll reach oil, sometimes you'll reach water, depending on where you're going down into the earth.
That doesn't answer the question.
It's a bit silly, bro.
I think I did. Listen pretty damn carefully. Maybe you didn't ask it properly.
Okay, I'll ask it again. So I come into the earth, I come to existing with a lack of knowledge of what's underneath my foot, right? I'm standing on the ground, I don't know what's underneath my foot. I dig 3 feet everywhere I go. I find rock, dirt, sediment, whatever kind of rock, right? I don't actually find anything else. I may see water flowing, I may see trees, but as of what's concerned, I dig 3 feet under me, multiple areas, rock, dirt, sediment. Can I derive a universal and say that if I dig deeper, if I dig everywhere on the planet, like way deeper underneath me maybe, I'd always find rock, dirt, sediment?
Oh, okay. I see what you're asking. I see. I didn't hear that fine detail, or if you said it before. Okay, so to answer your question, it's very simple. The Russians, as far as people claiming to have drilled down or dug down into the earth any distance, the people who even claim to have dug the furthest would be about 7.8 miles, and that'd be the Russians in the 1980s. This something great borehole, if you want to look it up, and they just came to a muddy, putty substance far deep down that was hard to drill through because it kept closing up. So they would drill into it, and that's it.
That still doesn't answer.
That's it. Well, it's just dirt and mud down there, as far as anyone knows. Is what I'm saying. As far as anyone's ever explored.
Do you really not know what he's asking? Are you this retarded? He's not asking what is actually under, the dirt. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Thanks, Grandpa, for pointing it out. What he wants to do is keep harping on the unknown.
Oh, so he's asking for a God's eye view of something.
No, he's just
No, what he wants to do is
what's underneath me every time I dig.
Here.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Tactical, I'm sorry, but like every time you talk and I talked over you, it's because of this.
Yeah, you're a robot. Tactical. So the answer is no. You're not going to find the same thing every time you dig down. Like the other guy was saying, he's going to hit rock. He's going to hit water. He's going to hit different minerals. Depends how far down you dig. But you're missing the point, because we're looking for direct evidence that the Earth is this spinning ball that they've told everyone. And I know you are saying that you don't have a position. You can't offer anything on that.
Right.
Which is why we're opening up the floor to anyone who thinks they can, because that's kind of what we're looking for. Like,
and I could also
about
put it
digging
towards flat Earth.
doesn't really get you anywhere.
and just say like I'm looking for direct evidence as to how the Earth is flat.
Well, then you should have
We're
asked that
applying
like 40
universal.
minutes ago.
Well,
We tell you it measured flat.
I mean, you kind of told us already with water.
Yeah, water's flat.
Yeah, so let me ask him, do you know what the definition of level is?
Yeah, water finds its level, blah blah blah, because ultimately it's going to contain the way it does on like a more micro level, on a more macro level. I mean,
But what does level mean?
Surface level, flat.
Yeah, the word level, I'll just say it. It means no point any higher or lower than another, right? Level.
Yeah, flat.
Yeah, the surface is flat.
But relatively.
Well, so my question is to you is, let's just try this for a second. A bathtub, water's at rest. The surface of the water, it's level, right?
Yeah, relatively level.
Relatively level? How is it not?
Because we're ultimately going to observe like some parts of the water. Like even if we let it sit at rest for like a few days, we can observe particles. You know that they're less level than other particles. So it's not.
You're
always,
not referring to a meniscus, right? You're not referring to the meniscus, right?
Yeah. Do you poop in the water?
Am I not referring to? I don't even understand what meniscus is.
I didn't think it, but what I'm saying is the bathtub water, like just for the sake of discussion, it's level. No point is any higher or lower on the bathtub water, right?
Well, it's going to be relatively level. I'd see that it's relatively level.
So you're not even willing to say that it's level then?
Yeah, if I don't appeal to that theory, then I'm not going to appeal to the theory. It's just relatively level, and we can apply that.
But why is that though? Why would you not say what's stopping you from just saying it's level? What's stopping you?
Because it's not perfectly level.
How so?
As I explained, we're going to observe some particles of the water like waving about above other particles. There's going to be like particle.
Yeah, all right, you're not. Okay, what do I have to like do it down to like within an inch? Okay, within an inch range of what's that term I'm looking for? Air, area of air or whatever. Anyway, within an area of air, I'm looking for a slightly different term right now. I'm forgetting. Within an area of air, margin of error of 1 inch, you would say that the bathtub water is level, right? Question mark?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So now let's just start with that. Let's go to the Olympic swimming pool at rest within the margin of error of 1 inch level, right?
I mean, like at rest.
50 meters. 50 meters. An Olympic swimming pool is 50 meters. So a swimming pool 50 meters long. The water is level within a margin of error of 1 inch, right?
You said 50 meters?
Yeah.
I guess the ripples wouldn't make the leveling that much distinct, so I'd say
no. There's no. It's at rest. At rest means there's no waves on it. Okay, there's no waves. There's no ripples.
Oh, so we're assuming that there's no external conditions that would affect like the ripple.
Have you ever seen an indoor swimming pool late at night when no one's there? Like it's perfectly still. No waves.
You can see it, and there's no ripples to affect like light reflecting off of it that you could see.
Hold on, there's a filtration system, so the water is constantly being moved in a swimming pool. The jets on the sides are moving the water when they're on.
Yeah, but anyway, the whole point of me asking you this series of questions is to scale up to the point where you tell me, over 10 miles or so, there's a certain amount of curvature and convexity of the water, and I'm wanting you to tell me that you believe that, and also that you know that, and you can prove that. That's what I'm asking for, and that's what I'm trying to get to. And I already know that there is no evidence for that. because we've already falsified that.
So you're telling me to pretend that I'm a globe earther?
Well, I'm trying to help you understand that the fact that no one's ever demonstrated the oceans and lakes of the world to be convex.
What relevance does that hold?
Because they're not convex. Because they're not convex, it demonstrates the Earth is not a ball.
Okay, what about
it? Why are you talking to him?
He's roboting. Anyways,
I don't know who's coming in roboting.
brother.
Somebody is roboting.
I've still made it clear that, like, with a lack of observation, anything else could be possible outside of one reality, and we've yet to observe this world shoreline that would actually go ahead and, like,
you keep calling it that. What? Seriously, dude? Like, do you have a memory problem?
Clear earlier, bro. Everybody in here, especially Cyclone, went through with you, man. I think you're just a brick wall.
Okay, you shouldn't have an issue with me calling it world shoreline. That's not the issue. The issue is whether we can go ahead and observe it or not.
It's. I do have a problem with you calling that because it's kind of as literally retarded. I think if I'm using that, literally retarded. Yeah, it's stupid. You're abusing the English language, is what I'm saying. So, like, stop doing that. Just call it the end of the Earth. That's what you mean to say.
Yeah, but
the
we've
end
reduced
of the
it to
Earth,
the end
wherever
of
that
the
is.
Earth.
But listen. Look, we don't need to go to anywhere to figure out the Earth is flat. We already know the Earth is already flat, just the way it is already. But if you want to know if there's an edge or not, right? You should get some money, get your crew, whatever, go out there, document everything, find out for yourself, and bring it back and tell us all about it.
No. It's not. I haven't said I want to know, or I have said I want to be convinced. That's all I said. I've only said I want to be convinced. Never said I wanted to know. I just want to be convinced, and so far I can't be convinced because of lack of observation.
Okay, stop, please, stop. I thought we ended this conversation earlier. It was so painful. The boundaries of reality have no consequence on the surface of the Earth.
I think a lack of observation is a consequence of what I view.
We already know what you think, and we have already told you it's inconsequential.
Okay, what do I think?
Surface of the
Can
Earth.
you tell me what I think?
I don't want to have this conversation. You guys went through.
Okay, you can't even answer, so don't talk, please.
How long?
So
let
me ask you a direct question.
Navigate to the edge?
No. We've already gone over that. Let's ask him a real question because he's just being a glober. What would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all, or is it unfalsifiable to you?
Well, I'd have to have someone that is a glober, like, explain everything, every property, every what's it called, every condition, every relative theory of a globe, and then I'd have to, share my skepticisms about it.
Wait. I think maybe you didn't understand my question. Maybe, do you know what falsify means?
Okay, what does it mean?
It means prove wrong.
Yeah, okay. And
so my question is, what would prove wrong the globe for you, if anything at all?
I'd say a universal, like a universal that has consistent, observable, explanatory power. As in, like, we would observe that, like, the Earth curves, or I would observe the Earth curves, and it would be consistent that going up in space and flying around the ball that the Earth would allegedly be, it would appear spherical, like a geode.
No, buddy, I just asked you what would prove the ball wrong, and you just said going to space and looking at the ball.
That would prove it. But what would prove it wrong is that I conduct this kind of exploration, this journey, and then it proves wrong. Like,
okay, yeah, lovely. But my question is, would anything else prove it wrong? Anything that you can do, would that prove it wrong? Is there anything you can do that would prove it wrong, feasibly? Or is there nothing?
I don't know. I think the relative theories of flat Earth and globe Earth are very true. I just think like it needs to be observable to me.
Well, okay, I just want to point out to you that it's a cult belief if it's an immovable belief on your part. So try to just, think for yourself. Just remember to think for yourself is all I can say.
I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think cults kind of surround the idea of like...
It's definitely a religious cult that you're in when you can't demonstrate anything about it. And it's just a belief.
Okay, I've heard many demonstrations of flat Earth, globe Earth. I think like they hold true in of themselves based on like
no, they don't.
Selective observations.
They don't. What observation makes a globe?
Well, I'd say perspective. People
perspective makes the world a globe.
No, I haven't finished what I was saying. I was saying perspective in the idea that globe earthers would explain like the horizon and how it sits flat, no matter where you turn. Because if you look at a surface, given like a 3 mile, in virtue of 3 miles to where you're looking, what's it called? There would only be like
horizon. Look in the chat, I think, and go ahead.
What?
Go ahead, whoever.
What did you ask?
I think he's asking about the horizon or talking about the horizon. I asked him, where does he see a ball at? It was my question, and he was supposed to answer.
Yeah, so basically some globe Earth theories would explain the fact that we can actually look out and see every single thing that sits on Earth's surface, given a relative theory that, like, in virtue of perspective, we're seeing a horizon estimated to be about 3.3 miles out that would appear flat throughout the horizontal points from left to right, because
on a ball.
In relation to like just how big the Earth is.
What would a flat line look like compared to that?
It would look like a flat line.
What the fuck are you talking about? So a curve looks flat and a flat line looks flat. What are you talking about? They're clearly not
talking about how we can't look out and see things. Like I can't look out and see. I can't look out and see.
You're not making no sense.
I can't look out and see Paris. I'm saying I can't look out and see Paris.
You'll be able to see the end.
You're looking at the horizontal horizon no matter who looks, no matter what direction, no matter what way, no matter what area. Surveyors and measure horizontal. The elevation is horizontal, and that's the only way that works. We're not talking about goofy theories and ideas here. We're talking about principles of fucking reality. They are a horizontal basis of elevation. How the hell would you or any glober tell you how to do globe elevation? What's globe elevation even mean?
I'm not talking about elevation. I'm saying if I look out, I can't go ahead.
No, I am. I'm saying.
Okay, but then that's irrelevant. That's just irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
Well, stop talking about what you're talking about because it's not helping nobody.
Okay, then that's just like really irrelevant.
On a ball.
Honest. You're kind of like
you explain elevation on a ball. Stop talking to yourself.
You're being really obscure right now.
No, you're being a weirdo. How do you explain elevation on a ball, weirdo?
What do you mean by elevation?
Okay, that's what I mean, you damn weirdo. Every time somebody asks you anything, you fucking don't know what words mean all the time. Right? Get a fucking dictionary out, read it one time, and then talk to me.
Where are you? Okay, so what do you mean by elevation? Just tell me.
Go get a dictionary out and read it.
Okay, what do you mean by elevation?
I think he's AI, artificial intelligent parrot. I'm repeating.
Okay, so
go look it up.
You're not gonna actually engage in good faith, or at least like want to respond.
Dude, if you don't know what the word elevation means, you should stop talking.
No, I don't think I'm gonna stop talking unless I'm told to stop talking.
Something's wrong with you then.
Like by a moron, I'm told to stop talking.
You're not a real person if you don't know what the fuck elevation means.
Great.
That brings you here. I think he's on that. If the Earth is flat, you can see forever sort of game.
Yeah, there's something wrong with him. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask him. So just because it's round, you can see forever on a round plane?
No, what he's doing is time wasting. He's time wasting. That's all
Yeah, I
he's
know.
been
He's
doing.
being
It's
a
all he's been
weirdo.
wanting to do.
Yeah, it's one of the either, because he's just been fucking about, man. He's doing nothing.
He doesn't want to stick to a position. He already admitted he wants to hold an agnostic position. We tell him we're not sitting here trying to convince you of anything, and he still tries to push as if he's trying to be convinced.
Right, I'm just
Useless
telling him
to
how.
continue talking to him because he literally will put himself in a position of neutrality. He will never hold any position, period.
Right, and I was
It's
just trying to get him
useless to
somewhere to
continue
like
talking to him.
actual elevation of reality, like a surveyor, construction worker, a fucking engineer, metal work, anything. Like any way you have to use some type of any measurements or anything, like it only works on flat. Elevation is based on a horizontal. You have like a mean line, a top, and a bottom. You go up so high, you go down so low. The mean line is the center part you go back to, like an equilibrium. The equilibrium elevation is based on a horizontal reference frame across the whole realm of our reality. Whether you pour water and oil and mix it together like that, or stack air or anything in a container, it has gradients. They're horizontal gradients, and that's how you go up it vertically, and they're horizontal layers. Every so often you go up, there be differential in voltage, elevation, temperature differentials. These things work that way. Now, temperature can do whatever the fuck anywhere. That's not really but the elevation of the things that stack, if they stack up in a horizontal perspective. They don't stack in a curve. They don't make fucking frowns and happy faces. Elevation is not a frown or a happy face. It's a horizontal line from left to right, no matter how big you make your object. Whether you made it a 24,000 mile object or a 1 mile object or a 2 foot object, a horizontal frame of reference is what you live on. No one in the fucking world can tell you how to go down, up, and stay at the same elevation on a ball. Going down is going up, is going nowhere on a ball. You're not even moving. You don't even have to move. You can just sit there, and if the ball spins, now you've went down and up at the same rate and stayed at the same fucking height. At the same rate. It's moving. You're doing 3 things at once on a globe. Who can prove this?
Yo, man. It's gravity, man.
Yeah, okay, goofball. How the fuck can you prove it? What's laughing? Is laughing proving it for you?
What? This is hilarious,
a funny
man.
guy going gravity, man, that's higher than fucking mushrooms. You're high on mushrooms right now, or what?
No, I'm not.
What the
Listening
fuck does
to you talk, and it's funny, man.
Listening to you not make no sense and can't see gravity make a snowball.
Man.
Gravity pack you another bowl.
Gravity, man, is what keeps everything on Earth.
Yeah, right.
You know what? You're going to need a sphere for the gravity. You have an Earth as a ball. You're going to need the ball first.
Guys, misunderstanding him.
Sphere?
He's saying his gravity bong is what's doing.
Yeah, well, you need a sphere for that.
Water
Earth needs to be a ball.
Clear place of air in between. You have a clear area of air, and you have water. You push it all the way down to the water, you escape the air, and then when you go to cover the top, it acts like a straw. That's not a fucking gravity bong. That's an anti-gravity bong. So now when I put my hand on top of the 2 liter and lift it up, it pulls all the water up with it and holds it there because I don't release it. Now, my hand is anti-gravity. Your thumb on a straw is anti-gravity. When you put your thumb on the end of a straw, if you don't let it release, you lift it up, the water stays in there. Upside down. The other way.
Wait, that's a really great marketing idea. Anti-gravity bong. You can sell
Anti-gravity
bars.
push down the gallon, and you get all the smoke.
Yes, when you push down, it forces everything in your lung. I don't advise you to try it at home. You'll need to throw someone your keys. You won't be able to drive like you're drunk. Yes, sir.
Nah, don't drink and drive, man. It's not good.
It's not. Shut up, dummy. It's weed.
That's the perfect product name to sell a hipster for $500
Anyway.
or maybe $1,000. A gravity bong. An anti-gravity bong.
Yeah, anti-gravity bong.
Yeah, you're still going to need a ball for this gravity. Do you have proof that Earth is a ball first?
Well, you'll need gravity
Everyone
from
in East
scratch.
Hollywood has one.
Oh, no, you'll need gravity from scratch to form a ball for us somehow. Come on, gravity, do work.
I'm saying you're gonna need to fly out in the outer space before you start to believe anything.
So gravity
There's no way to convince you guys. I've listened to you long enough.
Gravity only works in space,
You
but not
guys
on
are
Earth.
fully engrossed in your belief that the Earth is flat.
Not a belief that gravity's hiding from you and you can't get it to work. Gravity,
It's invisible, obviously.
The Earth is a ball.
Come out, little
Tell us,
gravity.
what's your best proof the Earth is a ball?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second.
How is gravity
guys.
hiding?
Hold on, I'm talking to gravity. Wait, gravity, where are you? Come here, gravity. Come out, play. Don't be afraid.
Gravity. I didn't go anywhere. I'm right here.
Dude,
So
there's a
seriously,
reward for gravity.
Castle. What's your favorite globe proof? What's your favorite piece of evidence that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
My evidence?
He doesn't need to provide that. You need to provide evidence that
You know, if you look at the moon from different parts of the Earth, whether you be the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it appears to be different.
More stargazing.
What's the
So
bottom
we're
of the
talking
moon
about the
look like?
surface. Stay on track. You lost the plot.
I'm saying
back of the moon?
if when I was looking at it from my view in Samoa when I was a teenager, it looked like a mother holding a baby. But now that I'm back in America, it doesn't look like that anymore.
Now shut up. Can we get back down to the surface
You
of
asked
Earth,
me a
which is
question.
what we asked you about? Now looking at the sky.
Yeah, so he answered the question, but it's an illogical answer because it's
Why?
It's not.
Why? Why is it illogical? Why?
Because he's pointing at the sky and saying, "Look, the Earth is a ball." By pointing at the sky.
That's not at all what he said.
Look, I imagine a lady in a moon. Look, pareidolia in the clouds. It must be. If I see pareidolia clouds, what's that mean, Globers? Is the Earth a pareidolia cloud too? Pareidolia balls. Everything you see is a fucking ball. Pareidolia. What kind of pareidolia is that? Ball pareidolia.
That's way too
Balladolia.
complex. Denmark.
Globers have balladolia.
Denmark. That's way too complex for these Globers, man.
Bending ball, my wheelchair, I'd be able to just freaking let go and I just roll downhill, you know. Trust me, I'm in a wheelchair. I didn't know if it was freaking curved.
Yeah. So I would like Castle King to try again because looking at the sky has nothing to do with the surface. What's your proof of Earth being a sphere on the surface?
Well, on the surface, it appears to be flat.
Yeah,
that's because I'm just a human being out here and very small compared to the Earth, and I can't see the full shape of the Earth from my point of view where I'm standing.
Apparently, your eyes aren't that good. Apparently.
Yeah.
You don't need to see the entire Earth. All you need to do is see, like we do, much farther than the globe would permit, which we do with even the Black Swan 10 miles. That would make your Earth's radius 250,000 miles, 500,000 mile diameter, versus what it's supposed to be, 8,000 mile diameter. So what is your margin of error? Like 1,000,000 mile diameter, that's okay with you when it's supposed to be 8,000 miles?
Listen, like I said, I can't tell you anything that's going to convince you that the Earth is round. I've heard you guys.
We learned the same things you did, brother. Why do you think we're here?
Someone convinced you that the Earth is flat.
No,
and you believed
the Earth convinced me. I went out and checked with the math, with the diameter, the dimensions they gave us. We went out and looked ourselves, and guess what? In 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. 10 miles, 67 feet. 20 miles, 400 feet. You can see these distances. There's no drop. Water isn't curving. So if you were smart, you would find out what those dimensions are yourself instead of just telling us, oh, I'm just too small. They told us how big it was supposed to be. All you got to do is take that math, those dimensions, that metric, and go out and check yourself over water. Very simple. But I doubt you would do that with your religious fervor. Yeah,
I'm saying I don't have anything to prove here.
You just want to believe without knowing. So you're a religious zealot, and you just want to keep professing your globe without even knowing what its dimensions are and what that means on the surface. Am I right or am I wrong?
Listen, you can be what you want to be, man.
Yeah, am I right?
I'm not here to. I don't know. Listen, you've been right and wrong in your lifetime, right?
You're not going to even go out and check yourself. You're not even going to check what the dimensions are you? Yes or no?
Oh man, listen. I'm an artist, not a scientist.
Okay, so the answer was no, right? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. So you're a religious zealot.
You can't tell me welcome to Flat Earth. I don't believe.
Hold on, Sonny. I know what direction we should go with this next. Hey, buddy. So you believe that someone else at some other point in time in the past proved that the Earth was a ball, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Just a quick question about that. Who did that? And how did they do that?
He used a stick. He put it in the ground.
Stick in the ground?
Good Lord.
Wait, hold on. Are we growing tomatoes?
He just said he's an artist. Ask him if he's ever drawn to the beach and drawn a fucking boat freaking 5 miles away or something. Ask him something he knows. He's not going to understand any of that shit.
Yeah, he's an artist. Ask him if he knows the difference between a curved line and a straight one. Because I don't think he knows the difference.
Oh.
So I don't know what kind of artist you are if you don't know the difference between a curved line and a straight line. When you look out at the horizon, is it curving?
Like I said, from my point of view, no. But if I were to go out into outer space and look at it, then yes, it would curve.
I already told you on the surface, there's certain dimensions of the globe they told us. For it to be that size, you would have 16 feet of drop in 5 miles, 67 feet of drop in 10 miles, 400 feet of drop in 20 miles. So what don't you get about that? And why is it that you don't think you'd be able to see the difference between level and 16 feet below your line of sight? As an artist, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference?
Didn't they prove that ships sailing off into the horizon disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah, and then you zoom back in and the entire ship's come. So does the zoom camera zoom around a curve?
Wait a minute. You zoom back in and then you find that it's not dipping below the horizon?
After the ship's disappeared, you zoom back in. The entire ship, all the way to the waterline, is there again. So what I asked you still stands. Do you believe zoom cameras zoom in around a curve edge after the ship's already disappeared below your line of sight? Can a zoom camera zoom in around a curve?
The first time I was here, they said the actual environment, the atmosphere, would be too thick to see anything at a certain point.
That's true,
what they told me.
That doesn't answer my question of when a ship disappears from your view, then you pull out your zoom camera, zoom back into the entire ship, waterline and all. What I asked you still stands. Do you think a zoom camera zooms back in around a curve edge?
You know, it's funny. If you're going to zoom in on an object that you're looking at...
Why can't you just answer the fucking question?
No, because obviously it's some kind of optical illusion.
Why can't you just answer the question?
It's an optical illusion, obviously.
So you're just obfuscating the fucking question. You won't answer.
No, have you ever heard of an optical illusion?
So you won't answer the question. Can a zoom camera zoom in around a curve edge after the boat has gone below your line of sight on a ball?
Yeah, because you're focusing on the subject now.
Oh, so the zoom camera zooms in around a curve edge. So like
no, I'm saying you're focusing on the ship.
So if you're on a basketball and you put your finger in front of your eyes and then take your finger all the way around to the other side where you can't see it. Now if you're there in where your eye is and you put a zoom camera, you can see all the way to the other side of a ball with a zoom camera?
If you move the camera all the way to where your finger is, you'll see. You'll see
you realize how ridiculous.
Oh my God! Listen, man, you guys like to tell people welcome to flat Earth, and
you want to just like
other people are in a cult. You guys are in the cult, man.
You just want a nervous laughter through this whole thing.
Nervous laughter. This is.
You don't want to pay attention to any of the facts that I mentioned to you about the dimensions of Earth. You won't answer any of those questions.
So a mixture of unbelief and astonishment.
You're a religious zealot, and you don't even want to know the details of your own religion. I got it.
Oh, my own religion?
We run into that every day. Yeah, heliocentrism. It's a religion.
What? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's the largest religion ever created by mankind, and you're a part of that cult. You just explain to us why you are, because you won't answer the questions, and you will deny any of the facts brought forth to you. You don't even want to go look for the dimensions of Earth yourself, and you ignore all of those facts that I presented.
Even if I did find all those things that you want me to go find out there, you still wouldn't believe it.
I only believe what can be validated and verified empirically and in reality.
Have you been to the edge?
Yeah. Have you been to the edge?
Who said anything about an edge? The edge of what? The edge of the water?
Oh, are we on a disc?
The edge of the water is the shoreline. Dumb shit.
No, are we on a disc?
No, we're not on a disc. No one here thinks we're on a disc. Only you think that.
Oh, okay. So then what is the flat Earth? Yeah. What is it like? If it's flat, like, is the entire universe flat?
Well, you apparently think flat is a shape, so you need to go back to third grade geometry because you would fail. Flat is not a shape. We don't make any
flat claims. What's flat?
Flat is a surface description.
Okay, so what are we on the surface? Well, okay, so then when does the surface end? Does it go on forever and ever, infinite?
No one's been to the total extremities of Earth to come back in. Now, if they have,
so you haven't validated it. So you haven't validated it either. Even you haven't validated it.
Yeah, I validated that the water's not curving. That's simple. You could do it too.
Oh, you have a boat? You sailed across the entire ocean?
You can go down to the beach and you can view things that are much further than the globe would permit.
Right. But you say you believe things that are verifiable, right? Like you didn't verify that you could sail all the way across the earth.
Yeah.
You didn't.
I looked at a shoreline 30 miles away at an island and can zoom into the shoreline 30 miles away. That's supposed to be 600 feet.
You didn't go that 30 miles away. You didn't go that 30 miles away and check what was beyond
I've
that,
been
right?
there before. Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm a sailor. I've actually sailed from the harbor to that island 30 miles away and watched it the whole fucking time. It didn't just appear. And then when you got to that 30 edge, I saw it the whole time. Sailing up there, so when you got to my feet on the shore and touched the sand on the shoreline. So you don't know.
I'm just asking you questions. I'm trying to understand. Like, you don't have to attack me. I'm trying to understand what you believe. So, like, when you got to that 30 miles away, did you continue to sail 30 more miles to verify that, there in fact is an edge to this flat Earth plane?
No one claimed an edge here. Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. So it's contained. So in a container.
How do you know it's contained? How do you know it's contained?
Because we have gas pressure. How are you breathing?
So hold on. What is it contained in?
Yeah, no one's been out there to tell us what it's made of. We don't claim to know what it's made of.
You haven't verified it yourself, right?
Yeah, we verified it with the gas pressure. You're breathing pressurized air. How do you think you're breathing right now?
Okay, so you agree there's some type of atmosphere.
Atmo and sphere that's a dichotomy. Gases don't obtain a particular shape unless they're contained. So you're saying atmo and then sphere. Gases don't have a shape. So you're committing a fallacy, a logical fallacy, saying that gases have a shape like a sphere. That's not true. Gases obtain the shape of their container. That's it.
So what? So no one's verified it, not even you. So we don't. I can't trust what you're saying, right?
Brother, listen, son. Gas pressure. What's the definition of gas pressure? What is the cause of gas?
I don't know. Explain it to me like I'm 7. I want to understand all the facts that you believe.
I will explain to you like you're 7 because we need to go back to like 12 years old so you can understand. Gas pressure requires a container to obtain gas pressure in all circumstances.
In all circumstances.
There's no such thing as gas pressure without a container. Can you provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
I'm just asking you. I'm trying to understand your beliefs, like your beliefs. Know what you believe. It is a belief. It is a belief. It is a belief because you haven't verified there's a container.
Verified gas pressure here on Earth.
I mean, scientists for thousands of years have verified there's an atmosphere. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, when, where, and how, and what method was used to determine that gases obtain a spherical shape? When was that done?
So you're not claiming a shape. I'm not claiming a shape either. I'm saying there's an atmosphere.
Yeah, atmosphere means it's ball shaped. It's a sphere shaped gases. So when was that verified?
Hold on, Lairs. You're right.
Yeah. So you.
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I'm going to show you that.
I don't know. I can't answer the question. I'm trying to learn what you have because I'm dogma. I haven't looked into it.
You don't even know what questions I was going to ask.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Listen, there are 3 simple questions. If you don't know, you just say you don't know. That's honest.
Okay, so
listen, here's the 3 claims that the globe Earth makes. These are the primary claims that are required for it to be a sphere or a ball Earth. So the first one is, do you know of any time in history that anyone has ever measured the curvature of Earth on the surface, meaning drop over distance, and what method was used? Do you know of that?
Do you know anyone on Earth who has measured the flat
Listen,
to the end of the Earth?
All I ask you is to be honest with your answers. We'll get to that.
I know. I don't know. I already told you I don't know. I already came forward and said I don't know. So that's why I'm asking you to just have you verify the same question.
Very good. We're going to get to that. We'll get to the information that we have. So the second, very good. You said you don't know of who measured globe Earth. So the second question is, who in all of human history has detected Earth's motion by whatever means, what technology was used to measure its motion?
From my understanding, we have satellite pictures.
Well, that's a side issue. We're talking about the motion of the surface of Earth. So do you know of anyone or what technology was used to detect the motion of Earth's surface in motion?
Satellites?
How do satellites measure Earth's motion?
They're at a point in the sky, so I'd imagine, they're capturing pictures from wherever they're at consistently, right? And then you string those together, and then they form like a video.
Okay, so how would those pictures or videos determine that Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? How would they determine that through video or pictures from far away from Earth? How would they determine the miles per hour of Earth's spin?
Right. And maybe they would probably correlate it somehow, right? Like they say, hey, well, the sun's hitting the satellite at this time when it's hitting the satellite, or the sun's hitting this point on Earth at this time. Let's do a difference between those 2 numbers. And let's say, hey, at 5 a.m. we started shooting these pictures. 5 p.m. we're going to go ahead and calculate the actual speed by calculating whatever those mathematical equations are.
So are you just kind of guessing at this, or are you just kind of making it up, or you just don't know?
Sonny, can you provide me a map of the Earth with a scale on it, please?
I'm in the middle of asking him 3 questions. You can wait your turn.
No, provide me a map of the Earth with a working scale with the flat Earth.
I'll be done in a few seconds, Bogart.
Provide me a map of the Earth, bro.
I'm almost done. He said he didn't know the first one, that Earth's curvature.
That's not what he said he didn't know.
Now we're asking him the second question: when was Earth's rotation measured? he thinks satellites. I'm asking him
go ahead,
to
Sonny.
logically connect how satellites would determine miles per hour of the surface. Go.
Yeah, I know. Just like any basic equation when you're trying to calculate velocity, you have 2 points, right?
Okay.
You do the distance, the speed that it's moving.
How did they do that specifically with the method that you claim? How did they do it specifically?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I mean, you can go online right now and look up satellite images of the fucking Earth. I don't.
Okay, very good. That's the images of the Earth. That's not its rotation. Thank you, Your Honor. You said you don't know. Now we'll go to the third one. The third one is we're in a pressurized system. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Is the container your mouth for these nuts?
So I suppose that answer is no. You don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So all three of these claims you did not know the answer to. So you only have a belief in the globe. You don't have any proof of the globe, or you don't actually know that Earth is a globe.
Okay, so then I have a question for you.
I'm almost done. I was in the middle of my sentence, so I'm almost done. So you only think that Earth is a globe. You believe Earth is a globe because someone else told you. So you have an appeal to authority. You don't know Earth is a globe, and you have no proof that Earth is a globe. So basically, you have a religious belief in the globe. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so now my question for you. So what benefit does the entire world have to convince all of the people that we're on a circular object floating through space? What is the benefit? Like, what are they trying to gain from that?
Spherical object.
Oh, spherical. My thanks for the correction there. What is the benefit from their convincing us?
How about a control of your mind and all of your resources that you use from cradle to grave? The expense that you spend on all of those resources that can create an artificial obsolescence or an artificial lack of resources or limited resources. How about that they control everything from the time you're born to the time you die with all your resources, how long you have to work, how much everything costs in your entire life, where they profit off of everything, double, triple, tax you. How about if they're hiding? I
understand control.
I'm almost done. Shut up. So
you're long-winded, bro.
How about if they're hiding more land that has more resources that they're lying about? What if there's more people somewhere?
And don't forget about the best reason of all. They might have done it just for fun. They might have done it just for kicks, just to fool you.
Yeah, how about that? They got you believing this thing without any proof. Why did they care who believes it?
So is this an echo chamber?
You blindly believe it without any evidence.
Is this an echo chamber? You muted me. And I was trying to ask you a question.
I don't have the ability to mute you,
but we need you to listen to what's being said and not talk over the person that's trying to explain.
But I was trying to. I was asking him a question, and then he went on to just tell me all these things about dogma.
Now's your chance to respond.
Okay, so do you purchase things? What currencies do you use to purchase a subscription to access the internet or pay your phone bill?
The same monetary system that you use.
Can I answer? Can I continue? You guys gonna cut me off?
No, I was just trying to make a joke.
All right, thanks, Charles. Thanks for not cutting me off. Okay, so if you're doing the same thing and you're paying the same prices and you're living the same similar life as me, they have you controlled, but you're believing in something that you can't even verify either. So why does it matter?
That's a non sequitur to what I said.
Got it. Now it's fair.
Yeah.
We're here for debate. We're here for debate. That's cool. We're in the matrix. We're in this matrix. That's cool. I'm done. I got no more questions.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't care if there's a globe or not.
But can't prove what? Can't prove what? What are you referring to when you say can't prove something?
He can't prove because what he said himself, no one has went to the edge of whatever this flat pizza plane is and verified that there is in fact some end to this flat earth.
Yeah, but he didn't make any claims in regards to that. I know, Sonny. I know he didn't make any claims. So what are you talking about?
He told you we can't verify it, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if we can or can't. No one in here made any claims in regards to that. So who are you talking to? A ghost?
So you're just gonna believe stuff without verifying it?
No. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. Listen to the words I'm saying very carefully. Just because someone doesn't make a claims in regards to X doesn't mean that they automatically have one belief system or another belief system in regards to X.
He doesn't believe in the flat Earth.
He does. He is a flat earther. He knows the Earth is flat, just as I do. Why don't you ask him a question about it instead of assuming things?
But he already told me no one has been to the edge, so-called edge, or no one has even made a claim that there's some shape. It's just some flat thing that we just really don't know very much about because no one has actually verified any of the things besides the gas pressure, that there's no atmosphere, right? Things like this that aims to disprove a circular or a spherical object in favor of something flat, right? Like you said, no one's actually proven or verified what you're saying either. So I don't understand, like, do you believe...
Allow me to expand on that thought. Allow me to expand on that thought to maybe help you understand it a little better. It's not so much that he's not even really making any claims in regards to that. So there's either two scenarios that are true in regards to whatever end of the Earth it may be out there. Let's just say there's an end of the Earth out there, whatever. All right, and it doesn't go on forever. All right, which is what I think. Now there's two scenarios that are. One of these is true. I can't tell you which one is true, but it's safe to say in this scenario, one of these is true. Either people have gone to the end of the Earth and come back and are not telling the general public about it, or no one's ever gone to the end of the Earth. But the end of the Earth, in that scenario, still is a real place.
But he said no one has gone there and verified it. That's what he said specifically.
Well, yeah, he was maybe using just slightly different words than what I just used, but that's kind of what he meant is what I said.
That was case two.
Hold on, he's putting words in my mouth. I never claimed there was an edge. You did that.
No, but what I said was... Yeah. But hold on. When I asked you the question, you said no one's ever verified that.
You think that if...
Didn't I ask you the question?
You think that someone would go to an edge that would prove it. No one here claimed an edge. That's a straw man you're creating.
Oh, fair, sure. I asked you a question and you said no one's ever verified that there is an edge or these things, right? So that's fair.
So
that's what I was trying to say.
I just want to say three things. Earth is measured flat, observed flat, and practically used in all situations as flat and stationary by everyone, including your beloved priest at NASA. They use flight models. All the manufacturers of aircraft use flight models. They assume a flat and stationary Earth. Now, if Earth was curved at 8 inches per mile square, with those drops that I explained to you, 10 miles is 67 feet, 20 miles is 200 feet of drop. So if the Earth was curving at that rate and you're flying supersonic jets, why would they assume a flat and stationary Earth? Can you tell me that?
No, I already told you I don't know about your subject. I don't know about the subject matter. I'm just asking you questions because I wanted to understand. And so all I heard when you say you can't verify something and I ask you a question, then I just can't believe you either. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't verify an edge. Your straw man you created. No, I'm not going to verify that. But I verified that Earth is flat and stationary. We know that water doesn't curve. Large bodies of water don't curve.
No, how did you verify? I want to know.
I've observed.
You've observed it, but you've never traveled there and never done it.
All you got to do is
how can I believe you?
Shoreline 30 miles away.
How can I believe you, though?
Because they told us how big the Earth was. You shouldn't be able to see it. Do you get that part?
I honestly don't care what you want to be able to see. I want to know your personal experience with going and sailing across the entire world and then proving that it's flat. Until you could do that, then why should I believe you?
Sail the whole lot of it, mate. Don't get too excited.
No. I want somebody. I want someone who's done the very specifics.
Phil, slow down. It's 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. Just because you don't want to understand something doesn't mean that he has to go and sail the entirety of some specific area just to satisfy your needs. How about you go outside, go to your nearest lake and do a long-range observation. Hold your camera down at 1 foot and then go, holy shit, I should only see 1.22 miles. Why am I seeing 8 or 9 or 15?
Right. Just so I can come in here and give platitudes to the people who think they're so smart. Right?
Just so you can see it for yourself.
No, because what you're trying to I'm trying to help you guys solidify your case because you want to convince other people so you can help people, right?
Wrong.
You don't know what would help us. So
because I'm a dumbass. That's why I'm trying to come in here and understand. You guys are using all these terms and words, and I'm like, just give it to me like I'm 7. God damn, but you can't.
I did
because you guys just want to feel good about yourselves because you're losers in a fucking Discord.
You're just missing the whole thing. I already asked you the 3 personalities of Glober, and you said you don't know. So
he ran away.
No proof of the globe.
He's gone,
The guy left, man. He left.
Loser.
He didn't have enough patience to deal with you.
Yeah, because they're fucking idiots.
You know, I saw several of my friends.
These Globers are so stupid, Castle.
I saw several of my friends jump in here to see what the heck is Castle doing in 24/7 flat Earth.
And if they have the same ridiculous answers and distractions and avoiding answering the question, they're just as dumb as the next one. Like
no, it's not. Look, one thing I've noticed my time being here, the short time that I've been here, is if people don't agree with what you say, it's not long before you start throwing ad homs their way. That's what I've noticed. Sitting here quietly as someone just observing and taking notes.
So what you're telling me is you haven't been here for 7-8 years and have slander thrown at you, have people try to dox you, have people try to fire you from your job, have people follow you around at your children's school. Have you?
Oh, see, no,
does that happen to you?
Listen, I'm a public.
Wait a minute.
I'm a public figure.
Listen, for once, just answer the fucking question.
Wait, do you know who you're talking to?
Has that happened to you?
Listen, do you know who you're talking to?
No,
we don't care who we're talking to. We don't care, dude.
Obviously,
We don't care who you
I
are.
have to.
As far as I know,
I have to tell him because he's asking me a question, and I'm trying to tell you,
as those
I'm that guy.
I'm going to keep going until you answer the question. Have those things happened to you?
No, nobody tried. Listen, everybody knows who I am.
Have those things I mentioned happened to you as a Glober?
Listen, I'm trying to tell you.
So you fucking won't answer it. Another idiot Glober. Thank you very much for proving my case.
People know where I'm at. I'm a public figure. I'm a public speaker. I'm a celebrity, dude. I'm just trying to tell you, I don't have the same problems as you, man. I can walk down the street with my head held up high. I don't have to hide or duck it from anybody.
So can I.
You at least have the decency to answer his fucking question.
I did.
You're a coward. You're a public figure like the rest of the public figures. Most of them are just a bunch of fucking cowards.
Oh, man, listen. You don't be a bouncer for over 20 plus years by being a coward.
You can't even answer a simple question. You're a coward.
What? Because what? Ask your question again. What was it?
Yeah, I asked you. Have people doxed you? Try to contact your employers, tell your employers, or followed you around to your children's schools, or try to get you fired from your company, or any of those, or talk to your management company where you rent from, or your mortgage company where you are paying for your house. Has anybody done that to you?
No, because I'm a cool dude.
Yeah, well, a lot of cool people in Flat Earth, that's happened to them.
Why?
Why? That's the part you don't understand. Why am I calling Glober stupid? That's part of the reason.
Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe they felt disgruntled by the treatment that they received in here and decided to do something bad to you.
No. They feel disgruntled because we disproved their freaking fairy tale globe. And they're pissed off about it.
You know.
So you have no clue what's going on around here.
Listen,
you're brand new.
I've been patient.
You're brand new.
I've been listening.
And you don't have a clue of what our people with this community has had to deal with the Globers. They sure
I've
as
been
fuck
patient.
didn't come from the flat Earth side.
I've been
That kind
patient.
of
I've been
behavior doesn't
listening.
happen on the flat Earth side, only from the Glober side.
Huh?
Okay,
Listen,
Castle, listen,
huh?
listen. I'm gonna make it short, Castle. I'll make it short real quick, right? Look, you say you know. I'm pretty sure you don't really know about flat Earth that much, right? And you still think it's a globe. It's cool, right? You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can, think however you think, right? But I had sent you, a playlist of flat Earth playlist and also 6 hours of NASA fail compilation. So when you get a chance, you can check that out whenever you want, right? And maybe you can understand where we're coming from, So I would suggest you just whatever. It's in your DM.
Listen, I spent about an hour on YouTube just going through video after video of flat Earth versus, the round Earth. I've watched a lot of video on this already.
Well, I can promise you, like what you find on YouTube now, right? Mostly it's more like what you call like ridicule or debunk videos, right?
Yeah.
And you're not gonna find like genuine contents like the real flat earthers been putting out there for years, right? And the reason why we also here too, it's because like after 2018, they shadow ban a lot of stuff, right? So you can't really find any good flat earth content. And for example, if you go to YouTube or Google right now, you search for flat earth, right? All you gonna get is like debunk videos, ridicule, make fun of, or whatever, right? And you're not gonna find the good info, right? That's why we here, right? So if people come in here, they say, hey, I want to check out flat earth stuff, we have the information. A matter of fact, we also have like a home-based server, like field of information in there, like it's like library information, right? And the reason why we're doing that, we want to make it easy for people, I mean, you can believe in the globe, you want to, that's no problem. I don't have no problem with that, right? But if you want to check it out, we got you. That's it. That's why we're here.
Listen.
Well, that's what I was going to say, bro. Castle, there's a link to in DMs our server, bro. Please take the time to join the server, scroll down to the additional information. There's terabytes worth of info in there about every different subject, all split up for research. Take the time to look into what we really do say compared to what you've seen of the discussion of flat Earth and globe Earth on the internet. YouTube is portraying one side of it, but the factual information isn't actually going out and testing it. We're collating that data on our server, dude. So jump in and have a look.
Well, look, man, I see, and I feel like the bad guy for siding with the scientists here because apparently the scientists don't know what they're talking about. When I'm talking to you guys,
We didn't say that.
The difference is there's science and then there's pseudoscience. And a lot of people don't comprehend the difference between the two. And then they end up thinking that pseudoscience is actually science when it's not, because the definition of pseudoscience is something that claims to be scientific but does not follow the scientific method. So you get things that are not following the scientific method, claiming to be scientific, and these people are believing that it's scientific when it's not. And then
that's
whenever
what they
come
say
in here
about
and have a
you.
conversation, yeah, I know. And whenever they come in here and talk to us, we're the ones being and holding the scientific position, upholding the standard of the scientific method, and they're calling us the pseudoscientists when we're following the scientific method.
They even had like I watched so many videos and it was so hilarious because I was like, nah, this can't be real. The way they're making it so obvious that,
If you're just taking the general look at YouTube, right, and you look up flat Earth and you look up, or you look into the videos that's being brought up in the first, scroll of YouTube, you're not finding our content, you're finding the propaganda.
But you,
okay.
So you said you,
and especially if you go to look at the
doing science,
you're going to find specific people that they like to have conversations with like Witsit and David Weiss. And they're going to be holding their own system of beliefs, and they're going to be propping up their system of beliefs, just like the Globe Earthers going to be pushing their system of belief. And they both have to do the same thing, which is prove their beliefs. What we're talking about in here is we're talking about the things that is objective, the things that you can experience and, demonstrate in reality. And then if you're making
you guys are the ones doing science?
And then if you're making claims that's outside the realm
answer.
of what you're going to say, right? Like up is up, down is down. You want me to prove up is now down? I don't get it. So fucking shit. The kid earlier only wanted to talk about an edge. Edge would be away from center. Farthest point from center. You don't even know where the fucking center is. So how are you going to establish the farthest point of out? You can't freely travel. How can you be, aware of the farthest from out? And even if you can't find the farthest from out, how are you determining the shape of the thing underneath you? Because if you're fucking inside the bottom of a cardboard box, but you're not allowed to travel to the edge of the cardboard box, and you're told you can go to a specific point inside the box, and then, oh, look, you didn't actually find the edge, herder. So now I'm not living in a box. No, you just established that you did not go to the edge of the box.
But what if we did have the means to go to the edge of the box?
Then it would be a different story, but it's not the case. So here we are.
Well, we've got these planes that fly in the air. I'm pretty sure at some point the pilots flying those planes would have either seen the edge of this flat place.
No. Because why would you want to fly a plane to the edge of a contained environment? It would crash. Then the pilot wouldn't be here to tell you that they crashed into the edge of the right. But that's not the point.
You broke up there. What'd you say?
When you ask a pilot to describe his experience, he tells you he flies over a flat, level plane.
On top of that, brother, here you are again. I mean, I know you're a troll at this point because I've already been listening.
Excuse me?
It don't matter. Look, it don't matter. I know and you know. But let's play this game. All right? Fine. Cool. Check it. We only fly over charted territory. So if you're a person who had to go through all of the steps to getting a pilot's license, right? The only thing you know how to do is fly from point A to point B, which was charted territory long before you decided to get in a plane. None of those pilots are going to be flying anywhere near or looking at any edge because right now, the only system that they're using is the grid system we built based off of elevation angles to Polaris, which give us the globe, but coincidentally from flat Earth measurements. So again, it's not like they just be flying anywhere and oh shit, there's the edge. No, they're flying to Argentina because that's what they decided to do long before the wheels were off the ground. Okay?
Yeah, all right, man. I'm just saying, come on. You think at some point they wouldn't have figured out, hey, there's something suspicious looking over here. There's a giant ice wall over here.
That you're talking about, yeah, they're already deceiving you. Like, so you're like, you mean they? Like who? They, the people that
I'm saying the people who are professionals and experts in the field.
Not professionals like you and me, the liars with the money. The professionals, right? We make good money, but we don't make fuck the world over money. Well, maybe I can't speak for you. You sound like you gotta fuck the world. You sound like you gotta fuck the world over money. I'm not gonna lie. But check this out. Check this out. The bottom line is there is a deception that you're not going to know about because there aren't people that are out there going to go, oh, hey, here's the edge. But you know what? You as a thinking individual can figure out you've been played for yourself because, again, you can Google, how high do I have to be above the earth to see curvature? Google will tell you 35,000 feet.
I don't need that.
That's bull. Bullshit. We already know that's wrong. So if they'll lie about a search result on Google, why the fuck do you think they'll tell you about the nature of reality while they're getting money and currency from us working under their system? Why would you not thinking, bro? Like you
So
thinking
that's
like
what this is about.
Elijah.
that's what confuses me about you, because you thinking like a slave, my brother. You're not really. It's not clicking. I don't know. What's
Elijah,
up, Albert?
and not only that, what you mentioned on the planes that they take certain paths, they also have to get those paths approved.
Mhm. Yeah, and then while they're on that, people control, recognize
Whoever is answering is you're breaking up big time.
Yeah, you're on Cybertron right now. I'll let you know when you're back here in the flat Earth. And, well, listen, my ancestors, we navigated this whole planet, man. We've been all the way around the man. The Polynesian people, man. We've already been around the whole globe. And that's a fact. And it wasn't flat. It was round, man. It wasn't.
How can you validate that?
Because my people didn't talk of any ice walls that they bumped into because they couldn't go any further that direction. There are no stories in my culture that talk about these ice walls that contain us in this flat place that you talk about. Nothing like that. Samoan orators already know what time it is.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Does water...
We was kings.
We still kings. We're still kings.
Castle. Does land elevation contains water? The seas.
Yeah.
Okay, then so why do we need to talk anymore?
Did you know that most of the world is comprised of water?
The surface, supposedly, what they say, not.
Wait. Do you disagree with this fact, or is it just something that
100% agree with the fact?
Oh, okay.
The Earth is comprised of water.
Mostly water. Yeah.
And guess what? Most water you always see lays flat and level. When it's at rest.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wait. You're talking about those moments when the ocean appears to be calm, right?
100%.
Yeah. Get it? What happens when that hurricane forms in the ocean and that tsunami forms in the ocean?
Absolutely nothing to do with curvature. That's what happens then.
That's when the Earth is curved, or what? What happened there?
Are you saying that there has to be a hurricane at all times for the Earth to curve?
I'm saying these forces of nature should display clearly that this place is circular, spherical, round.
Should. Keyword. Not happening in reality.
Dude ain't too bright.
Please, man. I'm a lot smarter, faster than
unvalidated his own. You invalidated your own thing.
I'm a lot faster and quicker than you think. Yeah.
When does bendy water curve?
I'm trying to tell you, man. It's gravity that keeps everything together.
Just show us some bendy water. Just show it over like a couple miles. Just show us a hump. The hump's supposed to be at 3 miles, yo. If you're at a beach and you're about 5 to 6 feet tall, you should be looking at a hump. A hump. You should have your buddies going out to the hump at 3 miles doing the frickin' Humpty Hump.
What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? What is this guy talking about?
Going over the hump.
The Humpty Dance is
excuse me.
Dude up. What is it?
Talking about geometric curve.
Yeah, man, listen, man. Do you know how big the Earth is?
Apparently so biggy it's flatty. We've heard that a few times.
It's so big that you ain't gonna see the hump, and the Humpty Humps out there 3 miles away.
3959, dude. That's your shit. That's your shit. 3959. That's your shit.
What's that? What's
and
that?
Your
3
hump
oil
is at 3
changes?
miles.
No, that's 3 oil changes. Your globe is 3 oil changes big. Grandma, drive 7,000 miles 3 times, get your oil changed 3 times, maybe 4 times if you know. Hey, and then this other guy will pay for it.
If you use synthetic, you might want to just do one.
No, but listen,
one oil change.
your grandma doesn't even drive around the globe. She's got 200,000 miles on her fucking odometer, and she only goes to bingo and home. So how big's your Earth again when your grandma's done drove around it by going to bingo and home? 200,000 miles worth? You got a puny ass globe that
you ever get outside of your little hometown there? Earth is bigger than that.
24,000 miles, so big, stupid.
Huh?
That's little as fuck.
I know you ain't talking to me. Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, dipshit.
Hey, you know how I know you're not talking to me? Because you won't climb up and talk. You won't climb up and talk that talk. That's how I know you're not talking to me.
Talking back to me is how I know you.
That's how I know. No, that's how I know. You don't stand on what you're talking about over here. I'm saying you're the one that's doing the ad homs over here.
Go to
your room right now. Hey, I'm saying you're the one that's out of line here.
Go to your room.
Oh, listen, man. You know the way I talk to people online is the same way I talk to them in real life.
No, I hope not. I hope you don't act this retarded in real life.
This is not MTV. Stop. Nobody cares about your egos.
All right, we're back to the Earth.
Yeah.
Hey Phil, I think you're hot micing, bro. You might want to mute up. You're not talking, right?
No, man, I've spent a lot of time in here with you guys. I've been quietly taking notes. And some of you guys are cool. And some of you guys are, man, not so cool.
I was thinking the same thing about you. Crazy.
I know. You know, I'm like an acquired taste. You know, not everyone gets me.
One mention of Samoa and you go nuts, bro.
Oh, yeah, I love talking about Samoa. I love talking about my Polynesian people.
Can I ask you
That's one thing I love.
Can I ask you this? Do you know a gentleman by the name of Bong Sao? He usually has Bruce Lee for a PFP on Discord. He's Samoan. He's a flat earther. If you ever get a conversation, you'll get a good one with him.
Oh, I'd love to talk to that guy. What's his name?
Bong Sao. BONGSAU.
Oh, Bong Sao. Now, the word bong doesn't mean anything in Samoan, but Sao, S-A-U, means to come here. Come.
Yep.
If you look him up, his profile picture is Bruce Lee giving his Be Like Water speech.
Oh. Yeah, well, he said he's a flat earther, so he hangs out in here with you guys?
And he hasn't been around for a while, bro. He comes and goes. But if he appears, I'll let him know that you want a conversation with him. He's usually on our main server. He's a moderator on our main server. He's been a flat earther. I've known him for approximately the past 10 years.
That's interesting. He'd be the first Samoan I've ever heard of who believes in flat earth.
sometimes all it takes is someone from our own place, our own country, an accent or a dialect or a way of explanation that we can relate to for us to take some of the things that are being said on board, bro. So that's why I try and link people up. When I heard you were you've got to speak to Bong.
Yeah, I get you. I understand. But if he's Samoan, then he should know that, hey, man, we didn't run into any limitations out there when we were navigating the oceans. We went all the way around.
Yeah, but you didn't go any further, did you?
I mean, because there's nowhere else to go, man. We navigated the whole planet.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
There's no way you went around the lake. You went around the edge of the lake and you just came back to the same spot. No chance.
Man.
No chance you was inside of one big puddle.
Nah, we're out
puddle,
there.
You couldn't travel around a puddle? No, just think about that. I mean, you can travel around in a circle in a lake, can't you?
You know the Pacific Ocean?
Use of the word we.
The Pacific Lake?
The Pacific Ocean, the biggest ocean on planet Earth.
Lake. The lake.
That was just like our little playground, man. We just traveled to and fro in there. We went all around the globe.
The word ocean just means the biggest lake you can see.
You didn't do too good on Easter Island. That place got freaking.
Well, what's the matter with Easter Island? They got
the big heads are nice, but nobody's chilling there anymore.
To traverse everywhere, you'd have to go around America from point to point and prove that. Then you have to go around every other landmass to prove they are what they say they are. Then you have to go around North Pole, find the North Pole exactly, mark it out, go to the South Pole from there, mark it out, mark Antarctica. He could just make a new world map if what he said was correct. But I know he's full of shit.
Oh, come on, man.
Where's your drawing? Where's your drawing of all the map of the world you've seen?
Listen, did you know they've already taken a picture from outer space?
No, I know you can't draw pictures of nothing, so you can't draw dirt designs? Cool.
Oh, man. You're talking to one of the best artists on the planet, man.
Who can't draw dirt? Okay.
The guy's got to be mentally ill.
Oh, please.
I'm just saying, how do we know you traveled anywhere or proved anything if you didn't make a map? And then we can't verify your map.
That's like people sticking a flag into a piece of land and claiming it.
I'm talking about people. Talking about you.
Huh?
You.
Because I can't draw it on a piece of paper, it doesn't exist.
You can't make a map? Now you can't draw. First you're the best artist ever, now you can't draw. Okay?
Yeah, how about if I didn't say I'm the best ever, I said I'm one of the best.
So you can't draw a shape of land? Just like a massive turd, like a cloud or something?
I'm pretty sure if I tried hard enough, I could.
So where is your map? Like, how can we verify you went around or across or beneath or below or above or to or fro? Anything?
You know, that's up to my ancestors. I'm sure we have it somewhere in the record books.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you ever heard of us, man? We're the original navigators of the South Sea.
Hey, I don't go to the grave and ask them where the maps are. Hey, people in the grave, where are your maps? They don't talk back, brother.
I'm saying we've got all the history in some museum somewhere in Samoa. What the fuck are you talking about?
Only living people talk and read dead people's shit, and then they insert their own ignorance and stupidity into some dead man's writing. Don't do that, please. Let that motherfucker read his own shit or tell you in his own words. Don't speak for all these dead people.
Dead people talk all the time through their works.
That didn't make any sense.
You know, have you ever read something that was written by somebody who's died already?
You ever read stuff that's fake and you believe it?
I'm sure you have, being a flat earther.
No, that's Globe. No, that's the Globe religious book.
No, man. I'm saying they've got overwhelming amounts of evidence that this place is not flat.
Where?
What do you mean where, man? You ever
Go stand on
Google
it.
before?
No.
Use Google search.
No, go stand where it's not flat and put a flag in the water and show me an aquarium right there where you can match it with the water on top of the water. Get a floating aquarium, pour the water in it. It'll sink down a little bit and it'll match up. The water will curve down. Let's do it.
Oh, God. Listen, man.
Why you keep bringing religion into this when we're asking for curving water?
Religion? I
You
wasn't
say,
talking
oh
about
God,
religion.
oh God, please God, oh God, no curved water.
Listen, I ask God for the patience, the wisdom to deal with people like you. That's why I call upon His name.
Is he helping you find out how to
I think
prove
so.
water?
I think
And
so.
you know what he did? He let you in here so you could deal with a whole tribe of us. So your God is a legend.
Amen. Same, man.
Because if he was truly that we were wrong, surely he would have led you away from us, not dropped you in the thick of it.
Yeah, I believe everybody is right on time. I believe everything and everyone for a reason. Everything has a purpose.
That's right. You were led in
I
here to
believe
discover
that.
that the Earth doesn't have curvature. I think you're doing a fantastic job.
Listen, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying, I wanted to understand. It curves when you zoom out. When you go out into,
I don't have binocular eyes, mate.
you can't. You're not supposed to zoom in. You won't see it. You have to zoom out to see the big picture.
How do you zoom out? Tell us how to zoom out.
You know,
Look at
like
me
if
backyard.
you're,
I'm going to zoom out. Tell us how to do this.
yeah, you have to get into something like a rocket or something to go into outer space.
Awesome. So you've done this.
I haven't done it, obviously, man. I'm just saying.
So you're telling me I've got to do something that you haven't
That's the point of view you would need to see the curvature that you so desperately are looking for. You'd have to get way up into the sky.
We can't measure this on the ground.
To see it.
So we can't measure this at ground level? Yes or no?
The scientists have figured out how to do it. It's just that I told you,
hold on.
I'm an artist.
How did the scientists figure out how to do it?
Well, long time ago, this one guy, he used a stick. And he used the sun. Yeah, he used a stick in the ground and then the sun and something about the shadows cast at a certain amount of time. And there he goes. And then there's another instance where they were talking about time zones and how on one side of America, you'll be sunny, and on the other side of America, it'll be dark.
Wow. This is amazing.
Yes. Scientist called when he put the stick in the ground.
I forgot exactly that guy. He was from long ago. He lived a long time ago.
Where was he from? New York?
No, he wasn't from New York. He was from
Aristophanes.
someplace.
He was a Greek.
What's his name?
Aristophanes.
That could have been it. I don't know now.
He measured shadows, bro. He measured shadows and he calculated a globe.
Yeah. So you don't think his?
So he's not a scientist then? Calculating?
You don't think it's accurate? His little experiment there with the stick in the ground and the sun above and the shadows?
Or measuring angles, yeah, of course. Flat lines. Yep.
He assumed that the sun was an infinite distance so that he could have parallel light rays. Then he assumed that the ground was curving, and then assumed that he had the accurate distance between the two shadows, and then made his calculation. He took the difference between the two angles, divided it by 360, and then multiplied it by the distance, and then he derived a circumference.
You can do the same thing.
And that's what you're calling a scientist. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
problem.
it can be done on a flat surface. So you could do this to your dining table, right? Your dining table will have a circumference at the end of the observation. Is that what you're saying is true? Your table will have a circumference?
Listen, like I told you.
Right?
I'm
Because
an
you can
artist.
do it on your dining table. You would have your chandelier sitting above your dining table. Put an object underneath it. It doesn't have a shadow. Put an object wherever else on the table, away from underneath the chandelier. It'll have an angle. Derive your two. Get the difference between the two angles. Divide it by 360. Multiply it by the distance between the two objects, and your table will magically have a circumference. And you calculated it, and it's true because you did the math.
Full table, that'd be great.
So even the expert Neil deGrasse Tyson says that that is an invalid way to prove the shape of the Earth. It can be done on a flat plane.
Why is it so necessary for this place to be flat to you?
It's not necessary.
Why is it so necessary to be round to you?
Well, because from what we've known as a society,
Who's we?
The majority
we
of
what
us.
You know. We don't want. Hey, Castle, we don't want your beliefs. We want your knowledge. You wake up in the morning and you know it's a ball because, and that's where you finish the sentence off.
Because
what triggers you in the morning that says, "I know it's a ball"? What is that?
I've not seen the end of this place.
So
I've not seen these limitations.
So in order for you to understand flat Earth, you would have to go to the edge and see the edge of it, and that would be the clarifying moment for you.
Yeah. I'd have to be able to stand right on the edge.
I guess. How do you know?
I'd have to be able to stand right on the edge of that flat Earth.
Castle, why do you assume it has an edge?
Well, what else would it be?
It could be infinite for all you know.
Wait. Infinite? Wait, are we in a computer program or something?
No.
No.
Unless you class Discord as a... Yeah.
No, bro, this is real.
Because
Have
I
you
would
followed
unplug
the
the
sky
computer.
path until its end, bro?
Emulation.
Have you?
How does not seeing that edge make it a ball?
So, Castle, all we claim in here, mate, is that our reality, it's planar in existence. That's all. With topography. So there's hills and rivers and valleys and all sorts of shit going on. There's no measurable curvature. If you can get any claims outside of that from any of these people, you've done bloody better than me.
Yo, can we stop swearing? Can we stop swearing?
No measurable curvature. So that's excluding the mountains and the hills, the dips and the ocean floor.
A lot of the time, they'll do laser transits over
flat
large bodies of water.
Water doesn't. Yeah.
Water doesn't
spinning
what?
balls.
Yes.
It doesn't. You cannot show us water sticking on a spinning ball. You can't show it. You couldn't show it on a 10-foot ball. You couldn't show it on a 50-foot ball. You couldn't show it on a 100-foot ball. You couldn't model it. You couldn't. I mean, you might be able to model it in a computer, but you couldn't show us in a recreation, in an example, a physical example. You couldn't show us. You just be like, oh no, trust me, it starts to happen once things get really big. The water, it starts, instead of flying off and out, it does a 180 at like 20,000 miles. Yeah, once the ball gets really big, the water starts sticking. Trust me. You gonna believe some bullshit like that?
Gravity. Remember?
What's
the thing that keeps everything tied down? It's that force.
How do you know that?
Cool story.
Well, this is what I've known since I was born. Otherwise, I'd take off flying like Superman. I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah, that's the story, bro, but can you confirm it?
Yeah.
Why do you think things will fly off without it?
Well, if there's nothing holding me down, like I said, I'd be outie. I wouldn't be here. I'd be flying around in the skies, man.
What is centripetal force?
So if you were lighter than air, you would float.
Yeah, I'm saying if gravity wasn't a thing, I would just be doing my thing.
If gravity
in the sky.
wasn't a thing, why would your body's weight change anything to what it is just now?
Whoa, say that again, buddy?
If gravity wasn't actually a thing, if it was only a story, why would that change your body's physical weight? Would you become lighter than the air around you just because gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Would you?
I wouldn't be as light as the air, but I definitely would be as heavy as I am now.
Yeah, so why would you float unless you were in water or something that could make you float, that could buoy you up? A buoyant force that would support you.
Well, to be honest, if it's true that we're spinning around super fast in space, I don't think I'd be floating either. I think I would just be dead instantly. If it weren't for gravity.
Don't you think you get tossed off and out? Like you ever
Something
throw
like
a
that.
tennis ball, anything like that? You see the water fly off it.
Yeah.
You see water fly off and out, and you throw a wet tennis ball. Okay, why do you think just because a ball gets 20,000 miles wide, that water's going to start turning around and start sticking towards the center instead of flying off and out? When you see that every day, you can throw a tennis ball every day. You're like, the water's going to fly off and out. What day?
Right.
Well, on what day you throw that tennis ball, and all of a sudden it's going to go 180. It's going to do a 180. It starts sticking to the surface and adhering to it and like going towards the center.
Obviously, this has to do something with the size.
Things get really big.
There has to be something going on with the size of the object.
Tell you, well, why? Why the hell? Just because something gets really big, it's happening. I mean, that's just some freaking made-up nonsense they told you in school. Like when you look at I walked into kindergarten and saw the globe and asked Miss Zaitzoff, how does all the water stick to that ball? And I remember it. And then she brainwashed me, said, Brett, that's freaking gravity. That's this magical force that all of a sudden makes water stick to it. Even though you'll never see it happen on Earth anywhere, ever.
Well, Brett, is there a magical...
Have you guys seen Fight Club?
Hold on. Brett, is there a magical force that can help your internet right now? Because right now you sound like you're on Cybertron, buddy.
Sounds fine to me. I think it's on your end.
Are you sure? Nah.
No,
he does sound like...
Oh, you guys seen Fight Club?
Hey, sorry if I'm not coming through. I am in the desert.
Oh, okay.
So, just told him that he has to check his satellite connection.
And what about that? What about GPS? What about those satellites out there in space?
Yeah, guess where the
GPS
satellites
is
get their
flat.
information from?
It's flat.
From a flat Earth.
And they show it to you on a flat screen. And it's gridded out perfect, and the distances are great on flat, squared out, checkered areas. That cannot, would not, could not, should not happen on a ball. Not today, not ever, not at all.
You know, I'm old enough to remember when TVs were spherical.
Yeah, right.
You're using Fight Club? You're using Fight Club?
They used to be
You have a 360 globe GPS system that shows you have a 360 globe with all the little land and the highways on it. I want to see it.
No, I was talking about TV. You said it was a flat TV.
No, not TV. A real ball marked out as a real ball with all the highways and the cities and the streets and the mapped out everything on it, everything out, the flight paths, everything on it, the actual fucking ball.
Yeah, it's called Earth.
No, you're retarded, dude.
Yo, don't swear, man. Don't.
I have a question for this guy. If you can see my picture, how is that possible?
If I can see your picture, how's that possible?
Yeah, you see.
I'm
it's
not
the
looking
Big
at the
Dipper.
phone.
You see my picture.
it's-
It's the Big Dipper in the Four Seasons. And every year in the Four Seasons, it looks like that every year since the beginning of time, and will always look like that till the end of time. How is that possible if we're moving and flying through infinite space at infinite speeds in many
Because
different
we're all flying together, man.
Think about it, man.
Thinking his story, that's you're seeing that from like 35,000 years ago or something like that. I think that's his story.
It's always like that, and it'll always be like that.
You're flying on a ball time machine in their story. All balls are time machines, and each ball, depending on the size, is a different time machine.
It's retarded.
So, if I got this right,
The zodiacs
you
and
got
the
it.
constellations never change, and we're flying. What about the parallax about the stars if we're moving on this ball spaceship? How come the zodiacs and the stars are always the same?
It's not always the same. They're in different parts of the sky depending on the different times of the year.
Yeah, but in the seasons, every season they're the same.
Yeah.
The constellations have never changed and Polaris has never moved. Why? Because it's flat. Why? Because it was created.
You know, they have that saying, when the stars align, they align
How you
because at some
align in a
point,
circle?
Every year, brother.
How are you
know,
aligning in an arc?
they
Yo,
align
you guys
at some
see Fight
point,
Club,
man.
or
You're looking for an arc, brother. Stop lining stuff up on flat Earth.
Oh, I got a question for you. What's his name? The guy with the fucking the arrogant voice.
Talking to me?
No. The guy who's a Glober.
Oh, okay.
oh, me?
No, the other guy. The guy with the high pitched voice.
Oh, Denmark. Yeah,
Oh, there
Denmark.
he is.
Yeah, Denmark.
Castle.
Yeah, what's up, man?
The guy who sounds like Elmo.
So Castle, tell me, when were the pyramids built?
Oh, I don't know, man. Back in the day.
I'll go ahead, Google it. Give me just nobody here knows for sure, but give me a reasonable guess.
1,500 years ago.
Okay, so then why does Orion's belt still line up with the tips of the fucking pyramids?
Because the people who built it were smart? I don't know.
It's because it's flat, bro.
Oh.
You gotta be a fucking genius to figure out that it's flat.
No.
You just have to not be a fucking idiot.
It's less about
Why
the
are we
flatness
swearing so
and more
much?
about the
Yo, why are we
stationary.
swearing so much?
It's stationary.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, listen. Talking about this subject reminds me of talking to atheists. You know, it's just because we don't agree on
Flat Earth brought me to God.
what everything is, it
Can't be
doesn't
an
mean that we have to start getting disrespectful with one another.
Oh, they
Can't be
cost,
an
man.
atheist
This
when you
is swear
realize that
words,
there
isn't
must
it
be a
disgusting?
It's
Like
not
they
about
say too
agreeing,
much swear
though. Yeah,
words.
you're cool. You're cool as a person, but your attribute of like logic and reality like falls short. But you're a really cool dude.
Well, thank you. I'm just saying, listen, we're in here to learn from one another.
Willing to talk about it.
But are you really going to learn? Are you going to come back tomorrow and say, well, I've told everybody what you guys taught me, and we've discussed it, and they said what you said is more relevant than what I thought. So you're learning, right? So you're going to learn stuff?
Yeah, I've been learning this whole time.
Are you willing to really consider what you're hearing here?
Yeah. Why do you think I watch those videos on YouTube? I've been trying to figure out, and what's funny? My cousin also advised me to check it out too. He said, "Hey, man, check it out." Because when he first mentioned it, I said, "Man, no way."
Damn.
He said, "No, check it out because they've got a few good points."
So you have heard of another Samoan?
Yeah, my cousin. He was telling me, "Hey, check out Flat Earth. They have some They have some
Earlier, you
points."
said you've never heard it from a Samoan before.
But he's not. I'm saying he's not a Flat Earth believer. He's a Christian like me. I'm saying you said that guy. You said that guy.
We didn't go Bible. We didn't go Bible on you.
He said that guy is actual believer.
Christian, dude, you need to read the Bible.
I am a Christian.
Look at all that
Genesis.
Flat Earth. All that Flat Earth freaking. All the Flat Earth verses.
Wait, so you're saying the Bible? The Bible's gonna say that it's flat too?
Bible is a flat Earth book.
Well, it says it
talks about the firmament.
Immovable. It says it's immovable. It says it's
In
got
my
four
opinion,
quarters.
in my opinion, the space,
says
the space gravity globe. The whole reason for that is to put shade on the Bible and take people away from the Creator. That's why they need the opposite of what the Bible says.
Oh, so that's what this is about, huh? This is about that.
Can you tell us what you've learned about Flat Earth?
Somebody get it with the actual verses. I'm in the middle of roasting.
Dude, according to the Bible, the Earth was created before the sun, according to the Bible.
I thought it said in the beginning. Was the word?
If you're really a Christian,
not gravity.
John,
it just say in the beginning was gravity.
Bible.
You're talking John. Genesis.
The word was with God, and the word was God.
John
so not
said
gravity.
that. John said that, proving the deity of Christ. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the biblical descriptions of the ground. So Genesis chapter 1, God said, right? In the beginning, God created heavens and the earth, right?
It's in the chat. Look at the chat.
Things. Heavens is made up of multiple words. Right? If you want to say waters, if you want to say seas, like waters, the seas, the things that they want.
Whoever's talking,
And if you want to say sky,
you're roboting. Bad.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but I thought it might have just been me, but yeah. Buddy, you're on Cybertron right now.
Dude,
Can you tell us what you've learned so far being here?
Quiet Noobs posted some good stuff in the chat, like a biblical cosmology. It's a flat level plane if you want to look at that.
Well, God created the heavens and the earth.
He created a firmament, too. A firmament, the waters above, the waters below. A firmament, you remember that in the damn Bible? The space full of water. As far as I know, I mean, I know NASA wears a lot of snorkels and shit, but as far as you know, you ever seen anybody in the ISS?
Does he know Werner von Braun?
That's all they do. That's all they do is spend time in the water.
Werner von Braun, the Nazi who came over after Operation Paperclip to the United States, the guy who developed NASA and was the top engineer for all the rockets. If you go read his tombstone, he alludes to the firmament mentioned in the Bible, and he basically tries to, oust the bullshit. Werner von Braun.
Yeah, read him that quote. The handiwork one.
Yeah, doesn't it say the firmament's the handiwork God or something like that?
Yeah, reveals.
So that's what this is about. That's what this is about. It's about you don't want.
No, it's not about just that. It's just
You're fighting Satanists.
That's just more evidence.
You're fighting the
piled
Antichrist,
on top
and
of all the physical, actual, provable evidence. That's just a cherry on top of the freaking ice cream. You know, it's just there's so much physical proof that you see every day. Water is proof, but yeah.
Castle,
also-
like when you go out, when you walk out your house every day and you experience Earth, you know, does it come off to you as round or does it come off to you as a flat space? When you're out there experiencing, you know, like lakes and oceans.
Yeah, it appears to be flat.
So the only way you know that it's around is because what? NASA said so?
And
Yeah, because the people who were able to go out into outer space were able to take pictures of our beautiful planet from their viewpoint, and they showed it to us.
So despite all your, you know, understandings when you go out that door, when you look at water, when you are experiencing Earth, you're willing to listen to people that are doing something, quote unquote, that you'll never ever be able to experience? You have to take their word for it?
This is the same argument that I would use towards an atheist. This is the same thing. I would say, look, I can only show you how good God has been to me in my life, but only you can experience it for yourself.
yeah, dude, flat Earth is about the Creator. You can't be an atheist if you understand flat Earth, which is the truth.
Yes.
So can you
Atheism
experience
requires
the Earth
the
in
low
motion?
gravity model.
Can you experience the Earth in
gravity model requires you to ignore logic, literally.
Yo, Castle, it's actually not the same thing that you would say to an atheist because you're saying you can go experience this for yourself. The globe earthers are telling you believe this thing that you can never experience for yourself. It's actually
Why
the
not? Are you sure? Maybe one day I'll be able to get.
No, you
Maybe one day.
You literally can't go to outer space, bro.
How do you know, man?
Because you're not.
How do you know that?
You're not in the club. Bro. That's why.
I'm not in the club. I'm not in the. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, man. I've seen Elysium. I know what you're talking about. There's a special club for the people in space. I get it.
Dude.
Can I ask him a question? Bro, have you ever...
You can't go to space. That's nonsense. The firmament gets in your way, dude.
Well, Castle,
Oh.
Castle,
I'm
have you
gonna
ever
bump
heard
on
of
that
the
glass
Van-
ceiling up there.
Castle, have you ever heard of the Van Allen belt? And also, have you ever watched the little documentary Astronauts Gone Wild?
No.
Well, in Astronauts Gone Wild, they pull up the video of how they faked the first and only real picture of their globe ball, and he brings it up to what's his name, Buzz Aldrin, and all the astronauts, quote unquote, who went there. And one guy gets so angry that he literally punches him in the face. It's called Astronauts Gone Wild.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I'm saying, if you were, let's say, theoretically, take a rocket and go way up into space, are you saying at some point you're going to crash into like a glass dome?
Yeah, bro. The CIA tried to fire rockets and break the dome. It's called, you could look it up, Operation Dominic. And you can watch some of the video footage of them blowing up bombs into the
The
sky.
science guy says the Earth is an enclosed system. We cannot leave. He literally says it. Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy? Oh man.
It's an enclosed system.
Wait, I don't know about that. Nah,
That's
that
why-
doesn't sound like something he would say. No, I don't believe
Yeah,
that,
well-
man.
Does that stuff is flat sound like something Neil deGrasse Tyson, Neil Steal the Bike Tyson would say? That stuff is flat. Well, he said that too. So
Castle, have you ever done anything in construction? Because if you have, you would know that it requires a level stationary plane.
I'm saying, did you know that the Earth is really big?
And flat.
how are you?
Really flat and big.
And stationary.
How you seeing curvature? How do you see a boat go over the hump if the Earth's too big to see the freaking curvature? like the Earth's really big, you can't see it.
Because
At
the
the same
ship
time,
is
you'd be
that
like, oh, I
big.
can see a boat go over the freaking edge.
The ship is huge,
Ship is
man.
that big. Holy
Yeah.
shit! You said the Earth is. Holy
Yeah.
shit's huge.
Yeah. It just has to go over the horizon.
The ship's huge.
Miles.
Goes over the hump.
Yeah, I'm saying,
The hump that I told you is supposed to be at 3 miles on your model. That's your model, dude. At the beach, you should be looking at a hump every day at 3 miles. When you go to the beach, you've been to the beach? You can
I've been there.
miles and miles, man. Like who? Like Roger Daltrey tells you.
Yeah, I can see for miles and miles.
No, I have an experiment, Castle, that you could do every day.
Yeah? What is
Look yourself. Look at the sun. You tell me if you think that the sun to you is millions of miles away. And then you can also look at the rays of light that come through the clouds. And then you can do a test and you can follow the angles that the rays make coming from the sun and follow those angular rays back to the origin. And that's the origin of the source of those rays. And you tell me if that's hundreds of millions of miles away from you.
You talking about those God rays, right?
Talking about the rays of light from the sun.
Yeah. They call them God rays when they shine through the clouds.
Tell me if you think the sun is millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles away from you.
Yeah, I think it's far away, man. Do you think it's close by? How close is it if you think it's close? Can we take a rocket there?
Your weatherman.
Google will tell you.
Your weatherman.
Google will tell you.
On your weather app. Go on your weather app and see what your visibility for the day is.
Bro, look
and they'll tell you 7 miles, 30 miles. They'll never tell you 93 million miles.
You could look on Google and search.
That's how good the visibility
Castle,
is.
search on
93
Google.
million miles.
Castle, search on Google whether the moon is within our atmosphere. Google will tell you that, according to experts, science experts, that the moon is within our atmosphere.
I believe the moon orbits the Earth, and the Earth orbits the sun.
Also,
I believe
if
that's how it
gravity is
goes.
a real thing, hey Castle, if gravity is a real thing, why doesn't the sun pull the moon into the sun? If the sun's gravity is stronger than the Earth's gravity, right? How could the Earth be holding the moon if the sun's gravity is so much more powerful? Wouldn't the sun just pull our moon?
Oh no, we're just at the right distance. They call it the Goldilocks zone.
Use your brain, man.
I'm using it.
So you got to watch that documentary, Astronauts Gone Wild. You can find it online.
On YouTube?
I think it was on YouTube. I'm sure someone can give you a link, but more just Google it. Google videos or something.
Well, I'm just saying, the whole point of this is this idea that you don't necessarily accept what the government tells you about our reality. That's what this is all about. It all comes down to that.
Yeah, well, wait till you get to how cathedrals were harvesters of natural free atmospheric energy.
It doesn't all come down to that. Dude, you've been here a few times now. We've told you what this is all about. This is getting really frustrating to listen to you try and decide what it is all about. Oh, it's all about that. That's all about the Christian God. No. Oh, it's all about not trusting the government. No. It's about the geometry of the fucking surface we live on, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's all related. It's called
So you really believe it's all flat? And yet you haven't been to the edge of
You. No, it's not a belief. You personally observe it to be that way. You personally can measure it to be that way. And you personally treat it that way. And then you go and watch TV and see this thing on the TV, something you've never seen and experienced before. And someone says, that's what you live on. And you go, oh, wow.
No, listen, I've been on a plane to Samoa.
And you didn't see a spinning ball in outer space.
I wasn't high enough.
So why did you tell us you've
What's
been
the
there?
point?
Yeah, you wasted our time telling us that then?
No. I'm saying I believe that the earth is round. You go down to Samoa. You don't fly off the earth. You keep going around. And eventually you get down there.
Man, this dude's got to be a troll.
No, I think he's being honest. He's just, he's fighting years of propaganda.
Yeah, I can understand that. Took me a long time to get over the propaganda.
Yeah, years of indoctrination. And also, he's fighting the mainstream, agreed bullshit. So, even if he does come around to the truth, which is the level stationary reality, he's going to have to understand and realize that, the big powers that be, like the governments, they're all lying to him big time and stealing from him, which isn't that hard to believe.
What I'm saying is, why? Why does the government have to lie to us about this?
Why does
Why would
Psalms
they even
ask
tell
the
you the
question,
truth?
why do the heathen rage and conspire against God's anointed?
Why did the sociopaths lie to us? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, you make it sound like people don't lie.
No,
People lie all the time, dude.
Yeah, they do.
And the
You know
government.
how much money? You know how much money they funnel through NASA?
Yeah.
Okay. I think they put more in the military than NASA.
Somebody get him the quote where they said that once the American population, everything that they believe is a lie, then our disinformation, propaganda, whatever, campaign will be completed. But they said that they're going to make everything a lie. And even Obama signed in that they were allowed to propagandize and lie to the population.
Yep.
Listen, all politicians lie. It's sort of like a prerequisite to be politician.
So if you can understand and realize that politicians, people in power, lie, and you recognize that it's natural for them to do so, then why is it such a problem that there would be a higher power than a government to create a lie that you and everybody else in the system that they've created would believe in naturally and not question it?
I'm just curious why this thing of all other, of all the things they could lie about.
Yeah,
That they
because
probably do lie about.
nonsense, they can make you believe in some big sense, right? If, the thing that you experience, the world around you, you can made to believe the opposite of what your senses are telling you, then anything that they build upon that is true in your mind. So,
Oh, like the vaccines, right?
yeah, we're not going there. That's a terms of service violation on YouTube and Discord, so we're not going to talk about that.
Oh, okay.
So, simply put, it is not illogical to believe or to recognize that there are groups of people in positions of power that have made you, the plebeian, believe in a lie. It's not.
And you're saying that all the scientists around the globe all are in on this lie.
No, I'm saying that they're inside the system that they've been put into. They grew up, they use the same school system that you go to. You can go and learn the same things they do. They're believing the same thing you do.
Just like you do now, you repeat the same shit they tell you, and you read the same shit they repeat off Google that they have no science of. So all the scientists, what kind of science are they doing about a ball? What kind of ball physics are they doing in science? Let me know.
Look into Tycho Brahe.
Yeah. He waited for his counterpart to die and then used his notes on the sky to create a non-Earth centered cosmology. And then each individual who gave you the information for evolution, they had a handler who was a Jesuit.
Tycho, the toy maker?
Tycho Brahe, the guy who gave you
What did he had balls on a pool table. He put balls in a lab. He put balls in a vacuum. He put balls in water. How do you see how balls fall in orbit? How did he do that?
Dinosaurs and nukes are fake.
No. How do you learn how balls fall in orbit? How do you do the math? What ball do you do to copy and write the math for? Where's that happen? So Tycho didn't have any balls or spherical physics going on, or any ball science.
He's getting a massive awakening tonight.
No, what Tycho was doing was looking at the sky, observing the stars move, and then plotting it using math. And then waited for his buddy to die. And then took the buddy's calculations so that he can make his not the center math work.
Yeah, but
wasn't it actually Hubble who did that? And he waited for
Hubble looked through a telescope and seen that there were redshift and blue shift to the stars in the sky. And he said that if redshift and blue shift is just a Doppler effect, then we live in a small, enclosed environment. But he also made the statement that we can't accept this to be the case. We have to go against that. We cannot be a special location. I'm paraphrasing.
Why is it that there's no other bodies, heavenly bodies, that are shaped like us? How come they all appear to be spherical?
You're assuming that the lights in the sky equal to the thing underneath your feet. Would you say that your room the floor of your room is a sphere because the light bulb in your ceiling is a sphere?
No.
The Earth is not a heavenly body.
It does not follow that the lights in the sky are telling you what the ground is shaped like. You would look at the ground to determine the shape of the ground.
What if the ground that I'm standing on becomes a shadow to the moon at some point when the sun shines behind the ground I'm standing on?
Okay. Now, if you have the Selenelian eclipse, which is the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time, and the moon is beginning to eclipse, how is it the case that the ground underneath the sun and the moon is causing a shadow to form on the moon, which is above the ground. How does that work?
I really wish I was a scientist right now.
The easiest conclusion is that the ground is not casting a shadow on the moon. Therefore, is not the cause of the lunar eclipse. Because in this event, the sun and the moon are in the sky above the observer at the same time.
Let me get this straight.
What?
Let me get this straight. Liam, when did you learn about shapes and shadows? What grade was that?
Shapes and shadows?
Or did they tell you had to be a scientist to understand that?
No.
Oh, you know what shapes and shadows are? You know how shadows work?
Mhm.
Yeah, this is really old idiots online that don't. They,
Like the shadow that
I
was
don't.
in the sun on the beach.
I don't get it, fam. I don't get it. Don't and stay in school and off of the internet.
Well,
Yo, I
stay
could
in
give you,
school. I thought you guys were against government control.
No, I agree with you. I would homeschool my kids, but I could give you an experiment that you could do anytime right now to help prove it to you. Just get a ball and get a flat surface, shine a light on both of them, and then look at the shape that the light casted onto those objects, the sphere and the flat surface. Look at the shape of the light on those objects. And you'll see on the ball, the light casted on the ball will look like a dot. If you cast the light on the flat surface, it'll look like a line. And the line is what you see when you see the sun's reflection in the water. You don't see a ball, you see a line. And they tried to show that with the imagery of the pharaohs, how the pharaohs have the beard, because pharaohs were supposed to be the sun incarnate, and the beard was the that's called the sun's beard. So if you look at the water, if you look at a lake, you look at the ocean, you look at the sun's reflection in the water, it'll be a long line. It's called the beard because it's a level flat surface.
I don't want to. That's saying a lot for something as simple as, in order for there to be a shadow, you have to have something in the line of the light path.
It's not it's a glare.
It's as simple as that. What we're talking about right now, it's the ground is not in the way of the light path. Like that's it.
No, the earth is.
Yeah, that's the ground. That's the ground. That's the ground. You're. That's it.
Dude, you could see the sun's reflection in a big body of water.
Yeah, that's completely irrelevant right now.
Not at all.
It's non sequitur. Stop bringing it up, dude.
It's not non sequitur. It's.
All right, you about to get muted. I don't know if you listen. What do you want to do, bro? It's non sequitur. What do you want to do?
Non sequitur mean irrelevant?
Yes.
Okay.
If the conversation is eclipses, why are you talking about sunlight casting long lines on the ocean? It's non sequitur. It does not follow.
True.
It's all interrelated, just like talking about Werner von Braun.
Not von Braun. So.
Man, I'm just saying, listen. I'm not a scientist. I didn't study this stuff. I didn't think one day I would actually have to have a conversation about this.
Nobody studied how, something that's not in the path of light can cause a shadow. But I don't think anyone can tell you how that works, because that's just not possible.
Well, what I'm saying is, you guys seem to have done a lot of research on this flat Earth thing.
Oh, it's not research at all. It's we were told one thing and then we went outside and was like, "Oh, that's not the case." That's a very simple thing to do.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
Wait,
so you just walked outside and were like, you know what? It looks flat to me.
Bro, man, I swear to God, you won't have perms. You're dumb, but you're smarter than that. Don't fuck with me, right? We're friends, right?
I would hope so.
Okay, so if someone tells me there's an ice cream truck outside, and I go outside and there's no ice cream truck, is that the same as me going outside and declaring that there are no ice cream trucks outside? because I don't see
No.
one? It's very
No.
different than someone telling me one is out there, though, isn't it? Two very different scenarios, right?
Well, you know, this is a
Yes or
matter
no?
of
I only want to hear
specifics.
one word. Yes or no?
Well, you're not being specific here.
That's 5
Well,
words.
isn't there a difference between someone telling me there is something of note versus me just saying there's something of note? I didn't tell you that I went outside and did just random shit. What I said was the reason. I forget exactly what I said, but I know that I said I don't just say I just go outside and it's just whatever. It's not that. But that's how
what
you
it
just
sounded
try to
like.
paint it. That's very disgusting. Because I mean, for a room full of people that like, let's face it, you probably think don't have no, home training. Why do you have to employ these tactics? You heard what I said. If you tell me something that you have a car outside, and I go outside and there's no car outside, I don't need a scientist to work that out. You're a fucking liar, right or wrong.
What if someone stole it?
Oh, okay. So
dude's funny,
in
bro.
the sense of eclipses, like is that gonna be the case, or is there just gonna be a fucking liar? Somebody gonna steal something in that case?
Well, I mean, we're looking
All
at
right.
the
So
shadow.
if it's a syzygy because someone told me that, and I go outside and it's not a syzygy, what am I left with?
What's a syzygy?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
This is fucking
He's trying to say synergy.
Hey, Elijah, somebody stole the curve.
I don't. I gotta roll.
It was
up.
Gru.
It's too much. It's too. Hold on. Stop talking. I can't focus. Let me roll up first, cause I gotta relax. Sometimes this stupidity gets me upset. I need to be chill for this. Hold up.
Yep, somebody stole the curve.
Despicable Me, brother.
I haven't seen that movie. What happened? The dude took off?
He said he needed to chill out for 1 second, so he
Oh,
needs to
okay.
boost up for a moment.
Yeah,
Okay,
boost
cool.
up.
Hey, can you check the side chat and see the 2 images that I posted 51 minutes after the hour?
Talking to me?
Yes, bro.
All right, let me see. I have to pull out the phone here real quick.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of people in here. All right, let's see. All right. Where'd you say to check it out at?
Selinelli and Eclipse. I posted 2 images 51 minutes after the hour.
Okay. And your name is?
Tactical Droid. There's only 3 messages on the fucking chat right now from the bottom. Literally the 3rd one up.
Tactical Droid. I see. Okay. That's... All right.
4th.
Yeah, fucking find it.
Selinelli clips. What you saw, what you should have seen.
So in the image on the right, watch. It's a compilation of multiple photos stacked on top of each other. It's pretty much showing you the descent of the moon to the horizon, right? And it's going into eclipse. And at the same time, the sun is above the horizon. So that means the sun and the moon are both in the view of the observer above the ground at the same time, and the moon is going into eclipse. How do you logically conclude that the ground is casting a shadow on the moon in this instance?
I don't know, man. Come on. But look, check this out.
Oh, was that your impersonation of me?
Was that all right? Was that all right?
Yeah, not bad.
I'm still waiting for somebody to fucking do it to me. I still don't know what I sound like.
Listen, I'm just saying, this is all new to me, information to me, so I'm just kind of slowly taking it in. But you have to understand.
We respect that the most. We respect that the most. Oh, go ahead, brother, because you tactical. You killing it. Go ahead.
In this
is like,
the moon is shadowed from top to bottom, according to the viewer. That means that the moon would have to be on the other side of the ball, rising up into the shadow of the Earth, according to the position of the viewer. And that the light is bending around the curve of the Earth to such a degree that the observer can view the moon travel up into the shadow of the Earth.
Now, could any of this be affected by the possible tilt of the Earth?
Tilt
on its
has nothing
axis?
to do with this at the moment. What we're talking about is the moon eclipsing, going into the shadow of the Earth and disappearing because of the Earth's shadow.
What about the orbit of the moon?
Speaking, think about it. Geometrically speaking, if you were to trace, damn, he doesn't actually have we don't have a diagram or a picture. I know you didn't see the Selenilian video, so but imagine that you have on both horizons, in front of you and behind you. In front of you is the moon, behind you is the sun. Okay, that's what a Selenilian is, right? And they're both above the horizon. So that being the case, it's just a V. If you were to draw that out, it would form a V instead of a line, because that's what an eclipse is. It's an alignment, a syzygy. That's what that is. So it's not an alignment, it's a V. What orientation can the Earth take that would make a difference to that V? The answer is absolutely none. It's geometrically what it looks like. It doesn't matter the orientation of the ball. From your perspective, it's a V. You're on a ball. There's no. It's still geometrically the same. There's no explanation, because the explanation is you've been lied to. That's all.
Well, I'm just thinking about what you guys are saying about the Earth being flat, motionless. There's no movement around here. And then I was thinking about those big cruise ships on the ocean. Even though it's being rocked back and forth on the surface of the ocean, you don't even feel the sensation of motion because the ship is that big. Then I was thinking about how Earth is that much bigger.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. It's called you do. It's called the semicircular canals in your ear. It's how we understand orientation relative to level.
Yeah, but
it's called the vestibular system.
Yeah, I get it.
So
What I'm
that being the
saying.
case, some people get sick, but here's the thing: you have sensitive equipment that detects things like that, my brother.
Yeah.
There's no amount of
math.
Second of all, you understand that moving in a curved path is an acceleration on your part or anything's part.
Moving in a curved path is an acceleration on my part.
Yeah, because you can't. It's not a constant motion if you're going in a curved trajectory, right? If you were going straight and you maintain the same velocity, right, you wouldn't feel anything. Like in a car, on cruise control. I mean, obviously you feel bumps, blah blah blah, but for the most part, you know what I'm talking about. Not on a roundabout though.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like how your body starts to shift from one side to the other, depending on where you're turning. Right?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about rotating reference. And if something is rotating and it's not one particular it's not a continuous speed, you would feel it all the time.
Oh. It doesn't matter that the Earth is just that big.
How about this? Do some homework and get some math that says that. Because the bottom line is there's no accounting for any of that because it's inconsequential anyway. No, they'll just say that. Like you're taught to say stuff like that, but you can't really back that up. Like somebody who's done some serious ass math in here, which is definitely not me. They're gonna laugh and then they're gonna go check this shit out.
Well, then who's making the Earth? Who's making the sun and the moon move around?
What are you talking about? We was on Shadows before.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
Well, obviously I didn't follow all the way through with what the person was saying.
Yeah. Well, it's like whenever there's an important thing to concede to or to understand, the penny never drops. You know what I mean? Something inconsequential, like I can't even really think of a good example. But it's like when it comes to the concessions that will rock your world, you're not just you, people in general just aren't really receptive to that.
I'm saying I'm not an expert in that field.
You don't have to be an expert to understand somebody lied to you, bro.
I'm saying I could be lied to right now.
I don't understand though, because that's a red herring, what you just said. Why you need to be an expert to understand when someone has lied to you.
Because I'll give you an example. If someone were to tell me, "Hey, I'm a professional singer, I'm super dope, blah blah blah," and then I say, "Oh yeah, give me a few bars in, give me a sample of what you could do," and then they start singing, it sounds like trash. I'll know right away it's a lie.
Okay, but that's subjective though.
No, it's not. No.
Well, actually, you know what? I mean, on a meta level, we could argue about that because I would actually argue no, even sounds, even music, all of that is already templated in here before we did anything. That's why we discover what sounds good and we discover what doesn't, because the notes are already what they're supposed to be before we ever played them. I understand that, if that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about someone saying I'm 5'9" and you meet them and they're 4'11". That's what I'm talking about.
Guys typically lie for about within an inch of their actual height. So if they're 5'9", they'll usually say like 5'10", or if they're 5'11", they'll say they're 6 foot. You know what I mean? Something
I'm
like that.
6'6".
Yeah, but that's not the same as
You might be 6'5" then.
That's not the same as someone saying I'm a 5'10", guy, and then they show up and it's a dog.
Well, I don't know what dog for Family Guy.
Now you're on a date with Shiloh.
I'm saying, what dogs talk out here, man?
I'm just saying, they told you it was an alignment, and it's not. That's a straight up lie, man. I don't understand why you just can't accept.
Well, like I said, I just don't know enough in the field to give a good rebuttal to what was presented.
There's no rebuttal. When I came out,
yeah, of course there's rebuttal.
When I came out here, my questions had to do with what I already thought I knew. This subject being one of them. I thought I knew what I knew, and then I actually started with. See, your problem is you don't know shit about your worldview. That's your problem. It's like when Christians try to talk about, scripture and all of that, but they never read the Bible. So like or a Muslim in the Quran, whatever the case. Like, you don't have a good grasp on what you believe, which is why you can't really respond to almost none of the stuff that we're talking about.
Well, to be honest, I never really thought it was that important.
Of course it is, and it wasn't. It was never important to any of that. None of this. It was never important. You know what keeps it in the forefront of our minds? Everything we do, from the movies we watch, to the games we play, to the books we read, it's lightly peppered in all of the language. We never think about it. It's just, whatever. That's just what it is. It's all surface level. You never had to think about shit. You don't really, I'm sure you don't think about when you go to the supermarket, what farm did this really come from? How are those animals being treated? How do I know this didn't come from? You're not thinking all that. You're thinking, listen, I'm hoping that shit is on the up and up enough that I don't get poisoned from this, because this is what it is, and I got to get home and I got to feed the kids and go, do other more important shit than worry about it. Because we can't think about everything that's possibly going wrong, right?
Yeah, of course.
But this right here, look, unfortunately, the worm's been, the can has been open.
Mm-hmm.
You could choose not to think about it. That's fine. But you don't have to be lied to. You just go, okay, that's bullshit. Move on.
Yeah.
If you need a scientist to rebuttal me in 2025, you don't think the world? It's time to give the view a break. Because I'm not gonna. You're like, oh no, my friend is amazing. She would never do this. He would never do that. And then you watch a tape and they did exactly the thing they was accused of. Now your name is on the line because you vouch for him, right? You don't have to vouch for this shit. Okay? You can stop doing that and just totally, I don't know, not like you being here asking us questions. You don't have to do that. You could just go back to your life and not worry about it at all. But since you are here, I'm going to tell you what you came to hear.
That I've been lied to my whole. I've been living a lie.
It depends on what your preferences are.
Well, I prefer to take care of those people that I love and myself, and live the best life I can possibly live before I die.
I meant movie preferences.
Movie preferences?
Yeah, that's because look, if you like I don't know, stuff like
Gladiator, Pulp Fiction, Kung Fu Panda. I
all
like
of that is
movies like that.
inconsequential. That's great. But get into I don't know, Star Trek. Now all of a sudden
I've
shit
seen
is
that.
murky.
No,
Yeah.
I've seen those. I've
Me
seen the
too.
new ones.
I love the 100. The 100 is that's not a movie. That's a little.
It's a series.
WB11. Yeah. It's a dope series. The kids were on a space station, and they were everybody was on a space station because
Ender's Game.
kind of fucked up. And they
Warhammer.
Ender's Game is good.
Ender's Game. Yeah, very good.
See, I've never seen those. And I'm not gonna check them out.
But my only thing is like, it's only gonna bother you if you let it bother you. But there's no
It doesn't
point in
bother
lying.
me.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
so
it doesn't
you don't
bother
gotta
me.
defend it then. So stop defending it.
Well, what are you defending it?
Because you defend things you don't really know, and then it takes forever to somebody to tell you something, and then you finally go, "Oh, I didn't know that." Yeah. So why are you defending it?
I'm saying this is what I've been taught.
I know because that's it. Okay, so we saying the same because it's natural. It's we all, but you ain't no different than me. So was I. What do you think I grew up? What do you think I grew up under a rock in some cave in the Middle East somewhere? Like what?
You know what this reminds me of? No, you know what this reminds me of, this conversation? Have you seen Toy Story?
Yeah, of course.
Remember when the cowboy, what's his name? Woody? Remember when Woody was trying his best to convince Buzz that he was just a toy?
Yes.
And remember how Buzz could not accept it?
Damn.
That's what it's like right now.
That's true. That's true.
So are you saying you need that critical moment to help you realize that you need to wake up?
Yeah, I'm Buzz Lightyear right now. I don't believe that I'm just a toy.
I get what you're saying. Well, I mean, if you really care, you'll see enough. That's what happened. That's what happened to me. I didn't come here like trying to put a model of something new together and create a whole new different world. I was just like, what the fuck's going on out here? And, I heard people saying certain things weren't real. I was like, get the fuck out of here. The first thing I did was, look into myself and the knowledge that I knew.
Think about this.
I went back to school with myself. I went back to school. I eventually got to, the whole Aristotle thing and how we knew this and how we knew that. And I was like, okay, this is what I'm getting into. Yes, I need the foundational information. Like, how do you know this? Where did we get that? You know what I found out? When you get to the end of that road, there's no answer. That was a problem for me.
But you know what? Neil had that same problem when he finally got to that guy in Matrix. Remember? The architect dude?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He had the same problem.
See what I'm saying? The Toy Story and the Matrix are probably I had a good tie in there, but I lost it. No, but these movies though, I mean, it's interesting how they're meant to really have one particular, that they have their storyline and that's what you're supposed to take away from it. But then there are all these other little things that you can do with the content that has nothing to do with them, if that makes sense.
Oh no, it makes a lot of sense, man. Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
Think about this, right? There's two sides. We're on the side called Flat Earth, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson, Elon Musk, all those big names, they're on the side of the globe, right? Yeah. Now, there's a lot of lies that they put out that you can go and look for yourself. And then the fact that they're being like the one guy, I don't remember who it was, going around to the astronauts, put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon. Why won't they swear on the Bible, and instead why do they punch the guy? It's it all comes down to like, do you want to believe? You can believe whatever you want to believe, right? But do you want to believe known liars and what's the word for people acting out in rage? It's like emotion. Is there emotion over logic? Those guys.
Yeah.
That's the end of my tangent.
Mm-hmm.
We love you, Castle King side.
It's up to you. It's up to you, man. I don't know. I for whatever reason, like you've been the impenetrable person that I've heard and talked to in a while, and still I for whatever reason trust that you're still on a journey. Some people are just fucking around. I did say you were a troll. And the thing about trolls is trolls aren't necessarily nefariously, on the other side. It's not like, I don't know, because there are guys that come in here all the time that are trolling, and then I'll say one thing out of the whole night, like, and then the whole thing changes. The whole relationship changes. There's that, and then there are people like Zanuck who they're just bricked forever. I don't feel like you're that kind of guy. I have hope.
I'd like to vouch for Castle King. He got placeholder number 1 in that vocal or the singing competition that we did. He got first place, and
nobody invited me.
He was so precious to everybody there on the panel. So I don't think that he's a disingenuous person. He's not intending to be that way in here, but I do think that
the jury's out. I'm still paying attention, but he does seem genuine.
I was just going to say his side of that you think might be trolling is more just like he thinks that we're crazy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why trolls aren't necessarily. It's not like they're necessarily doing the Zanuck thing. Sometimes trolls are trolls because they just don't get it.
Hey, if it was that I thought you were crazy, it's not in a harmful way. Like, I don't think you're crazy where you're going to hurt somebody. But I think
crazy like Uncle Jim or somebody.
Crazy like how Buzz Lightyear thought he was really an astronaut. Like that.
So one of us is Buzz Lightyear. Basically.
Well, we can all be Buzz Lightyear.
You're not sure which it is. Or
I'm
you
saying,
most likely.
Hey, Elijah, hold up though. Castle King, you think you can go to space? You're Buzz Lightyear, and Woody's like, bro, you're just a toy. You can't. There's no space. Like you're not gonna fly, bro. Castle King, you're fucking Buzz Lightyear. You think you're in space, bro?
Buzz Lightyear.
I get that, but I think his point is still made though, and it's like I feel like you're in the situation where it's interesting to think, damn, am I crazy or is this nigga crazy? Like to be Buzz Lightyear at this point.
Nah, Elijah, you're Woody and he's Buzz Lightyear, and you're trying to tell him, hey, bro, you're just a toy.
I would argue that you just don't know enough yet. Like, if you knew what I knew and you're like, nah, bro, here's the rebuttal, we'd be having a different conversation. I'd be humble.
There's a snake in your boot.
Well, that's interesting, though, huh?
Rebuttal anyway, man. The actual rebuttal is this, that it doesn't matter because you can't model that shape with a ball on another ball. So you can't get that shadow no matter what. The end.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. I'll post it right now for you in the chat. You'll see direct modeled evidence that the shadow that's allegedly the shadow of the Earth cannot be produced with a ball on a ball, but it can be produced with a straight object on a ball or on a flat object.
Oh.
Hold on, I'll post it for you.
I tried to stop the other guy giving that explanation earlier. It was way more terrible, by the way. Is because nothing is blocking the. It's not. It's there's still an assumption of that being a shadow, and I'm like, let's just. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but so the point is, either way you attack it, you could say, dude, nothing's blocking it, so it's not a shadow. Or you could say, even if it was, this doesn't even match. Because their argument is it's a shadow, but their argument is also that, oh, the shape of the shadow is what's the point, right? Yeah, they say you have the moon, you have a curved shadow on the moon. Therefore, the Earth must be curved, and the only thing that can create this shadow is a ball. So the Earth must be a ball. Well, guess what? That's not even true.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to post it for you. It's going to be great. You're going to love it.
Oh, shit.
All right.
I don't know if that's not true though. I could have sworn I seen this woman on YouTube. No. That just had to do with phases. Never mind.
Here, I'll post what I post, and you can look at it for yourself.
I hope they do another singing competition. That was so much fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, when you become a flat earther, you and Flatsy can do a duet.
Yeah.
That's not a stipulation.
Do you know any duets? I know a few of them.
Sonny and Cher.
I Got You, Babe.
How about Will You Be There For Me?
Will you be there for me? I don't think I know that one.
I don't think I know a lot of duets.
I'll post a good one of those. It is awesome. You're going to love it. It's with Sarah Brightman and Josh Partman, or whatever the heck his name is.
I've never performed a duet with anyone like that, like where there's a...
Wait. I got the perfect one. He's black, right? You could do Ebony and Ivory. Perfect.
Salt and pepper.
Come on, man. Ebony and Ivory. It'd be great.
Paraplegic.
Well, you know, I guess I'm in the minority here, but I don't call people black and white.
Yeah, we're all just different shades of wheat.
Get a third person to do some Beastie Boys songs.
What? Beastie Boys?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sabotage.
Sabotage! Yeah, I like that song. I like No Sleep Till Brooklyn.
Intergalactic.
Yeah, Intergalactic. I like that. Brass Monkey. I like that. Paul Revere. I like that. Yeah.
Like that, man, I don't know. I like more of like a folky kind of two-step style. I kind of don't stray too far away from it. I can do anything. I have in the past, but I just started getting into this niche that I'm in now. So it's kind of where I thrive the most. So I like it a lot. So something like Ray LaMontagne or something like that.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
No, I love some Ray.
Little death metal, maybe some Slayer. Little Slayer. Rain and Blood.
Slayer?
No.
I don't know. I don't do
like
the screaming thing.
You know, Papa's in the kitchen, Mama's in the field, murder in the hen house, mud flung high upon the hill. You know, that sounds like it's like a two-step.
Sounded good. I've never heard that before though. What song is that? What's
Hey
the name
me,
of that
hey
song?
mama. Hey me, hey mama.
Oh, yeah, I never
Hey
heard of it.
me, hey
Mm-mm.
mama.
Mm-mm.
Where you been for so long, for so long?
Mm-hmm.
She's been on Earth.
Mm-hmm. What about Islands in the Stream? Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers.
Islands in the stream, that is what we are. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I know that one. I know Reunited, Peaches and Nerve.
Hey man, bro, you just need to do the yeah in the background of one of Flatsy's tracks, and that's all you need to do, man. I'm serious. Go ahead and try it right now. Flatsy, you sing, and you just go yeah at whatever she does. Do it.
No, because it's the latency. The latency, it'll be off. It won't sound so good.
Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I seen a lot of old stuff.
Are you a traveled man?
Tribal?
Yeah.
I'm a Samoan, man.
Hmm?
I'm a Samoan.
Like Bong Sao.
Does that
Yeah,
mean?
dude.
So you stuck on Hawaii? I'm very ignorant. What does that mean?
Samoan
It means I'm from
Yeah, he knows.
I'm from a little island called Samoa.
Mm-hmm.
There's American Samoa and there's Western Samoa.
I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all that stupidity out loud if y'all missed it. I did say Hawaii, but go ahead.
Yeah, Samoa is 5,000 miles approximately southwest of Hawaii.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
A lot of
Close to
people.
Australia. It's close to Australia and New Zealand, right?
Yeah, it's heading towards that direction, right? A lot of people think that Samoa is a part of Hawaii.
I'm asking because
Samoa or Samoy?
Samoa. That's how you say it properly, but people in America say Samoa. Samoan. They say Samoan, but
Yeah,
See,
Samoa.
you know what? You know what I respect about
white people say.
it's not a white people thing. Oh well, well, if you're into the Bible at all, the first thing you realize when you read it, when you go into quote unquote book 2, you're like, what the fuck are all these names? Because in book 1, Genesis, they give you an account of every bloodline, every name, everything, every right, and then in the very next book, there's all these other people. It's like, what's up with these different names? Turns out that people have decided exonyms are fine. So you could just call somebody could be named Zushai, right? And you're like, nah, fuck that. Your name is Bob. As a matter of fact, in warehouse work, that happens. There's an African dude, his name was too long, and we're calling you Bob. And he just allowed it. And that there's a problem with that. A name is a name. Pronounce it the way it's pronounced.
Yeah. To the best of your ability. Yeah, to the best of your ability. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
When I was in the army, I knew a guy named Tumanavau. He was from Samoa.
Yeah.
The reason I asked is because my friend, she had said she was on somewhere and they had pointed out to her that I don't know if she saw Cuba. No, she didn't see Cuba. It was 100 miles away, and she said when they said it was in that direction, I was like, okay, cool. But she just thought it was so far that she didn't see it. I'm like, you didn't think that it was because of Earth curve that you couldn't see it? She was like, nah, I figured it was still straight ahead of me. It's because the Earth is so big. It's just you know, I couldn't see it. And I'm like, that's interesting. You know how you said it wouldn't make a difference to you? That's with everyone because they don't know enough to know how consequential the globe would be to their everyday life if it was actually real. It's like if you believe and know that you live on a globe, then when you look out into the distance towards Cuba, in your mind you should be thinking, well, that shit is curved away from me because I'm on a ball. if you know that the ball is with a radius of 3,959 miles, you can work out like just how much you should be able to see and where that cutoff point is. You shouldn't be thinking, well, I can see as far as I can see, but I know I can't see Cuba because, all of the air and all of that. Like, yeah, that's normal thinking. That's regular thinking. That's the truth, actually. The globe has no consequence in anyone's life until flat Earth comes up. Then they start trying to think of all these different ways to disprove it and how the globe does this and that. You don't think about the globe ever, until you're in a room like this, or until it comes up, or until you see it on a TV.
Yeah, because like I'll walk around work and I'll ask people these 4 questions. Can you see a football field 250 miles away? Can you see a beach ball 350 miles away? Can you see the ISS while it flies in the sky at 250 miles away?
Yes.
Did people see Sputnik as it flew across the sky? Right? The ISS is equivalent to a football field at 250 miles away in angular size.
Yeah,
And Sputnik is
if you had
equivalent
perfect
to a beach
vision, you
ball
should be able to see the ISS.
at 350 miles away.
Dude, these are the
If I was
silly.
to ask you those beach ball and the football field question, and we had nothing to do with the topic of the Earth, you would give me an honest answer. Probably not, right? And definitely not a beach ball at 350 miles. But if we was to be talking about the shape of the Earth first, and then I ask you those questions about the football field, the beach ball, then you would try and justify how you could see Sputnik and the ISS.
Right. By not having perfect vision like the other guy just tried to interrupt with, which is ridiculous. We're talking about the Rayleigh criterion and your optics ability to resolve something based on its apparent size. That's just perspective. I know flat earthers say it a lot, and for whatever reason, the globe earth normies think we're dumb because they think we're saying something that's ridiculous. But it's like, no, that is perspective. I can't see a fly 2 blocks away like I can see it, buzzing around me. Why? Because it's angular too small. I can't see it. It's not apparent. It's there. It's there 2 blocks away. I just can't resolve it with my eyes. Now, when they lazily say, oh, it's because our eyes are imperfect, fam, we're talking about what you can see based on the angular size of something. You don't need to have perfect eyes. You just need to know the claim. Okay, they claim this far based on, these metrics. And we just know that that's not possible. But the more important point is the only reason you think it's that far is because of the assumption of the size of the radius and the things that are extrapolated from that. That's why we kill that first. There's no point in wondering if that thing is that far away and you can see it if you've already debunked the premise in the first place.
Yep. I posted those things for you there, bro, showing the shadows don't match.
There's also you like NASA pissing down your back and telling you. Now, I'm not a flat earther that talks about NASA and all this other stuff. I like to talk about the measurements and things like that. But what if NASA was pissing down your back? Would that bother you?
Yeah, if they were literally doing that, I would stop them.
All right, so check this out. A few years ago, right? You remember Comet Neowise?
Who?
Right. So excuse my ignorance, but I thought comets were like what I saw in Hey Arnold. You remember that episode in Hey Arnold? They were trying to get all of the people to shut their lights off in the city so that they'd be able to watch it. And it was a fleeting moment. It was one night. I did not know that in actuality, comets are these things that appear in the night sky for months. And they move with the celestial bodies. I did not know that. Okay, fine. I'm going to adjust. Forget the cartoonish thing I thought. Let's go with the actual observation, right? Now, for Comet Neowise, NASA said that Comet Neowise was 60 million miles away, had about a 1,000,000-mile long tail, and is 3 miles in diameter. 60 miles away. 60 million miles away. That's just shy of the distance of the supposedly 93 million miles away, right? 60 million miles away, 3 miles in diameter. How the fuck could anyone with any equipment resolve that? But that's what why would they even say that? They making it up. You could have gave us a better number. I think to myself, damn, well, people are actually so ignorant or so unaffected by this or don't care that they don't. Okay, so I'm the first person in reason that they're even hearing these, and they hear them and they go, who gives a shit? So what? But the bottom line is that that's ridiculous. 3 miles wide. Imagine trying to see, I don't know, one strand of gold from another town. You get what I'm trying to like, fam? That's 60 million miles away, 3 miles in diameter. Crazy.
All right, boys, pack it up. They found the curve. Potato Pat, post that video again.
You get what I'm trying to say? It's not resolvable. It's not. It's an answer that it's almost as ridiculous as when they say you can see curvature from 35,000 feet in the plane, and we all who have been damn well you can't. We all know that, but we all get on planes. We all know that, and still we're fucked mentally. You got to ask yourself why.
Potato Pat. Is this correct on the distance that he's measured? Is that the line of his distance?
Oh my god. Alright, bro. Shut up. Thanks. There you go. You can just
Either Potato Pat jumps in the VC and conversates with you with his voice, or you take your conversation back to the text chat. There was already a conversation happening.
And Eli, just a heads up, buddy. You were cutting out here and there. I think for the most part we could hear everything you said, but if there is something on your end, I don't know. Something was cutting
It
out.
might have been my finger. Like if I do this, like blah, 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 see, it's cut out. Now it's better. Yeah, might have been my finger over the mouthpiece.
Not your finger, dude. That was perfectly fine. I heard everything in it.
Yeah, I did too.
Bill, right now.
Yeah, I hear everything fine now. It's just like when you're. Well, sometimes when you're talking.
It's the CIA, man. Come on, they got these fuzz machines and shit. Y'all know what's up.
Sure, yeah.
They don't want
the truth.
No.
Now I'm gonna tell you, I didn't see Hey Arnold. I didn't watch that cartoon.
For real?
Yeah.
Damn.
I was too old. By the time that came out, it was already past my time.
Oh, you right. My bad. Okay, yeah, I am 35, so okay.
Yeah, I'm 48.
All right. Needless to say, basically, that was like my first like real, thoughts of like, a comic. It was packaged and put into, a digestible program that I could understand. And when I got older and, oh shit, there's a comet? What? Oh, there's going to be a comet in my lifetime? Like, there's comets all the time, by the way. I was like, do you know that meteor showers happen in the exact well, can I say that? No, I really can't. In the same apparent places in the sky. So they show up like, say, you know where, you look out the window, look up certain degree to a certain spot in the sky. Something's there at a certain time. You know, year after year, even meteor showers, like they originate from these same points.
Oh yeah, well,
things
I
are
was curious about that.
created in purpose.
I'm curious about that. I wanted to ask you. So, what's up with all the lights in the sky then? Where does that come from?
Well, why would I know when I'm here with you?
I know. I'm saying, what do you believe as a flat earther looking into the night sky?
As a human being, I don't know more than you know. That is the smartest answer a human.
Oh man,
It's the honest.
What I'm saying is,
I'll give you an answer, brother, if you want one. It's very simple.
Yeah.
The heavens belong to the Lord, but He has given the earth to man to inhabit.
Are you sure he gave it to man? I thought he gave it to the most beautiful angel that rebelled.
No, that's not how it was. Man, what story were you reading?
I was reading the story where Lucifer was the most beautiful angel and he rebelled against God, and he was sent down to earth and was given the earth as his place of dominion, and he took a third of the angels with him.
No, that's not what the Bible says. If that's the book you're talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says he was cast out of heaven. And he
Cast
did
out of
take
heaven.
angels, but it didn't say he was given the earth.
What?
No, it said the earth was given to man. Now, it does say that there's a supersession where man basically, gave up the deed to the earth to Satan. But it's not that God gave it to Satan. It's man did.
Man did. By doing what now? How did that happen? How did we give up the earth to
sinning.
Satan?
What else?
Oh, but I thought that's how we got kicked out of paradise, the Garden of Eden.
Which wasn't in heaven.
Which
But
was
the
probably in
point I was
Africa.
trying to make, Castle, you're distracting from the point.
Was it in
Point I was
Africa? I don't
making
think
is
it was. You got to meet my brother Greg. But continue.
We've been given the earth, and we're on the earth, and what the cosmos are is beyond us.
Yeah, that's the point. We don't know, man. But why? I mean, why would you see? Because what you're asking for is for someone's fantastical story about the lights in the sky. There's 1,000 of those. As a matter of fact, you think there's one cosmology in academia? No, there's like thousands, dude.
Well, I'm down with just the one story of God Almighty, the Creator, made everything.
But that's not the point. To the question that you asked, right? Which is what are the lights in the sky? What do you think? Well, there are many people at university with thousands of different ideas to choose from. That's the case. You don't need to ask me, bro. I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't think about those things. You don't know what you don't know.
I'm saying you didn't think maybe it's just God's creation?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I didn't put it there. My mom didn't put it there. Her mom didn't put it there.
Yeah.
Her dad didn't put it there. That dad didn't. Adam didn't put it there.
Yeah.
I just thought that was obvious.
Yeah. I'm saying, because, according to the flat earth, at some point, the earth...
What does that mean? That's like according to Lollipop. What do you mean?
I'm saying I've seen the
lollipops
models.
exist, and there are people that eat lollipops that believe a lot of crazy shit. Well, the earth is as it presents itself, and there are people on earth that think a lot of crazy shit. Why do you keep on positioning it as flat earthers? That you don't have to keep. That's not a real. You're doing yourself a disservice, bro. We're just
I'm
people.
saying I've seen the model.
Because
It's
they're
like
retarded, bro. That's why.
Huh?
You ever, you know what a reification is? Because I know we had this conversation already.
No.
A reification. AI, you want to go through your example and what the very first thing the example is?
Oh yeah, you look up in the dictionary reification, and 99 out of 100 entries will. The first entry to explain what it means is it'll say the map is not the territory. That's the example. But what it means is it's when you're taking an abstract idea and giving it concrete entity status, right? So like a projection or a model or a even math. You know, if you say because I did this little model, therefore this is reality, that's a reification fallacy.
Reification is taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, like love and hate, or time
Love
and
and
space.
hate, or yeah. I was gonna get there, and I was gonna try to steal it from you because I knew you were gonna get there first. Say it again. Say it again.
Reification. It's also known as the fallacy of non-concretism. It takes non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, like love, hate, space, and time.
Okay.
So would it blow your mind if we said Einstein never performed a scientific experiment in his life?
Yo, y'all should like go to Ask Gore, bro.
Hold on.
Shit's so gas.
I'm gonna put you on mute for now, but if you have something real to say, want to contribute to the conversation in a second, you can. Sometimes we just got to learn what room we're in and what we can do and what we can't. So, moving on. You picking up what we putting down?
Yeah, I think so.
So whenever someone, like, it's like being in a trap of your own making, based on the questions that you ask, because you ask the questions based on your reasoning. So you ask fallacious questions looking for a fallacious response. That's not
fallacious? What do you mean fallacious?
Incorrect.
No, because when it comes to that stuff, none of us actually know for real.
That's the point. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just nice to
so fallacious
learn what other people think.
Is defined as based on a mistaken belief. Another thing that we talk about is pseudoscience. Now there are a lot of faux flat earthers or flat earth believers, whatever you want to call them, people that talk about all the other things that don't really have anything to do with the measurements or the physical aspects or the practical ways that we actually this planet. No one really talks about that as much as the people in here, right? When you look at pseudoscience, the only reason science is even in the conversation is because there are people that are claiming things are scientific. So when they say, okay, this is scientific, or I have a hypothesis, or I have an experiment, all of these words in physics mean something very special and particular. So when people say I have science for this, science for that, they're talking about, or in the scientific methods case, or what science and physics is today, is the study of the physical and natural world, where you're observing a natural phenomena or something happening, and then you suppose what the cause of that happening or phenomena is. And then in an experimental setup, you have an independent variable, which is your presumed cause. You have the dependent variable, which is the effect. And then you have control variables, obviously, to make sure that the independent variable is the only thing that you're changing as the research to get the effect. That's all it is. You either get a result that the hypothesis was correct or it wasn't. That's it. When people say they have science and it's outside of that, it's called pseudoscience. Funny enough, Timothy it's in Timothy somewhere where he's saying beware of I gotta find it. Pseudoscientists, so something like that. So I'm like, damn, it's crazy. Even in the Bible, they're talking about people that think fallaciously, and to beware of them. So here, pseudoscience is a term used to describe a claim, belief, or practice that is presented as scientific, but is not based on proper scientific methodology.
Yeah.
So when we talk about NASA, and NASA's be the scientist, because you told me a lot of times in this conversation they're not a scientist, right? But the truth of the matter is they're not scientists either, because let's take astronomy for example. Is there one single valid hypothesis in which you have an independent variable that you can change and test to get the outcome? Is there just one?
I don't know.
The answer is no. But they're talking about science for this, science for that. That would fall under pseudoscience. It's that simple. We have the tools to think for ourselves. God didn't forsake us, but we're not thinking.
Yeah, to help you out, learning that method will get you a long way.
Like the Selenilian, did you see? Did you know that the shadow can come? And somebody correct me if I'm saying the wrong. The shadow can come in and leave in the same orientation. Came from the top, left in the top. Am I confusing y'all or not speaking clearly?
I know what you mean, but that's because I know what you're talking about. Maybe try and explain it a little bit more.
So with the Selenilian, right? When we're talking about the so-called shadow, and so we talked about the fact that obviously if the sun is above you and the moon is above you, the thing that you're standing on, the earth, can't be blocking the light. Just it can't be geometrically, right? But now there's a thing about how the so-called shadow. So how do I explain this without just being just too extra? Basically, when you look at the Selenilian pictures that we've shown, you see the shadow top, but the moon is descending towards the horizon, and the sun is behind you, and the earth is the thing that's blocking the light. Then the shadow should begin at the bottom of. Shouldn't be beginning at the top and then leaving off to the other side at the top. It shouldn't be doing none of that. If it's a pass by, 180 degrees, it's a line. Comes from the top, goes to the bottom. Comes from the bottom, goes to the top, whatever. There's not that consistency. And on top of that, again, why is the shadow coming from the top if it's a shadow and it's the earth doing that?
It probably has something to do with the way the sun is shining on the earth.
No.
Well, I gave you my best shot.
That's fine. I didn't give you a diagram, so we're working with words here. But all of these things just don't make any sense. You know, one of the things that I talk about that I don't talk about often, the moon and the phases when the moon is in the wax and gibbous phase. And it could be like 85% lit, 89% lit. But it's the sliver of the shadow is going to be on one side because the sun is supposedly at an angle. It is causing the phases of the moon. And in my view, so in my view, if I'm looking at the moon and it's 2:30 a.m. and it's heading west, obviously, and the shadow, the sliver of the shadow is to the east, it's because the sun is in the west and the moon is chasing it. We know what a waxing gibbous is. The problem at 2:30 though is, geographically speaking, the sun is somewhere over to the east of me. Like over the UAE and shit. Like these things don't make no fucking sense. And this is more. These are the things that aren't really concrete, that don't really tell you anything about the shape of the earth. It's things that point out, hey, now that I'm paying attention, what they're saying specifically, what they're teaching me and telling me doesn't coincide with what I'm experiencing right now. That's all that matters. Someone's lying. I'm not about to go justify these motherfuckers for what? I don't know them. They don't know me. Why am I justifying these people for what? I'm coming to them asking them, what are these discrepancies about? Where are they at? I don't know. The results still the same on Google. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not like taking up any conversations. I don't really know what's going on, other than the fact there's these goofy YouTubers like McToon and Red's Rhetoric and all of these other people that pop up and these people are the people that you see before you even meet us, which is why when people come in here asking certain questions, it's because of the way they've seen people question flat earthers and question flat earth. That's the only reason they ask the kinds of questions that they do. But why are you worried about flat earth anyway? Why aren't you worried about what you've been taught your entire life and why it doesn't make sense?
Well, it didn't really cross my mind like that. Whether the earth is spherical or flat, it doesn't affect the way I live my life every day.
Yeah, it never crossed my mind either. But, cheating doesn't cross your mind until you come across some evidence, don't? Right or wrong?
What do you mean, cheating?
Well, hypothetically, if your spouse was cheating, it wouldn't have crossed your mind unless you came across something that needed your attention.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So now you're talking to me. You can no longer go to sleep not having ever talked to me. Now, these things are in your mind. It's up to you whether they matter or not. I mean, there are people who ignore cheating all the time, never address it.
Oh, yeah. Haven't you heard that song?
Don't be that person.
Remember that song that guy came out with? It was really pathetic. I think it was actually the beginning of the end for, masculine roles and relationships.
What song was, sing a little bit.
I don't wanna.
Oh, yeah.
If you're playing me, keep it on the low. 'Cause my heart can't take it anymore. Yeah. I don't mean to laugh at the guy's pain, but it was a pretty pathetic song.
I kind of love that song too. It was.
Oh, it was. No, that was pathetic. When I heard it, I was like,
I was young, getting my heart stepped on by crushes. I didn't have. I was still in high school probably when that came out.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, see, I was already a young adult. I was like, man, just find another girl. You know, it's not that hard.
In high school, ain't no other girls. It's only
Oh.
black
Oh, yeah, that's how it is when you're young. It's funny.
Hey, when Bond comes back, it's on. Castle King. You ain't gonna know it. You ain't gonna know it hit you.
What's that? Who?
Bong.
Oh, Bong Sao?
You're a good guy. I know I've been super harsh towards you a couple of times, maybe borderline in disrespect sometimes. You know what? I apologize for all of those
All good,
instances
brother.
that I did not say. I apologize, man. But you're a good
It's all
dude, man.
good. It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, I'm saying we're all here together. We're all here for a reason. God put us here for a purpose, and we're going to see it through to the day we die. That's what I believe.
Basically.
Yeah. So it's
Right.
all good, man.
All
Yeah.
TFE is gonna ramp up.
You know what? Let me damn, because I could be falling into a trap where you are some sort of agent or whatever. And we do have those. So look. Before you go, here we go. We specifically, we don't know about any other flat earthers who claim we specifically have that behavior. People with thousands of sock accounts that we kick out religiously. Okay, these people come back. Why? So
what's a sock account?
It's just another like say you ban me, I just come in under another name.
Oh no, I'm not that. I've been known as.
We've had voice changers. We've had death threats. We've had people try to get people fired. It's a lot of shit, man. So when I say that, like from our perspective in this room, I can't speak for anybody else. Shit like that actually happened. So
yeah, a guy earlier was trying to tell me about that.
But I wanted to, kind of lightly brush on the biblical side of things, if that's where you were coming from, because I don't know, what you believe.
I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, the Son of God.
Okay. You know Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
I've heard of these places. I haven't been there myself, but yeah.
You know how big the plane was that they rested on?
The plane?
Right. The plateau. Mm-hmm. The plain. These are vast distances, vast areas.
All I heard was some angels came and they wanted to stay with a man named Lot. I think his name was Lot.
Something like that.
And then
I gotta read it again.
The neighbors in this town came and started knocking on that door and said, "Hey, we want those guys you got in there. Bring them out here so we can do what we do." And he said, "No, not these two. You can have my daughter."
He said, "We want to know them. We want to know them," is what they said.
Yeah.
Which meant
perverted
shit.
It meant they wanted to do the dirty, the nasty. And so Lot said, "Nope, not these two." But he offered up his daughter, I believe. And they said, "Nah, we don't want the girl. We want the dudes in there." And that's when...
Which was a wild story.
That's when God said, "Oh, you know what? It's time to bring that fire and brimstone." The very next day is when that place got leveled. And God said, "Don't even look back. Just keep running." And I think it was the wife. I think she just had this feeling came over her where she had to look back and instantly was turned into a pillar of salt. And that's what I remember from the story.
Yeah, there was a into outside of the city, man, or the cities. It was a brother who was given the choice to run or something, but he made amends with his brother by giving him land. Take that side, I'll take this side. Anyway, all right, whatever.
Is this the same story?
I failed. Yeah, it's around the same. Yeah,
I don't remember that part. I just remember the part that I
remember
described.
they was out in tents and shit. And all right, whatever. The point. Okay, so that point ain't gonna land. But they were on a great an expansive area, which is clearly there's no curvature there. You know.
Okay.
That's my point.
That's why. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
I wasn't thinking about that when I was reading the story.
Obviously, but no, but now that you've spoken to me, next time you see how this thing works, like you can't unsee it after that.
Yeah, I don't just like the Matrix.
So there's a Earth takes shape like clay under a seal. You know what's interesting is we don't know the shape of the Earth. But when it comes to that reference, when you think of clay under a seal, obviously when you have a seal, the seal has indentations and things. And that's kind of exactly what the Earth is, right? With different elevations and things like that. But in no way do you have clay under a seal and then out comes a sphere. That don't make no sense.
Clay under a seal and out comes a sphere.
What I'm saying, clay under seal, you basically just get a circle, right? In most cases, I don't know if you have a square one. Whatever it is, it's still in a relatively flat shape.
You remember when they used to seal letters with wax, and then the king used to put his ring indentation on the wax? That was what I'm talking about. The wax is the clay, and the seal is the ring. So it's the same type of thing.
I get what you're saying.
So in the Bible, that's the only time it specifically says anything about the shape of the earth. Only one. Earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
You sure?
Yes. Everything else people try to infer based on what this is just directly saying earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
I'll have to look into that some more.
There's no ambiguity. You see what I'm saying? Versus saying he sat atop the circle. Yeah, people could argue about that. I don't care about that. Like, nah, earth takes shape like clay under a seal is super specific.
This is my point. Regardless of what you believe or what I believe the earth is shaped to be, the point is we both believe in God Almighty. Amen. That's the most important takeaway from this.
Amen, brother.
It is important because you have our children going to these schools that are teaching us a different cosmology than what in the scripture. That's my problem. And they said take religion out, but they're making our children religious.
I agree.
So that's why we're talking about this today, brother. It's not regardless of whatever, it's a little, even though that is true, there has to stay a level of awareness of the truth. It's not just we don't have to really know. What's more important is that we are aware of things that are true and also aware of things that are false so that we can call it out or stay away from it.
Yeah.
Now, also one more thing before we move on. Another thing about the scripture. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention.
Whilst you're remembering, I'll put the clay under the seal in the chat for you as well.
Oh, when he's speaking to shit. Who's the guy that God took to the highest mountain or something like that?
What?
You talking about Moses?
Job.
Nah.
Are you talking about Satan? When Satan
Job. He got it. You got it. Job. Now, he basically told Job, "You little pissants don't know shit about the dimensions of the earth." However, in 2025, there are majority of the people of the known world that we are engaged with that specifically believe in the dimensions of the earth and the earth being a sphere. When God specifically told Job, "You guys don't know shit." Not to that extent. Here we are, believing in men telling us the extent of shit that God said you can't know the extent to. Make that make sense.
How do you know he wasn't talking about you guys?
I never, but how could he be talking about me when I'm not the one claiming dimensions or shit?
Since I've been in this room, you guys claim that you know all stuff as to why the earth is flat.
Yeah, but we don't know the shape of it. We don't know what the sun, moon, and stars are. We don't know anything really. We just know it's flat.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. That's the thing.
I have a question.
No, hold on. He needs to understand this. Flat's not a shape. Horizontal. Let's use a synonym. Horizontal is not a shape. We use the earth horizontally in vast distances, in the thousands. Horizontal is not a shape. So we're not the ones making claims to shapes and dimensions. You already, why swerve that to say you guys are doing? No, Bill Nye's doing that. Every time you turn on the TV, they're doing that. You is doing that. Come on, man. Be more honest.
Huh? Wait. How is flat not a shape?
Hold on. Babe is a total normie. She don't.
It's like one side of a shape.
What'd you say, babe? What is flat? No, say it. What is it? Babe says it's too common sense. She said, no, it's not. It's obviously, if you're speaking to a normal person, no, flat is not a shape.
Flat's a description of a surface. That's why Elijah brought up horizontal. Horizontal is an orientation, perpendicular to vertical, not a shape.
That's the pizza is a shape. It's flat, but it's round.
So what's paper? I have a question related to religious topic.
It's the square, not the flatness. It's the square or the circle part of it. So the flatness is the aspect of the paper, not the paper being square. That's the shape, but the flatness is just an aspect. It's not. Why do people not get? I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to force upon you anything. I don't be talking about this shit, but I'm just saying. I be making sense.
So,
why do you think? What's your rebuttal? Why do you think? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by flat's a shape? What do you mean by that?
You could say the shape is flat.
Is flat a shape?
So wait, hold on.
No, don't even deal with that.
Hold on. No, that's fine. You just said, listen to what you just said. You can say the shape is flat. That denotes that you know the shape and it's flat. It's not that flat is a shape. You know the shape is flat. Like you have a square and now you have a cube. You have 2D, you have 3D.
A cube is a series of flat shapes put together.
No, it's not flat shaped. It's a cube. Cube is the shape.
I'm saying if it was round, it would be a ball.
No, they have no sides.
No.
It's just a ball.
Yeah,
It could be a flat ball, dude.
A flat is an attribute of a surface, and let's say a shape would have surfaces or a surface pertaining to a ball, but that would have a different attribute than flat. A ball cannot be flat.
I just don't want So again, you doing all of this wrestling, try to say we're guilty too. We're really not. I didn't tell you how big the earth was. I refused to give you a model. I refuse to give you the things that other people have given you. They are the ones that are guilty of the thing that God was telling Job, not me. And I think you know that.
Can you stop engaging with the guy with the semantical shit about vape? I have a question.
What's up, Hollywood?
So I watched the 3 most recent NASA astronaut videos on the space station on YouTube, and they all mentioned like gravity, obviously, and like did their little dog and pony show, and then they all kind of referenced religion and said something about that, and I found that interesting. That it was a theme. What do you think they always talk about that for? So the 3 I saw was like Olympics, Thanksgiving, and New Year's, I think, or Christmas, one of those 2. And they always like did their little gravity demonstration, and then they said stuff about God, like Godspeed for the Olympics, and like da 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 shit about whatever else.
Yeah, I don't know. That's normie world. I don't live in that.
But they talk about religion almost as passionately as you have been talking about it, and I find it interesting that we appear to be at different sides of the belief system, but
I'm using text to speech cause I'm a pussy nigga.
What?
Well, yeah, right. That was funny. Here's the thing, Hollywood. Here's the thing. We are all on the same side, but they want people to think that we're on different sides. After all, the atheist of today or the agnostic of today believes what they believe because the Roman Catholic Church of yesterday put that in their head. When I say put that in their head, it's because their teachings are the same teachings we have today, Jesus Christ. I mean, it is 2025 AD.
Big Daddy, that makes no sense actually.
Okay, who is that?
I want to find him. Give me a minute.
He's too quick. Fuck. I can't catch him all. So yeah, they talk as passionately as religion is because they co-opted God's word 500 years ago. Most definitely for that. And so they've infiltrated what was already here. That's why it looks the same. They've been doing that. And they wear their idols on their necks and shit. And then they do all the shit that you're not supposed to do in the Bible. Just like
Protestantism was bound to lead to atheism.
Got him. Thanks, Echo.
So the people of the Bible with the golden calf and all of that, like people are doing that today. It's the same shit. Hello? The same. What's different about it? Oh wait,
Yeah.
who the fuck muted who the fuck muted Castle King?
No, I mean Turco.
Hit my hero.
No.
But yeah, you can see the golden calf on the halftime show. There's the golden calf. That's part of it.
Where do I see the chat?
Are you on a
Oh,
computer or
okay.
your phone? You found it, yeah? Good.
The people that you reason against us for are the same people from back then. When John Calvin had enough, when Martin Luther had enough. These are the same people. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I mean, I don't know what else to say. Huh? And y'all want to reason against us on their behalf. I mean, now y'all definitely don't know y'all. Now that I'm telling you, you have to at least take it into consideration. Hey, Castle King.
Yo, what's up, man?
How come if you Google ancient cosmology, every cosmology is the same except for ours?
Cosmology?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What's another word for that?
Reification. Let's just pull it up real quick. The science, see what I'm saying? The pseudoscience already. Let's see, you should know better. Just because Google says this, you should know better. I'm not saying you. When you come across information, you should be able to make better decisions. So right here it says the science of the origin and development of the universe. Now, if science is the study of the physical and natural, you need to the first thing you have to do is observe a natural phenomenon. Who the fuck was here to study the origin and development of the universe? These people are poison. How dare they? But hey, let me chill. Because let me chill. Whatever. The science of the origin and development. Modern astronomy is dominated by the Big Bang Theory, which brings together observational physics. Oh my god. The bottom line, though, basically cosmology is what you think the whole universe is. So now humans do this. It is what it is. We all try to come up with what the world looks like as a whole. But again, reification, the example that they give you in the dictionary. So it's not like God left us. The truth is there. We just don't tell you. It's as plain as fuck. Everything that I tell you, I know is plain as fuck. I don't do all this extra shit, right? It's just simple stuff. If we ever got into conversations about, celestial navigation, I would be the elevation angles, and no, I like to pull up citations and things for people to see so they know that I'm not just saying this as some crazy dude that nobody fucking knows on the internet. I just like to expose people to things that they may not have seen that actually is out there, just people just don't pay attention to it. So the example of reification was the map isn't the territory, like AI said earlier. So, but cosmology proposes to do just that. Or someone talking about cosmology does just that. And God said to Job, who the fuck are you to be doing that shit? But we're still doing that shit.
I'm trying to learn, Big Daddy.
So if you Google,
a question.
So real quick, so if you Google,
okay, you have time.
Yeah. So when you Google ancient cosmology, I mean, you can see there's a lot of images that come. and they're all relatively the same. Matter of fact, because why say ancient? No, because if I say cosmology, it's just gonna what America thinks and what the Western world thinks. But obviously, everyone doesn't think the same thing. First in the world, and so that's the whole point. Is there's loads of this stuff, and the only one that's different is the ball and the vacuum of space ever expanding. That's the only one that's different. That's all I'm saying. That's not proof of anything. That's just something that was very weird to me.
Yeah.
Other guy
Yeah,
can
you know. People have always been curious about stuff, and they're doing their best to come up with answers as to why it is. It's been like that since the beginning of time, I think. And we're going to keep on going until we have some kind of definitive answers for these questions that we've had since the beginning of man. And there we go. Until then,
man or man can stop making the same 2,000-year-old mistake.
Well, I have questions. I'm here to learn.
Right? We could just do that, right? Because again, when I talk, like, how the hell would I know what the hell the sky, like what the things in the sky specifically are? I know what they look like. I know what they do in terms of what they appear to do. They look like lights. I don't know what the fuck else they are. I don't know what it is.
Wait, Big Daddy Flurf, are you saying you don't know anything?
Did I just say I don't know anything?
If you had said it that way, I wouldn't have asked the question. Is that what you meant?
Well, that's not what I meant.
Okay, so you know some things.
Yeah, my girl said, "What the hell are you hearing?" Hey, they do this bullshit all the time. He's the kind of guy that's conversation.
No, I'm actually trying to learn. I wanted to ask you specifically.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay, so what are you trying to learn? What do you want
to? I'm trying to learn about measurements of the curvature and how far I should or shouldn't see.
I don't have any of them.
Exactly should happen.
I don't have any measurements of curvature. Isn't that your job?
I don't think that you would. You're a flat earther, right?
Well, I'm just a person, and if I lived on a geometric shape that I could discern some measurements from, I think that we could all, as individuals, do that. But I mean, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy.
I like that agnostic view.
Well, it's not whatever.
It's not what.
No, I mean, you already know that, though. You've spoken tens of times at least, but you still come at me in the same exact way. Why are you still ignorant?
Well, right now I'm trying to learn. Right now I'm trying to.
Yeah, but right now we can't.
Right now I'm trying to not argue, but just gather information. So at this moment in time, even though I may have made some
what
arguments,
do you want to know from me, though?
Right. What do I want to know?
Who are you working for?
Who am I working for? I work for NASA.
What do you want to know? This answer. What do you want to know?
What do I want to know? I have heard it said that you can see farther as you go higher.
Listen, if I didn't say it, I can't tell you.
That's basic geometry.
No one else answer.
Wait, hold on. If Big Daddy Flurf just have a chance to talk, and then whoever that was jumping in, or the other way around. Big Daddy Flurf. I have heard it said
I answered the question
see farther as you go higher. Is that a thing that you?
First thing I got to do is establish that I'm going to be determining this conversation.
Just hold the high ground.
And the other guy that's talking right now, as soon as look, let's not be ridiculous. You hear the conversation that's happening. So, Rolling My Boulder, I answered your question.
I The other guy talked over you. Could you answer it one more time? I apologize.
So your question was what?
My question was, well, I didn't have a question. I just said, I have heard it said that you can see farther as you go higher. That's all I said. And then the other guy interrupted us.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're trying to gather information.
Who's that? Who's that?
Hollywood is trying to interject.
Yeah, I'm part of the conversation. What's up?
Hey,
Big Daddy, why don't you talk to Hollywood? I yield my time. I yield my time to Hollywood.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead, Hollywood. If you want. You don't got shit to say now?
He never did.
You.
Literally talking to you, Hollywood. Be situationally aware when you interject in the conversation stops to go to you.
Roger that.
You wanted to interject, so everyone shut up. What did you want to say?
I didn't want to interject. I wanted to add to the conversation for fun.
There you go. Add to the conversation then.
I did say hold the high ground, which had multiple meanings in that context. And the guy who claimed to want to gather information didn't ask a question.
Yo, my girl's still tripping. She's like, I still don't understand how they don't understand flat is not a shape. There's so many different things that are flat and that have different. What did you say?
Different shapes.
That different shapes. Flat feet, flat asses. Like, there's so many flat other shaped things. Like, flat is not a shape itself. She's stressed now. Thank you. All right.
That's what I was tripping on earlier. These adults walking around talking about flat. What shape? They're asking us, why are you guys claiming a shape? All we said is it's flat. What shape is flat? Someone please tell me. Like,
you get to pick your shape.
I feel like starting a class where I teach adults about basic shapes.
I yield everyone's time to rolling my boulder.
All right, Hollywood. Would you like? Thank you, Hollywood. Rolling my boulder. Would you like to continue? Oh, did he leave? Oh no, he's still there.
Oh, I'm still here. I was just waiting until Hollywood was done.
All right, RFK, let's go.
So you and I have talked many times. I have argued the globe many times, but right now, tonight, I am just wanting to understand. If I go higher, I see further. Is that a thing? Yes or no? And if you say no, then I'll go away. And if you say yes, then I have a follow-up question. I see further.
Hold on. You answer that question.
What?
You answer that question.
No, I want you
because
to.
I think it's so obvious. I think it's so obvious that I think you should answer.
Yeah. What do you think about that question? Would you go lower to see further?
I want a flat earther.
No, stop being a
Can I answer? Can I answer?
I'll tell you why. And
hold on,
I'll tell you why before they answer.
You, bro. I'm gonna have to mute you. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
I want you to answer.
I knew I was gonna have to control you, bro. You're only talking because my phone is freezing up. But I really wish you would just, instead of me having to hover over, because again, I'm controlling the pace of this conversation right now. Okay, so The guy posed a good ass question. Why are you asking that question? Think that if you can see further, what's your deal?
Why am I asking is a very interesting question, but doesn't really have anything to do with the truth of the question. Can you see higher? I mean, can you see farther when you go higher? It's a real question. Why I'm asking it is irrelevant.
Okay.
I'm
Jay-Z
unrolling my boulders team now.
Your answer, yes or no.
No, you're on mute. Yeah, babe, he knows.
Why
He
don't you
knows.
play ball? Am I missing something?
Who's that?
I'm gonna go.
No, don't go. I need you
Stop,
to hear this.
stop asking who is that, bro. You got to look at us, not her.
Yeah. Not because my girl did admit that. She said, I do remember initially asking you, what shape is it?
I did,
It's
but
like,
I know it's two things.
yeah,
It's not if it's flat, then what is it shaped like?
yeah.
It says it's here. That's a
shape, right? So it's like, okay, it's flat, but what's the shape? And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, okay, that's that. She's not gonna come back tomorrow and go, you told me it was a flat shape, bug. Like, anyway, yeah, sorry, Hollywood. I'm not gonna suffer that. Anyway, going back to rolling my ball. What was I gonna say to him when I muted him?
Remember what the question is?
Because my girl's talking about going to Paris. Like, babe, please, like, we know, like, because the bottom line is, he asked, can you go when you go higher? Can you see further? If the answer is no, then he'll go answer the question. He just wants to know from us flat earthers. Look, listen. First thing I'm gonna need you to do is stop being a bigot. It's it's the worst thing you can be. I mean, that's like the father of racism. I'm not saying you're racist. I'm saying the father of racism, bigotry. So stop being that. I'm a human being. I have the same perspective. When I say perspective, I have the same visuals. I have the same earth to work with. I have the same sky to work. I have the same things you have. Stop differentiating me between you as the flat earth. Stop doing that.
I just want to know where Leviathan's Gate is.
Oh my god.
Babe, me and Jedi have been a year. This is what we've been dealing with a very long time.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah. So I'm going to give you what Jay-Z said. You can stand on the shoulders of giants further than. So clearly he thought that if you were higher, you could see further. So do I. I mean, I think everyone thinks that. So what's next?
I don't think that I know that.
Right. So what's next?
How do you know that, sir?
I've climbed a fucking tree.
Thank you for unmuting me. And ZX dropped a reason, and I'm going to read that, and then I'll come back. If you have another reason why you can see farther as you go higher, please say it or DM it to me or drop it in text. Any of those things. I want to know, why can you see farther as you go higher? That's it.
That's the answer to the question. Because you went higher. Like, why would your question be, why can you see further when you're higher? What the fuck? Does that make sense, babe? His question is, why can we see further when we're higher? Go ask God, she said. He really couldn't wait to get into the conversation.
Makes my ass itch.
But Castle King, like, it don't get no better. Like, it's just, this is as bad as it gets. From you being the layman, like, years ago, not really knowing shit about it because you didn't really think about it, what for. And then people like that. It's like, what is the reason? Because he knows more than you. Well, I assume because you play coy. You seem to not know. You say you don't know about all this stuff. He specifically knows a lot of things.
Right.
That's not ignorant. That's not ignorance. What he. So why is he doing that?
Yeah, people just like to be right, or argue to seem like they're right all the time.
That's true.
Unless he managed to see further when he's lower.
Yeah, Casey, perfectly timed. Like, oh my god. Do you think you can see further when you're lower? I was like, that's funny.
Are we waiting for something, Eli?
I don't. No, that was it. Because it's like, can you? Why can you see further when you're high? Obviously, because it's a ball. What? Like, how is that? How is that? Because obviously that's the conclusion, right? How? What the fuck?
Well, it makes sense.
How does the what? Listen.
Wait.
How does that make sense?
It's not crazy.
No, you ever seen people who jump out of planes? If you see from their vantage point up on the plane looking down, then the roads, everything looks different.
Oh, that's not crazy. That's not crazy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I said
keep going up.
No, but that's not crazy. None of that's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
But
because
his point is, if you live on a ball, that's why that's not crazy. I'm like, you know.
Yeah.
We're not going to go through the whole affirming the consequent thing. What are you talking about? I go up, I see further because it's a ball. What?
No.
No, that's what he's saying. Because
I'm saying, the fact that you can see further, it's not because it's a ball, it's because you're higher up.
That's it. That's the point. Whether you were on as a matter of fact, whether you were on a ball or not, that would still, you could be on a ball, a cube, you could be on a fucking triangle, a statue of a stripper.
Flat Earth.
It's still going to be the same. It's going to be the same. You go higher, you can see. That's still going to be true regardless. So I don't get.
Are you sure? Even a triangle?
Yeah, any shape, any surface that's bigger than the observer, like the plane of the Earth, the further you get away of it, the more that you see of it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying,
There's nothing. There's literally nothing more to. But he, you know what? Go. All right. Let me unmute you. Hold up.
What's crazy is claiming exclusivity to the ball. That is what's crazy.
Didn't Jeff Bezos and a few people, William Shatner, fly up into outer space with the rocket? Like
Neil
maybe a
deGrasse
year or
Tyson.
two ago?
Neil deGrasse Tyson says space. That's Leo.
Captain Kirk
Lower
didn't
Earth orbit.
freaking go anywhere.
No, for real.
Freaking
I think it was William Shatner.
His fat ass. Captain Kirk didn't go nowhere.
Did you see how
Freaking like a little bit higher than
No, he didn't. Wait, but did you get to speculate on shit that may or may not have been? You see how violently his aircraft landed, and then he just got out like shit's on the guy. Like, it was obviously scene cut, and then it's all good, guys. It wasn't a continuous. The shit landed, and then we saw him get out, which would have been fucking cool. I mean, for 2023, whenever it happened. Again, all the shit that would be cool if it really happened, it's always some funny shit, man.
right. If he really went somewhere, it'd be cool.
Yeah, 3 years ago. I'm looking at it. Blue Origin's rocket launches to edge of space.
Oh my god! Holy shit! I'm looking at it. The Columbia freaking shuttle launch right here.
Was it the edge of space or was it into space?
So
Just
you're
the edge?
saying
Well, what about it? What about it?
Are you saying that this is made up?
No,
That
what
they didn't really do this?
No, what about it?
I'm saying that they went into space.
So no, they didn't though.
Oh, they didn't? Damn. I'm watching it right now.
Why don't you look at what altitude they claim to be? They don't claim that altitude that they're in is space, but for Nat Geo, people who watch TV and entertainment science, quote unquote, purposes, they're in space. Look at the altitude, then look at what somebody that is a serious person says about what space is. It's not space.
Yeah, they cut off. They didn't even show them in the deep part of space.
It's not about
they just cut out the footage.
Second of all, do you see like Earth in there somewhere?
Do I see what?
Do you see Earth curvature in there somewhere? Like the Earth, like
no.
Is it curved at all?
No, it was just following the rocket.
Oh, you don't see nothing. See what I'm saying?
It didn't show. It didn't show the world. It just showed the rocket going into the sky. And that's it.
So I'm supposed to know more than you. You're saying all they did was this. Yeah, I agree with you. That's all they did. No, who died? No.
Let me see. So you don't think space shuttles are a thing? Like they don't really actually orbit the Earth? Space shuttles?
I don't know how to break
Which
this.
space shuttles? I mean, are you changing the subject?
I'm saying any kind of, aircraft or spacecraft, I should say. You don't think any of that is real?
Well, you were talking about a certain spacecraft.
The rocket that Bezos and
Which one?
few people that they flew up there with it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just cut off. The video cut off. I didn't even get to see how far in space they made it. Got to space.
Is there documentation of them making it to a certain place?
No. I like I said, it was just like a minute long. It just showed the rocket going up, but I didn't see what they got to see. Now let me look up space shuttle launches and orbits and see what they see from space.
That's a good thing. I mean, that's a good step to do. That's
Space shuttle orbiting Earth. Oh, here we go. Oh. Wow, that's funny. The first thing that pops up is a short, and it says, "The Earth is not flat." Wow.
You can't Google anything to do with space anymore without them telling you that the Earth is not flat.
I mean, make your own mind up and make a statement from what you conclude from your research that you're doing right now. Make a claim, and let's test it.
Let's test it. Well, do you have a rocket that we can fly tomorrow or something?
Do you think that's how we test claims with rockets?
I'm saying, kind of confused when you said let's test it. The best way to test it is to go up there and find out for ourselves.
I don't know. Is that the best way to test?
Yeah.
What claim?
That's the best way.
I'm not.
You know, because
I don't even know what claim you're making.
I'm saying I'm claiming that the Earth is round, and if you really want to find out, we'd have to get outside of our little box here and get out into space.
What box?
You know, the one that we're here on Earth.
I'm in no box. Are you?
I'm in a house. It's somewhat of a box.
Well, are you saying stepping out of your house would answer that question?
And getting into outer space.
So once you step out of your house, you're in outer space?
Well, sort of.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I mean, if it wasn't for our atmosphere and everything else keeping us down, we would probably be floating around out there. Just like the rest of these
That's not even the claim. You don't float in space. You're falling in space.
You're halfway there. So if we're breathing atmosphere down here, what's up there in space?
Well, I haven't been there.
Well, what are we
for
told?
sure.
What are we told?
We're told that it's cold and there's no oxygen to breathe.
There we go. So there's no gas in space, right?
Well, I don't know about that because you've got Jupiter, which supposedly is a big ball of gas.
Yeah, but
and you got the sun. Okay. They also describe that as a big ball of gas too.
Okay, but the bits in between where the bright things are, that's a vacuum, right?
A vacuum? Well, what do you mean by that?
But very, 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 very low pressure. Hardly any gas in the space. You just pointed gas was on the sun and on Jupiter in the atmosphere of the Earth. That's where all the gas is. But between the sun, Jupiter, and the Earth, there's space, isn't there? And that space is described to us as a ultra high vacuum.
Yeah.
Good. So they make the claim that they can go to the vacuum of space, leaving our atmospheric pressure. Now, what happens to gas that's inside a tyre when you open the valve and there's high pressure inside the tyre? What happens to that high pressure?
It's released.
Good. So if we've got high pressure here and low pressure out there and available space for gas to fill, what will happen to the gas we're breathing?
It'll be released.
Bingo. So that's in accordance with the second law of thermodynamics. That's a natural law that always applies, because when you release high pressure to a lower pressure environment, always, without exception, the high pressure gas fills the available space. So when they claim that they go to the vacuum of space to turn around and take pictures of the Earth, that's just like saying they've been to Narnia and spoken to a talking lion, because the vacuum of space can't exist uncontained from our atmosphere.
Well, what about, like I said before, gravity?
Okay, so there's many ways to approach this. First, within the second law of thermodynamics, gravity does not apply. It also says within the second law of thermodynamics that it's valid without exception in open and closed systems. So always happens. So I can give you gravity, but it's not affecting gas behavior. And then if you're going to make a claim that gravity is actually stopping the gas from expanding into the space, then if you're going to make a claim against a natural law, it'd probably be best that you had a scientific experiment to prove it, right?
Yeah,
if you have a claim against the law of nature, then you're going to need to validate that claim scientifically, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good. There is no scientific experiment that shows gravity causing gas pressure. There is also no scientific experiment that proves that gravity is a thing.
So, objects just drop to the ground for no reason? Or what's the reason for that?
Reason, but for example, when you heat water and it turns into gas and evaporates, which way does the gas go?
Typically up.
Yeah, there we go. So that goes up. So all things don't go down, do they? It's up or down depending on the energy state of the object and the medium.
The only thing that goes up but doesn't come back down, from what I know, is your age.
No, gas expands indefinitely in all directions. The only thing that stops gas expansion is it reaching the limitation of its container. The container of gas stops gas expansion. If you have no container, like with the tire example, the gas is going to continue to expand indefinitely.
I don't know about that.
No pressure.
Would you like some scientific citations for that?
Well, listen, you believe at some point there's a container.
If we
Right?
have gas pressure, yeah, if we have gas pressure, there must be something causing containment, yeah.
I don't believe that, man.
Really? Okay. So you don't believe that the antecedent to gas pressure is a container then?
I'm saying, I don't think we're in a snow globe, man.
Okay, that's fine. That's what you think and that's what you believe. That's fine. I don't have any problems with your beliefs. I'm just pointing out the laws of nature that must be applied to the story.
Who's on the most outer portion of this snow globe? Like, what countries would be right there on the edge? Not quite there, not quite at the edge of the snow globe, but close to it. What country's close to it?
I don't know, dude.
You're moving away from the point now.
No, I'm trying to, because see, if we can figure out which country is closest to the edge, then you simply would have to take an aircraft from that country and fly right to the edge, and you should be able to get there without running out of gas.
He's not talking about an edge, he's talking about the second law of thermodynamics.
Huh?
I'm driving in a minute. I can't.
I'm saying, why does it sound? How come I feel like I'm the one that, from the Looney Tune bin over here, when I'm just asking these simple questions?
There's no answer to this question, dude.
No answer?
Yeah, I can't give you one. Because I've not been to the edge, touched the dome where it reaches the earth, and then got a tape measure between the dome and a country to give you the answer which country's closer to the edge of the earth.
I'm saying, you're flat earth. You have maps of it. I've seen it. I've watched the documentaries. They pulled out a model of it. I saw it.
Yeah, no one.
They had this big gathering over here in LA, and they invited people, and there's this one guy, he's a programmer, program video games, and he's like one of the head guys there. And they pulled out this, like a model of what they think the Earth looks like. And it was like a dome, like a little dome.
If you want some advice, I'd stop watching them YouTube videos. Because you ain't going to get a lot of flat Earth information on there. I'd recommend learning the scientific method.
Wait. So you guys are saying you're more flat Earth than the guys who turned up to these flat Earth events?
I'm on about YouTube videos. If you're just typing in flat Earth, you're not going to get very much.
Oh, I think I got a lot. Oh, yeah.
Right. So every time that you do a YouTube search for flat Earth stuff, does there come up a little note at the bottom that tells you that the flat Earth is an archaic model?
Let me. What video do you want me to look up here? I'm on YouTube right now.
Any video on YouTube that's talking specifically about the flat Earth, there'll be an additional addendum.
Yeah, show it.
Flat Earth. Who's the most reputable flat Earth guy?
Nobody. Flat Earth is not a personal, like, it doesn't boil down to a person.
What I'm saying, there's got to
It's an
be
actual
someone
truth.
in your community that
show us what you were talking about.
Let me look at my history.
So here you go. First YouTube search that I got. Wikipedia. Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth shape as a plane or a disc. Now that comes under every single reference to any flat Earth topic that you'll find on YouTube. That's been put in place since 2017.
Yeah, I always found that funny because it says scientifically disproven. Now, it isn't even a scientific question or topic.
Good point.
And I'm pretty sure it never used to say that before. That's been added. Well, I don't know, probably about 5 years ago. I'm pretty sure that's been changed.
Well, see, now I'm looking at a map of flat Earth here. It looks like Africa is pretty close to the edge. So if you just
what flat
took a
Earth
plane,
map? Can you show it to us?
well,
Cite it.
It's Joe Rogan, Neil deGrasse Tyson on Eric Dubay and flat Earth.
Okay. So, what map is it? Can you name it?
Well, supposedly it's a map of our Earth.
Our Earth? The one you don't believe in?
And here's another one. Flat Earth versus Round Earth Explorer, National Geographic. 6.1 million views.
So,
and
the
here's
map.
another model.
What is the map
It's a
of?
model. It's supposedly our Earth.
Try and find one person that agrees with that in here.
Wait. Our Earth. When you say our, I mean, are you saying it's a globe Earth?
Yeah, I think it's a globe.
Globe Earth. Yeah. So you're not citing any flat Earth, as you put it, model or map. You're citing a globe Earth model.
Well, yeah, but okay. For example, this Flat Earth versus Round Earth National Geographic episode, this guy just pulled out from a box a model of what he thinks the flat Earth looks like.
Yeah, show it. Show it to the people in this group right now, and let's test it.
I'm on my PlayStation 5, man, looking at YouTube right now. All right, you want to put me through the work?
If you can't post it, it's the map with the north at the centre, with the circumference a ring of ice called Antarctica.
You want me to go through the trouble? Fine, I do.
You don't have to go to the trouble, mate. I'm trying to help you. If you don't want to go to the trouble of expanding your point, then I can't help you.
Yeah, you're trying to help him. He's not even getting it.
So, I mean, look, you guys don't even claim that you have found the edge of the flat Earth.
No, definitely not. Why would we? Why would we need to make that claim?
Edge.
Yeah, the end of it, where Earth and all of what it is stops.
Yeah, not been there, mate.
Yeah, I know. And apparently, no one has ever been there. No planes have crashed into this invisible glass dome. Nobody, no ships have bumped into it. No, I mean, where?
Is Castle Kingside a Glover?
Yeah, man, I believe in the spherical shape of the Earth.
Okay,
you believe in it?
Yeah, I believe in it because I haven't been to outer space to confirm it yet.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Oh yeah, so you don't know.
Yeah, I just believe.
You believe.
Yeah.
Good on you.
There's a difference between believing and knowing, I believe.
Yeah, you have nothing. The simple belief in.
Yeah, I have a belief.
Yeah, go to sleep.
And you have the same thing.
No,
you have
I
a
have
belief.
No, them videos that you're watching with that flat Earth map, they're the ones with beliefs. They're flat Earthers with beliefs.
Sorry, guys. Rolling my boulder just show you where you are unmuted.
Oh. Yeah, man, I can't get with it, man. I cannot subscribe to that idea that at some point you're just gonna bump your head on a glass dome. I don't believe it.
No
man.
one's saying that either.
What? Wait, so what's containing all the gas that you were talking about earlier?
No one knows. But it must be a container. It's an antecedent, ain't it?
Oh, man.
There must be container. Unless you can prove otherwise.
Okay, so you're saying that it may or may not be invisible, but it's definitely a container. That's why we have the gases to breathe, like oxygen and right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, unless you can show gas pressure without a container. But for some advice anyway, because this is a big subject. I know it ain't easy, but I'd recommend starting off with the scientific method. Learn that. So when you hear science, you can run that method through your head and see whether it's pseudoscience or actual science. Another one would be the second law of thermodynamics.
It's so weird because some of these scientific things you're on board with and others you're just not.
No, science is not something you're born with. It's a method.
Well, I think at the heart of science is curiosity, yearning for knowledge. That's the lifeblood of science. The quest for knowledge through experimentation.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of science.
Yeah, to find a cause of an effect that you naturally find in nature. Natural science.
I'm just saying, if you flat earth guys were so determined to prove your point, why not just prove it? Jump in a plane and go to the edge. And say, hey, look, guys, here it is. What do you mean, how far is it? It goes for as long as it takes. You know, let me tell you something. There's planes, there's aircrafts that fuel other aircrafts in midair just so they don't run out of fuel. You could do that with these jumbo jets. Line up 2 or 3 jumbo jets full of gas and have them follow a regular plane and just keep filling it up until we finally get all the way to the edge. Why? How come no one's thought about this?
Sounds like suicide to me.
What?
Yeah, well, how far is it? How are you going to know? How do you know? What if that ain't an edge? You know, how far you got to go? And what if the temperature's real bad? You know, there's going to be a lot of problems.
That doesn't sound like the brave explorers that I know scientists to be. They don't ask.
You know,
they don't ask. What if the rocket blows up if we're going outer space? What if something goes wrong? They don't ask those questions. They just go.
Well, go and record it in a studio. Yeah, that'd be easy.
That's so weird to hear that.
The only chance they take is when they go underwater and film their frickin' spacewalks, you know, in the ISS neutral buoyancy pool. They ain't in space, bro. They never go to space. When they do a spacewalk, that's underwater. That's some bullshit.
And your evidence for the underwater spacewalk?
Hold on, I got a nice little photo for you.
They don't lie.
One photo makes evidence?
They don't lie about that underwater ISS, do they?
You'd fall flat on your face in peer review if you use only one photo as your evidence.
Yeah. I'm just saying, guys, come on, man. Come on.
Castle Kingside, you're on chess.com. What's your handle over there?
Castle, Mr. Kingside. Mr. Kingside. Yeah, I've got a fairly average ELO rating, but I'm getting
There's your
better.
ISS. There's your ISS. That's what the ISS is, dude. When they do spacewalks, that's where they film. That's why they got to give them snorkels. Do you remember when they said the astronaut freaking almost drowned, and they started giving the astronauts snorkels?
Where
That's
did
some
you
real
post
shit.
that?
That was on the news. That was on the news.
No, did you post that in chat?
Said we had to give the astronauts snorkels.
Right.
I
Did you
hope
post
so.
that in chat? I haven't seen it.
I think so. Oh.
I might be in the wrong chat because I had trouble getting into it yesterday.
Yeah. Let me try to do it again, just in case I did the wrong spot. But I don't think I messed it up. Hold on. Is that in the chat? Does she press the bubble in the chat? Is that where? Did I screw it up? I don't freaking know, man.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I see a photo.
Yeah, that's the freaking neutral buoyancy pool. See in back, and then they're showing you what they painted on the wall, like what they're really doing. Show the guy in space. Then they show the little scuba dive.
And that's your evidence.
Dude, you seen him in the damn pool?
Yeah, but that's your evidence.
You seen all that bullshit?
Oh no, wait a minute now. Hold on.
Listen,
the pictures from
I'm in the
space.
middle of roasting coffee. I just threw up.
Oh, I'll wait
first
till you're done.
bullshit. No, I'm not. I'm not looking for a bunch of photos. I'm just saying, dude, you seen the bubbles in space? You seen the floppy doors
No.
underwater and shit? You
No.
seen all that bullshit? All right, cool. All right, well, it's all right. You ain't never seen the neutral buoyancy pond where they freaking.
No, I've seen that. Yeah, but when I've seen videos from space, I don't see the same thing.
Oh my lord. Okay. All right. Well, you can think they're out there in outer space, you know.
How about if I know they're out in outer space? There's a difference.
Dude, you can't know they're out there in outer space. They show you where they say they practice. First of all, why the frick would you practice underwater when you're doing it in a vacuum? Throw them into a vacuum. You know why they don't do it in a vacuum? Because the last time they threw a guy in a vacuum, the freaking spit on his tongue boiled and he almost died. That's what happens when you put people in a vacuum.
You have an idea? Any idea just how inaccurate your last statement was? Throw them in a vacuum, because first you do a buoyancy, you do a buoyancy tank so that you can go through the procedures of like repairing something, or going through rehearsing all that, because you only get one crack of it.
Some Armageddon bullshit, right? Some Armageddon
Whatever.
bullshit.
Okay, if I don't get to finish my my statements, then I'm not going to bother engaging with you. By the way, how's the coffee? I need to roast some of my own.
I see your.
Who, you roast coffee? You roast coffee? Who's telling me to roast coffee?
Folgers blend. Yeah, Peruvian coffee.
Oh my god. You know what? I had some good Peruvian a while back. It was really chocolatey, but that hasn't been around for a while. It's kind of like this banging like
What brand? Karma?
22. Karma? What does that even mean?
That's one of the brands down in Peru.
No, it's a.
I used to live down there.
Brand. It's a sack of freaking Peruvian beans that I got. It's just like certain crops just around.
They sell
like
beans.
The Brazilian anaerobic isn't around. All these Brazilian anaerobics, they were around about 2 years ago. 2022 technically. I can't get any of those. They're not even available anymore. There's a lot of Ethiopian stuff still available, but a lot of these badass Brazilian anaerobics are not available. Gil Caesar, Maria S, and Yuki Minami, to be exact. But I don't know. I got a little bit in my stash, but yeah. If you saw all these beans I'm sitting between, I got so many beans, it's ridiculous. Back east, I got more beans than even out here in Arizona, but yeah. Enough about frickin' beans. Wait, did you really roast some Peruvian? Do you
Not since I left Peru.
Peru's got all right stuff. They're not like you'd have to know the right farm, put it that way. It's just like there's just tons of garbage in Colombia, Brazil. There's tons of garbage everywhere. I'd say there's higher amounts of garbage in Guatemala and the Philippines, Honduras, places like those. A lot of slop, but the better coffees are coming from like Ethiopia, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Nicaragua.
Any Globers in chat?
Yes.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry, just don't do it. Guess I'll take that as a no, or they're shy.
Well, we were discussing the spacewalks in the space swims, but he doesn't seem to think that there's enough proof of spacewalks being underwater. So I don't have time to look at bring up all the videos, bubbles in space, and all that nonsense.
Well, it wasn't so much that. It's just that you laughed at me for asking you for evidence. You can laugh at me for asking for evidence, but it doesn't solve the.
You're right. There's a lot of stuff out there. I just don't. I don't have time, and when I say I'm literally in the middle of I'm literally roasting, so I just don't have time to do it. But maybe another time, when I got time to go looking for bubbles in space. Enough people in here got that stuff. It's just such a large amount of evidence. It's ridiculous. That you would think they're
this
really
evidence. Who provided it?
NASA, pretty much. I mean,
well, okay,
mostly
no,
NASA stuff.
The evidence might be you have NASA videos, but you're making an interpretation of that evidence, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say they didn't filter the water too good. You're seeing these pieces, and then they'll say it's they'll be like, oh, that's moths in space, or whatever.
Why isn't there a refraction of the light coming off of
space
things?
moths?
Why in these images? Why isn't the light refracted? Why aren't there distortions in the sizes of objects that are at different angles from the camera? That would happen if you were underwater. That doesn't happen if you have no medium like a vacuum.
I'm not a specialist with refraction or.
Okay, I understand that, and that's just a point I'm bringing up. That might be something you want to consider. You might want to consider looking into that as one of the answers to what you're seeing.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to consider that it's impossible to even be up there in a place that can't exist? At least not in the way they say it does.
In what way is impossible? We're going to run into something, or what?
No.
What's preventing us?
There's no such thing as you cannot have a vacuum that you can just fly out of one pressurized area into a vacuum. It's just not possible.
Well, no, actually, forget about the pressurized area. Let's just say there was no atmosphere at all. What would be out there? What would be above us?
I don't believe that there's what you believe is above us.
It's not a belief. I don't sit there and believe something. I either know it and I'm willing to change my knowledge and adjust to new knowledge that comes in.
And
I come to a consensus.
There's some guys that say they've been there. That's what that's about. And you got to trust.
You mean past the Kármán line, or we're all the way out into orbit?
Dude.
Because even
you know where they say all this crap's at first, and then they were bouncing around on the moon and what 1/6 gravity they say all that nonsense. and now apparently it's in the Earth's freaking atmosphere now. You know.
Well,
the moon. The moon moved into an area where that you don't need your suit anymore. It's in our atmosphere. You know. You just can
think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. You're saying that there's so much atmosphere up there, that you can breathe. You don't understand
the moon was 250,000 miles, was it not?
Right, and it's inside the gravitational influence of the gases around the Earth. So technically, yes, it's in the Earth's atmosphere.
Now it's in our atmosphere. Holy crap!
But not the whole atmosphere. It's out in the outer parts of the atmosphere where you find probably one molecule of oxygen or one molecule of hydrogen every 2 miles.
Holy shit! I mean, dude, if you want to believe all that, it's I'm not going to try to.
Probably a lot more than that, but anyway. But it's not breathable. It's technically a low pressure vacuum. If you go up above 29,000 feet on Mount Everest, and you don't wear any kind of outfit or whatever, you're going to have problems breathing, and most likely die if not this cold doesn't kill you. Are they still playing the Holiday In and Out when people log in and out? Or did it's that weird music whenever people come in and out.
There are some people that have done Everest unassisted, right? Like no.
Well, they've stood up there with unassisted, but then they immediately got onto oxygen afterwards because you can't survive up there at 29,000 feet. Period. No matter how well dressed you are, you will suffocate.
I'm thinking of some other shit. Or some guys are like, I don't know, maybe it wasn't that. K2 is just as high as freaking Everest, isn't it? I don't know what I'm thinking
about
of.
1,000 feet lower, but it doesn't matter.
I thought there were some places that guys were doing it, just unassisted. No oxygen.
Maybe Rainier or some of the lesser mountains, but no, you can't. You can't go up there without oxygen.
No.
Base camp's at 17,000 feet, and most base camp at 17,000 feet. Most people are having oxygen nearby, just because the minute they start exerting themselves and making their way up the mountain, they're going to need oxygen.
So what about the Sherpas? They say that they're like pretty good.
They have oxygen.
Oh, the Sherpas are using it too?
Yep.
They're not kind of like... Oh, I don't know.
You can only go a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes maximum without the oxygen, just breathing the air up there for photo opportunities and so forth. But then you'd better get on oxygen.
Don't know a lot about it.
So just fact checking the whole thing about using oxygen Everest. Yeah, people have climbed without using oxygen tank. said over 4,000 people have climbed Mount Everest, but fewer than 200 have done it without oxygen. This year, Adrian Bollinger, California-based mountain guide, climbed Everest 6 times with oxygen, and Corey Richards, photographer, professional, so helping to their names to list to oxygen-less ascent of the world's tallest mountain. So this guy is
Yeah, I figured it was like I knew I'd seen a couple guys. Well, I just thought I was maybe I forgot it, but I knew it wasn't like a large majority. It was very few that are like super duper, like they train for the shit. So glad my brain's working correctly. Thank you.
What's interesting here, the death rate for oxygen-assisted climbers is only 3%, and the death rate of those without oxygen is 56%. So you got a 50-50 chance of making it. Do you really want to play with those odds?
Yeah, but you were lying saying that you can only do it for a couple minutes when you were up there. It's the first people who did it didn't have oxygen tank.
They're conditioned climbers, so they've basically gotten conditioned. So you're absolutely correct. I was wrong. Would you like me to say, fuck you, I'm wrong?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm going to say. Fuck you, I'm wrong. Okay.
There you go.
But what I am right about is nobody in their right mind should
see when you start talking with things with facts, stuff that you think that you know,
right? Like
you get corrected,
and it
when you get corrected about it, you start over talking people who correct you instead of being thankful.
Actually, no, I didn't over talk you. I actually waited till you were finished.
Right now.
No, I am over talking to you now because you're making.
I wasn't even finished
because you're calling me an over talker when I wasn't.
But because I haven't finished talking. But you just continue to talk over me because you were corrected, and now you feel like you need to defend yourself and be, and start just acting like a total d-bag. But okay.
But now you want to call yourself a liar too, because I didn't overtalk you at the time when I first brought up that topic.
I was still talking, and you overtalked me. Now you want to argue about an argument over what the original fact was. So yeah, congratulations.
That I wasn't, that I was mistaken is over talking. You asked for a concession and I gave you one.
No, you're having a meta conversation about what the conversation you were just having because you don't want to go back to the fact that you were wrong.
This argument will never be won by either one of us.
What argument?
We're not arguing right now?
No, you're over talking me. That's what you were doing. Over talking me.
Yeah.
Now you want to argue about
we're
over-talking.
arguing.
You want to argue about over talking.
No, I'd like to get back on the subject about bubbles in space and that they do the spacewalks in a tank. That one I found to be very funny because that's incorrect, and that person probably should admit that it was incorrect because there is no evidence of the actual bubbles in space. That would be something you'd see all the time. You can't avoid it in a tank.
The same reason
I'm almost done. Okay, never mind.
That do the oxygen, unassisted, whatever. I didn't have time to look for it. That's all.
Right, and then there was the other question that you couldn't answer. There was the other question you couldn't answer is why wasn't there refraction of items and so forth from camera angles in that tank? You can't avoid those because you're in a medium that reflects, that will bend light, and as a result of that. I've seen it. There hasn't been any distortions.
The reflections of the scuba divers also.
No, there's no reflections of scuba divers. Not of ones that were done in space.
Gotcha.
Yes, there were, but there are reflections of people you can see with scuba diving. Their scuba diving gear. They're reflected on their helmets.
The gear or the actual scuba divers?
The actual scuba divers.
I'd love to see those
images. Say it's an actual that they're in space. The shit they get caught all the time, dude. Like
this is live film. This is live film that you saw from NASA that you guys captured, where you see the scuba gear in the background.
I didn't capture it.
Whoever did. Yeah. See, when I supply something, I always give the reference of where it came from, who took the images, and so forth.
No, you didn't. You just said just said something that wasn't factually incorrect, and I went to National Geographic to fact check you. So now you're just covering over something you're completely wrong about. But it doesn't matter. You
What
can't have
images did I
pressure.
apply to my claim about mountain climbers needing oxygen to climb?
I said
None.
you didn't.
I made a claim that mountain climbers needed oxygen to climb Everest. Okay, and I was
you didn't
mistaken by
supply
that
any
because the
evidence.
majority of them do use oxygen and live with only a 3% loss. That was the thing that I was probably keying in on and not realizing that you're going to sit there and find 20 guys or 200 guys who've done it without oxygen. Great for them. But how many died trying that attempt? Probably another 200.
That
So
wasn't
you were
really
wrong
though.
about
I was
Look that one up.
So we want to go back to the bubbles in space.
Yeah, I
Yes,
remember
I'd love
seeing
to.
guys climb the mountain without it. That's just what I
Yeah,
remembered.
let's get.
I thought maybe I might be wrong.
No,
Not
that's
really
okay.
look into it 'cause it's not really that important to me.
But
To
you
be right
said
all
you
the
could.
time, but
We got on that topic when we were talking about the moon. If you remember, you said that the moon's inside the Earth's atmosphere, so you should be able to take your suit off and breathe. I don't think so.
well, no, that's just me being facetious. But
I know.
you know,
And I had fun poking at it too. So there
it's
was
cool.
nothing
Okay.
there.
No, you also missed that point that he was trying to make, the paraplegic was making. The point was that they changed the story. Back in 2018, they first came out with this, they came out with the postulation that the moon is now considered to be inside our atmosphere called the geocoronosphere. They just made that up in 2018 after we said that that it was outside of the atmosphere. You were leaving the atmosphere when you went up there about trying to answer about having vacuums without containers.
Just out of
or having
curiosity,
pressurized without containers.
You have to go through Van Allen belts. You have to go through all this. You know,
Van Allen belts don't go out that very far.
The harshest areas of space to get to the moon. Dude, come on, man. And all of a sudden, it's in our atmosphere. Come on, man. Like the moon moved. Or our atmosphere. Come on, man. Like this.
What is our atmosphere? Just out of curiosity.
Don't even make me go atmo on you. I don't even want to.
I just want to know what you think the atmosphere is.
Parrot that shit, but
it's a contained pressurized system.
Yeah, exactly.
And the container for that is.
Well, it's there. We're breathing pressurized air, bro. That's all you need to know.
Oh, I see. So I can trust your observation. Hold on. You made an interesting statement that you guys always criticize, Globers for. You basically said you don't need to do any experimentation or touching because it's there. You're breathing it. Well, let's do an experiment. You have a closed container. Okay, your closed container. I'm not going to tell you what your closed container is. You guys know what it is. Your closed container has a big problem. Why isn't the atmosphere evenly distributed throughout the entire container?
You ever seen a propane tank that has mostly fluid at the bottom? There's even...
Okay, we're talking about the gases in the atmosphere. The mixture that we have for the atmosphere doesn't have propane in it, which is a heavier gas.
I'm just saying, gases are made near the surface,
And
so
if
there's
you
going to be more breathable gas down near there and less up high. It's my,
Why is that happening and not being distributed equally as it would do if you were in a vacuum and you put some gas in there? It's going to distribute equally.
At the surface, I would think there'd be more of it at the surface. Is my
right.
guess.
So why is it when you go higher up, it's not?
So hold on. Hold on. He said he just made a claim about a vacuum. Where do you see vacuums in nature?
What do you see? Define your word vacuum first before I go down that rabbit hole. Are you talking about an area of that has absolutely nothing in it?
You said vacuum, so you use the word that you don't know what it means.
In a vacuum, the vacuums that are made in laboratories and made in in chambers and so forth, they take out all of the air and molecules that are in there. Okay. When you reapply air molecules in there, they all distribute equally throughout the entire vacuum. And it no longer is a vacuum. It's now a container with a gas in it, and the gas distributes equally. I want to know this container. I'm almost done. I'd like to ask my question now because there is no vacuum in nature.
You didn't answer my question.
Outside the influence of gravity of a gravitational source, there's vacuum everywhere. Space is technically a vacuum.
So you think that gravity, air is affected by gravity? You think gravity doesn't move in all vectors in all directions?
Gas, yes. Gas definitely is affected by gravitational pull. Or gravitational, I should say, curvature of space-time, yes. Which is why the moon's technically inside our atmosphere.
So the air wouldn't even equalize like you're describing, even in a container, according to you, because it would still be in the gravitational field.
No, in the container, you do see okay, you're absolutely correct. And inside that container, given time, there will be a majority of molecules, a slight majority of molecules towards the bottom of the container or towards the gravitational center of the Earth than there will be on the other side of the container.
So we've now agreed that a gradient can happen in a container, so you can no longer use a gradient to argue that there must not be a container. Thanks.
No, the problem with your thing is you guys don't believe in gravity. And because you don't believe in gravity, your gas should be going everywhere.
No, it shouldn't. It's still a dynamic system. It's not a static system like you're trying to equate it with.
Absolutely. You have a sun inside that container supposedly creating heat. You have a moon that's supposedly creating cold. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so you have this container that has a dynamic system. What's pushing the air down though? Because heat, there's heat that rises near that sun. Most of that gas should then leave the surface of the Earth and rise up as it heats, going way up into the upper atmosphere, changing the pressure up at the top of mountains and so forth.
It's colder up there, bro.
That claims the sun is within. That we don't know. We don't know that. Nobody claims.
I don't know why you're saying you know what it should do and shouldn't do, but it's colder up there anyway, and there's obviously a correlation between pressure and temperature.
Which is why it comes back down, right?
Why? What comes back down? The
gases that cool, that are heavier, will come back down. Correct?
No, they'll go every which way.
Okay, so if that's the case, why don't they stay up there?
What was the question?
Okay, I'll give you an excellent example. If you have dry ice and you open the box up, say 6 feet off the ground, that gas is going to leak out of the box and fall down towards the ground because it's so cold. Okay, that's the only direction it goes. It's the only direction it goes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm sorry, the gas coming off of the dry ice is the evaporating carbon dioxide. It's still very cold, and it sinks out the box and down to the ground. It doesn't distribute itself equally in all directions until it warms up to room temperature.
Oh, until it... Okay, so what you just said is it doesn't distribute itself equally until it does.
It doesn't start to do that, but it's also heavier than most of the other gases. And so you'll find most of the carbon dioxide near the surface. You won't find any at altitudes way up about 10 or 12 miles.
Really? You won't find any?
Hardly any at all, because they're all headed down towards the Earth.
Yeah, that's not true, because it's a homogeneous mixture. But anyway, what's your overall...
It's not a homogeneous mixture. This is where you're wrong. In what way is it a homogeneous? I'm not wrong. Explain how it is. Show me experimentally that it's a homogeneous mixture at 80,000 feet.
What's the cause and effect relationship? Dude, you are all over the place. Anyway, what's the overarching point?
Well, okay, show me a repeatable experiment where you can go ahead and demonstrate at 80,000 feet, carbon dioxide will stay up there.
Stay up there. The gases mix homogeneously in the atmosphere. That's just what I get when I Google it. But what is your point?
If you had a box, let's say you had a platform at 80,000 feet with an open box with an open top in it,
dude,
and you put dry ice in there.
What point are you trying to make? Do you understand those words?
My point that I'm trying to make is that gravity is what's affecting the distribution of the gases in the Earth.
Now, can you demonstrate that experimentally?
Absolutely. The higher you climb up in a mountain, what happens?
Okay, give me a hypothesis, because this isn't sounding like an experiment, so let's get it on track.
My hypothesis is very simple. As you gain altitude, the number of molecules are going to... number of gas molecules...
You've already failed. This isn't a hypothesis for gravity affecting gas.
I'm sorry.
You know what the hypothesis is? Maybe we should start there.
Well, let me tell you something about that hypothesis.
Are you going to answer the question? What do you know?
A hypothesis is a claim, basically, based on observation. I'm going to claim.
That's not quite
based on my observation. I'm sorry. You guys can't rewrite the. I'll correct you on the
No, that's not the definition of hypothesis.
After
A claim,
80 years.
basically, no, that's not a hypothesis. Try again. Google it and then try again. How
You
about- so
keep
don't have to waste
interrupting
time
me
on
and
bullshit.
talking over me and denying my opinion of what the hypothesis is.
It's not
And you
an
want
opinion,
my
it's an
hypothesis,
opinion, dude.
and
It's
I
not
don't give
an
a
opinion.
fuck
It's
if
not
you
a matter
don't
of
care, if you
opinion.
don't like it.
It's
Do
not
you
a matter of
understand?
fucking opinion, dude. It's just what it is. Go
It
find out
is
what it
what you're
actually is and
doing.
get back to me.
You're making an opinion that I am not creating a hypothesis, and I'm not even allowed to state my hypothesis.
Okay, calm
And
down.
for that, no, I'm not
Try
going to calm
again.
down.
Tell me what a hypothesis is, because
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to give you my hypothesis that you asked for.
How can you do that before you even know what a hypothesis is? Because you started off on the wrong foot.
Can
with the one
I
tried to
ask
give
you
me.
a question?
What the fuck, dude? Now you're going to ask me a question. What
Yeah,
is a
because you've asked me
hypothesis?
4 times. No, I'm not answering that
No,
question.
because you're the one.
Your
with the claim.
question was,
Oh
give
my
me a
God.
hypothesis. I answered it by trying to give you a hypothesis, and you're claiming it's not a hypothesis. You're not even letting me finish the hypothesis. To me, that is being disingenuous
It's not a
and
hypothesis for
dishonest.
gravity
We're
affecting
done.
You don't know what it is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. That's what
Yeah,
it's
you
telling.
don't.
And you can't create any experiment that you can that doesn't require a container to show a vacuum. It's just impossible.
Yeah, that ain't a hypothesis for gravity affecting gas that you started giving me whatsoever.
What
So
I
that's
gave
why-
you was a
Okay,
proposed
now you're
explanation,
interrupting.
a
Now
basic
you're interrupting.
explanation.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
because
why.
you interrupted me.
Yeah, because. so
And
now
I'm
you're
going to
just
give
trying
you
to
the
interrupt me.
definition
Dude,
of
I'll just turn
hypothesis.
your mic off if you don't stop that. I gotta get a point out. So the reason I started asking you to define hypothesis is because you started giving me something that wouldn't be a hypothesis for gravity and gas.
Sorry, yes, it would. I just said the hypothesis is as you gain altitude, there'll be fewer and fewer molecules of air because gravity has already pulled them down towards the surface and is preventing them from leaving the Earth. Therefore, there's going to be a gradient of the heavier molecules towards the surface and the lighter molecules higher up.
No shit, dumbass. What
That
else?
is a proposed hypothesis.
This is why I had to ask you what a hypothesis is.
Where the fuck is how is that not a hypothesis?
Because it's a simple if this then that statement, a prediction of how your independent variable is going to affect your dependent variable. You said
So an
way too
educated
much
guess
to do
is
that.
not a prediction. Is that it?
What?
So you're telling me an educated guess is not a prediction?
Well, it's a certain type of educated guess where you're going to
Correct,
predict
which is
cause
part of
and
a
effect
hypothesis.
relationship.
It is
So when you
required
said
in a
all this crap
hypothesis.
about climbing up a mountain, you didn't need to do any of that.
So I'm going
You
to
just
try
had
that
to
again.
predict that
Okay, a
gas.
phenomenon that has an explanation.
Holy smokes!
Is also a hypothesis.
Okay,
You understand that?
All right, we got to get more remedial than the hypothesis because that's over your head. What's the natural observed phenomenon you're starting with that you're
A
going to formulate your
remedial
hypothesis on? What?
What is the phenomenon we're observing?
Yes.
The reduction of air molecules as you gain altitude.
Okay, so gradient, that's the observed phenomenon. Suppose cause.
Absolutely. One of the causes for that gradient
got
is
it.
gravity.
Suppose cause.
Correct.
What do you suppose to be the cause of the gradient?
Gravity.
Okay, if gravity, then gas pressure gradient. Do you have an experiment that shows that?
Yeah, barometer would be the best way to show it.
That's not a fucking experiment. That's a measurement of the thing that you're observing, you doofus.
That's how you do the experiment. You take measurements, and when
not
you
an
get the data and when you get the data on the measurements, now you can also demonstrate the same thing in a vacuum outside the field of gravity. But you don't believe that it's possible to go there to demonstrate
Not what I
that.
believe.
Your independent variable's wrong.
Yeah, what's
Sorry?
your independent variable?
What independent variable? The
Oh,
change in
God.
altitude.
What
The
independent
change in
variable?
altitude is your independent variable.
Okay, so not gravity then.
No, that's the variable that for the measurement.
Angelo, you understand that we're asking you for a hypothesis that you can execute with an experiment to validate the cause of your gas pressure gradient claim.
Right.
Right. So you're going to have to vary manipulate something to cause that which you observe.
Okay. In order
Okay,
to demonstrate, to demonstrate that there is an equal.
Finished, dude. I haven't finished. So you don't make the same mistake again. Registering on a barometer the phenomena is not your cause, dude. So don't make that mistake again.
It's the data that supports your explanation. Okay, hold
Don't
on.
need data. Don't need data. Want an experiment.
The experiment is going to give you the information you need to support your hypothesis. The experiment of making measurements. Hold on. If you don't let me finish, I refuse to go on. That's it. I'm done. You're not going to let me finish, so there's no point. Every time you jump in there and try to correct me because you think I'm wrong when I'm in the middle of a sentence, is not going to accomplish anything.
It's just unbearable, dude.
I can't help it if you guys don't want to take the time to listen to an old man who has a PhD, by the way, and has done probably 100, 200 experiments a year for his entire life, practically, professional life. Don't tell me what a fucking hypothesis is.
But if you're getting your hypothesis wrong, then it's not very good to say that, is it?
No, if I'm getting it wrong, you need to come up with a proof against it. You need to come up with an experiment against it.
What's your experiment, dude? You haven't even given us one, man.
I wasn't finished giving you an experiment. And the
obviously, you haven't fucking gave one. You just fucking run, man. Fucking, what's your experiment?
Oh, get on him. You know, I'm done with you guys. You guys are getting so hot.
Run away like a little bitch. Bye.
Hey,
here, one thing. Just one thing I want to tell you. Just one thing I want to tell you is that you're making an experiment and you're trying to say that the cause is gravity. So you're going to have to manipulate that cause to have the effect.
Correct.
So
Absolutely.
You need to manipulate the gravity.
One of the reasons why when you make a hypothesis like gravity, you also consider other possibilities to test for so that you can eliminate them as other causes, because that's one of the biggest problems with a hypothesis that's linear.
So
I'm almost done. I am not done yet. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. When you have a linear hypothesis where you will not accept any kind of testing of other variables that might affect the conclusion of your hypothesis, you're failing as an experimenter. So my other test that I'd like to show is if density is the reason why, and things come together and fall down because of density, you can go into a room that has a completely lead-filled room and test where most of the gases will go. If they go to the lead on the bottom and not the lead on the top, or the nearest, wall that's, let's say there's two wooden walls and 4 lead walls. All the gases should eventually accumulate around the distribute equally closest to the lead surfaces, period, because of density. That would eliminate that.
Is this, hold on, once again, in the air, is it called a gravity gradient or is it called a density gradient?
What it's called is not the purpose of the experiment.
No,
the experiment is trying to define
a point of fact.
Gradient.
No, you didn't answer my question.
If
is
it's
it called a density gradient or is it called a gravity gradient?
Again, you're asking me to step outside of the experiment, dealing with information that's currently used. It's been called both, by the way.
No, it's called. You understand that it's called.
Majority of time, the majority of time it's called a density gradient, but density isn't the cause.
That's the fact. Yes, density is the cause.
It's called density because the total number of molecules, number of molecules is more dense. However, the distribution of those molecules over time, without having any kind of outside system, in other words, convection, heat, and so forth, without affecting any of that, those molecules will eventually distribute themselves by weight, by mass, not by the, they won't distribute themselves like in clumps of mixed up gases more at the bottom than at the top. They will separate themselves out.
What, in a container?
In a container?
In a container, not affected by any kind of...
Angelo, just to be clear, we're asking you to scientifically demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
And I said that the gravitational pull of the curvature of space-time around the Earth is sufficient enough to cause gravity not to be able to escape. The gases not be able to escape, and that is your container.
Okay, so that's a claim. Hold on. So that's your claim. Can you scientifically verify your claim, please? Vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. Don't care what you call it. Bendy, warpy space. Hold on, I haven't finished. So you called it bendy, warpy space-time. Can you manipulate that to cause pressure, please?
You can't change the gravity. That's a variable that can't be changed. Actually, yes, you can. Hold on. There is a way to do that. Yeah, there are parts of the Earth where the gravitational pull is not as much as other parts of the Earth. I'm not done yet.
No, you are.
There are parts of the Earth. There are parts of the Earth where the gravitational pull.
I'm the moderator.
The best way to demonstrate it. The best way to demonstrate.
I'm the moderator, and you're done because you're begging the question. You've just pre-assumed the very thing in question instead of actually directly manipulated it.
Okay, if you're going to mute me every time I answer you, I don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah,
you claim you're the moderator, that's fine. I would like to answer his question. The only way I can test that variable would be on other bodies that have mass that are sufficient enough to hold gas.
You can't.
So I'm. Excuse me.
So you can't.
You're just telling us you can't.
You can deny that people didn't go to the moon and that you can't make measurements, but you don't have to go to the moon. You don't have to go to the moon to make a measurement for gas density. You don't have to go there.
We're not asking you for the phenomena over and over again. We're asking you to vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not.
It does because other planets have gas atmospheres also.
Angelo, you just keep telling us no, you can't, and you have to go to other planets. Is that all you're going to do, or can you just say no? There is no experiment.
Yes, I can by going to other planets and demonstrating, or observing other planets' atmospheres.
Angelo, have you been to other planets?
Can you observe another planet's atmosphere? Can you measure the amount of atmosphere around Venus by observing it from Earth?
All right. Dude,
yes, you can. You bounce radar beams off of Venus.
Okay, making observations isn't an experiment.
Oh, that's where you're absolutely wrong, because I made my living doing observational science and doing experiments with it.
What experiments where you varied and manipulated?
So you tell me a single example of observational science not being an experiment. Give me one single example.
What, when you look at stuff and make observations and then declare things without an experiment?
Okay, let's say you watch what causes an eclipse. Okay, or let's make it even simpler.
Okay.
What makes leaves green? Okay.
No, I tell you what. Let's go back to your eclipse thing. So a lunar eclipse, we observed the phenomena of not seeing the moon. Now, what causes that?
Not seeing the moon or not seeing the Earth?
The lunar eclipse. So when we don't see the moon, your phenomenon is
the shadow of the Earth. The shadow of the Earth passes in front of the moon, and it doesn't. You can still see it.
Okay. So if your presumed cause is the sphericity of the Earth, you're not going to vary and manipulate the Earth's position in front of the moon. You're going to have to do something else. And when you say that's the Earth, that's you begging the question. You're going to need half of that.
Okay, well, it's funny that you picked that one because you also get a curved surface passing across the moon as it becomes
that's out. Lovely, but you will be affirming the consequent.
No, it's the assumption is the observation over time. The observation over time comes to a conclusion that we expect it to be the Earth's shadow because nothing else seems to show or appear between us and the moon.
Okay, so you understand what affirming the consequent is, and you just
now let's talk about the solar eclipse because that's even better because that one you can observe and you can physically see the moon passing in front of the sun.
He was just in the middle of speaking, and then you took that opportunity to overtalk and change the topic.
I didn't change the topic. I just changed the variables of the experiment, the observational experiment.
And then you're like, forget that. Now let's go off to a solar eclipse. Can't even respond. So shut your mouth so we can hear a full response.
Jedi, are you done?
No, I mean, no.
Go ahead.
I've already laid this out for you, dude, and then you fucking change subject. I don't understand why.
How is changing to the moon to the sun versus Earth? Well, explain how it's not.
It's not a scientific experiment because you haven't varied and manipulated anything.
I just did. I just changed the variable.
You didn't change.
I wanted to demonstrate what an eclipse was.
You didn't change anything. You old cantankerous man. Stay on subject.
All right, I'll stay on subject. Hypothesis for the lunar eclipse.
Hold on. Subject is, and I'm going to read it back. Phenomena, gas pressure, your presumed cause, gravity. Can you vary and manipulate gravity to cause gas pressure, please?
Yeah, I said go to other planets or observe other planets' atmospheres. I just demonstrated. You asked my question, and now you're talking over me. I was quiet.
Right, seriously, dude, go to other planets. You think that's a scientific experiment that I'm going to do you?
You
Are
can
you going to
observe
do
it
that?
from the surface of the Earth because you
That's
can measure with radar the thickness of the atmosphere and whether or not there's a gradient.
Okay, that's lovely. Are you going to be able to vary and manipulate any of your presumed independent variables for this? Or are you just going to beg the question and affirm the consequence?
Neither one, because what you do for your variable and the independent variable is choose different size planets. There's your independent variable right there, based on their gravitational mass, which we can figure out what their mass is, and see how the gradient is different on each one of those, being Mars having a very thin atmosphere, like you're at 100,000 feet here on Earth, and Venus, which has a very thick atmosphere, which has about, I think, 800 pounds per square inch of pressure at the surface. That's your variables. No, it's not. It's observed variables that you're looking at.
No, nobody observed that.
And making a conclusion. Now, I'm going to jump back.
You can observe it with a balloon. Why does air rush out of a balloon?
No. He just assumed the consequences, saying that we're trying to explain to you that you can't have pressure without a container, and appealing to other places that in your mind exist, but you've never actually been there and can't verify. And
you don't necessarily directly need a container to see pressure.
Don't interrupt. Thank you. Carry on, mate.
Yeah, so you're presupposing that there are these spherical rocks that have air pressure caused by the gravity.
Yes.
They have atmospheres. And we're saying that this Earth that you're on now has a container because it requires it's a prerequisite of having pressure. You cannot have air pressure without a container.
Okay,
and
you make that claim.
Hold on one second. And you're appealing to another planet that you are presupposing has air pressure without a container is not showing your experiment of how gravity is holding or creating air pressure.
Well, here's the problem with your claim. I am using other planets, and I'm observing from Earth the Earth's own atmosphere and how it behaves, and how the atmospheres behave on these other. Again, am I going to get to finish?
Finish your points so that you don't have to cry. Finish, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm almost 70 years old. It takes me a little while to get my phrases out, if you don't mind. Respect your elders, you putz. Anyway, what I was talking about is these observations here on Earth that we watch of our own storms.
You're
an asshole. Somebody muted him.
I just wanted to say other planets, so now you're begging the question of Earth being a planet, so your claim's stacked.
You're a hypocrite, dude. You sit here and cry about how he's so talking over people, then you mute him to get your point out.
Shut up. I just said I didn't mute him. Take the wax out of your ears, kid.
But he doesn't know what an independent
variable is. Because he's a disrespectful twat. It's not my fault. I realized that I was too quick on the draw for him because he was going to start derailing and whining about how he'd just been overtalked. I knew he was going to do that as soon as I opened my mouth, so I realized it was a mistake. So I tried to let him finish, but someone else didn't want to hear him, so not my fault. All right, so Angelo, you're begging the question of the Earth being a planet now.
Okay, I'm not. I can't go past your religious belief that the Earth's not a planet, that it's flat. I'm not going to get past that because I would ask you prove it's flat.
Are you saying that yours is not a belief?
Give me a model and things like that, or make a map or something along those lines.
Water is a model.
I'd like to finish.
No, you asked for proof.
I gave you a model. Water.
Holy smokes!
Water. You just gave us your belief, and then you accused us of having a belief, dude.
Okay, so you're muting me. You're mute. First, you mute me before I even get my sentence out.
Is the ocean made of water?
No, you asked for proof, so we can talk about the flat Earth proofs that.
The best flat Earth proof out there. I'll give you the best one possible. If the Earth were truly flat, you should be able to make an accurate map of all the continents and their sizes and their relationship to where they are.
I gotta cut in. I can't let this just go.
How are you gonna make it?
You made the claim that the Earth is a planet. Now
you guys are fun. I gotta go.
No.
I'm done because you're gonna talk over me.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Be quiet. Everybody, be quiet. Angela, you've made the claim of a planet. What's the evidence for that? That's all we need right now.
So do you own a telescope?
You don't have to ask me a question to provide your evidence.
My evidence is that I've used a telescope, for instance, looking at Jupiter, can see the atmospheric changes over time, showing that there is obviously storms on that planet. And basically, it's a sphere because of its changes in its rotation, the fact that moons are traveling around it. And it's obviously a spherical
talking about
object.
Earth, not Jupiter, dude.
Now, he asked about planets.
I'm
Hold
looking
on.
for your evidence that the Earth is a planet, not that Jupiter is a planet.
Okay, again, like I said, if we're going to sit here and argue, and I have to support the globe when this is 24/7 flat Earth, why aren't you supporting the flat Earth and showing me instead of asking me about the globe?
Of an atmosphere contained by gravity on a planet and other planets.
Exactly, and I observed the same observation.
Category of planet, so you've got all these claims embedded in this claim that you made, and we want some verification for any of it.
Well, there's another way you can go about it. You can look at all those other planets, see atmospheres on them,
Okay, you
see
did it
them
again.
behave.
Other planet. Why should I accept your premise?
You're looking in the wrong direction.
Can I
my friend.
finish?
No.
Can I fucking finish?
No, because you just keep going other planets.
Again, yes, and I'm going to explain why I can make the reason why I can make this claim is because it will demonstrate that the Earth must be one also. Here's why. As I observe other planets and see weather on those planets, and then I observe the same phenomena happening here. On a flat plane, that weather would not be equally distributed like it is on this planet here, where you have high and low pressure systems and so forth.
Hold on. Sorry,
all happening both during the day and night.
Are you viewing the Earth from the same perspective you're viewing Jupiter from?
Absolutely not. And I don't have to. And here's why. Because if I were to imagine myself on Jupiter, and assuming I could survive, I would see the atmosphere and the curvature of the surface of Jupiter would be imperceptible to me.
You're imagining that there's weather.
You do that with radar. You do that with radar. Okay, you do that with radar.
How did you measure the pressure on Jupiter, sir?
You do it with radar.
Sorry, but he's imagining that there's weather on Jupiter. It's just that's his imagination.
How do you know how big Jupiter is?
You can
he made a claim that there's weather on Jupiter. Yeah. You're imagining that there's weather on Jupiter. It's just not a fact.
Okay. Again,
can we get the data on that? It's not a fact.
Yeah.
How did you demonstrate that there's air pressure on Jupiter and pressure differentials? How were those measured?
I told you that through radar.
You said radar. You said a word, so elaborate.
Radar signals are bouncing off different layers of the atmosphere based on changing the frequency of the radar.
Different layers of what atmosphere? The one that you're trying to prove?
The gradient that's on Jupiter, yes,
well,
caused
circular.
by gravitational.
Well, that's circular.
No,
you said radar bouncing off of layers of the atmosphere. Okay, how did you know it's an atmosphere? Air pressure.
It's gas. Well, actually, in Jupiter, as you get further in, it's not gas anymore. It's a liquid.
Okay, how did you show it was gas?
Cool story.
In the upper atmosphere, it's gas.
Okay, you're just reasserting the claim. How do you know that?
Using radar. And also,
how does radar show that to you?
Spectroscopy will also show you it's gas.
How does spectroscopy
for
show
fuck's
that
sakes.
to you?
You know what? If I'm not a physicist, I just know these experiments
so you
have been
don't know
done.
how spectroscopy shows that?
No, exactly I do. I know where it's, what the process is. But the point is I'm not going to give you a goddamn, physics lesson and sit here and make one slight mistake or a misstatement and have you cut me up because of that. Because that's all you're looking for.
Stop cutting them up for one mistake.
So you do know, but you're not going to tell us.
Yeah, basic facts. Thank you for bringing that up.
So you're just going to waffle on endlessly about anything other than what might prove your point.
No, because you guys haven't proved your point, and that's the problem. You're here for a 24/7 flat Earth debate, and you want to talk about whether or not gas can be.
Angelo, how does spectroscopy show
you can have gas without a container?
Weather systems on Jupiter again. How did it do that? Elaborate.
Are you done? I'm off Jupiter now.
Yeah,
I've already proven. You wanted my explanation of how I came up to the conclusion that the Earth was a globe and had an atmospheric system, and I compared it to the other planets based on observations.
And
as a result,
by saying other planets.
Why are you cutting him off? Let him cook.
He's presupposed his conclusion.
And then other observations that I've done here on Earth shadow angles, the going to Antarctica and seeing a 24-hour sun, all those things. All point. No, I'm not. I'm just you wanted the answers.
Take 1 point, follow it through.
You wanted all the answers. You wanted all these answers, but you won't accept any of them. I'm sorry, all of them. It's called a preponderance of the evidence.
I got to stop you. You're saying way too much. Pick 1 point. Which one do you want to use to demonstrate the Earth is a planet?
Yeah, please don't scattergun. Just one thing.
No, you're not going to talk.
What's the claim?
Just one thing at a time. Don't give us a story involving 10 different points that you don't want us to adjust because you keep talking. Just give us 1 point, Angelo. One. And then we go to the next. Seems reasonable, right?
So you're only going to talk if you can drown us out with bullshit.
Facts.
When it comes down to saying, when it comes down to saying anything concise, you're just going to stop speaking.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess move on to somebody else then.
The guy's being asked 10 questions at once. Well, I mean, he keeps piling 10 claims on top of one another. First of all, he said gas pressure gradient. Then he says, well, because Earth's a planet. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? I mean, he just keeps stacking claims on top of each other. So, yeah, of course he's getting asked all these questions. Well, somebody tried the white knight for him. Trozig.
No, I think it was playing video games.
Yeah, he seemed like a troll. I think they both did, though. Well, either one of them. Obviously, Angelo doesn't want to speak because we're not letting him drown us out with BS and scattergun.
The man was trying to drop some knowledge. You wouldn't let him.
What was the knowledge that he was trying to drop?
You know, gases, radar, all that. He spent years and years experimenting with.
He was listing off things. He didn't drop any knowledge. He could have.
What was the knowledge? Gases, radar.
He could have taught us something.
Incomplete.
Yeah, we could have got the knowledge if you didn't mute him.
Well,
he didn't mute him. I was trying to actually get that knowledge, and he just kept moving off to different topics without ever completing a point.
You know, he said that he was damn near 70 years old, you know. I used to just hamming everything into 5 seconds like you guys.
Yeah, well, so that's disrespectful to us. He should know that we don't know as much as him, as he should take the time and his wisdom to elaborate.
Whatever.
But did you see how you did that? I wasn't even done with what I was saying, and here comes the guy.
Yep.
It's so awkward. You know, us OGs aren't used to that. You know, what we do in real life, we just slap you in the face. You know, that's what we just do.
This is real life, dude.
Yeah, that's cool. Don't really need the carrot.
It's a very circular mindset, saying, you know. It's
Which one is? What's circular?
The planet, of course. That's why we're here.
Well, the planet? The thing
you would disagree that the planet is circular?
Oh, man. Yeah. I said he was a troll.
I'm just asking a question.
You'd have to show that
we're allowed to have fun.
First, you'd have to support that you're on a planet to begin with.
Okay. All right. So I have to prove that I'm on a planet to begin with. What else?
That would be a good start. Just do that.
Okay. If I can prove that, then what would be the next step? Just hypothetically. Let's go down the logic.
Just need that one, dude.
We just need that one.
So are you saying that if I can prove that it's a planet that we're on,
then we all convert
no
back
flat
to
Earth?
Your belief?
Well, what's the definition of a planet?
Again, I'm just asking. So if somebody can confirm,
Google's free.
If we
that
can
it's a
confirm,
planet,
then we'll all agree that you're right.
Okay, but would that mean the Earth is still flat if we can confirm that it's a planet, or
then
no?
we can move on. I suppose then we can move on to.
Let's start with the first
We can
point.
tackle one at a time. So, straight up, what is a planet? What's the definition?
What's the definition of a planet? Well, I would assume it would be
Google or.
Yeah, I mean, I can Google if you need me to Google, but
you don't even know what the definition. You don't even know what the definition of a planet is. You're claiming that.
When do I need to know it by like the back of my hand?
Okay, so if I can ask this then, if we're not on a planet, what are we on?
You don't
No,
even know what a planet is yet.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I'll
Wait for a
say. I
second,
will say
guys.
yes. I do not know what it is. I'll say yes. I do not know.
Okay, so
what it
your
is.
first claim is that we're on a planet, yet you
Yes.
don't understand what a planet actually is. So how do you make that claim to begin with?
To be honest, it's what I've been taught. I'm taught my whole life. When I went to science, I went to school. That's what they said. Hey, we're on a planet. You know, we're on part of a solar system with 6 to 7 other planets.
Cool. So
You
what's
know,
the planet?
And they
we're
never
part of the
told you
Milky
the
Way in the
definition
solar
of planet.
system.
I think it's 8
They
to
never
9.
told you the definitions of it. What is
That we're on a circular rock rotating around the planets, and the big star in the middle known as the sun, and you know we're in perfect rotation because if we're slightly off we would be dead in any direction. Either it'd be too hot or too cold. If we're too big, then you know we wouldn't be able to maintain life, and if we're too small we wouldn't be able to manage all the people on it. That's what I was taught.
The
That was
Goldilocks son?
Yeah, the Goldilocks. 3 little bears.
Hold on, guys, please.
That's what they taught you.
Please.
Can everyone just
That's
be
what they
quiet?
taught
Because-
everybody.
Guys, can we just let Jedi speak, please? Because this guy seems pretty genuine. He's being honest, and let's let Jedi handle the conversation instead of everyone jumping over the top. That'd be awesome.
Funnily enough, I was going to say you could do that, but fair enough, AJ, no problem. So you've defined the planet for us. How would you prove that that is what the Earth is?
How would I prove? Okay.
So
I would say. Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's right. I just want to make it simpler. So the Earth is a sphere and in motion. How do we prove those two claims?
Okay. To prove that it's a sphere, we would have to have some. I would assume we'd have to have some form of technology that would be overlooking the planet, right? Satellite or video or some kind. Especially in this day and age, probably not back then, but I think now we have the sufficient technology to like put people in space. And if we can put people in space, I guarantee you that we can record either picture or video of the planet, how it looks, right?
Okay, but that's not something that you're doing personally. I'm talking about down here at surface level.
Okay.
Is there anything
that I can do off the top that we can do?
Yeah. Can we say measure the surface of the Earth, do you think?
Could we?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but it wouldn't be like, you know, in one shot. It'd be more of like you'd have to like do it in sections. But, you know, we have longitude and latitude, right?
Yeah, I know all about longitude and latitude, but we'd have to survey the land, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So to figure out how big it is, the curvature over the surface, we would literally have to measure the Earth to figure out how big it was. Its diameter, radius, and circumference. Drop over distance. All we've got to do is measure the thing, dude. That's all we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any measurements of drop over distance, Earth curvature, that you know of?
No, off the top of my head, no, I don't know of.
Okay. So this is one of the main reasons why we're here. We understand that when we measure the Earth, when we survey the Earth, when we create maps and cartography, when we navigate and aviate, we understand that the Earth is measured and used as a horizontal reference. We measure mean sea level to lay horizontally, and that's how we use mean sea level as a horizontal reference datum. So I know that might be news to you, and we can go into all of that if you want to. But the thing that we would do to prove the surface of the Earth is curving is measure it. And when we measure it, we don't find any curvature.
You don't find any curvature when we measure it at all?
No, not over any distance of water, dude. No, we don't. That's the main reason we're here. So we understand water, right? When it's contained and at rest, lays level upon the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's any distance of water, whether it's your cup of coffee in the morning, where you have a bath or go for a swim, a lake, a sea, or an ocean. That water lays horizontally, not curving.
Okay.
Because there's not enough of it.
What, the sea and the oceans, and it's 73% of the Earth's surface, whoever jumped in. 73% of the Earth's surface is water. We use that water as a horizontal reference datum. For example, within celestial navigation, we have usable distances over 12,000 miles of a horizontal plane, that plain seawater. Whoever jumped in. So, yeah, to prove the Earth was what you say it is, then we would have to measure it. First thing, measure curvature. Well, we don't measure that. Next question, do we measure any motion of the Earth, do you think?
I would assume so. That we do.
How would we do that?
Are we through the motion of the planet? I mean, I would gather that we would be in like one location and see if things rotate in a direction. Right? See if it actually does move. Because if it would be flat, I would assume that it would just go from left to right and back. It wouldn't go in any other direction, right?
Yeah, the only way that we can determine any type of motion to the Earth is by looking at things that are not the Earth. For example, the sun, stars, and the moon that move across the sky. Now, Einstein pointed this out over 80 years ago. There's no observable experiment that anybody can do from the face of the Earth to determine whether the Earth is in motion or the stars are in motion. It's called relativity, right?
Okay.
Okay, so there's no experiment that shows the motion of the Earth. We can only infer it by the motions of other things.
Okay, so the Earth is still, but everything else is moving. That's what you're saying? I just want to make sure I got that right.
It appears to be, yeah. The Earth is stationary and everything else, sun, moon and stars appear to be moving.
Okay, so if I could ask then, let's say, if I'm correct, I think I can look this up on Twitch, but there's like a live stream of like a camera pointing down at Earth with the ISS, and it looks like the Earth is rotating on that. How do we explain stuff like that, where it's like a 24-hour live stream that's active? Is that like pre-edited, you would say?
I don't know what that is, but mathematically speaking, at the height of a satellite or the International Space Station, we wouldn't be able to perceive curvature. Now, I can get you the references of scientists who have said this using the mathematics. Professor Paul Larson, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, although we get images that are live streamed, apparently, on YouTube and whatnot, of the Earth being clear underneath the International Space Station, mathematically, that's not what we should see. We'd have to be much further away to perceive the curvature of the Earth. The International Space Station is only about, 250, 300 miles above the surface of the Earth, and can only see about 3 to 4% of the surface of the Earth at any one time. So mathematically speaking, we're not far enough away to perceive the curvature of the Earth. So yeah, I think that's a bit of the trickery that they pull. It's a live stream on YouTube from the International Space Station. It's interesting because the Chinese have got a space station up in the sky at the moment, and when they show pictures, the horizon's horizontal, not curving. Maybe the Chinese do maths better than us in the Western world, I don't know.
That's interesting. I never really thought of it like that.
Yeah, you don't. We take this for granted, dude. I mean, for example, I've been a flat earther for 10 years. I'm 48 now, so 37, 38 years. I believe the same thing as you do without question. You take this for granted. You accept the information you're given without questioning it. But when you do start to question it, you understand there are certain holes within the story. Measurements of Earth curvature being the primary one.
Did you know the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky?
You're asking me? I didn't.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Well, think about it. Think about it. When we observe a solar eclipse where the moon gets in front of the sun, that's because they appear to be the same size. An annular eclipse is where the moon's a little bit smaller than the sun, and we see a ring of fire around the moon on a solar eclipse. So they're kind of the same size in the sky. I think that's what my friend was trying to point out.
Which is dumb, because one is farther away than the other. That's why they look the same size.
Yeah, one is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away. Yeah, we get the story, dude.
Okay, so then if it's the known fact that the Earth isn't round, then why does everybody seem so against it? Where it's like this call seems to be the minority, not the majority, right? We're like, we're not arguing is the Earth circle, like
they want everybody to be retarded so they can control us.
If I can ask, what control do they have because of this?
Mind control.
I get to control a certain amount of things, like the deeper questions in life. One of them, where you are, what you're doing here, what's your purpose, where are you going?
What should we do tomorrow?
Yeah, they get to give you all of these answers. One of the answers that they also get to give you is a creation story, how everything, the universe and the earth got here. Big Bang, for example. So they get to give you, they get to take a lot of control over how you perceive life, reality, and the universe. They give you those stories.
They become
give you
your god.
purpose. They give you a purpose. Oh, they don't give you a purpose. You haven't got one. It's an interstellar one-night stand accident, the reason why you're here. It shouldn't have even happened, according to them. But for some miracle, whatever, life exists. So they get to control quite a lot of how you perceive your life and where you are and your purpose.
But to add to Jedi, at the end of the day, we're really just speculating on why we're told this, yeah? At the end of the day, we don't really know why liars lie. We can't exactly define their thoughts and their processes, but again, lies are usually for some type of control, some type of gain, whether it be money, control, etc. But that's really as far as we can go into that subject. And if we look at this logically, we know that not everybody's lying. We know that everyone was taught the same thing. So when you have your school teacher at school telling you about your globe, they're not necessarily lying. They're just regurgitating to you what they've learnt themselves, and they're there to teach you. So
hola muchachos. How you doing?
It's a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, man. The whole lot, because it's overwhelming when you think about it. But you don't have to worry too much. You just have to concentrate on the fact that the information that you're receiving, it's not even, I heard the gentleman say it earlier, it's what we've been taught. And I would beg to differ. I don't think you've been taught anything about the Earth being a globe. I think you've been told. There's a very big distinction between taught and told. Being told something, you can't understand how to explain it back, which is what they've done with the Earth being a globe. However, being taught something, you can explain to somebody how something is. Like if you're being taught how to do mechanics, on a vehicle, then that would be something that you can replicate and test and do for yourself and show others how to solve problems. Now, in the case for the Earth being a globe, you can't do that. There's no way that you can address or articulate any of your points to make it sound like you know what you're saying. So, in fact, you are being told and not taught. Big distinction. So, with a lot of it, and it seems overwhelming right now because maybe it's the first time you're contemplating this, but because we've been doing this such a long time, we've already known the different avenues people go with their mind and thoughts of the subject. So it's quite a rabbit hole, sir. Maybe you haven't thought about it, but yeah, it's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, and you're 100% right, Alpha. I had a discussion with a guy yesterday, and I said to him, I guarantee you I could ask you the simplest questions about your globe and you would not be able to answer. And he got quite upset, and the first question I asked him was, what's the radius? And he said, I think it's this, but I don't really know. I mean,
proving your point.
Simple. Yeah. And sorry for throwing you in the deep end, Jedi. I've got a fair bit of background noise going on. I don't know if you could hear it, so I just wanted to try and get on track and throw it off to you.
Kudos on your mic, though, AJ. It's a good mic, dude.
Can you hear the background noise?
Not so. I mean, maybe every now and again when you're speaking, but it is, the quality is a lot better than what you were using. So
yeah, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. So Great Angelo left too. It's a shame because a lot of people don't know he has a PhD, and he just admitted, I think, within the context of the conversation, he was educated. Did you hear that, sir? Whoever's was speaking, hey, why don't you guys mute him? It's kind of funny that he's an old guy. I think it was you that said that.
That was playing video games, yeah. And
yeah, I'm addressing. Is he talking right now? Or breathing?
He's breathing. Sorry, the main one that started that was actually Castle Kingside, who's currently muted, but he was the one that actually kicked off that conversation about the other guy.
Because I mean, a lot of people, they listen to us speak, and coming into 2025, I think we're doing it right. So just giving them the floor to kind of see what they have to present. And Heretic was actually showing that it's hard to let somebody, there was a lot of things being said about the speakers, right? So why are you muting him? Why are you doing this to him? What is the reason why you guys don't let him speak? Partly the reason why, and Heretic was pointing it out, if you allow them to speak, they're going to constantly move to different points. And the fact is, you don't remember a forum that holds people to a singular point. The other forums that you listen to, let the people gish gallop. Look the word up, gish gallop, right? It means that they're going to keep going from point to point without ever solidifying any singular point. So gish galloping is what he was doing, and Heretic was trying to prevent that on your behalf as a listener. Because if he doesn't stop him and get him to realize that he has to at least get 1 point or through 1 point, what's gonna happen? It's gonna be an actual shit show. A shit show is when the person responding to all the points that he's making will never give an exact, concise finality to any one singular point because he's thrown out many points. So you, as a listener, you can be a naysayer. You can say, "Dude, why don't you let him speak?" That's a problem. If you let him speak, he's going to continue to many different points. So we have to stop these speakers and actually get them to address. Look, listen, just stay on 1 point, reach the final conclusion, and then you can go to the next one. So a lot has been said, but not a lot has been proven, right? So what we're getting down to, and I'll put it this way because I think it's kind of neat to make it sound like this, as flat Earth detectives, right? You're going to have to be able to ask people questions and an interrogation style, get them to realize if there's any answer to the point, the questions, they would be able to answer them sufficiently. And if they can't and they keep throwing things out there, and you as a listener are like, "Dude, why don't you just keep letting him speak?" You're going to make things worse. So as a third-party listener, the best thing you can do is advocate for the finality of one singular point. I'm just going over what's been said, kind of getting you guys in the room to actually feel like the energy in this room. The energy is, we want to make sure that everybody listening hears concise points being finalized. Instead of going to 10,000 points, which what you're used to in different forums that are out there, and the person responding having to address all the 1,000 points without getting to a conclusion of any singular point. You see what's happening, guys?
We can't help these debate robots, though.
Yeah, debate robots is not what's being requested, Hollywood. What's being requested is that people understand the format, which is get to the finality of a singular point. Maybe you don't understand that, but that's what I'm telling people to do here.
I would suggest when you give someone the floor, then make that as like a warning.
Yeah, you trying to micromanage this room isn't going to change the fact the format has never changed, dude.
I'm just providing a suggestion. Instead of explaining yourself to the room afterwards, you could just tell everybody right away that, hey, keep it concise because you're going to be muted.
Yeah, but I got a place for suggestions. I'll put them in my suggestion box. How about that?
Okay.
It's a big wastebasket right near my desk. How about that? So,
if I could ask a question,
go ahead.
So I recently saw like videos popping up about like flat Earth was proven wrong because of like the final experiment. So
sure,
is that like bullshit or what?
No, they actually, according to what's been said, right? This is the only thing that you and I can do. We have to take people for what they say, right? And then examine the claim. We're examining what happened, what was the point of contention, what is the reason why they would say it's disproving flat Earth. And from what you hear, basically, what do you think is being said? I'm addressing you directly as to like, what did you see? What was being said?
From what I saw in the video, it was pretty much they said that, hey, there would not be a 24/7, if I'm correct, a 24/7 sun in Antarctica. If the Earth was flat, it'd go from left to right and disappear at some point. And they were at the middle of Antarctica. Could be wrong. But they were in there. They had some cameras set up. Then on a 360 rotation, they had people show up that were flat Earth, and the sun never disappeared. It was a move from the east to the west, and it just kept spinning.
Okay, so the problem is there's a 24-hour sun that happened in Antarctica, and because of a 24-hour sun, now the Earth isn't flat. Was that the point?
Yes, that's at least what from everybody's saying. It's like it disproves flat Earth because flat Earth used to say,
come on,
yeah, from left to right.
So if they provided evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first instance, then do you think they would have a point to bring? Like, let's say, for instance, that the argument for seeing a sun for 24 hours is something to say that the Earth is a globe. Do you think that's possible? Because they're saying, well, we saw a 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a ball. Right?
Do you think they saw it?
Yeah.
No, Hollywood, just relax.
Well, I'm trying to add in.
No, you don't need to. I don't need add-ins.
I'm curious as well.
Where are you at? All right, I don't need add-ins. All right, so what do you think they can provide in the way of a logical format that the Earth, that the sun being seen for 24 hours has any evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir? What did they say about it?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I was pretty much watching somebody's recap of it, but at least from what I can see from it, it proves that if there was no form of rotation, then why would that be? Why wouldn't it go the route of going from left to right if we were flat, right? Why would it? Why would it go in a very specific rotation direction, or why doesn't it go in any other direction if it was flat, right? Because what it would do is it would bounce back from east to west and then west to east, but it always goes from east to west every single time in a very specific pattern.
So do you think they proved geometry with seeing a 24-hour sun? I'm asking very specific questions. It's either yes or no.
Geometry?
Yeah, like the Earth's an oblate sphere.
I'd probably say no.
Okay.
I didn't really get that from there, but
right. But they're saying that the Earth isn't a ball. According to them, it's not flat, but it's a ball. By seeing a 24-hour sun. Do you get what I'm saying? They're talking about geometry. The Earth is a ball because of 24-hour sun. That's what they're saying, right? That's the claim on the table. The Earth is a ball. It's not flat because of a 24-hour sun. Now, if that's the case, do you think they could formalize that in a logical syllogism? Premise, conclusion. We want to know. It's called a proposition, right? And if it's possible that they provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid, then they're able to, in a logical syllogism, provide evidence and demonstration that the claim or the logical format would be that it would follow that the Earth is a globe because of 24-hour sun. Now they would have to formalize that in a not just valid statement, but a sound statement. So a sound statement means that it's valid and true. Something that's valid and true is sound. So we need that sound statement coming from them saying that the 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Do you think we have that?
I would assume if we have a 24-hour sun, yes. That's what I would assume.
Sure. Assumptions are fun, right? Because you don't have to provide any evidence. So let's get to the evidence bit. What do you think in a formalized statement they can say, because I saw a 24-hour sun, ... What do you think they could say about the Earth's sphericity?
Sphericity?
Yeah. Oblate spheroid, geometric shape, like a ball.
Okay. It would say that it would say that this is proof that it showcases that, right? Because
sure. How? But how?
Well, they would, in this instance, they would use video footage, right? You'd put a camera down and like have a 360 rotation, and if it moves in a 360 pattern, you'd follow that. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. But you're looking at the sun, right? We're trying to get. Yeah. The sun in no way tells you the shape of the Earth, or does it?
It doesn't, but at least from what I was taught, everything is a globe.
So I know everything you weren't taught, sir. You were told. There's a very big difference. That's fine. It's colloquial. I understand. I'm just kind of correcting you so you understand the difference. You weren't taught. You were told. Now, going back to the 24-hour sun, as you just admitted right now, it cannot provide any evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a sphere. Can't do that. No way possible. They can't extrapolate that the Earth is a sphere. Like you said, you have to assume. And like I said, assumptions are fun. But at the end of the day, it's not going to provide the evidence you need to solidify the point that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So we need that. We need the logical statement that they have. The 24-hour sun provides evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So can they formalize it in a statement that's logical and sound, sir? It needs to be sound. Remember, sound means it's not just valid, it's also true.
Okay.
Right. Premise, conclusion.
Premise, conclusion. Okay. I mean,
we've already given you the first premise. We observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's the first premise.
So think about it. Formalizing it, it's pretty simple, right? You can do it yourself right now if you really wanted to. Think about it. If the sun, it rotates 24 hours a day above someone's head in Antarctica, premise 1, what do you think premise 2 would be?
That disproves that the Earth is not flat.
That's a conclusion. That's a conclusion.
Premise 2 would be, it goes to showcase that, if it's moving in a certain pattern, that this would make us spherical.
Right. Right. Which is the thing. Go ahead, Jack.
I just wanted to maybe give an example of premise, conclusion, so he understands.
Yes, please.
Okay?
Yeah, sure.
So, premise number 1, 73% of the surface of the Earth is water. Premise 1. Premise 2, when observed and measured, water is used as a horizontal reference datum. So, therefore, the surface of water is not curving.
Premise, conclusion.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So let's do that with a 24-hour sun. This is kind of fun because everybody can join in, right? Everyone can think of this. But follow the logic. That's what ultimately needs to happen. We need to follow the logic. Because if it's not sound, we can't have a statement saying the Earth is a globe because of a 24-hour sun. That's illogical, sir.
If I can ask, why is that illogical?
Because it doesn't follow.
Just claiming that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the shape of the Earth would be non sequitur. It's an oversimplification.
Yeah, it doesn't follow, yeah. So, back to the point. This is interesting. I'm getting you to realize in a logical format, there's no way that they're going to tell you that the Earth is a globe via a 24-hour sun. Well, you yourself admitted earlier that it's not possible to do so with a 24-hour sun. Now, hopefully, you're a reasonable man and can realize it's not able to be put in a logical format. If it is, you'd be able to do that right now. It's called a proposition. I'm letting you think, sir. Hey, take your time.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to make sure that I don't come off like I'm sounding a troll or anything.
You're not a troll.
There's a lot of new stuff, being thrown.
It's great. You're not a troll, and I by the tone that you've given so far, you sound like somebody that just, hey, you know what? I just want to hear both sides. I want to know what's going on. Can someone please help me out? That's what we're here doing. But we're not going to do, and nobody that's been doing this for a while, we're not going to think for you, sir. We're getting you to realize that if any statements are going to be made, it's because they're genuine and they're coming from you because you're thinking, not because we're feeding you, dude, the Earth is flat, man, believe us. Not doing that. We would not dare do that. Take that. One of the very things that Globe Earth has done, my soapbox, sorry. One of the very things that what the Globe has done, like the gentleman was saying, I think one of the questions you were asking was, dude, why would they lie, right? And so it came down to, some guy said mind control. I think that was Hollywood. But it's considered to be a form of mind control, right? Because they're controlling a narrative. The narrative is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which, of course, Jedi really touched on the fact that they're giving you a creation story. How this all came about, where we're going, why we're here, purpose, and such, right? So it gets you to think of the deeper questions. But in the realm of what they consider serious science, it would be something more akin to a settled science belief. So it doesn't leave room for investigation. It only leaves room for complete and utter belief. So your capitulation to the information would be that you just take this on because higher sources than you, scientists, have figured this out. So they're using kind of like a tiered system, right? You have your, experienced scientist who's been working on studying this for, more than 20 years. And they got you, the regular person who's out there doing their job, not realizing the fact that this information is not verified. So they can easily, just like they did in the days of old, get people to think about things because you have a tier system, like people who are educated, let's say, and study this thing for years on end, tell you how to think, or excuse me, what to think. So they're giving you what to think. And in this room, the reason why I made the distinction, I want you to think about this, is because I want you to take that control back, sir. It's your time. 2025 should be the time where you actually stop and realize that you have a mind for yourself to investigate. You shouldn't be told you just to blindly accept things just because someone says they are of a particular field. Question them. How do they know? What is the reasoning behind it? That's what all I care about, is that you think about these. Whether or not you turn around and say, you know what, I figured it out, the earth is flat, or nah, I think it's still a globe. It's not up to me. I do not care how this turns out for you. I wish you the best, however, but it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I'm going to keep doing what I do and giving people the opportunity to at least contemplate what they've been told. Is that fair?
Yeah, you're just like, hey, there's more here. You don't have to believe everything at face value. Just give it a gander.
That's it. That's all I really. End of the day, man. That's all anyone in here wants to do. Just show you something, whether you think about it or not, and you say, "Yeah, those guys are nuts." That's great. At least you saw something different that you didn't see before. Anyway, it's great to see everybody here. I just want to say hello to everyone. It's good that we're talking to someone who at least is genuine. So,
you at work, Alpha?
No, I'm not actually. I'm not.
Hey, party time.
I was thinking about actually doing a show, but it's already going to be close to 1 a.m. my time, and I don't know, people are up for it or whatever. But I was thinking about 2025 being the year that we're changing the game up a little bit, and I feel like this year is going to be interesting because we already started off with, of course, TFE, being the thing that we're discussing and all the rabbit holes that ensue from that. But I've been getting things in my DM by the friends that I have here, some interesting things, and as much as we don't like to look into that stuff and say, hey man, let's throw shade on people, it's just things that are popping up are like, it's just overwhelming. It's like, how when somebody builds a court case against someone, and then when you first start out, you have just a little bits and pieces here and there. You're making speculations, you're drawing, but I think the more the information mounts, I think we're getting something that's painting a picture. And it's like, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? One thing that I said when we were talking about this, that it really doesn't have anything to do with the subject matter anyway, right? But if people are playing that game, there's whole other side to flat earth, right? We want to know the truth about things, right? Plain and simple. We want to know the truth. I don't give a shit what's going on so long as truth is being told. But if you're lying, it's your ass, right? Like if you're lying, if you're doing something disingenuous, it's your ass. You're going to reap the whirlwind. So don't do that. If you're in here for being an ambassador for truth and you're speaking lies, that's the worst place you can be, because we're going to find out. It's only going to be a matter of time. And because think about it. You have all the critical thinkers now, that people who actually investigate are going to look into everything that's being said with a fine-tooth comb. They're going to look at videos. They're going to look at what words are being said. And what I was listening to, a couple of clips that were sent to me from Jaren, is unmistakably like snake worthy. This guy has been slithering, within the context of the flat earth groups and claiming to, I guess, thwart the efforts of people that are saying the earth is flat by saying things that are contradictory to that. Have you heard some of the clips, Jedi? I mean, just the words that are being said.
Yeah, but no, if you want to send them to me, mate, I'll have a look.
Yeah, Clipcord, actually, if you're in here right now, can you send those to Jedi? He sent me a few. But it's absolutely kind of like it's appalling to me that there's somebody that has a platform and saying the things that he's saying against anything for like saying that he's a flat earther. He's not. He's definitely not. For the words that he's spoken, I'm only speaking about the words, not the character. Like, damn the character, right? The words that he said. That's all I care about. The arguments he's putting forward. The Earth has been. He said, I've seen some things that makes me question. Well, maybe I can forward the clip to this room. How about that?
Yeah, do that.
You guys like that?
Yeah.
Let me forward the clips. Because I don't know where Clipcord is or what he's doing, but it's interesting stuff, man, I think. Forward. Let's see if I can do this correctly. What have you guys been? Has any more discussions come up from the TFE? Here, let me put this in the text, see if it works.
Does anybody know a YouTube channel Banjo something?
That didn't work. No, hold on.
Alpha.
Are there other Globers here right now, or just me?
No, there's other people in here that think the Earth's a globe. But what did you say, Jedi?
I'm a Glober, man.
Awesome. Have you heard of a YouTube channel and a flat earther called Flat Earth Banjo or FE Banjo?
FE Banjo. Didn't he used to go to 24/7?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. What long time ago. He's doing the same type of thing that most people are doing at the moment by looking at shadow lengths and this, that, and the other. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I get you, man. Because check this out. I got an image for you. How about that?
Yes.
Let me do the image first, because I have to. What I have to do is to download this stuff and then upload them back to.
Okay.
So let me see here. I gotta save that. Like, I don't know. The inconsistencies are mounting, right? Like, it's just, what can I do? I'm just here, just showing. I don't, like I said, I don't care one way.
I'm a flat earther.
Or the other, but here,
the Earth is flat. Stop fucking debating it.
Yeah, but we still have to have a discussion with people who believe that the Earth is not flat. All right, so here's the image.
Where are the globe heads? Point them out.
Earth is not flat.
That's great. We got a group of people.
Oh, you're the globe head? Okay, you're
That's
fucking
right.
No, you guys just relax. Yeah. That's not how we do things in here. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Number one.
I'm sorry.
That's not how we do things. If you're in 24/7, you don't act like that. All right? Use a little decorum. All right, so check this out. Did you see the image I posted?
Yeah, I see it.
Now, I'm just showing things to you. I don't really care what one way or the other on this, but it's what people have been showing. Mod, you can blow the image up, dude.
Yeah.
If you can, he's like, no one can read that. I'm sorry. You can blow the image up. Duh. All right, that's one thing. Let me see.
That's kind of thing.
This looks like a bunch of like Mexican people.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that. Your opinions really are highly regarded in this chat. By the way.
my insight is very thought-provoking.
Not really, but I'm being facetious. So you didn't pick up on that. No, that's your problem. Let's see.
You weren't being facetious till the very end, so I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, that's fine, because that's all the globe will provide.
I mean, you thought you got one over on me.
Well, I don't need to get one over on you. I've debunked the globe.
Earther, bro. I don't know what
no, I don't need to. It doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. You can be whatever you want to be, but if you're acting like a cheese dick, you're gonna get kind of muted in here. So don't do that. All right, let me see. Now I've downloaded them. I can upload them.
All right. Well, thanks for unmuting me, whoever that.
All right. So that's one of the clips, and then I'll post the other clip.
Yeah, I was just about to go make a little video. It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Where
are you gonna go?
Thoroughly enjoyed my time here.
We love you, Castle Peakside. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Hold on, where's the guy? Yeah, relax, guys. Castle King, what was your argument for the globe? I didn't hear. Was it? I wasn't.
That's just the regular old stuff, man. Energy from space, stuff like that.
Yeah, but what did you in this context? Did you provide any evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, or did you just say the Earth's a globe like everybody does?
Buddy, you sound retarded. Let's get it.
Yeah, that's great.
Easy for you.
You better see this in the YouTube video, Castle.
Right.
Looking forward to it.
Where's this guy? Silence. Silence.
Silence.
All right, so go ahead, Castle. I wanted to hear what you had to say, man. Like, I didn't want the other guy to talk to me.
I was brought up the same way you guys were brought up, in the same school system where we're taught the same thing, Pledge of Allegiance, the Earth is a globe, and we're even given the globe in our classroom for us to spin around and look at, and so when people talk about this place is not that, then obviously
it causes it causes little mixed feelings. I get it. Another thing is, and I was pointing this out to an earlier guy, is that you're not being taught that the Earth is a globe. You're being told. It's like being told a story, right? They're not verifying the story is true. They're just telling you it's called a just so story. It just is. The Earth is a globe. It just is a globe. Don't worry about it. And so this just so story has been handed to you in a nice little package. I mean, it got pictures, it got videos, but once you start questioning how it is an oblate spheroid, you're going to get shamed and mocked. And what are you talking about? We got all the scientists working on this. You don't believe? And so you don't believe? They always go to that. It's like, we want better than belief. We want better than just listening. We want to question. We want to know. So if that's you, hopefully, you can turn a new leaf and figure out if you really know if the Earth is a globe. And not, sir, it's not being told, it's not being taught, it's being told. You were told that it's a globe and shown that it's a globe. Pictures, I mean. And so that's all good and well for somebody telling you a story, but it doesn't pass the smell test when you start to realize, how can you know the Earth's a globe? That's what we're at. That's the level we're at right now, Castle.
There's a difference between knowing and believing.
Of course, I know that. Yeah. We've been doing this. We've been doing this a long time, Castle. We know.
Yeah, when it comes to the world being a sphere, it's something that I believe. I don't know it for sure because, like I said, I haven't been into outer space to look down upon the Earth. I just believe it's round.
Jedi, did you have some?
If I could be in space to verify it was round, I would believe it. But
yeah, I know. Let's. Jedi was coming through with a point. I think.
But how do you know it's not a projection?
All right. Yeah,
that wasn't me. That wasn't me, Alpha. I was on me. It must be somebody else.
All right. So, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, how can we on Earth, standing on Earth, provide that evidence? I'm asking the gentlemen who were speaking. I'll ask the question again. If we're standing on the Earth, in what demonstrated way can we provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Gentlemen. Should be easy. I mean, today we have all the technology to support any evidence. How is it a globe? Now, this should be an answer that
round.
Yeah, I know. That's the story. It's called a just so story. I just went over that.
But your story is the same way.
No, going to whatever my story, your story, that's not helping. We're looking for the evidence. The question is, how do we know the Earth is an oblate spheroid for sure?
Space photos.
Okay, space photos. Let's talk about it. What do they show you?
Superimposed photo.
Oh, you have to go into like what the photo is and all that. They're showing you a photo of an oblate spheroid, yeah? A globe Earth. A sphere, right? that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you see that, now I'm going to ask you something very specific, and you can answer very specific. If you were to compare that image to anything you've seen ever in reality, when you go outside, what can you compare that image to?
The moon.
No. In relation, I'll give it to you this way. In relation to the thing you're standing on. So the ground that you're walking over, that thing that they're showing you in the image is the very thing that you're standing on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drawing a picture for you. So think about the question. They're showing you an image of the thing you're standing on, not the moon, not the sun, not the stars. The thing you're standing on is the image they're showing you. Now, in what way can we compare that image to the thing you're standing on? Go ahead, sirs.
Well, they can show which states we live in.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Really?
California, yay, baby. I've seen that before.
Okay. So now that you've seen California, did you see anything where they're showing that it demonstrates in your perspective a globe?
My perspective.
Yes. Your perspective.
Well, you know, I'm just a little tiny human on a great big earth.
Yeah, so the answer would be yes or no, sir. It's a close-ended question.
A great big round earth.
Yeah, it's close-ended. So if you've seen the earth looking like the image that they've shown you, you'd be able to compare them. Now, how have you seen the earth? I'm still asking the same question, by the way. How have you seen the earth looking like the image they've shown you?
On TV.
That's still looking at some video or image. It's the same thing. It's circular. You said, I'm comparing the image to another image. That's all you're telling me. I'm asking from your perspective, have you ever witnessed the earth in that way?
No, man. I'm not Superman. Okay. I can't fly out there.
No, I'm not asking for you to be Superman, sir. The answer was a closed-end question. It's a yes or no. No need to be Superman.
It's absurd because
it's not absurd.
I'd have to be in space in order to have that same.
Okay.
Which they took the picture.
Interesting, right? They're putting something that should be easily verified by all humans everywhere out of your reach. You can't verify the very thing they're showing you on an image format. That's the answer. And so you're believing out of context that the earth is the very thing they're showing you.
You're saying they're doctoring an image of...
No. I'm not telling you anything about what they're doing with the image. What I am saying is they're giving you an image and you are just believing it. Because it's a story. Just so. It's just like this, guys. I'm showing you an image and you either accept or not that this is what the earth is. And you've chose to accept it. That was your choice. They didn't force you into it. You chose to believe that. Based upon what have you seen in reality that looks like that image, according to you? Nothing. You said, no, man, I would have to be Superman, according to you. Well, we didn't need to go there, but the answer was close-ended, right? Yes or no? You said no.
I mean, to be fair, they did propagandize and brainwash us when we were kids. So
yeah, that's great percentage. But I don't need side commentary for what I'm doing here. Thank you.
Only Democrats believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, thank you. Now back to the gentleman.
That's damn right.
Yeah, back to the gentleman.
Well, the Earth is flat. Like, what do you guys?
That's great. About? That's great. More answers from the peanut gallery. No, we're talking. I'm talking to the gentleman right now who's critically thinking at the moment. So when he's thinking, you guys interrupt that process by asking questions but not listening to his response. This is crucial for anybody asking these questions. Important, I would say. You must not interrupt the process. It has to happen. The gentleman must respond. What is the gentleman's answer?
I'll just make it really simple. The next person who intervenes is going to be muted, regardless of who they are.
Thank you, AJ. So, Mr. Castle, what do you suppose? Now, the question was very simple, right? What do we have to compare that image to in our physical and natural world?
I said the moon.
I know, which I then responded was not the Earth, the thing you're standing on, remember? We have reached the conclusion, which is I'd have to be Superman, according to you. And it was a simple no, that you couldn't verify it in a way that you could compare it to anything you've ever seen. So therefore, the statement that it's just a belief system or it's just a story that they're giving you to believe in is true. It is true, Castle. They've given you an image and you've chosen to believe in that image that it's the true representation of the thing you're standing on. Now, you didn't have to accept that, but you did. And currently, whether or not you hold to that belief, it's still up to you. There's nobody, how can I put this? There's nobody out there like, oh, you're not believing the Earth's a globe? Okay, you're in trouble now, mister. Like, nobody's out there. Your mind is your own, sir. You can ask questions. Don't be afraid, right? You can critically think about stuff. So what? It's your own mind. Take back your thoughts. Ask questions. Be curious. Anyway, I think because I'm not hearing you respond anymore, I'm thinking it's probably a good time or a segue maybe to ask some other people some more questions so we could open up the forum. But I just wanted a short moment in time for you to actually process this without anybody jumping in and sabotaging the moment where you could respond and say, look, I know this is my response.
You know what this reminds me of? When I used to be, I was brought up in the church. My grandfather was a minister. Somewhere around my 20s, I think it was my 20s, I ran into some atheists. And they convinced me, or they got me to question my beliefs enough to where I turned my back on God.
So you're liking into that, right? And it's causing moral discomfort because you think that it's just like that, isn't it?
Well, it's something like that, you know? Yeah. It's one of those where you have a belief system that you've belonged to for the majority of your life, and someone shakes all that up all of a sudden and says, hey, no, is it really like that? Think about this. You know, and it's kind of like, well, listen, the only way I can know for sure is if I could go up into outer space and look for myself. Otherwise, I just have to rely on all these other people's
so
evidence.
They're liking they're liking it to, they're liking sorry they're liking it to hold on.
No, sorry, me.
Yeah. Oh, it's you? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying, like he doesn't even really know that he can do that he can go up to space and see it that way. I mean, do you really think those pictures of Earth from space, you're in that picture somewhere?
Yeah, I believe that.
You really do? You think they're taking a picture of you from space?
Yeah, I believe that they have satellites that are
they see your like receding hairline from outer space.
Yeah, they could see it. I really believe it,
dude. But like you've likened it to something akin to atheism, right? That's what I heard coming from. That's what I'm getting from you. And you said, "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you." Kind of the same kind of idea, right? I would say it's a false comparison. You can't say that it's something morally, sabotaging what you've considered all your life prior to the atheist coming to you and telling you that, oh, did you contemplate there possibly is no reason to believe in God? Like, you're liking it to that. And it's not that. We're talking about the physical and natural world. That's very distinctly different than somebody telling you a system of belief as far as believing in a creator or not. So something you can go outside and verify whether it is an oblate spheroid is at question. That's what that stakes are, not something of beliefs. Like, it is a belief system, but it's either fundamentally being able to be known or not, based upon empirical information. Right? Do you get what I'm saying, Castle?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
There's a difference. Yeah, you could say it's like that, because they're talking about something to deal with, like whether you believe in the creator or not. But that's not the same thing when it concerns whether or not you could verify the information. Because that's what we're saying they're telling you can happen. And I'm saying it's not possible. It's a story.
What do they gain from telling people this story?
That's easy. That was the easiest. This is going to be the easiest answer to you over here. It's controlling the narrative of the paradigm in which you think the earth you live on. And by proxy, you're going to consider other implications, such as whether or not you were created by God, whether or not it was a Big Bang accident. These are the derivative topics that your mind will go to because of the foundation that you believe that it's one thing. So controlling that one specific narrative, all the other derivative topics exist, like killer asteroids coming to take you out, running out of resources, overpopulation. I mean, the list goes on, sir. Derivative understanding is like there's a plethora. We could tell you they're doing it for money, they're doing it to hide God, whatever the case. Ultimately, they're controlling a narrative, which you can either know or not right now, right at this very moment. And so even though that's true, that you can know that, you won't contemplate it because of the system that is like, you'd say, oh, you mean to tell me that they're all in on it? No, that's not the I know that's where the mind goes and why you want to ask this question. But it's really kind of like a tradition at this point right now, from where it first, like the nefarious, underpinnings of how it started to where it's at today. It's more like you would tell your neighbor, hey man, the Earth's a globe, and I know because we looked out and we see planets, and your mind isn't even thinking about like why your teacher was trying to sabotage your worldview. Like, oh, my third grade teacher is out to get me. No, it's not like that. Your third grade teacher fundamentally believed this information to be true just as you did. So it's handed down from generation to generation as a belief system. And people think it's true. There's nothing wrong with why they think that, because they're told like a story that it just is, without any challenge to how it is. Is any of this coming across, Castle?
Yeah, I get it. The whole idea is to never stop questioning. I understand.
But I mean, the implications, sir, of you taking this system of belief on.
I don't think that me believing that the Earth is spherical is gonna all of a sudden impact the way I have feelings about my morals.
Well, but it does, sir, because if you for instance say that the Earth is, I don't know, not a globe, then you understand the fear mongering that they have is not going to control your mind anymore. They're not going to be able to tell you some killer asteroid's going to come take you out. You're going to run around panicking and fearing, oh, NASA needs to protect me, something, whatever. So you're going to change your behavior based on the fact that they've told you this whatever story. And so it does control you. Your attitudes change. You want to fight for the climate change. You want to fight for overpopulation. Dude, we're killing this planet. You're going to say all these crazy things that are not true. You get what I'm saying? It does control you.
I don't trust the government, though. I don't trust the left or the right.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is the question was that it doesn't control you morally. It does. You start to change the way you think because there's a specific undertone of like what the Earth is based on a narrative you've been told.
You know when that little girl sailed from all the way across, where she came from, and how dare you? Remember that girl?
Yeah.
I didn't believe her either.
I know, but it's bigger than that, right? I mean, that person is just one piece of the puzzle to like a giant puzzle board, like we're talking about the very puzzle board that all the pieces are sitting on. And that right there is what all of this is about. So people for many years do not challenge this narrative because they come in here and they want to claim to be, educated and such. And then when they tell you, like when we asked them, like the gentleman who was in here earlier, you were listening to the conversation, right? He's a PhD in etymology, right? So he's a bug guy. His name is D'Angelo. He was in here. PhD, he's been doing it. He said it himself. He's been doing this for many years. How are you going to tell me what an experiment is? I've been doing it for 20 years or more. I think he said more than that. But we challenged him. Why? He's an academic, sir. How could we challenge an academic that's been doing it for so many years when the very questions we're asking are very specific, right? What is an experiment? That's what we're asking him. And he said, there is such a thing as an observational experiment. according to him. He's been doing it so many years. It is true.
Did you say etymology? I thought that had to do with words.
Oh, entomology. I'm sorry. I said it wrong.
Oh, well, listen. Like I said, I don't think me thinking that the Earth is a globe is going to impact how I feel about you as a person.
I know, but that's beside the point, right? We're trying to get to the fact that the guy who is speaking should be educated, and like I guess somebody else even put it out. He's old enough and wise enough to be able to lay it out for you exactly how it is. He should have been just like, okay, this is the way it goes. I've been studying this for years, and I'm going to show you guys exactly how it's a globe. He didn't do that. He argued. Like some of the guys in here who claim the Earth is a globe and don't have an educated background. He was arguing like them. When his wise experience should have been laid out more information for you to get a hold of. He didn't do that. He was challenged too. Well, this is the thing, and people ask the question: how come you guys don't have PhDs to come in here and challenge you? Not you, right? The royal you. They ask us, why don't you have PhDs to come in here and challenge you? They would show you what's what. Well, he didn't, and I could name you a few other PhDs that can't, and the list goes on. So just because they are educated in air quotes doesn't make them someone who can profoundly tell us how they know the Earth is a globe in any real way, verifiable by empirical means.
But I can.
No, here we go.
Yeah. So are you in the realm of being in academia? That's the challenge. No, we don't go with sort of. Either somebody has a background in education and comes in here and is able to challenge us with them saying they're a PhD or some form of academic, field, or you are claiming you're some type of amateur, and that's not what we're asking. We're only appealing. I know, but we're only appealing to those who have been accredited to say that they have these, backings of specific fields. So whoever it is, it doesn't matter who it is. But if you're claiming that and we challenge you and you can't produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe by explaining it in some means that you could do it like in a classroom presentation, there's something wrong. Very wrong.
I don't think you have to be an academic to do that.
I know, but that's what we're talking about, Brenda. The people who have these, accreditations or whatever it is that they have. I don't know what field they study or whatever. They come in here and they try to say, I am such and such from so-and-so university. And then they're telling us, well, the Earth is a globe because I am this thing, because I am educated in this. And we're like, that's great. But they fail when in the realm of like having to produce what a natural science experiment is. And for the listener, it's important because the listener wants to know, okay, we got a PhD in here. The guy should be able to lay it out to the flat earth people in here. Should be able to easily dispatch of them. And he doesn't do that.
That doesn't mean it's wrong.
Okay. All right. It doesn't mean it's wrong for the person not to be able to explain thoroughly how they know the Earth is a globe because of their educated background. And, they claim all this understanding.
The Earth is a globe, whether or not some academic can prove it to you or not.
Yeah, but the challenge is for them to actually do that. If you are somebody that has a background in academia, come in here and show us how you know the Earth is a globe. That the regular guys like you and everybody else who are amateurs at it, you pick up the autolites and want to do stuff or test it out in hypotheticals, that's really not going to pass the smell test. We want somebody in academia, the smell test that you claim to be someone who knows what the Earth is based on some academic knowledge. And the only thing you have that you cling to is what you've been told as a person who's listened to academics tell you.
Yeah, that's all false. That's all false.
Oh, really?
You completely misunderstood the conversation from the very first point, Brenda, yeah, because, again, what Alpha was stating was that we have people in here asking, maybe like Castle King, Why don't we have these discussions with more intellectual people with PhDs, etc., more knowledge, because they believe that those people are going to come in here with some type of knowledge that he doesn't have and somehow destroy us, yeah? But what we find, just like the PhD that was in here today, they don't do that, and they end up melting down and having the same arguments as the normies who are expecting something from this person. Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe there's other reasons why people don't come in here.
Now, we're not talking about those, dude, like those other reasons. Like, we're specifically what AJ just pointed out is the reason why we're challenging those in academia to come in here and provide that evidence, because the listeners want to hear, like, hey, you would do differently if we had an academic in the house. You would not fare the same way as you would. I'm not, because they say this, right? I'm not a scientist, but they are. Okay, let's get them in here. Those who they are, get them in here. But rather, we already had them in here, but they are not able to do the very thing you think they can. And I know that.
I've seen high schoolers come in here and destroy you.
Wait, hold on.
All right.
Brenda, hold on. Alpha, are there PhD flat earthers? Or just
there are no PhD. There are no PhD.
Hey, Brenda, I said, hold on. Alpha.
Yeah.
Are there any PhD flat earthers?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Like,
No. There are
Yes.
no
I'm gonna.
PhD flat earthers.
Brenda.
Yes. Yeah. Brenda keeps interrupting. Brenda, go ahead.
Yes.
Do you want to?
Well, I thought he was done talking.
I don't think he was, but go ahead.
I was done talking, but I was asking Alpha, not you. Now I am really done.
All right. Yes. All of them.
All of who? What? There are no PhD flat earthers.
Yes. All of them.
Who?
The question was, say the question again.
Are there any flat earthers with PhD credentials?
Yes, all of them.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Alpha.
It does. It does, because the Earth that they're standing on is flat and stationary, might I add. So everyone on the Earth has a PhD. It's actually a PhD that's on flat Earth. Yes, statement
that's
is true.
called an equivocation fallacy.
Not really. Not when you know that the Earth is
You
flat.
equivocated the sense
Can I overtalk
the question.
Brenda and just ask a follow-up?
You can try.
Okay. I said, are there any flat earthers with PhD credentials?
Mm-hmm.
And you said all of them, but so can you?
Yeah, they're all flat earthers because they live on the Earth that's flat.
Yeah.
They live on the Earth that's flat. All of them are flat earthers.
That's equivocating
Brenda,
on this.
Brenda.
Okay, Brenda. You want to take this?
Where are they getting the credentials from?
Academia.
Which school? What is the name of the credential? What do they study?
All of them.
I want to do it myself?
Every field. All of them. Every field.
Do you realize how dishonest you're being, Alpha?
No, I'm answering him straight. He wants a straight answer.
You don't realize how dishonest you're being.
You're just feeling bad because you don't like the answer. But that's the answer.
Let's try to not respond to Brenda.
Oh, I can't because Brenda keeps interjecting.
Alpha's lying. He's just lying.
Alpha, you are a flat earther, yes?
Of course. But I would venture to say that we all are.
Therefore, you have a PhD credential, yes?
No, your question was, do PhD people, are they flat earthers? Is that what you're asking, right? That's the question.
No, I said, do flat earthers have PhD credentials? And you said all of them.
Yeah, all of them do.
Are a flat earther.
Yes. He's lying. You're just lying.
Where did you get your credential from?
Well, I'm not one. So, but you said those who are.
Wait.
Those who are. I'm not one.
A flat earther. I said, are you a flat earther? And you said yes.
Yeah, but your question was, do PhD individuals?
No, my question was, do flat earthers have PhD credentials? And you said all of them.
So flat earthers that would have PhD credentials would be people who live on a flat earth.
That's an equivocation fallacy. Stop lying.
Brenda, stop. Alpha, do some flat earthers lack PhD credentials?
Of course.
And are you one of the folks that lack?
Yes, I do not have a PhD.
And can you name, let's say, 3 flat earthers that have PhD credentials and the institution that granted them the credential?
No, I would say that every single human, this is what I would tell you, every single human that's on Earth right now is a flat earther. Every single person.
Are there any
but
PhDs?
that's sort of like a non sequitur. I asked you, Alpha.
Yes, he is. He's objectively lying.
Well, because you're feeling bad about it. But listen, everybody.
No, it's not because I'm feeling bad about it. It's because you're lying, Alpha.
Okay, so can you let me answer the guy? So everybody who goes to school on flat Earth gets a PhD. Whoever it is, it's not me, but whoever it is gets a PhD in whatever specific field that they're in. But the study of the physical and natural world always relates to the Earth being flat and stationary. It never relates to the Earth being like their studies never follow. Like they have to pre-assume that the Earth is a globe in order for their studies to be like that.
They're just lying.
Oh, okay,
yeah, it's just lying. You just sit there and lie.
Empirically, there's no evidence to draw from the physical and natural world in practicality that the Earth is a globe. It's not. In practical means, it's only verified through means of understanding that the world that they're on in every field.
How many PhDs believe the Earth is flat, Alpha?
Okay, belief, that's different.
You don't even know what belief is.
Yeah,
How many PhDs
that question is different than the other guys. So Rolling's question is not the same as yours. Now you're asking how many of them do believe.
It is the same. You're too stupid to figure it out.
I do relax, man. Like you don't have to go.
No, you are. You're too stupid to figure out they're the same question.
Okay, so no, it's not. He didn't say what you said. He didn't say what you said.
Stupid to figure it out.
You're chimping out, Brandon.
Yeah, you're really getting upset about this.
No, you're lying.
Yeah.
Or stupid.
So is there a statistic that says how many PhDs believe?
I think this guy's a troll.
Of
that
course,
was a different question.
He's been in here for years and years and years and years.
It was a different question, and I addressed the question specifically.
He's one of those trolls that like they become, they stare into the abyss for too long.
All right, Brenda.
This is why intelligent people don't come here because
they do.
It's a child's.
They do come here, Brenda. They do come in here.
It's a child's room.
They do come in here. They do come in here. That's what I was telling Castle. They do show up.
They won't be back. They won't.
They do. They continue. And D'Angelo comes in here every day, and if not, like he comes in every now and again, but he still comes in here. We have people who believe the Earth is a globe that are PhDs that come in here. Of course, they do, and they're repeated customers. They're angry like you. They're seething like you.
No,
they don't know how we can say what we say.
I'm upset because of you lying.
I'm not lying. I specifically answered him exactly how he wanted to know, and I'm answering you.
Let me explain it to you.
Exactly how you want to know.
Let me explain it to you. The question: how many PhDs are flat earthers, and how many PhDs believe the Earth is flat are the same question.
No, believing in something and believing in something and being someone who lives on this Earth, being a PhD is different. If you live on this Earth,
stupid to figure out.
You're just upset.
Question.
No, because of the fact that when you live on this Earth and you do anything you want to on the Earth, practically, you're not going to ever do it on the Earth that you believe the Earth's a globe. It's going to be done practically as if it's a flat stationary plane. What happened to Brenda? Took off. All right, that's good arguing with Brenda. Somebody booted her. It doesn't matter, right? Because when you live on this Earth and you work in the field, practically, you always utilize the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. That's just the way you do work on top of the Earth. You never do work on the Earth as someone who's in a specific field as if the Earth were a globe. Because if that were the case, then yeah, every person who's on the Earth, it would vary who's a flat earther or not, because it's a debate. But it's not a debate. They're standing on the surface, which they empirically can practically use it as a flat plane. So it's not work that they're doing on the Earth as a globe. It's work that they're doing on the Earth practically as if it's flat. So that's the truth. So when Brenda or anybody else gets in their feelings about it, I don't care, because everybody who has a PhD is standing on the Earth that's a flat Earth. So the other question that Brenda came and said was, who believes in it, well, that's different, right? Because everybody has different beliefs. So you can say that, very few of them will say that the Earth is flat. But
have you ever, I want to say something after you're done.
Before you do,
Carson. Said everybody with a PhD is a flat earther. That's a meaningless. That means nothing.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the argument is, from my understanding, how many flat earthers have a PhD? Well, if you're suggesting that the truth of the claim is validated by how many people believe or not that are PhDs, it's just a bandwagon fallacy to begin with. Yep. Ridiculous.
It is. But ultimately, you have to derive this from either practical means or your belief assumptions. So people that want to assume and believe that the Earth is a globe, there's a whole bunch of those guys, and that they're PhDs. But those who practically use the Earth, they're all flat earthers. Every one of the PhDs are. You're not going to utilize the Earth as if it were a globe. There's no way. You have to assume that it's one. So my answer was specific. All of them are flat earthers by proxy of the Earth being flat and stationary. And those believers, very few, think that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. There. I parsed it out and equally so that people can understand where I was coming from, because that's all I meant. You can't stand on this Earth and say it's a globe by any verified empirical means. You can't do that. It's not possible. So you can't say by any specific field of being in academia that the Earth is utilized that way. It's not. It's assumed, calculated, theorized, whatever you want to call it, as a globe. It's never practically used and verified that way. Never, ever, ever. Now that got a lot of people to get upset. It's true though. What can we say? But what can we say about that? It's a true. Those are true statements. But those are true statements, right? Believe. Somebody believing that the Earth is a globe and has a PhD? Yeah, very few of them think that the Earth is flat.
Well, very few. I was listening to your words. Believe versus know.
Yep.
PhD
and of course,
versus.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, the people that
a lot of words.
I know, but I have to because what happens here is that there's a lot of assumptions being made about what people say. So being meticulous and saying, okay, I'm going to parse it out this way. If we're talking about the way people achieve their PhDs and whatever field that they achieve it in, they never utilize the Earth practically as if it were a globe. Doesn't work that way. The calculations can be done to think of it as a model, and then they can utilize it that way in the calculation format, like a kind of like a mathematical construct. But it's never the case that they're going out into the field and utilizing the Earth as a globe. It's not. No, it's not. It's assumption based. It's model based, and all of that is why they would think that they're on a globe, being a PhD, and that's why they're confused. When they come in here, we correct them on that. We're like, dude, if you're able to show me with your academic knowledge that the Earth is a globe, then do so. And it never is the case. We don't get those people that are in academia to show us. That's why D'Angelo was suffering. He didn't know how to present it as a globe. It was a thorough debunk on his part. He got debunked.
Back up.
Sure.
You back up.
Which part?
You said nobody in academia and argues flat Earth.
Nobody in academia uses the Earth as a globe, per se, practically.
Okay. Yeah.
In a practical way, the Earth isn't utilized that way.
I'm shocked. So academia.
No, that's fine. You can be shocked.
Yeah, I am.
What about like cartographers?
Trying to.
You got drowned out. What did you say?
Yeah. Always Brenda resurrected. I mute. God, Alpha, I ask you a question and they just have to talk.
It just seems the case. So I don't know if I'll be able to answer your question because the guy just overtalked like half of your. What did you say?
Yeah, talk to him, not me.
Oh, okay. Well, the gentleman, what did you have to say?
Cartographers is what he said.
Okay. So the subject is cartography, sir? What's your name? Let me see. Okay. I don't even know how to say Opa. Cairo. So do you think that cartography provides evidence that the Earth is a globe? Do you?
Well, you said that. I mean, they're not flat earthers.
No, I didn't say
PhDs, that. And they're in academia, right?
The belief. No. Listen to the words carefully. They believe the Earth is a globe based on models and calculations that they utilize. But as for practical means, they don't utilize the Earth as a globe. That's not how it's being used. When they go out into the field, it's not treated that way. It's not treated as a globe.
Like when they go outside and and it looks flat.
Yeah, the studies like it pick a field. It doesn't matter, but their studies do not include that the raw data that they're extrapolating has to deal with the Earth being a globe. It doesn't work that way. Their assumptions, their calculations, they superimpose over the raw data. Will become that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Because you have to superimpose that information over on top of the raw data they collect. So it's never the case they're utilizing the Earth as a oblate spheroid. Never. In any field. That's why I said all the PhDs, and I stand to be, what I said was true, all the PhDs that have any specific field, they're all flat earthers. Do they believe it? No. They don't all believe the Earth is flat. Because they superimpose their models and their calculations on top of the raw data, which practically is being utilized as a flat Earth. That's a very clear.
Flat earther.
Say again.
And that makes them a flat earther. That's the same thing. Okay.
By proxy of utilizing the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, yes.
Natural fact. I'm just trying to understand your logic.
Well, it's simple, right? Because it's not complicated.
I mean, I just.
Yeah, but you utilize. Let's put it this way: are you in academia, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, if you were to think about the Earth, do you utilize it as a globe? Let's say traveling over the surface in any way.
No.
Okay.
I don't really think about it.
Well, if you can find a way to argue for that point, I would love to hear you argue for that point. Otherwise, it's what I said. Did somebody else want to jump in? I heard somebody.
Okay. Yeah, that was only me. Sorry, mate. That was only me with regards to cartography and so on and how it's practically done. The same sort of thing as surveying. What Alpha's pointing out is, they will measure, they will survey the Earth is flat. The globe comes after the measurements of a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to what end though? Like, what would the purpose of this mass?
Well, we explained it earlier. I don't know if you were here or not, Opa.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
I've been kind of doing multiple stuff. Sorry.
So it's mainly to take hold of a narrative that you would believe that the Earth is a globe based upon something you've been told I would say at a young age. You've been told that it's a globe. You haven't been taught. A lot of people confuse themselves. I've been taught that it's a globe. No.
Okay, I heard that. Yeah. I definitely heard when you were talking about that. But I mean, what is there has to be some group, right, of people or some force that is propagating this, right? Because it's pretty thorough, I would say. What would the end goal be?
I know what you mean. I guess I know what you mean. You're talking about as in the amount of information that's out there about the topic, right? Like it's overwhelming, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's everywhere. The Earth is. Yeah. How could you not think the Earth is a globe?
Can I give you something to think about on that?
Sure.
And just a perspective. Okay, think about this. Christmas is celebrated every year, right, by people everywhere on Earth. Is that statement true?
Yeah.
Okay, and they're doing it as a tradition. Santa Claus and a guy who rides a sleigh with reindeer. That isn't true. There's no human that's doing that thing, right?
Right.
Okay, but the belief system is intact. It's being told to children everywhere to believe, right?
Yeah, but
we've gone so far. We've gone so far with this sort of tradition that we've even got people to look at radar systems. Oh, look, we're tracking Santa. There's an app for that. NORAD has one out, and you can find out where Santa's going to be flying over the world. And so everybody has this kind of like means to verify that Santa's doing this. We got, uncles and aunts and all that participating in this kind of information where they're showing children that Santa's real. The uncle will dress up like Santa.
That was kind of like tongue in cheek.
But what I'm showing you here is that it's overwhelming, and people everywhere on Earth are doing this. And it seems to be that if we were to take it on face value, that there's elves in the North Pole and Santa's real, and there's sleigh and reindeer and everything that you can think of that makes Christmas is what it is as a tradition. Make it believable, right? So we would say, based on that fact, just on the sheer amount of people who believe it's true. It makes it true. So let's use that argument against the Earth being a globe. Now take a look at the globe. It has all the facets of being the trimmings of it having to deal with the videos, the pictures, and all of the information that they show you. Overwhelming the vernacular. You're saying, well, they're globalist individuals are dealing with it. And so it's in the speech, it's everywhere. So based on that, without any empirical means, you could say the information's overwhelming. So why is it overwhelming? I'm showing you the comparison to a thing that we celebrate traditionally to how people traditionally believe the Earth is a globe. It's something that you've been told as a just so story, and you believe it. Well, I should say, you choose to believe it. You can choose not to. You choose to believe it based on the overwhelming information that it is a globe. But there isn't any verifiable means, just like Santa Claus and the elves and the reindeer. You can't verify that's true. You can't verify the Earth is a globe. It's almost identical in comparison to an analogy of a system of belief that people believe traditionally. Like, obviously, you can say there was nefarious means while somebody believes that the tradition of Christmas came about, and that's a whole other topic. And you can say there's nefarious means while somebody thought of the Earth being a globe and how we can propagate this forward. That's a whole other topic we can talk about, but that's like not really the point that we're getting to here. We're just talking about why people overwhelmingly believe this thing, because there's so much information of it. Because that's the same thing. It's so much information about Christmas. So many people, there's things you buy at stores. You dress your house up. Why wouldn't this be real? It's so strongly held as a belief. Why isn't Santa Claus real? What's the conspiracy on that? So it's asking the question.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm not coming at you like a hardcore skeptic. I honestly, I definitely find it like mysterious that people aren't really allowed to go to the South Pole. Hasn't really been explored. It's just, I've always found that kind of weird.
Well, more than that, right? You can't even talk about it, sir. Think about this. If you were to mention to a group of friends and family, like, hey, I have a question. Do we really know if the Earth is a globe? What do you think? And just in your own mind, right, as a hypothetical, what do you think kind of response you would get back from the people?
Of course.
Would it be positive or negative?
Yeah, it would probably be, if you were to tell them that the Earth isn't a globe.
No. Like just the question. Just the question. Like,
they would think it's a joke.
I know, but for you to be curious about something and just say, hey, no, I want to know how you guys know. Can anybody here tell me how the Earth is a globe, like verifiably? Like, how do we know from ourselves? Not just trusting somebody else, but how can I know that it's a globe? Like, how do you know it's a globe?
Right.
And listen. And I would ask you as a challenge just to listen. Don't argue. Just listen to the response, because you don't have to argue. Just listen to the response. So the response is the important part about what I'm telling you right now. If the response is one word answers, if there's well, dude, science, duh. Or if the response is something to deal with well, we've been told since we're in third grade, dude, what are you talking about? Like, why are you asking this question? Why are you going to be a knuckle dragging Neanderthal now? Like, it's so viscerally rejected that you can't even have a conversation that's reasonable, right? Why?
Yeah. No, I mean, if you can't talk about something, that's never really,
Yeah, exactly.
That isn't healthy.
All we're saying is just, can we have the conversation? And if not, then okay. I mean, you don't have to take it to the nth degree and grill somebody on it. Like would never ask you to do that because I mean, everybody's at a different place with knowledge of like what they think truth is. But what I would say is just to have the conversation. I think that would be not even entertained because you could akin it to something as like a religious belief where people are staunch in their positions and say, nope, not going to question it. And you're like, okay, I'm just, maybe I just keep on walking, but like, I don't know. It's more of just getting people to just have a conversation that doesn't have to be like a debate all the time. It's just, maybe getting to ask them questions.
I appreciate the info, man.
Yeah, and what I would say is you start painting a picture over time, dude. Like once you start asking more people, you hear the same responses more or less. And you're like, why is everybody giving me the same answers? Like it'll be a few answers, like NASA pictures or one of the answers we get. I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you. So that's another answer we get. And they're pretty much scripted. They're not ever going to be any different than the ones I just said. So.
Yeah, no, I know there's not there's very few real photos or that NASA, admits are like real full photos of the Earth from space. So I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of suspect shit, and there's like NASA itself as an organization has a bunch of pretty suspect even their origins are pretty like weird. And,
what's funny is that
even allegedly,
it's a cultish. When you look into the historical ways that it came about, it gets you to question, like, dudes, like, really, why does it have to have these origins? Like, I mean, you would think that it would have some better, different results as to like how it all came about, but nope. You get this other story, and I don't want to get because it gets into conspiratorial and stuff, and so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But you can see that the way it all started wasn't something that was from what you would consider good sources. It was like from these guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, because we've had those discussions, but I think that's probably for another time. And the reason why is because I think I don't know, maybe you have some other questions you want to ask, because like really we're everyday people, dude. Like really everyday people that have done a lot of research, and that's all we're asking for. Like I'm no one special. I'm just another guy on the internet, man. Like I don't hold a PhD. I don't care for people saying that. Oh, like what?
Can you prove that the Earth isn't a globe?
Yes.
How?
Every empirical mean that we can verify the Earth, like, would challenge the idea that the Earth is a globe. In that we can see how surveying is done over the surface. Now, land surveying, planar surveying, I would say, is only being utilized as a flat Earth. So empirically, it's verified as measured to be a flat plane. No doubt in my mind. And it's not only measured that way. It's you can look these things up. What I'm telling you, like planar surveying. Anybody that does surveying on the surface, they do planar surveying. They extrapolate the data from planar surveying. And someone who can calculate the geodetic surveying.
Word salad.
Say again?
I said you're spewing a bunch of word salad. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I sure do. Do you think I'm saying something incorrect?
You're basically saying, ultimately, because we can't measure the Earth's surface while we're standing in place on it, that means it's flat.
Well, have you measured it? Have you measured it as a globe, sir?
Yes. I have.
In what way, sir?
Because you can do it in small quantities with light.
Really?
If you take a light beam, right? More specifically something precise like a laser, and you put two holes 10 feet across from each other, you'll see a change in that laser's height off the ground from a distance that short.
Have you done that yourself? Have you done that yourself?
Yes.
Really?
You've done that. You've done this, have you?
Yes, I've done that myself, and I've also seen videos of self-proclaimed flat earthers do it too.
Yeah, this is great. Now that you've verified empirically, let's do this.
I verified empirically that the Earth is not flat. Yeah.
Yeah, for the gentleman who's listening, because I want him to hear this live. Okay, can you show us the method and by which you've done that? What I mean is, what I mean is, we need to have the drop over distance to be verified. That means over a distance, the Earth, as an oblate spheroid, starts dropping away
because you guys are incapable of abstract thinking. Yeah, I understand that.
Abstract. No, this isn't abstract. This is a measurement, sir. This is empirical, sir. What we're doing is getting down to the facts. Now, the facts are what's important for the gentleman who's listening, because he wants to know how you know the Earth's a globe. So let's get to the data.
I just told you. I just told you what the data was. I said you just told me a story. You can put two holes 10 feet across from each other and shine a precise laser through them, and you'll see a change in the distance from the laser from the ground. And
what would be
albeit a slight difference, but you'll see a difference.
Slight difference. Okay. So what's the empirical data that precedes that should give us an understanding of how big?
See, now you're doing more word salad.
No, this isn't a word salad.
I told you the empirical data. You mean the numbers? Yeah. You're doing word salad. The empirical is 10 feet apart from each other.
Okay. The numeric value for
also the other empirical data is slight difference. That's the empirical data. Are you incapable of comprehending what I'm saying?
Okay, so are you going to be able to answer the drop over distance?
No, you just can't understand my point.
No. Okay, the drop. I'll ask it again. The drop over distance question. What numeric value do we have?
You'll see about less than a millimeter of difference for every 10 feet you go. That's the empirical data right there.
Okay. So how big do you think the Earth?
That's the empirical data. You asked for the empirical data. That's the empirical data.
Yeah, but you're really hyper, sir. You're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you're very sluggish.
Okay. So are you able to say that with any means that you know how big the Earth is based on this information?
Yes. You can extrapolate that. And if you go another 10 feet, you'll see a consistent decline.
All right. Do this, sir. Sir, do this. Drop the data information, if you would, in a format that's like in text form, in the text, so that we can all verify that what you're saying is true. Your statements are true.
Okay, I will. Here it is. Right here. I did this video, by the way. That was my video. I'm the guy in the video.
You're not Jaren, sir.
I am Jaren.
No, you're not.
Lifelong flat earther turned into a globalist because I proved myself wrong. That's just reality of this situation.
You know what? Starting off lying isn't a great way to provide evidence.
I'm not lying. You're just saying I'm lying because it.
You said you're Jaren.
Completely refute your entire life ideology.
I'm gonna have to mute this guy. He's a liar.
That's what I thought. You're gonna mute me.
Yeah, you're not Jaren. You just claimed to be somebody that was in this video, and that's Jaren in the video, sir. You're not Jaren. You lied.
That's pretty sad, isn't it? That's pretty sad.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out to the gentleman who's listening. He wants to hear the other side, and I'm allowing it for him to hear that unimpeded, just so that he can understand.
I mean, it definitely sounded like maybe he just wanted to fight.
Of course,
but yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, I want you to. I'm giving it a fair shake for your behalf. Because I think that I would rather you hear people actually demonstrate that they know that the Earth is a globe. If they got the numbers, if they got the values, and then you can pour yourself over the research of how it's been done, the methodology, and you can find out whether or not it's a globe based on their information. But because he claimed he's someone that he's not, because we know what Jaren sounds like, and he's not Jaren. He's definitely not Jaren. And so he's just claiming these falsehoods. And it's not going to give him a good look to actually demonstrate something that he's claiming is true. He's already starting off with a lie.
That doesn't help.
But yeah, it doesn't help. I mean, it's great. He can post the numbers in the text, but I had to mute him because it's saying more lies isn't going to help. So, but I will say, if anybody wants to do with this thoroughly, I will give you the floor. I will hand you the floor. And there's a gentleman in here right now that would love to hear if you can prove that the Earth is a globe. So please, by any empirical means, do that. Prove that the Earth is a globe to the guy in here right now who's listening. Because I'd rather you do that than you say that I'm this or I'm that. Just go ahead, provide the evidence, and let him figure it out. If you are a glober in here who believes that that's the case. By the way, we have some people in here. I'm going to say what's up to the group. I'm going to change it a little bit. Salt Lake Stacy's with us. Welcome, Salt Lake Stacy. We do have some other people that might want to speak up and say what's up.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Stacy.
I am on a drive, so I'll probably keep myself muted. Otherwise, I'll cut out a lot.
Sure. Oh, you dropped out for me anyway. Yeah, we're going to actually put the globe earthers to the test in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. We want the people to listen to how they have this empirical data. If they say they do, put it forward.
Well, I had to jump out because I was getting some background noise. What happened to the last guy?
And then they also have a lot of
Well, what did you cut out a couple times there, Stacy? What did you say again?
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to cut out heaps, so I might save it for another day.
That's fine. I'm going to catch you up, Jedi. I was basically, I spoke to Opa, who was in here. I don't know, he's still in here. And we were just having a discussion about like the belief system of the Earth being a globe and such. But also, there was a gentleman who popped in here. I think he might still be in here. No, he's not. It doesn't have a name. It goes his little name where a name's supposed to be is a question mark. So he was going to provide evidence that the Earth is empirically known to be a globe by verified means, and he used the Jaren video of the Behind the Curve little mockumentary thing. So
yeah, I asked him if he'd done it himself, and then I left.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Had he actually done it himself?
He said he was Jaren and he'd done it. So he was lying about doing it.
Fucking hell.
So he did. Yeah. He's like, I'm Jaren. I'm the guy in the video. I was like, dude, you're not Jaren, man. You're just lying. And it's bad for him because I wanted Opa to hear him actually produce that data and then for him to be challenged on it. But he couldn't do that either. He couldn't hold it together. They go to pieces. They want to argue. They want to fight. I'm like, dudes, if it's true, then data would support. And we could test and verify, falsify, all that good stuff. But yeah, he was really spiraling in the chat.
Oh well.
Maybe next time, because
yeah, maybe. Just I'm rooting for you, Sunshine. Maybe next time.
There's questions that we ask. Is it a force? Like definitely is it a force? Gravity. So they usually ask those questions. Is it a force? It's a force. No, it's not a force.
My favorite question at the moment is when people say mass attracts mass. My favorite question is how.
No, D'Angelo, I just want to recall some of what was happening earlier. D'Angelo was spiraling, and he's a PhD also, but he was saying that heavy gases are being pulled down to the Earth.
Yeah,
according to him.
He also said that if you put gas inside the lead container, over time the gas will be at the bottom and not at the top.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What are we gonna do?
I don't know, mate. I actually don't know.
And didn't he use a container for that whole example?
Yeah.
He used
and that's when I jumped in. Yeah.
I heard you. I was like, you just pointed out that he used a container. He's like, oopsie. He got upset too. Good stuff, man.
But maybe
Brenda,
he was fun.
Brenda got all in his feelings about me saying that every PhD is a flat earther. Oh man, that ran Brenda hot, man. Like you can't say those words. No, you're just lying. He's just a liar, guys. Listen to him. I'm like, it's true. Every PhD that's on the earth is a flat earther. Now, whether they believe that the earth is flat, that's another question. I'd say no. Very few probably are flat earthers. He's like, yeah, but that's the same thing. I was like, no, it's not. Go ahead.
What about people that have master's degrees but no PhDs or bachelors?
Yeah, they're flat earthers too.
Are all of them flat earthers?
Yep.
What about people that have no degree whatsoever?
Yep, they're flat earthers too.
Okay, so who was the glober?
The one who believes it's a globe.
What if they have one of those degrees or none?
Well, they're still a flat earther. They have to believe it's a globe to think it's a globe. There's nobody on Earth right now that's standing on it that's a globe earther until they believe it's a globe. Then they're someone who believes it's a globe.
So they could have a PhD and believe it's a globe.
Of course.
And that would make them a PhD glober?
No, they're a PhD flat earther. They just believe it's a globe. Because practically, as I mentioned before, they're utilizing the Earth.
Only flat earthers, but some of the flat earthers think it's a globe.
Yes, that's true. That's a true statement. Very true statement. No statement could be more true than that one.
I think Christians are actually atheists because they have to believe in God.
No, that's a very different question. We're talking about the empirical methods by which the Earth can be known to be a globe. And it's all a belief system. So, and the analogy is doesn't run along the side of someone who can verify for themselves that the Earth is a globe. See how it's different, Embo? Very different. Thanks for that, though.
No,
okay.
Thank you. That was spectacular.
Well, I tried, dude. Like,
you try and you succeed.
All right. Well, we don't know if there's any.
Brenda, you got Brenda so upset that Brenda wouldn't even pause.
Well, Brenda was over talking everybody else, even me. So, if that means anything.
Can we all be honest for a second?
Sure.
Why the fuck are you
hold on,
wasting your
don't just
time?
say sure. Are you saying that all the other times you're dishonest?
That's interesting.
That's a pretty great way to think about it, but no, that's not at all true. You could be speculating.
Okay, so why
something.
do you want to just be honest for a second?
Because for a second, I want to tell you guys that you're wasting your time on Discord, yapping about nothing that matters.
Excellent.
I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Go ahead.
Just fucking fuck to bed.
Okay. Thank you, Dad.
Stop fucking yapping on the fucking internet about nothing.
Thanks, Dad.
And focus on real shit. Start a podcast if you want to fucking spread your fucking retard.
Oh, I have already. I have. It's AV_overdrive over there on Twitter.
Nobody's
Go
watching.
check it out.
Nobody's watching.
Yeah, about maybe 500 people are. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Do that.
There I go. Yeah, there I go. Well, I am doing that. Why not?
Because you're gay.
Is that all you got? Like, seriously,
Listen, Mr. Alpha Veritas, I'm gonna be honest. You're wasting your time. Okay. You're not making money on Discord. You're just yapping on here.
Okay. All right.
But okay. What about me?
Nigga, fuck you. You're not a part of the conversation.
Oh God. All right.
There you have it, Alpha. There you have it.
What's that, Stacey?
You need to fucking go to bed, guys.
Yeah.
Wake up after tomorrow, nigga. Stop waking up now because you fucking retards are ruining your lives sitting on Discord doing nothing.
How do you know we're not at work whilst we're on Discord?
Why are you fucking working at Discord?
What the fuck?
Hold on, Stacey's trying to say something.
I'm totally paid.
Dude, Stacey's a woman. Her fucking opinion really doesn't matter that much.
All right, you're gone.
All right, buddy. See ya. I'll catch you later, man.
See ya.
It's great to see you guys.
Yeah, go to bed. See ya. I'm very triggered. That's all right.
I'm not really paid to be here. I just wanted to say that to him.
What if you are getting paid and you're here?
Well, yeah, that was my whole point.
Okay. Well, he's then I don't know. He's just upset. Maybe he's somebody that. Go ahead.
Well, no, he attacked us. Like, why are you guys here? And so I just said, hey, I'm getting paid.
Stop talking about flat Earth. Stop it. Go to bed. Okay, Dad.
Anyway, I've got to get back to my research. I'm actively investigating a particular question tonight. So,
okay.
Still trying to figure out if you go
I'll be back.
Okay.
Say, what was that, Jedi?
His question earlier was, if I go higher, can I see further? He's going to go
profound.
That's what we all thought. Yep.
I mean, it's so deep. It's so deep that I feel like I'm going to need my wading boots, because we're in some deep waters over here with that question.
Well,
I'm being facetious. There you go. I'm just making light. Relax. Let's not all get in a. Get your undies in the twist, bro. Like, just relax. He's quick to get his undies in the twist, bro. Like, they don't need to. Life will be all right.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I didn't want to get banned.
Okay.
Anna is talking to me about cornfields, and I think we're sorting things out.
I'm glad you're making progress. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, nobody's proving that the Earth is a globe.
Why do you think, or no, or whatever? See, this is the whole thing. If I say, "Why can you see further when we go higher?" It is so exactly like, "Do you regret beating your wife?" Like, it's the same formalism. It's the same formalism. It's a leading question. And so
that's a weird way to describe that.
Well, no, it's what a leading question is. So I try to go into, can we see further when we go higher? And
hey, Jedi, do you have your cow example? I think that would help right here. That little GIF.
I was watching Father Ted earlier today. Yeah, I'll grab it.
I mean, Alpha, we're talking about that, aren't we?
Saying, Alpha, you get the beating wife seeing farther. They're the same. It's a leading questions, right?
No, dude.
No.
You're phrasing things very weird.
If I say...
So if you ate pickles on a Tuesday, could you see farther?
No, if I... Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh, how about a birthday cake?
Step aside. We're going to step aside from the whole thing. If I say, why can we see further when we go higher? That is exactly analogous to, do you regret beating your wife?
No, you'd have to thank Captain Obvious and his faithful sidekick, duh. Because that's what happens in reality, dude. You see farther when you raise an elevation. Look, Jedi's got a nice gift coming for you. It's hot off the press. Check it out.